Chapter 86. Do you truly believe Chun Huan's possessions are so easily acquired? From the direction of the vehicle, it was straightforward to discern the route. Chun Huan did not conceal his origins. Indeed, he acknowledged that he hailed from Yunlin City. Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Yiming's eyes. Are you not heading to the military base, or have you just departed from there? The world had suddenly become perilously unfamiliar. Everyone was desperately rushing towards the Yunlin City base. Yet this contrarian approach was something he had never witnessed before. Chun Huan retorted, "And what of you? Are you on your way to the military base? We have firearms and personnel. Why would we need to go to the military base?" Zhou Qing replied with a triumphant grin. "We are not like those who scurry about seeking rescue. Besides, following the military's retreat is hardly safe. Just the other day, many met misfortune. Had we not taken them in, they might not have left even trace." Just the other day? Taken in? Chun Huan was acutely sensitive to Zhou Qing's words. It seemed he was alluding to the evacuation of civilians from Qingshui County and Binren City. As for the assertion of having both weapons and personnel, Chun Huan scoffed. The firearms outside were sourced from military bases or police armories, limited in both variety and firepower. Establishing a camp near Yunlin City to shelter survivors was akin to brazenly luring zombies and mutated creatures. Did they truly believe they possessed the firepower of a military base? Especially with the mutated creatures from the Lingnan Mountains nearly all having emerged. We departed from the military base. There were simply too many people, making it difficult to even have a proper meal. Chun Huan refrained from elaborating further, but subtly indicated his desire to join their ranks. 2/3 of the supplies within the vehicle were intended as a token of allegiance. In this apocalyptic world, resources were of utmost value. When Lu Yiming and his companions beheld the neatly arranged food, drinking water, and medicine in the cargo hold, they could not help but break into broad smiles, enthusiastically welcoming their new friend. "Boss, you are being exceedingly generous. Even if you intend to give, you could have kept half for yourself." As they followed the lead vehicle towards their camp, Zhao Lin, visibly displeased, struck the steering wheel. He understood the rationale behind using resources as a bargaining chip, and he was aware that even without offering, their presence at the camp would inevitably be discovered. However, the thought of relinquishing 2/3 of the supplies he'd painstakingly gathered left him feeling quite irritable. Trust goodwill status. Zhang Long and Xiao Tian, who were no longer driving, along with Shun Jingzi seated in the back, explained to Chun Huan, "Let us not forget the purpose of our journey to their camp. Retaining too many supplies would surely incite dissatisfaction and potentially lead to conflicts driven by greed, akin to what transpired yesterday. Conversely, surrendering everything contradicts your rationale and may provoke suspicion about our true intentions in joining them." With a knowing smile, Shun Jingzi remarked, "Do you genuinely think Chun Huan's possessions are so easily obtained?" This locale was a modest community adjacent to an automobile repair shop. While the environment was hardly ideal, it benefited from a broad vista. Nearby lay an expanse of undeveloped land, where people had begun to till the soil and plant crops such as potatoes and sweet potatoes. Meanwhile, a makeshift greenhouse, supported by thin film, had been seeded with fruits and vegetables. Although life here pales in comparison to the grandeur of previous civilizations, it is nonetheless imbued with hope as each individual diligently tends to their newfound abode. In the beginning, this place bore no distinction from others, plagued by roving zombies and the desolation of the apocalypse. However, it was only after Lu Junming and his group arrived that the area gradually began to transform into a semblance of habitation. In matters of governance, Lu Junming, as the camp leader, took personal responsibility for every task, embarking daily with his team to scout for supplies while also coordinating activities within the camp. Those who remained behind needed only to complete their assigned duties to receive rations, leading a life that was both monotonous and fulfilling, particularly in agricultural pursuits. The majority participated in planning. As days progressed, life improved, and concerns for safety dwindled, with some even contemplating the domestication of poultry. Moreover, after taking in a number of survivors recently, the camp's population surged to 400, nearing the scale of small to medium-sized base. The community was dotted with numerous vehicles, among which a conspicuous off-road vehicle stood out, accompanied by a blue plastic barrel filled with murky water. A man, drenched in sweat, was diligently wiping down the vehicle with a burlap cloth. This man was Zhang Xian, and the off-road vehicle had originally been entrusted to them by Chun Huan in Binrin City for the purpose of searching for people and gathering resources. Zhang Xian's face bore a grimace of resentment and frustration. He had used others as decoys to escape to this place, barely surviving the onslaught of mutated creatures. Yet, in the chaos, he had neglected to secure the trunk, resulting in the loss of all his belongings. Nothing remained. Now, he was left with only this vehicle, which had enabled his escape from the horde. While he had survived, he felt a deep sense of discontent. He did not wish to remain here, performing menial tasks to receive provisions, devoid of the admiration of subordinates or the company of women. How was this different from his previous servitude under Chen Huan? What had the apocalypse truly brought him? Surely, my brother will return soon? Suddenly, a group passed by, and at the forefront was a slender, spirited young man whose features bore a striking resemblance to Lu Yiming, his younger brother, Lu Fan. I wonder if the leader has gone to retrieve supplies. He should be back shortly, if he is patrolling the surrounding areas. However, it may take some time, someone responded. I suspect he has gone in search of resources, given that he is driving a truck. I wonder how much he will bring back this time. More than supplies. I hope he returns with a decent girl. Although there's a star in the camp, her face has been so altered that it is quite off-putting. They jested, their banter growing increasingly irreverent. Playful as you may be, keep your wits about you. I don't want my brother to catch wind of this. Lu Fan cautioned. Zhang Xian cast a cold glance at the group. They were immaculately dressed, starkly contrasting with his own filthy appearance, lacking even a single decent garment. New arrivals? That vehicle looks impressive. Where did you acquire it? As he passed through, Lu Fan quickly spotted Zhang Xian. He approached and gently tapped the hood of the car, relieved to see that the damage was minimal. A simple repair and a touch-up would render it as good as new. Don't touch my belongings, Zhang Xian exclaimed, shoving Lu Fan aside with a fierce glare. His sudden outburst left the group of jovial companions surrounding Lu Fan momentarily stunned. How dare this newcomer lay hands on Lu Fan? Did he not recognize who Lu Fan was? Lu Fan, taken aback by the forceful push, found it hard to believe that anyone would dare to confront him in the camp. Did this newcomer not understand his status? As the younger brother of the camp leader, everyone else was eager to befriend him. Yet here was someone audacious enough to challenge him. With a cold smirk, Lu Fan's gaze fell upon a nearby blue plastic barrel. With a pointed tone, he remarked, I recall their ISNTA task for washing cars in the camp. Is there? Chapter 87. The ruthless footsteps of desolation life in the camp was rather simple, ultimately revolving around labor and the acquisition of supplies. In other words, it entailed earning essential provisions through hard work. At this moment, a single remark from Lu Fan labeled Zhang Xian as lazy, consequently depriving him of access to necessary resources. What do you mean? Zhang Xian glared furiously. You will have no food tonight. With that, Lu Fan strode away, followed by several others who cast mocking glances at Zhang Xian. Damn it! Zhang Xian kicked over a water bucket, his anger surging, causing his chest to heave violently. What the hell is this? The humiliation he had previously endured at Chun Huan's hands now resurfaced here, igniting a fierce desire for revenge. When the opportunity arises, I will make you pay. Lu Fan, who had walked quite a distance, sensed a menacing undertone in the words that reached him. He detested those who sought refuge yet remained disobedient. Suddenly, a pickup truck laden with supplies approached, and the occupants waved at Lu Fan, having brought back a newcomer. Oh! Lu Fan instantly donned a congenial smile. To him, the more people in the camp, the better. The influx of individuals would facilitate the camp's development, and after all, it wasn't him who would bear the labor. Her name is Huang Ruxue. According to the plan, she was supposed to head to the military base in Yunlin City, but on the way, she encountered a horde of zombies and was abandoned as bait. The driver chuckled as he parked and turned off the engine. He leaned closer to Lu Fan, lowering his voice. Young, attractive, and most importantly, well-endowed. A glimmer of interest flickered in Lu Fan's eyes, and his enthusiasm grew. He stepped forward to greet the two women who had exited the vehicle. Hello, I am Lu Fan, the second in command of this camp. As he spoke, he scrutinized the newcomer. Despite her tattered clothes and disheveled appearance, her beauty was evident, particularly her striking figure. Huang Rushue furrowed her brow slightly, but politely extended her hand for a shake. "Hello, I am Huang Rushue. He just introduced me to you." Lu Fan laughed heartily, once again welcoming Huang Rushue. "Allow me to familiarize you with this big family. If you have any needs in your daily life, please feel free to let me know. While I cannot boast, I can assure you that basic necessities will be provided." Huang Rushue felt a strong resistance to Lu Fan's overt friendliness. Although Lu Fan's gaze had softened, she could perceive the ulterior motives behind it. Yet, given her current circumstances, she could not afford to refuse. This was no longer the civilized society of the past, and the constraints of law and morality had vanished. "Thank you, second-in-command, but—" Huang Rushue gestured to her unkempt appearance. "That can be easily arranged." Seeing that Huang Rushue had not declined his offer, Lu Fan's mood brightened considerably. He waved to a few people behind him, instructing, "Send someone to arrange a room and prepare some daily necessities for Miss Huang." "Certainly," a voice responded, and the individual swiftly turned and departed. "I apologize for the inconvenience, second-in-command and everyone." Huang Rushue smiled, her gaze wandering until suddenly her body trembled and her expression darkened. Noticing Huang Rushue's distress, Lu Fan followed her gaze and inquired, "What is it?" "That person." Huang Rushue's fist clenched tightly, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Even without seeing his face, she could unequivocally ascertain his identity. "Second-in-command. How long has he been here?" "I'm not sure. He seems unfamiliar. Perhaps he just arrived in the past couple of days." Observing Huang Rushue's agitation, Lu Fan quickly grasped the situation, but feigned ignorance, asking, "Is he someone you know?" "Miss Huang? Know him? How could I not?" Huang Rushue scoffed, her face etched with malice. "I was cast aside by him as bait. Even if he were reduced to ashes, I would recognize him at a glance. First, he treated her as a mere plaything, repeatedly violating her, and then, amid a tide of mutated beasts, he abandoned her as bait. With such deep-seated hatred, how could she fail to recognize her enemy? And that vehicle, it was he who had pushed her from that off-road car. Is it truly him?" Upon hearing Huang Rushue's words, Lu Fan erupted in fury. "I initially thought he was merely a lazy newcomer, but it turns out he is a scoundrel." In that moment, Lu Fan felt as if he were enveloped in divine light, his thoughts liberated. "Bring him to me. For everyone's safety. We cannot allow such filth to exist in our camp." Huang Rushue disregarded whether Lu Fan's words were sincere or feigned, promptly expressing her gratitude. The individual tasked with retrieving her then bellowed at Zhang Xian, the one washing the car, "Get over here at once." This explosive command shattered the tranquility, drawing the attention of everyone nearby, who paused their tasks in surprise, bewildered by the sudden disturbance. Zhang Xian furrowed his brow, ceasing his washing, and turned to regard the group with caution. Were they planning revenge, or perhaps an attempt to seize the vehicle? Due to the distance and Huang Rushue's disheveled appearance, he initially failed to recognize her, while Lu Fan and his companions, whom he had encountered before, were known for their grudges. "Do you not understand? Must you resort to violence?" Seeing Zhang Xian remain unfazed, the individual withdrew a baton and strode purposefully toward him. "Wait." Zhang Xian's expression changed drastically. "With so many watching, do you not fear inciting a riot by acting this way?" Yet despite his words, Zhang Xian's body instinctively moved toward Lu Fan, aware that a confrontation could lead to dire consequences. "A riot? Are you afraid of causing one while dealing with a scoundrel?" As he spoke, the man swung the baton, striking Zhang Xian's back. "Hurry up! Fan Ge is waiting for you." Zhang Xian abruptly turned his head, yet the searing pain in his back compelled him to endure, bewildered as to how he had become the scoundrel they spoke of. "Oh, you dare glare at me?" With that, another strike was unleashed. This time, however, Zhang Xian merely let out a muffled groan, refusing to turn back, and soon found himself standing before Lu Fan. Just as he was about to feign submission, he unexpectedly exclaimed, "How could it possibly be you? I never imagined we would meet again." Before his words could fully dissipate into the air, the long-restrained Huang Rushue, with a cold smile, suddenly raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap across Zhang Xian's face. Without allowing him a moment to recover from his shock, she swiftly followed up with a kick directed at his groin. Ah! As Zhang Xian was struck in the most vulnerable part of man, he collapsed to the ground with a cry, curling up in agony. His face as pale as a sheet, while he roared in disbelief, "You dare lay a hand on me?" Chapter 88. The Rules for a Man. Nothing is more cruel than the injury to his progeny. Every man in the camp who witnessed this scene shuddered instinctively, tightening their legs. Yet, Huang Rushua's outburst toward Zhang Xian was merely beginning. After Zhang Xian collapsed in agony, Huang Rushua advanced directly, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him, even resorting to biting, her ferocious and frenzied demeanor resembling that of a zombie. "Ah, let go of me, you monster!" Zhang Xian's face twisted in pain as he struggled, one hand relentlessly pounding Huang Rushua's head while the other clutched her hair, pulling desperately to detach this madwoman from him. However, consumed by her thirst for revenge, Huang Rushua would not relent until she forcibly tore a bloody piece of flesh from Zhang Xian's face. Lu Fan, witnessing this, felt a chill run down his spine. What a vicious woman! However, recognizing the gravity of the situation, he understood that it could not continue. A life was at stake. Although he longed to eliminate the fool who had dared to attack him, allowing Huang Rushua to take a life in full view would not only violate the camp's rules, but also leave him unable to explain himself to his brother. "Stop it, you scoundrel! I will end you." Hatred and excruciating pain had completely stripped the two of their sanity, rendering them deaf to Lu Fan's furious shouts. Zhang Xian, discarding handfuls of hair, seized Huang Rushua by the neck and forcefully pinned her down. "You are a scoundrel today, a scoundrel for life. Just because you have a pretty boy backing you, you dare to lay a hand on me? You have bitten off a piece of my flesh. I will take your life in return." He was no longer the Zhang Xian from Binren City. His hands were stained with blood, and all the pent-up rage surged forth, his singular thought being to destroy this scoundrel. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot rang out. The two combatants halted, their actions suspended as they regained clarity. Zhang Xian glared coldly at Lu Fan. He, too, had possessed a firearm, but was lost amidst the chaos of the zombie horde. Had he a weapon now? The first act would be to eliminate Huang Rushua, followed swiftly by Lu Fan. "You have crossed the line." Lu Fan's face was a mask of fury. With that, he raised his pistol and fired another shot into the sky, the gunfire proclaiming his authority and the inviolability of the camp's rules. To Zhang Xian, Lu Fan's action felt eerily familiar. Not long ago, he had employed the same tactic to intimidate others. Yet now, the roles had reversed, and he found himself the one being intimidated. Who fired that shot? Just as Lu Fan prepared to deliver punishment to the two, the distant roar of an engine pierced the air, accompanied by a steady, wrathful voice drawing near, its fury palpable even from afar. Lu Fan was startled. He recognized his brother's voice. The camp had strict regulations. No one was permitted to fire a weapon lightly, and when the use of firearms was unavoidable, only those equipped with silencers were allowed. Should anyone be found without a silencer, they shall face severe consequences. Unexpectedly, the one instance where a silencer was not affixed resulted in a display of gunfire intended to intimidate others, and the perpetrator was caught red-handed. As Lu Fan's expression shifted, lamenting his misfortune, a box truck came to an abrupt halt nearby. Then, with two thunderous sounds of the doors slamming shut, 3 individuals leaped from the vehicle, each brandishing a firearm. "Brother," Lu Fan stammered, gazing at Li Yiming's grim visage. His own countenance faltered, but he summoned the courage to plead, "Please, let me explain. I acted out of desperation." Just as he began to clarify his actions, he was abruptly silenced by Lu Yiming's icy glare. The raging fury in his brother's eyes, a sight he had never witnessed directed at himself in over 2 decades. Suddenly, a resounding slap struck Lu Fan's face without warning. The unexpected turn of events left everyone present in stunned silence, be they the original survivors of the camp or the newcomers, Zhang Xian and Huang Rushua. Each individual stood frozen, aghast that this unruly second-in-command, who habitually directed others, had been publicly humiliated. "Brother." Lu Fan was left dazed by the blow. Lu Yiming, a towering figure of considerable strength, had delivered a slap that rendered Lu Fan momentarily speechless, his hand instinctively clutching his face in disbelief. It was well known that Lu Yiming had always been protective of him. Before the apocalypse, this was clear, and even during the ensuing chaos. He had faced numerous threats, but was shielded remarkably well. The establishment of the camp had seen Lu Yiming refraining from involving him in perilous endeavors, such as patrolling or scavenging. The bond of blood was profound. To safeguard his sole sibling, Lu Yiming had overlooked many indiscretions, including romantic entanglements. Yet now Lu Yiming had struck him, publicly no less. Why? He had merely sought to quell a conflict and uphold the camp's regulations. Even if he had erred, it was out of momentary desperation. Could he simply stand by and watch two individuals resolve their disputes through barbaric means? Lu Yiming's voice was grave as he pronounced, "Rules are rules. None shall transgress them." Even if you acted out of urgency, was there truly no alternative to gunfire as a means of intimidation? He had discerned the events that had transpired. The two individuals still lying on the ground spoke volumes, particularly the man who had lost a chunk of flesh from his face. Lu Fan lowered his head, silenced by the reprimand. Lu Yiming snorted coldly, addressing Zhang Xian and Huang Rushua. Those who engage in mutual combat with the intent to kill shall forfeit their right to food for 3 days, save for drinking water. Furthermore, they are to labor alongside others. Should any attempt to shirk their duties, they will be taken to the town and cast into the school. Their fate shall be left to chance. Finally, he turned to the surrounding survivors and inquired, "Do you all understand?" "Yes," came the chorus of responses. "Good. The purpose of establishing this camp is to foster mutual support and coexistence, to collectively construct a harmonious family, rather than harbor thoughts of annihilating one another." Lu Yiming seized the opportunity to admonish the crowd before continuing. "Furthermore, our camp has welcomed some new friends." As he spoke, an immense refrigerated truck slowly entered the community, capturing the attention of all present. This vehicle, of considerable tonnage, was unlike the typical refrigerated trucks used for transporting seafood and produce. Its exterior was smeared with the blood and flesh of zombies, and as it came to a halt, a piece of decaying flesh, still bearing fur, fell from the bumper with a thud, instilling a profound sense of dread. Subsequently, the doors swung open, and a young man clad in mountaineering attire, wielding a broadsword, was the first to leap down. Following him were 2 men, a woman, and a boy of approximately 11 or 12 years of age. Chapter 89. It's me, Chun Huan, as Chun Huan and his companions descended from the refrigerated truck. They immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Unlike the other survivors, their appearances were remarkably pristine, and their spirits were remarkably high. Entirely unlike those who had been fleeing in panic and enduring hunger for an extended period. How could it possibly be them? Recognition struck Zhang Xian like a thunderclap. He could hardly believe he had encountered Chun Huan here. Although he was unfamiliar with 2 of the individuals, he was thoroughly acquainted with Zhao Lin and Shun Jingxi. These friends would soon become integral members of their collective family, and Lu Yiming began to introduce Chun Huan and the others, making it abundantly clear that they were distinct from the other survivors. In other words, unlike the others who were compelled to labor for their rations, they were categorized as a team dedicated to scouring for supplies. Upon hearing Lu Yiming's assertions, Lu Fan raised his head in disbelief. Even though the refrigerated truck provided substantial assistance, it could not serve as a justification for their distinction from others. It is essential to understand that members of the supply-seeking teams received special privileges within the camp. They not only faced life-threatening dangers to procure essential goods, but also bore the significant responsibility of patrolling the surroundings to ensure the camp's safety. To classify them as such based solely on the possession of a vehicle seemed utterly untenable, especially considering that among them was a seemingly frail woman and a child devoid of any combat capability. Lu Yiming's expression darkened. "Am I required to seek your approval for my decisions?" "Brother, second in command, trust the leader," Lin Ke whispered to Lu Fan, who was poised to challenge Lu Yiming again. "The others are acceptable, but that person named Chun Huan is far from ordinary. Moreover, their contributions to the camp are substantial. They have provided not only copious amounts of food and water, but also a significant supply of the urgently needed medicines." Lu Fan furrowed his brow, struggling to believe that someone wielding only a Tang Dao, without even a firearm, could possess any remarkable capabilities. Was he to be regarded as a martial arts master from a television drama? The crux of the matter lay in his brother's demeanor towards these individuals, which was excessively courteous. The gazes of others directed at Chen Huan and his companions were rife with skepticism. No one was willing to recklessly entrust a portion of their safety to individuals whose abilities and backgrounds were unclear. However, when Chen Huan prompted Zhao Lin to open the cargo box, the murmurs of doubt swiftly transformed into sharp intakes of breath. A glance inside the cargo hold revealed that 2/3 of the space was filled to the brim with supplies, while the remaining third contained clothing, bedding, and cutting tools. In previous times, such a truckload of goods would have elicited little attention. But in the current era of scarcity, where survival demanded every ounce of desperation, this bounty was enough to drive everyone to the brink of frenzy. Fortunately, the individuals here can obtain sustenance through labor. Even though they may feel envy and excitement, they suppress their emotions. Yet words that are as fickle as a change of face continue to echo. There is no flattery, yet the frequent expressions of goodwill have nonetheless established the status of a few. Boss, the boss is me. I am Zhang Xian. At this moment, upon seeing the tantalizing supplies in the cargo hold, Zhang Xian could no longer contain himself. He forcefully pushed aside the two individuals blocking his path, frantically waving at Chen Huan. Boss. Zhang Xian's declaration silenced the once raucous crowd, and Huang Rushua's expression shifted dramatically. If even Zhang Xian is such a scoundrel, what kind of person could his boss be? Even Lu Fan, who had just suppressed his dissatisfaction, now showed a slight change in color. He was not afraid of Chen Huan, but rather concerned about the trouble this might bring him. He did not wish for his elder brother to be slapped in the face in front of everyone due to his attempts to gather support. Chen Huan gazed at the pair of hands gripping him tightly. Then his eyes traveled upward to the face that was missing a piece of flesh, still oozing blood. His gaze as tranquil as a still pond. Zhang Long wore a look of astonishment. How many of Chen Huan's subordinates could there be? However, upon witnessing Zhao Lin's mocking expression and Shun Jingxi's somewhat shadowy gaze, he suddenly understood that this pitiful man was likely one of the culprits responsible for the fall of the camp due to reckless actions outside of Binren City. Little Tian furrowed his brow and asked, Chen Huan Gij, who is this? Compared to adults, little Tian's thoughts were less convoluted. And coupled with his previous encounter with Wang Yu, he instinctively felt a twinge of wariness towards those who addressed Chen Huan as their boss. Chen Huan replied coolly, a person whose reckless actions resulted in the deaths of many. Upon hearing Chen Huan's words, Zhang Xian's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. If not for his precarious situation, having lost today's rations, why would he choose to acknowledge Chen Huan? It was merely an attempt to leverage Chen Huan's standing within the camp for protection and sustenance. But now, not only had his circumstances not improved, they had worsened. Lu Yiming secretly sighed in relief, seeing that this man, whom he had just punished, was acquainted with Chen Huan and repeatedly referred to him as boss. He felt a jolt of concern, pondering how to handle the situation delicately while considering Chen Huan's feelings. To his surprise, quite a bit had transpired between the two. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Lu Yiming's gaze swept over Shun Jingxi and Zhao Lin, and he inquired, are you saying that he was responsible for the deaths of many due to his reckless actions? Indeed, Shun Jingxi replied coldly, such individuals are forever untrainable. Do not be deceived by their ostensibly obedient demeanor. For their own selfish desires, they disregard all regulations as if they were nothing. At her words, Lu Yiming's gaze turned somewhat frigid. As the overseer of the camp, he understood the grave dangers posed by such individuals. No, she is speaking nonsense. Seeing Lu Yiming accept her words so readily, Zhang Xian felt a tremor of fear and hastily protested. Chen Huan is the selfish and callous one, indifferent to everything. Moreover, he possesses an exceptionally indifferent temperament, displaying an utter disregard for life. It is quite possible that soon you shall all find yourselves ensnared by his treachery. Nonsense, Shun Jingxi retorted fiercely. Did Chen Huan ever conspire to abandon you? Which of you does not thrive under his protection? I. Zhang Xinyu was rendered speechless, yearning to argue. Yet the mere gaze of Chen Huan extinguished any courage to continue speaking. Lu Fan, witnessing this, felt a spark of realization. Indeed, not only does he accomplish nothing at the camp, but he also squanders water resources, incessantly polishing his car. If that were all, I could tolerate it. But the appearance of this young lady has unveiled the depths of his character as a scoundrel. Suddenly, the tide of events shifted, presenting Lu Fan, who had longed for a chance to explain, with an opportunity he could not let slip. He was unreserved in his pursuit to strike when the iron was hot, especially since he had always harbored a desire for this disobedient individual to meet his end, coupled with this fortuitous opportunity to showcase himself. Chun Huan's unique standing in his brother's eyes was of little concern to him. However, he was more than willing to make a display in front of a woman even more beautiful than Huang Rushua. Chapter 90. You are digging a pit for me indeed. The second in command was correct. Zhang Xian is utterly despicable in his desperate attempt to save himself. He could even resort to sacrificing those around him as bait. I wholeheartedly believe what Chun Huan and Shun Jingzi said. Such an event must have transpired. Otherwise, how could he have arrived at the camp, disheveled and covered in dirt, without being accompanied by Chun Huan and the others? Lu Fan's words immediately garnered agreement from his sycophants, who began to vehemently accuse Zhang Xian. No, that's not how it was. I was merely terrified at that time. It was not as you claim. As the situation grew increasingly dire, Zhang Xian hastily knelt before Chen Huan, pleading for mercy. Boss, it was our fault. We should not have neglected the camp while you were away. However, I returned and attempted to rectify the situation, which led to the deaths of many. Chen Huan's expression remained calm, his gaze tinged with a hint of amusement. Then what did you witness? Zombies. There were zombies everywhere. At that moment, I was too panicked to comprehend what was happening in the steam room, and coupled with Shun Jingxi's demeanor, I could only provide this answer. You are speaking nonsense. Sister Qingqing is not dead. They remained at the military base. Xiao Tian contemptuously dismantled Zhang Xian's lies, gradually understanding the implications of what Chun Huan had previously conveyed to him. You are digging a pit for me. Zhang Xian felt a tremor within, his face growing increasingly pallid. Having committed these acts, he must face the consequences. Where is the pit being dug? Then how did you sustain those injuries on your face? Should I have the two of you confront each other? Lu Yiming addressed Zhang Xian, casting a wary glance at Shun Jingzi. The shift in her demeanor had bewildered him, and with her delicate and seemingly fragile appearance, it was uncertain how many would falter in her presence in the future. Chun Huan remarked to Lu Yiming, although I have joined the camp, you are the leader here. There are certain matters I cannot overstep. Lu Yiming's eyelids fluttered as he accepted the opportunity presented by Chun Huan, replying with a smile, I will handle it appropriately. Individuals like this cannot be allowed to remain. With that, he instructed Lu Fan, you may escort him away. He then added, be cautious. Understood. Lu Fan's expression momentarily brightened, and how he would dispose of Zhang Xian was now entirely his concern. No, I still have value. I do not wish to die. Upon noticing Lu Fan's expression, Zhang Xian began to thrash about wildly as the two dragged him away. Let me stay. I know Chun Huan's secret. His motives for joining your camp are far from pure. Suddenly, the two dragging Zhang Xian paused, allowing him to break free and nearly crawl to Lu Yiming's side, pointing an accusatory finger at Chun Huan with a voice laced with hatred. This person never had good intentions from the very beginning. His joining you was not out of desire for protection, but rather for ulterior motives. Lu Yiming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, is that so? Zhang Xian, as if driven mad, laughed maniacally. How could it not be? Initially, the reason he established the camp to shelter us was solely to satisfy his own selfish desires. However, he did not disclose the specifics, for only in this manner could he plant a seed of doubt in the hearts of others, thereby securing a chance for his own survival. Lu Yiming cast his gaze upon Chen Huan, who replied coolly, if you believe his words, then I have nothing more to say. Indeed, brother, can one truly trust this individual? Lu Fan also expressed dissatisfaction with Zhang Xian's remarks, although he intended to eliminate this person outside. To vocally declare a desire to live in front of so many was tantamount to suggesting he was not seeking liberation but rather intent on murder. After unloading the supplies from the vehicle, Zhang Long secured the car door with a chain and followed Lu Yiming and the others as they began to explore the camp, gradually gaining a more intuitive understanding of their surroundings. It was no wonder that when asked why they did not go to the military base, Zhou Qing offered that particular response. Here, they not only observed several military jeeps, but also a number of heavy machine guns and a precision sniper rifle. Furthermore, when accounting for handguns and rifles, the arsenal was sufficient to equip over 80 individuals. However, it was difficult to ascertain what other weapons might be concealed or the quantity of ammunition available. How about it? The safety level of our camp is quite commendable. I assent it. After Lu Yiming provided a general overview of the camp's defenses, Zhou Qing raised an eyebrow and remarked, "To maximize safety, we conduct daily patrols. Should we encounter any zombies or mutated creatures, we will eliminate them, thus fundamentally eradicating the danger." Indeed, compared to your camp, the one I established in Binran City was akin to child's play. Chen Huan felt no discomfort in belittling his own efforts to elevate others. Furthermore, the security here was undeniably superior to the previous establishment, based on the firepower currently at their disposal. As long as the zombies and mutated animals did not amass into a large-scale horde, they could be effectively dealt with. Nonetheless, this did not guarantee that the camp was entirely safe, for Chen Huan astutely noted that many within the camp had a limited understanding of mutated creatures, confined to only what they had witnessed. By the way, what are those individuals you brought back last time? After conversing for a while longer, Chen Huan suddenly inquired about the survivors who had been scattered by the horde, addressing Lu Yiming, who was preparing to take his leave. Busy with matters. Do you need something from them? Lu Yiming answered, candidly regarding areas that did not delve too deeply into the camp's affairs. Surprised by Chen Huan's sudden interest in those he had brought back, he paused, curious as to why Chen Huan wished to inquire about them. I merely wished to understand the circumstances they faced at that time. Chen Huan refrained from mentioning his own search for his parents, which had been overshadowed by Zhang Xian's comments. Nevertheless, he indeed wished to know of the experiences the populace had endured. Lu Yiming nodded, though he harbored some skepticism about Chen Huan's intentions. While Zhang Xian's earlier remarks had yielded little, they had nonetheless made it clear that none among Chen Huan's group were to be underestimated, and trust should not be easily granted. He chose to turn a blind eye, considering the situation of those resources and his younger brother, and discreetly informed about certain matters within the camp. Even so, he maintained an outward politeness. I have matters to attend to. Please allow Qingzi to guide you. Thank you very much. Not at all, since you have joined us. We are all family. Lu Yiming smiled and waved his hand as he departed, exuding an air of unrestrained ease. Following his exit, Zhou Qing, who was to lead the group, became quite loquacious, which was somewhat irksome. However, Chen Huan found it rather enjoyable, as it provided an excellent opportunity to gather information. Chapter 91. Alarmist Tales. Under the guidance of Zhou Qing, Chen Huan and his companions navigated around a residential building, swiftly arriving at the gathering of several camp members by the northern entrance of the community. Among these members, both men and women were present, though they were all rather advanced in age. Even the younger woman appeared to be in her 40s. Their current task was quite straightforward. They were binding sharpened wooden stakes with vines or twine to construct a wooden fence, which others would then transport to various intersections to form barriers against the undead. Qingge, what brings you to us? Upon their approach, the group expressed surprise at Zhou Qing's arrival, and they did not perceive any impropriety in their address. Having just endured life and death in this grim world where human life is as expendable as grass, the only immutable truth was that strength reigned supreme. Since they had sought refuge here, they could no longer adopt the demeanor of seasoned elders as they would in a civilized society. Zhou Qing replied, "These individuals are new friends who have recently joined us. We wish to inquire about certain matters." Chen Huan nodded in acknowledgement and asked, "I've heard you are from Binran City. You became separated from the rescue team while en route to the Yunlin City military base due to a horde of zombies, which led you here under the guidance of Lu Laoda. I am quite curious about the nature of this horde that even the rescue team could not contend with, resulting in such substantial casualties." Upon being unexpectedly questioned about their recent harrowing experience, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically, and the middle-aged woman shuddered visibly. "Why do you ask about that?" One elder responded, redirecting the inquiry back to a similar question posed by Lu Yiming. Why so many questions? Just answer as you should. Zhou Qing interjected with a frown, indicating his displeasure at the repetitive nature of the replies. After a moment of silence, the inquiring elder responded, I cannot provide all the details, as there were simply too many people evacuating. We, along with those from Qingshui County, were forced to take a detour not far from the main group when we suddenly heard dense gunfire and explosions ahead. Then we witnessed numerous vehicles overturned, with cries of despair echoing around us. We attempted to turn back and flee, but the road was completely blocked by cars. Listening intently to the harrowing details recounted from the perspective of the populace, Chen Huan inquired after the elder concluded. Are you suggesting that those at the back of the convoy abandoned their vehicles and consciously separated from the group, rather than being scattered? The middle-aged woman nodded. If we had not fled, we would have had no chance of survival, trapped inside our vehicles under such circumstances. Although we wished to return and reunite with the rescue team, the pursuing creatures offered us no opportunity to halt. At this juncture, Chen Huan began to grasp the situation. These civilians could be described as having been dispersed by the horde, or alternatively, as having made a desperate choice to escape for their lives amidst the terror. After all, even if the horde had not reached the rear of the convoy, witnessing the calamity unfold ahead would have shattered anyone's composure. And the numbers? After separating from the rescue team, did you all gather together, or did you scatter in various directions? As the inquiries persisted, Chen Huan's intentions gradually became evident. Another individual remarked, there were over 60 of us together, but as for the others at that time, everyone was desperately fleeing. As long as we did not encounter any zombies or mutated creatures ahead, we all rushed in that direction, and in the end, only those of us remained. Shen Jingzi glanced at Chen Huan, who was lost in contemplation, and asked, so, you mean to say that many people separated from the rescue team, yet only a small fraction made it here? You have no knowledge of whether they encountered any peril? Indeed, after we shook off those mutated creatures, apart from a few zombies we encountered along the way, we faced no further dangers. I presume it was similar for the others, the eldest among them stated. Chen Huan nodded, finding no grounds to dispute this inference. Given the nature of zombies and mutated creatures, they instinctively gravitate towards populated areas, and a sheer number of individuals within the rescue team made them prime targets for attack. Those who distanced themselves from the group, amidst their frantic escape, inadvertently reduced their own risk. After being rescued, did you not return to assess the situation? Did you not seek to ascertain the whereabouts of the zombie horde, especially since some mutated creatures followed you? Chen Huan questioned, skeptical that the rescue team had entirely quelled the horde. Otherwise, they would not have encountered so many abandoned vehicles, picked clean skeletons, and pools of darkened flesh along the route. They left, Zhou Qing replied. Initially, he speculated that Chen Huan and his companions were searching for someone, but this line of thought quickly dissipated. After all, the location where they were found is not far from the camp. If the horde were to approach the camp, we would be utterly defenseless. Hence, after bringing them back, my leader and I set out to trace the horde's path, which is why we have been patrolling daily. Chen Huan turned to him and inquired, and what was the outcome? Zhou Qing responded, the result is that they vanished. Realizing he had spoken unnecessarily, Zhou Qing continued, I do not know where the horde disappeared to, but I have noted an increase in zombies and mutated creatures near the camp in recent days. It is likely a consequence of that horde, considering many were bitten then, and mutation is inevitable. Chen Huan nodded, acknowledging that the surge in nearby zombies and mutated creatures was probably due to that horde. However, while he verbalized this reasoning, his mind harbored a different thought. Furthermore, given the size of the camp's population, even without that horde, there would be a continuous influx of zombies and mutated creatures approaching. May I meet the others? Chen Huan then asked Zhou Qing, as he realized no further useful information could be gleaned from the few present. Zhou Qing did not refuse and readily replied, of course. But we patrol every day, so there is no need for you to be overly concerned about the horde's whereabouts. Chen Huan remarked, it is prudent to remain vigilant. After all, the patrols occur only during the day, not around the clock. Moreover, the horde of mutated creatures comprises a diverse array of corpses, not solely present on the roads. Zhou Qing's eyelids twitched violently. Are you suggesting that the camp is likely to face an onslaught from the horde? Chun Huan responded thoughtfully. It is difficult to ascertain, but you mentioned earlier that the camp is not far from the location where they encounter the horde. Even if these creatures pursue the rescue teams and fleeing civilians, some mutated animals may still fixate on those who stray from the group. The older survivor interjected, yet we did not encounter further danger after evading the pursuing mutated creatures. Chun Huan inquired, then why are the number of zombies and mutated animals surrounding the camp increasing? Furthermore, do you truly believe you managed to shake them off without a vehicle? Chapter 92. The true and false half-participants under Chun Huan's persistent inquiries. Several survivors from Binren City were momentarily taken aback. However, the zombies move sluggishly. Chun Huan continued, zombies are one thing, and mutated animals are another. Do not conflate the two. I refuse to believe that you have not noticed that the speed of mutated animals is far beyond what zombies can match. At this, not only did the survivors from Binren City change their expressions, but Zhou Qing's face also paled significantly. Chun Huan, are you certain you are not jesting? Although he had great confidence in the camp's firepower, the thought of a horde of zombies, which even the rescue teams could not contend with, potentially attacking the camp caused a tremor within him. With a dismissive scoff, Chun Huan replied, do you truly believe I would jest about such matters? Let's not forget that they themselves have mentioned that during the zombie horde, many vehicles in the fleeing crowd were overturned. This suggests that within the horde, some mutated creatures are not merely the common cats and dogs. Otherwise, how could they possibly overturn vehicles? Zhou Qing swallowed hard. I need to report this to the leader. He then turned to the visibly shaken survivors from Binren City. You all will handle the matter of finding others. The survivors nodded, their faces ashen. Recalling their previous encounter sent chills down their spines, and they certainly did not wish to relive that terror, especially after enjoying a few days of relative peace. Chun Huan stated with solemnity, for the safety of everyone, this matter must not be overlooked, regardless of how slim the odds may seem. Understood. Zhou Qing replied hurriedly before departing. Recently, he had noticed an increase in zombies and mutated animals around the camp. Initially, he had thought little of it, but after Chun Huan's warning, he realized the gravity of the situation. If mishandled, the lives of over 600 individuals within the camp could be at stake. Boss, do you think we are being too cavalier with them? There shouldn't be any issues, right? Zhao Lin, observing Zhou Qing's hasty departure, leaned closer to Chun Huan and whispered during a conversation between the Binren City survivor and Shun Jingxi. Not at all. They are well aware of the consequences should a horde truly attack the camp. Chun Huan understood that the mutated animals and zombies encountered by Zhou Qing and his group were unrelated to the survivors from Binren City. Yet what difference did it make? His sole purpose in coming to this camp was to locate his parents or ascertain their whereabouts. Moreover, he felt that he was not deceiving them. He simply refrained from disclosing the full truth. After all, given the size of this camp, it was only a matter of time before they faced the onslaught of a horde. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Although they may not have experienced as much as you, boss, they still possess a fair understanding of zombies and mutated animals. Logically, they should realize that a larger group would attract them. Zhao Lin remained unconvinced. Chun Huan replied nonchalantly, rest assured, if they were aware of this, they would not have taken in so many survivors. In the apocalypse, typical camp sizes usually do not exceed 20 individuals unless they possess the capability to handle crises. Camps of this scale are generally established by the military. With the formidable firepower witnessed previously, the usual horde of corpses posed little threat. However, should the scale escalate significantly, the outcome would inevitably be nothing short of devastation. Zhao Lin, deep in thought, cast a sidelong glance at the individual leading the way, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, the frantic Zhou Qing, in a state of urgency, found himself amidst the bustling Lu Yiming. What has happened? Lu Yiming, sensing Zhou Qing's hurried demeanor, felt a jolt of apprehension in his heart, fearing an unforeseen calamity. He immediately set aside his tasks, his voice grave with concern. It's a horde of corpses. Zhou Qing gasped, struggling to catch his breath as he spoke. His words sent a shockwave through the gathered crowd, their expressions shifting dramatically. What did you say? A horde of corpses? Some among them hastily readied their weapons. No, it's not that horde. Zhou Qing, realizing the misunderstanding, waved his hands in a desperate attempt to clarify. Calm your breath before you speak, Lu Yiming admonished, his brow furrowing. Zhou Qing took a moment to steady himself before urgently continuing. I suspect the camp might face an assault from a horde of corpses. Such words cannot be uttered lightly. Lu Yiming fixed Zhou Qing with a piercing gaze, demanding, why do you suddenly believe the camp is in danger? Where did this notion of a horde come from? His inquiry was echoed by others, each questioning Zhou Qing's alarming claim. Indeed, Qingzi, you cannot speak without evidence. We all know the situation outside. If there truly were a horde, how could our daily patrols have missed it? Have you perhaps been swayed by mere rumors? Doubt hung heavy in the air, with no one willing to accept Zhou Qing's assertions. Are you all not noticing the increasing number of zombies and mutated creatures near the camp lately? Zhou Qing implored, desperation in his tone. What do you mean? Lu Yiming's expression grew serious. As Zhou Qing had noted, the presence of zombies and mutated animals had indeed surged in recent days. Most of these zombies were likely remnants from the evacuation of Binren City and Qin Shui County. And the mutated creatures were another matter entirely. Prior to the rescue teams encountering a horde, how could there have been such a proliferation of these beasts? Their increasing numbers in recent days could not be unrelated to earlier events. Fearing disbelief, Zhou Qing referenced their recent activities, boss, after we brought those individuals back. We investigated the location they mentioned, and we all know the truth of the matter. Though we have yet to see any signs of a horde, that does not imply they have been drawn away by the rescue teams. Furthermore, among those who fled during the questioning, there were far more than just the 60 or so from our camp. Lu Yiming's frown deepened. A young man beside him queried, Qingzi, who told you this? Chen Huan. Lu Yiming interjected on Zhou Qing's behalf. I can think of no one else. Chen Huan? The mention of a young man clad in mountaineering gear and wielding a tang sword drew a scoff from one present. What could he possibly know? No, he remarked. It is advisable to heed his words. Lu Yiming offered a word of caution, noting that Chen Huan was capable of escorting individuals from Binren City to the military base and back again. If nothing unusual occurred along the way, would you believe it? Lin Ke concurred, stating, regardless of its veracity, now that we are aware of this matter, exercising greater caution can only serve us well. It essentially allows us to fill in the gaps in our knowledge. After all, in recent days, the number of zombies and mutated creatures surrounding the camp has indeed been on the rise. Lu Yiming then inquired of Zhou Qing whether Chen Huan had mentioned anything further. He replied that their patrols were conducted solely during the day, and mutated creatures do not confine themselves to the roads. Moreover, he inferred from the information gathered from those few individuals in Binren City that large mutated creatures would likely be present amidst the impending zombie tide. At this juncture, Zhou Qing pondered for a moment before shaking his head and saying, there is nothing else. He is still in the process of gathering information from those we brought back. It appears he is determined to unveil the trajectory of the zombie tide before he rests. Chapter 93. Setting fire to the mountain? Still investigating? Upon learning of Chen Huan's every move from Zhou Qing, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. This quietude stemmed not from Chen Huan's unwavering resolve to uncover the whereabouts of the zombie tide, but rather from the realization that they had been oblivious to such crucial details over the past few days, only to be alerted by someone who had recently joined their camp. Boss, I will take a team to patrol the vicinity and check for any overlooked areas. I shall accompany you. If a zombie tide truly threatens the camp, all our efforts would be in vain. After a brief moment of silence, the others gradually regained their composure, voicing their intentions to venture out and ascertain whether anything had been missed. Naturally, Lu Yiming did not oppose this, for even he was uncertain whether he had overlooked anything during his own patrol, particularly in the densely wooded and hilly stretches of the National Road. Each of you should take a team and thoroughly inspect every location. If you encounter any zombies or mutated creatures, deal with them directly. As he spoke, Lu Yiming inquired, where is Lu Fan? Has he not returned yet? Not yet, but he should be back shortly, someone replied. Lu Yiming acknowledged this, though a sense of worry began to gnaw at him. He was acutely aware of his brother's temperament. If it were merely a matter of releasing someone, it would not take this long. Given Chen Huan's recent reminder, unease crept into his heart. If a zombie tide were indeed approaching the camp, his only brother would be in grave danger. Let's depart, Qingzi. Go summon Chen Huan. We shall venture out together. Understood. Zhou Qing nodded and soon returned to Chen Huan's side. At that moment, Chen Huan and his group were still gathering information from the survivors who had arrived at the camp a few days prior. Upon Zhou Qing's return, Zhao Lin inquired, "How'd it go? What did boss say?" "The boss is organizing personnel to continue patrolling, checking for any previously overlooked areas," Zhou Qing replied, glancing at Chen Huan. "He wants you to join us on the outing." "For how long?" Chen Huan quickly grasped Lu Yiming's intentions. Currently, the members of the other teams were making preparations. "All right." Chen Huan nodded and addressed Shen Jingxi and the others. "Jingxi, you, and Zhao Lin stay with Xiao Tian at the camp. Zhang Long and I will go out. Brother Chen Huan, I'll go too." Xiao Tian is reluctant to remain in this unfamiliar camp. Gently ruffling Xiao Tian's hair, Chen Huan replied, "A vehicle can only accommodate so many. Your safety cannot be guaranteed if you come along. Stay with Sister Jingxi and Brother Zhao Lin. We will return shortly. Be good." "Oh." Xiao Tian lowered his head, disheartened. Shen Jingxi reassured him, "Go ahead, Zhao Lin and I are here." "Indeed, boss, rest assured. We will take good care of Xiao Tian," Zhao Lin declared, thumping his chest confidently. Several individuals were acutely aware of Chen Huan's reasons for retaining their presence. The notion that a vehicle could accommodate only a limited number of passengers was merely a superficial pretext. The principal objective lay in continuing to gather intelligence and maintaining vigilance over the refrigerated truck, particularly against certain individuals within the camp who harbored ulterior motives, such as the second-in-command, Lu Fan, who had facilitated Zhang Xian's departure. Chen Huan nodded and promptly addressed Zhou Qing, instructing him to retrieve their weapons. The term weapons merely referred to the firearms that were overtly visible to Lu Yiming. As for the remaining rifles, handguns, and high-explosive grenades, Chen Huan was resolute in safeguarding his assets, despite the camp being replete with weaponry. Your unwavering attachment to that blade evokes the image of a chivalrous hero from a martial arts novel. I must admit, it possesses a certain charm, observed Lu Yiming. Upon reaching the vehicle, Lu Yiming noted the black-handled pistol secured to Chen Huan's leg and was not surprised. Rather, he lingered momentarily on the Tang sword in Chen Huan's grasp. Chen Huan smiled faintly, acknowledging that, at times, cold weapons could prove more effective than firearms. Indeed, Lu Yiming concurred, recognizing that without a silencer, firing a gun would only attract more zombies, as they were exceedingly sensitive to sound and the scent of blood. "By the way, I heard from Qingzi that you were still inquiring about those individuals. How is that progressing?" After exchanging a few superficial pleasantries, Lu Yiming quickly shifted his focus to his most pressing concern. Chen Huan shook his head, admitting that the useful information they could procure was regrettably limited. "I have also instructed Jingxi and the others to remain at the camp for further intel, but overall, the situation appears rather bleak." Lu Yiming furrowed his brow with intensity. "What do you mean?" Chen Huan elaborated. "Although several days have elapsed since those individuals encountered the zombie tide, and they indeed managed to shake off the pursuing mutated creatures, that does not imply that the creatures would cease their advance. I believe the reasons for this need no further elaboration. You have certainly drawn zombies away while gathering supplies with your vehicles." Lu Yiming's frown deepened. "Are you suggesting that those mutated creatures are still following their original paths?" "Precisely." Chen Huan gestured towards a window. "We are not far from the camp, and the view is quite open. Any zombies or mutated creatures would be easily spotted by those on watch. However, what lies beyond? The area is densely wooded, with hills and valleys undulating in the distance. Even though we have surveyed the route from the road, we remain utterly ignorant of the situation within those woods. We have no way of knowing whether zombies or mutated creatures lurk there, as they do not possess reasoning and will not confine themselves to the roads." Lu Yiming inhaled deeply, replaying Chen Huan's words in his mind. He held no doubt regarding Chen Huan's sincerity, for they had already encountered similar circumstances while gathering supplies. Yet, they had no means to explore the mountainous terrain, and should they encounter any threats, escape would be nearly impossible. Lu Yiming sighed, contemplating the implications. A handful of zombies or mutated creatures might be manageable, but should their numbers swell, venturing into the forest would be tantamount to courting death. At this moment, Lin Kei, seated in the passenger seat, suddenly inquired, could we not set the forest ablaze? Burn down those trees along with the zombies and mutated creatures within? Zhou Qing nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Lin's assertion. Indeed, it seemed prudent to incinerate everything without concern for what lay inside. Set the mountain on fire? Are you so eager to meet your demise? Zhang Long scoffed. Do you not grasp the vast expanse of this forest? While it is true that a fire could eradicate numerous zombies and mutated beasts, what of the fire itself? Consider this. There are no firefighters to come to our aid. If the flames are allowed to rage unchecked, the entire vicinity of Yunlin City would likely attract throngs of zombies and mutated creatures. At that juncture, we would face not merely the modest tide of corpses encountered by rescue teams, but an overwhelming sea of millions, perhaps even billions, of the undead. Lin Kei's expression shifted. While it was indeed plausible that the light could attract zombies, surely it could not be to such an exaggerated extent. Chapter 94. The Illusion of Reality Exaggeration? Zhang Long retorted. Do you have any idea how many people reside in Yunlin City and the current state of affairs? Looking around, it is evident that Yunlin has deteriorated into a veritable ghost town. No entry for the living, if we consider the surrounding counties and the adjacent Lingnan Mountains. My previous remarks were merely an understatement. Lin Kei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Long continued, and what of the wildfires? Once they truly ignite, do we possess the means to extinguish them? If they spread to the Lingnan Mountains, it is likely that the neighboring province will be inundated with zombies or mutated creatures. He added, let us not forget the wildfires in Australia and the Amazon in recent years. Chun Huan interjected, setting fire to the mountains is indeed not a prudent strategy. Even if we manage to incinerate the flora, it is but a temporary measure. Ultimately, we would still have to relocate entirely. What then? If we cannot handle the zombie tide, nor resort to arson, are we to simply watch as they assault the camp? Zhou Qing echoed in agreement. Lu Yiming turned to Chen Huan. Given that you have noticed this issue upon your arrival, surely you must have a solution? A solution? Chen Huan replied with a wry smile. Lu, you overestimate my capabilities. I have no answers. My awareness of this predicament stems solely from a sense of something being amiss, particularly in light of my recent experiences. Lu Yiming furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that our only recourse is to flee? That is indeed the case, Chen Huan affirmed. If we were merely facing a small horde of zombies and mutated creatures, the camp's firepower would suffice. The real concern arises from the possibility of the very tide that once attacked the rescue teams converging upon us. Fortunately, the situation is not entirely dire. We still have some time to devise a strategy and prepare for evacuation. However, the decision to retreat must depend on the evolving circumstances. Though many words were mere fabrications to obscure the truth, they were nonetheless relevant to the matter at hand. With over 600 people in the camp, which lacked the firepower of a military base, it would not be long before even a horde of zombies would reduce it to rubble. If we do not flee, we face a dead end. Lu Yiming pondered for a moment before saying, let us observe the situation before making any decisions. Having established the camp with great difficulty, he was reluctant to abandon it. A complete relocation would necessitate starting anew, accompanied by the dangers of the journey. Lu did not believe his group could match the training of a seasoned army. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not consider relocating the entire camp. Seeing his leader's resolve, Chen Huan refrained from further discussion. Gradually, the interior of the vehicle filled with a heavy silence, punctuated only by the roar of the engine. Boss, zombies! Zhou Qing suddenly exclaimed after a period of driving along their usual patrol route, causing the vehicle to slow considerably. Before the vehicle, a female zombie with half of her neck gnawed off and clothes stained with blood staggered toward them, her disheveled hair cascading around her, dragging her rigid body in a swaying motion. Eliminate it, commanded Lu Yiming, as Lin Kei readied his silenced rifle. Be vigilant on both sides of the road. Although we cannot ascertain if this zombie is one of the deceased civilians, caution is paramount. Chun Huan observed the scene without intervening in Lin Kei's seemingly wasteful actions. Lin Kane nodded in comprehension. The implication of Chen Huan's words was clear. If this zombie had traversed such a distance at its current speed, what the mutated creatures that could move even faster? Furthermore, on the national highway, mutated animals had been known to emerge unexpectedly from the sides of the road. Exercising caution was prudent. However, just as Lin Kane aimed to fire, the expressions of Lu Yiming and his companion shifted dramatically. 3 more zombies had emerged from the woods. Drawn by the sound of the car engine, their mouths agape as they let out a cacophony of excited howls and charged toward them. Though their numbers were few, this was an exceedingly ominous sign. Screech! Zhou Qing slammed on the brakes, his face contorted in concern. We may not even have time to evacuate now. Lin Kane remained silent, and with a series of gunshots, bang, 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 he dispatched all 4 zombies with precision, then turned to Lu Yiming and inquired, "Boss, what should we do now? Call for reinforcements or organize an evacuation?" Lu Yiming racked the bolt of his rifle and responded, "First, let's turn the vehicle around and assess how many zombies might emerge. It's possible we're merely confronting a few stragglers, rather than a horde of mutated creatures attacking the rescue team. Indeed, let's not rush to leave just yet." Chen Huan concurred. "We need to ascertain the situation. Moreover, mutated animals are swifter than zombies. If there are numerous mutated creatures within, the first to appear would not be these 4 zombies." With that, he nodded slightly to Zhang Long. Zhang Long understood and slung his loaded rifle across his back, brandishing a replica of a Nepalese kukri as he followed Chen Huan out of the vehicle. "What are you 2 doing?" Lu Yiming barked as he saw them exit. "Aren't we supposed to ascertain the situation?" Chen Huan retorted, sheathing his tang knife and approaching the 4 zombies Lin Kane had dispatched, crouching down to examine the bite marks on their bodies with his dagger. "Boss, what is he doing?" Zhou Qing asked, perplexed, as he watched Chen Huan's every move from inside the vehicle. "He is probably searching for something," Lu Yiming began to respond, but Lin Kane interjected, "Boss, should we go take a look too?" "Let us go investigate," Lu Yiming replied, uncertain about Chen Huan's focus on the zombies rather than the surrounding woods, yet recognizing that whatever the reason, they would find out upon closer inspection. Once the 3 approached the bodies, Chen Huan and Zhang Long completed their examinations of the 4 corpses. "Did you discover anything?" Lu Yiming's gaze briefly swept over the zombie's neck, which was missing half of its structure, yet he discerned no abnormalities. Chen Huan wiped the bloodstains from his dagger onto the zombie's clothing and stood up, remarking, "Some of these were killed by zombies, while others were bitten by mutated animals, subsequently becoming infected and transformed." Zhou Qing inquired, "Isn't that the case for all of them?" Chen Huan shook his head, asserting that this was rather good news for them. At least the tide of corpses had not yet reached this place. Lu Yiming furrowed his brow, urging him to continue. Chen Huan gestured towards the direction from which the 3 zombies had come, stating, "Zhang Long and I haven't lingered here for too long, yet it's been sufficient. If there were mutated animals or other zombies within, they would have rushed out by now, rather than remaining silent as they are." He added that the differing methods of their mutations further indicated that this area posed no significant danger, at least for the time being. Upon hearing this, Lu Yiming and his companions breathed a collective sigh of relief, their respect for Chen Huan growing. In the face of uncertainty, he had bravely used himself as bait to investigate the situation, while they would have merely remained inside the vehicle, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. Chapter 95. The horde of zombies, seeing that Lu Yiming and his companions had somewhat relaxed, Chen Huan emphasized, "Even so, we must remain vigilant. The absence of anomalies here does not imply that other areas are equally safe. We will only comprehend the specific circumstances once the patrol concludes. Indeed, until the situation is clarified, none can afford to let their guard down." With Chen Huan's insistence and Zhang Long echoing his sentiments, the previously relaxed demeanor of Lu Yiming and his companions quickly turned solemn. "What about us?" Lu Yiming inquired, his thoughts subtly leaning towards Chen Huan's decisions. "We shall continue our patrol. If time permits, we may explore other routes later," Chen Huan stated. Although this may seem somewhat time-consuming, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. The group nodded in agreement, finding no objections to this course of action. After all, Chen Huan's decision was clearly in the interest of the camp. rather than squandering time on trivial matters. Moreover, the earlier emergence of zombies from the forest only served to validate their concerns. Embracing this line of thought, the halted vehicle soon roared back to life, continuing along the path ahead. Meanwhile, a small team on the opposite side of the road, after stopping, opted to venture directly into the woods. Brother Sheng, our team comprises only 4 members. Isn't it a bit too reckless to enter the forest? One of the 4, clad in a windbreaker and sporting clear glasses, whispered hesitantly as they advanced with rifles in hand. Reckless? Nonsense. The man referred to as Brother Sheng spat disdainfully onto the ground and replied, "We are armed. Even if we encounter trouble, a few rounds will resolve the issue." Exactly. Zhang Heng, stop acting like a coward. Forget our weapons. I can run faster than those monsters. Are you truly afraid of being caught and devoured? The bald man walking beside Fu Sheng spoke nonchalantly. Didn't that woman from last night help you embrace your manhood? Zhang Heng's face flushed crimson. I merely think this is somewhat perilous. He then turned to a peer of his age, Lu Tsai. Do you believe this is inappropriate? Lu Tsai shrugged. Not at all. I think Brother Sheng's suggestion to investigate the forest is quite wise. After all, we've been driving around for days, completely unaware of what lurks within the woods. Should the worst scenario arise, as Chen Huan mentioned, we'll be able to promptly inform the camp to take action. Zhang Heng fell silent, unable to counter Lu Tsai's reasoning, feeling as though he were portrayed as a coward. Fu Sheng turned his head with a knowing look and remarked, "If you're afraid, just think of that girl from last night." Suddenly, before Fu Sheng could finish, the bald man beside him let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching his neck and collapsing to the ground. Feng Qiu, Brother Feng. The abrupt turn of events startled the 3, and cries of alarm erupted. They beheld a grayish, writhing collar that had seemingly manifested around his neck. "Help! Help me!" Feng Qiu collapsed on the ground, cast aside his firearm, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes rolled back in terror. His hands clutched desperately at the mottled serpent that clung to his throat, a triangular head sinking into his flesh, swallowing down his blood. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Zhang Heng felt a chill run down his spine, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Conversely, Lu Tsai steadied himself amidst the panic. Yet just as he drew his dagger to sever the snake from Feng Qiu's neck, Fu Sheng sighed and stopped him, knowing that whether it was venomous or not, Feng Qiu was beyond salvation. "Shall we just abandon him?" Lu Tsai asked, unable to suppress his compassion. Fu Sheng shook his head. Let them both perish. He recognized the snake as a venomous creature, now further mutated. Even with the camp's anti-venom, there was no hope for Feng Qiu. However, gazing at Feng Qiu, who was now rendered speechless on the ground, Fu Sheng's finger tightened and then loosened on the trigger. He could kill zombies without hesitation. But to take a human life, especially one who had been a close companion, yet to leave him here would be too cruel. After a brief silence, Lu Tsai took a deep breath. "I will do it meanwhile." At the camp, Lu Fan returned after escorting Zhang Xian on his departure, looking utterly disheveled. Not only had the 2 companions who accompanied him failed to return, but the off-road vehicle he had forcibly claimed was now covered in the blood and flesh of zombies, with half a hand embedded in the front bumper. Upon seeing this sight, the guards at the camp felt a sudden jolt of dread. Before they could inquire about Lu Fan's ordeal, he, in a state of panic, blurted out, "Where's my brother?" The boss went out on patrol. "He won't be back until evening," one replied. Second in command, "Did you encounter a horde of zombies out there?" Learning of his brother's whereabouts only heightened Lu Fan's anxiety, and he was about to send someone to fetch him back when he was startled by the follow-up remark. He seized the collar of the speaker, demanding, How do you know? How do you know there's a horde outside?" "It's Chen Huan," the man replied, still caught in Lu Fan's grip. Chen Huan learned that a horde had attacked the rescue team a few days ago and urged the boss to organize another patrol, especially in areas that may have been overlooked. What? Lu Fan's heart sank further at this revelation. Have they so easily trusted Chen Huan's words? The man, still struggling, managed a wry smile, because Chen Huan wasn't mistaken. The number of zombies and mutated animals around the camp has indeed been increasing, and it could very well lead to an assault on the rescue team. "Are you saying those hordes comprised of mutated creatures?" Lu Fan asked incredulously. compared to Lu Yiming. Lu Fan has recently engaged in profound discussions with several survivors who have evacuated from Binren City and Qingshui County, gaining a deeper understanding of their harrowing experiences. He is acutely aware of the dire circumstances that would ensue if the rescue team were to be besieged by a horde of corpses. One must recognize that among this grotesque throng, there exist colossal wild beasts capable of overturning vehicles. How much resistance can the iron gates of the camp truly offer against such assaults? Indeed, this is why the leader and his companions ventured out once more, with even Chen Huan accompanying them. How could this be? Lu Fan stumbled back a couple of steps, feeling somewhat disoriented, and his grip on the other person's collar gradually loosened. Second in command, what on earth has transpired? Why are you in this state? What the other two who accompanied you? The individual continued to press with urgency. It was the horde of zombies. Lu Fan refrained from elaborating on the fate of the others, for the outcome was all too evident, and he was disinclined to explain further. Chapter 96. Lu Fan's self-awareness. Lu Fan was reluctant to explain, but the expressions of the few guarding the main gate of the camp changed dramatically. What? A horde of zombies? Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, everyone lost their composure. Second in command, where did you encounter the horde? What was their size? How long until they reached the camp? Noticing Lu Fan's dazed demeanor, the others hurriedly pressed for answers. If the horde was too large, it could lead to a fierce battle, resulting in significant casualties. In their urgency, one person even grasped Lu Fan's shoulder, the pressure inadvertently intense. The sudden pain jolted Lu Fan from his stupor as he replied, "It was over by Xinyang Road. As for the size, there are probably around 500 or 600. Xinyang Road? Upon hearing the location, the group momentarily relaxed, but the mention of the number of zombies instantly tensed them again, eliciting sharp intakes of breath. Xinyang Road was manageable. It wouldn't reach the camp anytime soon. However, the zombie count, while such a number wouldn't pose a significant threat to the camp under normal circumstances, that was contingent on everyone being present. Currently, Lu Yiming had taken many combat personnel to thoroughly scout the dangers surrounding the camp, leaving behind limited weaponry and severely weakening the camp's defensive capabilities. Second in command, you should organize the personnel at the camp to prepare for battle while we go inform the leader. If they don't return promptly, we won't be able to fend off this horde on our own. The others struggled to maintain their composure as they began outlining the next steps for Lu Fan. As for Lu Fan himself, no one in the camp believed he possessed the capability to lead the overall situation. If Lu Yiming weren't his brother, he would only be fit for menial tasks in exchange for food, certainly not worthy of the imposing title of second in command. However, Lu Fan remained oblivious to this perception. After hearing their suggestions, his first instinct was that staying at the camp would expose him to danger. He immediately voiced, "I will accompany you. Let others manage the defenses." But there are no buts. Lu Fan waved his hand decisively, stating, "I know my own capabilities. It is more prudent to entrust the organization of defenses to someone more suitable than to remain here." Given the camp's already inadequate defenses and the potential threat of the rescue team encountering a zombie tide, Lu Fan felt that diminishing his own role to ensure survival was the wisest course of action. The guards, keenly aware of Lu Fan's underlying thoughts, chose not to expose him. But who should manage the defenses at the camp? Lu Fan's gaze fell upon the refrigerated truck parked within the community, and a thought sparked in his mind. Has Chen Huan taken his people out yet? No, Chen Huan only brought one person along with the leader in the same vehicle. I see. Lu Fan donned a contemplative expression and remarked, "If my brother speaks highly of Chen Huan, then those accompanying him must possess considerable merit as well. If we entrust the defense of the camp to them, surely they can hold the fort until our return." However, several individuals expressed their dissent towards Lu Fan's proposition. In response, Lu Fan resolutely declared, "How can we consider them outsiders? They are part of our extended family. Moreover, it was Chen Huan's diligent investigation that alerted us to the impending corpse tide. If they were truly outsiders, would they be so invested in the well-being of our camp?" His words resonated with the group, though they felt a twinge of discomfort at the underlying motives behind Lu Fan's decision. Nevertheless, given the urgency of the situation, they nodded in agreement. "Prepare a few more vehicles. I shall inform them. Lu Fan instructed before hastily seeking out Zhao Lin and Shun Jingzi. Upon finding them, Zhao Lin's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You mean to say we are responsible for organizing the camp's defense?" He struggled to reconcile the gravity of the situation with Lu Fan's apparent bravado. Lu Fan placed a reassuring hand on Zhao Lin's shoulder and said earnestly, "Indeed, I have greater faith in your abilities than in others. Initially, I intended to oversee the operation myself, but I must venture out to notify my brother of their return. Since you are unfamiliar with the area, I must go myself. Although this may place considerable pressure upon you, it is a necessary burden. Our camp's safety rests in your hands." Shun Jingzi interjected, "But we are unfamiliar with the camp's weaponry and personnel movements." Lu Fan responded, "Rest assured, I will ensure that Xiao Zhou assists you to the best of his ability. Should you encounter any formidable challenges, feel free to devise your own solutions. After all, survival takes precedence over protocol." With that, Zhao Lin and Shun Jingzi felt compelled to acquiesce, albeit with lingering reservations. Once Lu Fan departed, the expression of discomfort and solemnity on Zhao Lin's face began to wane. What a farce. This person is the deputy leader of the camp. He scoffed. Shun Jingzi remarked coolly, "It is to be expected. Lu Fan owes his position entirely to his brother. Having never faced significant adversity, his naivete is rather evident." Zhao Lin sighed. "I understand your point. Although he may be ineffectual, he is no fool. Why else would he entrust the camp's defense to us instead of seeking out others? Frankly, he harbors ulterior motives. If we withstand the horde, not only will we gain unquantifiable advantages, but we shall also avoid any blame, placing ourselves in jeopardy. If he had not withstood the pressure, he would not have faced any life-threatening danger. Instead, he could have turned the tables and shifted the blame entirely onto us." The boss's caution regarding Lu Fan is indeed warranted. Shun Jingzi chuckled softly, remaining silent. Zhao Lin could discern the underlying implications, and surely she could too. However, for them, agreeing to this was inconsequential, as they were destined not to linger here for long. "By the way, when that little Zhou arrives, I will accompany him to familiarize myself with the camp's weaponry and personnel movements. It would also provide an opportunity to inspect their storerooms. You just take good care of Xiao Tian," Zhao Lin added. Shun Jingzi nodded in agreement. She harbored no doubts about Zhao Lin's capabilities. Having followed Chen Huan, she had learned a great deal, both in terms of skills and tactics. Coupled with Lu Fan's earlier words, if anyone dared to cause trouble later on, they would surely face the consequences. Chapter 97. Harsh measures in troubled times, however. Zhao Lin and Shun Jingzi still underestimated human nature, as well as the profound fear of death that resides within it. After Lu Fan and others hastily drove away from the camp in search of Lu Yiming and Chen Huan, the news of a zombie horde attacking the camp spread like wildfire, igniting a tremendous uproar. This was especially true upon learning who was responsible for overseeing the camp's defenses. "No way. I vehemently oppose this. Why should my safety rest in the hands of two newcomers? Those two are nearly the same age as my son and niece. Can they truly ensure our survival? Has the second in command lost his mind, entrusting our lives to complete strangers? Rather than heed the words of those two children, I would prefer to arm myself and confront the zombies directly." No one was willing to place their safety in the hands of two unfamiliar individuals. Even though Zhao Lin and Shun Jingzi had joined the camp, their capabilities remained uncertain. Could they guarantee that everyone would hold out until Lu Yiming and the others returned for rescue? This was an entirely unknown variable. Many individuals had already approached, halting Zhao Lin and Xiao Zhou, who were on their way to the storeroom to inventory available supplies. Seeing the scene, the anxious Xiao Zhou became even more enraged and shouted, "What are you doing? Don't you realize the urgency of the situation? Step aside immediately." Yet, despite his furious outburst, Xiao Zhou's commands failed to part the crowd. Instead, they clamored, "No, unless you tell us how we plan to fend off the zombies, we will remain here." "Xiao He, you were among the first to follow the boss. How can you trust an outsider? How is this any different from sending us to our deaths?" Xiao Oshao, filled with rage, retorted bitterly, "Not letting us pass? Do you all wish for a life of turmoil, seeking a swift end? Who wouldn't want to live peacefully? We all long for survival, yet the second in command has entrusted the camp's safety to a newcomer. What are we to do? Exactly. In this damned world, who does not wish to live? But handing us over to them, can we truly survive? Amidst the fervor, they glared intensely at Xiao Zhou and Zhao Lin, their intentions of violence becoming more apparent. Damn it, I told you to move aside. Xiao Zhou sensed the escalating tension and swiftly drew his pistol, aiming at the crowd. Yet, rather than retreating in fear, they advanced a step closer. A voice from the crowd sneered, "What? You can't articulate your thoughts and now resort to threats? Do you really think we fear you? Would you dare to pull the trigger?" Xiao Zhou found himself momentarily speechless, gasping for breath. However, Zhao Lin, who had remained silent until now, would not indulge him. He snatched the pistol from Xiao Zhou's hand and fired at the mocking man. With a muted yet resonant gunshot, a hole appeared in the forehead of the man who had been so brazen, and he collapsed to the ground. He has killed someone. The entire situation unfolded with an abruptness that left even Xiao Zhou momentarily stunned. When the lifeless body thudded to the ground, the previously clamorous crowd fell into a hushed silence, only to erupt into a cacophony of screams shortly thereafter. Those on the periphery, witnessing the scene, turned and fled in panic. No one anticipated that Zhao Lin would dare to wield a gun and take a life. "How dare you?" Xiao Zhou stammered, turning back to meet Zhao Lin's piercing gaze, which sent a chill down his spine, stifling any words of protest he might have uttered. Zhao Lin paid him no heed, directing his firearm at the trembling individuals who were torn between fleeing like those on the outskirts and the fear of becoming the next corpse. "Weren't you all so fearless? Why this cowardice now? If you refuse to heed my orders, very well. Go and fend for yourselves against the zombies. I will only concern myself with those willing to follow my lead. In chaotic times, harsh measures are necessary." This notion had been voiced by Chen Huan during a recent conversation, and Zhao Lin wholeheartedly agreed. The current events were a testament to this truth. Without the sacrifice of a life or two, coupled with a bit of bloodshed, these people would never comprehend the meaning of obedience. Do they truly believe that democracy and human rights still hold sway in this moment? We only seek an answer. On what grounds do you kill? The crowd trembled under the threat of his weapon, and though some mustered the courage to question his motives, their voices quivered with fear. "On what grounds?" Zhao Lin sneered. "Simply because I possess the strength. This camp is under my command. What? Do you dare to defy me?" The crowd fell silent, none daring to voice dissent. As for their earlier bravado about confronting the zombies, Zhao Lin had afforded them the opportunity to act, yet when the moment arrived, not a single soul dared to speak up. Zhao Lin surveyed them with unabashed scorn. "If you wish to survive, you shall follow my commands. You will comply without question." With that, he turned to Xiao Zhou, summoned a few more individuals. "I have instructions to relay how to confront the horde of zombies." Even before departing from Binran City, Chen Huan had provided a demonstration where a handful of them had successfully dispatched nearly 100 zombies. While it was no longer feasible to employ the previous method of diverting the horde, valuable insights could still be gleaned. Moreover, being situated within the camp afforded them ample manpower and resources. Even if they could not eradicate the entire horde, Zhao Lin was confident in his ability to contain them. When Xiao Zhou returned with several unfamiliar faces, Zhao Lin wasted no time and immediately began to issue directives. "My expectations of you are simple, but your ability to halt the zombies will depend on the preparation you undertake. First, utilize every single fence available in the camp, spreading them outwards in a staggered formation. The distance between each fence must be no greater than 1 meter. If there are insufficient fences, gather more people to construct them, with particular emphasis on the 3 main gates, which are of utmost importance. Secondly, procure some barrels and flour. The barrels need not be large, but they must be airtight. Thirdly, utilize as many wooden logs as possible to create 1-meter-long implements with pointed ends for ease of handling. Fourthly, apart from reserving larger vehicles for their intended purposes, all other cars should be driven out to form a barricade behind the fence, leaving only a narrow passage for a single person to pass through. Fifthly, in these arrangements, some methods have evolved from those employed by Chen Huan, while others are conceived by Zhao Lin himself, and some are gleaned from discussions with Chen Huan yesterday. To ensure absolute security, Zhao Lin believes it prudent to utilize everything at their disposal, for these resources do not belong to him, and thus he feels no regret in their utilization. Brother Lin, do you truly believe this will suffice? After hearing Zhao Lin's plan, Xiaozhou hesitantly spoke, addressing him as Brother Lin instead. Indeed, I comprehend the rationale behind the airtight barrels, flour, and gasoline, as they can create substantial lethality. However, the barricade formed by the fence and vehicles seems rather ineffective. Wouldn't larger vehicles serve a better purpose than those smaller cars? Noticing the group's palpable uncertainty, Zhao Lin elucidated. While these measures alone may not suffice to halt the horde, they will nonetheless alleviate the pressure we face. To truly withstand them, we must rely on our available weaponry and the cooperation among us. Chapter 98. Stillborn from the very beginning. Zhao Lin never believed that his arrangements alone could thwart the horde of zombies. It is essential to understand that zombies are creatures devoid of fear, unafraid of death or pain, driven solely by the primal instinct to consume. To truly repel them, or even eradicate them entirely, a collective effort from all individuals is imperative. Leaving behind large vehicles serves merely as a repetition of past tactics. While those tasked with preparations in the camp began to grasp Zhao Lin's reasoning, the survivors, gripped by fear, were consumed by thoughts of survival, eagerly awaiting Lu Yiming's return to exact vengeance on Zhao Lin. Ideally, a life for a life. Ximing took a furtive glance at the individual nearby, armed and vigilant, overseeing their labor. He spat disdainfully on the ground, questioning the intelligence of those who believed such measures could genuinely deter the zombie horde. Zhao Lin's intentions were clear. He was sacrificing their lives to buy time against the approaching zombies, hoping for Lu Yiming's timely rescue. "Shoo, keep your voice down, lest you be overheard," cautioned a middle-aged man, his expression shifting with concern. Zhao Lin is not known for his mercy. He kills without a second thought. Instead of grumbling here, it would be wiser to comply and seek an opportunity. After all, we're not far from Yinlin City. We could always head directly to the military base for sanctuary. Ximing was taken aback, glancing around nervously. "Are you suggesting we steal a vehicle and escape?" Like the others, he held discontent toward Zhao Lin, but they had not yet reached the point of considering flight. They merely aimed to leverage their collective frustration to pressure Lu Yiming into dealing with Zhao Lin. The middle-aged man spat into his hand, rubbing it together, and continued shoveling dirt with a shovel. What else is there to do here? Rely on Lu Yiming and his group to save us? Even if we survive this encounter, what awaits us next? The rescue teams have already suffered significant losses against the zombie tide. Can our camp withstand such an onslaught? Ximing's expression shifted, his silence betraying his internal turmoil. The man scoffed. "I've navigated the harsh realities of life for many years. I've seen it all. Zhao Lin's actions are merely a tactic to intimidate us into compliance, compelling us to assist him in ensuring the survival of as many as possible. If a zombie tide were to strike our camp, a larger crowd would inevitably attract the attention of mutated creatures, facilitating our escape." Ximing frowned. "That cannot be. Lu Yiming would never stoop to such depths. Why else would he risk clearing this neighborhood to provide us with a refuge?" "That is because you have never tasted the benefits of power." The middle-aged man was cut off as he noticed the guard's gaze upon him. He hastily returned to work, and once the guard's attention waned, he resumed speaking to the troubled Ximing. "As for Lu Yiming's character, perhaps he genuinely wishes to protect us. But what of Chunhuan? Are you certain he shares the same intentions? Consider the events that transpired prior to his arrival. Was there not a semblance of tranquility? Yet, the moment he set foot in the camp, a horde of the undead descended upon us. Take, for instance, the present situation. He is accompanying Lu Yiming. Are you certain that Lu Yiming will not be swayed by him? After all, in this wretched world we inhabit, survival is the only verity. Do not apply past perspectives to our current reality." Before Ximing could interject, the middle-aged man continued, emphasizing another critical point. "If even Zhao Lin possesses such a ruthless disposition, what then can be said of his superior, Chunhuan? If they were truly aligned with us, they would not have chosen to depart after reaching the military base. It is entirely possible that they were expelled from the base itself. Ming's expression grew increasingly grim. As the middle-aged man had articulated, in this dire world, survival must be our foremost objective. Everything else pales in comparison. The individuals gathered in this camp hail from diverse backgrounds: celebrities, corporate executives, ordinary workers, and university students alike, all now engaged in the same struggle for existence, consuming similar sustenance, and sharing in the same pervasive terror. So, do you have a well-defined target in mind? How many individuals are involved? Ming harbored a desire to survive. The middle-aged man subtly gestured toward the refrigerated truck within the compound, asserting that nothing could rival its safety, especially given the ample supplies within its cargo. As I passed by while moving items, I caught a glimpse inside. There was merely a young girl and a child present. The prospect of commandeering the vehicle seemed exceedingly simple. Even we two grown men would have difficulty handling them. He refrained from disclosing the exact number of individuals to Ming, his implication being no different from his earlier statements. Ming pondered silently, questioning whether 2 individuals were truly sufficient. Insufficient? The middle-aged man chuckled softly. A larger group would only draw attention. Besides, we are seizing a vehicle. We cannot afford to wait for others to join us. Ming remained silent, acquiescing to this self-serving decision. However, despite the plan being set forth, the ensuing hours yielded no suitable opportunity. Both the middle-aged man and Ming felt an acute sense of urgency. If we delay any longer, the horde will surely arrive. Uncle Zheng, should we not proceed with the heist? Ming surveyed the surroundings. After such a lengthy wait, not only had the opportunity failed to materialize, but barriers were being erected, and the ground along the roadside was riddled with pits lined with sharp stakes. While these pits might effectively impede the zombie encroachment, they would prove ineffectual against overwhelming numbers. Zheng Linyu spoke in a grave tone. If we are to proceed with the heist, we must first secure firearms. Or else we. Before Zheng Linyu could finish a sentence, Zhao Lin, who had come out to assess the situation, interjected sharply. Are you two at leisure? If you have nothing better to do, get to the front line and dig some more pits. Zheng Lin's expression shifted, and he forced a laugh as he attempted to explain. Brother Lin, we haven't been idle. We were merely discussing Lu. However, Zhao Lin was uninterested in Zheng Lin's explanation and directly addressed the armed guard, saying, keep a close watch. If anyone disregards the safety of others and slacks off, do not hesitate. Shoot to kill. This camp will not shelter such selfish scoundrels. Understood? Upon hearing these words, a shiver ran through everyone present, particularly affecting Zheng Lin and Ming the most. The distance from the front fence to the camp's entrance exceeded 800 meters. Merely returning would take 3 to 4 minutes, let alone seizing the opportunity to snatch weapons or vehicles. In other words, their plan had been thwarted before it even began. As he gazed at the receding figure, Zheng Lin's face alternated between shades of green and white. His fists clenched tightly as he managed to force out 2 words from deep within his throat. Zhao Lin. Ming's expression was equally dark, almost brimming with impending storm. At that moment, the individual instructed by Zhao Lin raised his weapon and barked. Did you not hear Brother Lin's orders? Are you waiting for my invitation? Chapter 99. The last mile in times of peril. Aside from family, no one outside will indulge anyone, especially in moments that teeter on the brink of life and death. Brother Lin, is your arrangement not a tad too severe? Even if someone were to slack off, it hardly warrants a death sentence, remarked Xiao Zhou, glancing back at Ming and another individual following behind him. With a cold smirk, Zhao Lin retorted, if we don't impose some strictness to instill fear, do you truly believe they would comply willingly? Although his words held truth, Xiao Zhou hesitated, but when the boss returns, you will. Zhao Lin scoffed. Nothing is more vital than survival. I have never pondered the circumstances or the ostracism we face. As for what lies ahead, that can be addressed later. For now, surviving is paramount. Yet, while survival is a universal goal, perspectives on the matter diverge. After all, no one relishes the thought of their life being contingent upon another, nor do they enjoy being coerced into action, especially when confronted with the specter of death. Nevertheless, in light of Zhao Lin's unyielding demeanor, even if they harbored reluctance or resentment within, the tasks at hand must be fulfilled. Zhao Lin remained indifferent to their sentiments. Thus, amidst the varied dispositions of the group, as time flowed steadily, each individual felt a rising tension in their hearts, akin to the sun setting, casting a crimson hue across the sky, on the verge of descent. Yet, inevitability cannot be postponed by the encroaching twilight. Brother Lin, a horde of corpses has appeared. Just as Zhao Lin was directing personnel to set up the lights throughout the camp, a man, breathless and alarmed, rushed over, exclaiming, "The horde is just over a kilometer away, right by the north gate of the Ziyun Electronics factory." What? How can it be so fast? The revelation sent chills through those tasked with the lighting. Their previously heightened anxiety now plummeted, faces paling. One man, overwhelmed by panic, fumbled and dropped the lighting fixture, shattering it upon the concrete floor. Zhao Lin's gaze turned steely as he barked, "What are you afraid of? Fear won't deter them. Hurry and set the lights properly." The workers scaling the exterior walls of the residential buildings flinched at his command, hastening to resume their tasks. Though their hands trembled as they struggled with a seemingly simple job, Zhao Lin's attention then shifted to the messenger, instructing, "Inform everyone to prepare according to the plan. Regardless of how chaotic the situation becomes, ensure everyone remains at their posts. If the pressure becomes overwhelming, shoot to assist from the sidelines. Anyone who disregards orders, resorts to violence against their peers, or attempts to flee must be eliminated. Their bodies could serve a purpose rather than causing disorder." Understood. The man's expression hardened as he swiftly departed. Subsequently, Zhao Lin turned to his assistant, Xiao Zhou, and instructed him to conduct the final checks and prepare the deployment of the first batch of gasoline and flour barrels. All right, Xiao Zhou nodded. These arrangements had already been meticulously planned by Zhao Lin. In contrast to the wooden barricades, the gasoline and flour barrels were the true means to mitigate the pressure exerted by the oncoming horde of zombies. While a mere wooden fence might suffice against a handful of zombies, it proved nearly ineffective against a massive swarm. Moreover, since both gasoline and flour were sealed within barrels, once ignition occurred, extinguishing the flames would be no simple task. Thus, to avoid self-entrapment, the barrels must be deployed before the zombie horde reached the barriers. The sharpened wooden sticks, designed for easy handling, were intended as weapons for the group, serving a purpose akin to that of spears. However, whether they could successfully replicate Chen Huan's method of annihilating the horde at the highway entrance depended on their obedience and discipline. When a moment arrived, anyone could simply poke the zombies' heads with their sticks in front of the barrier formed by the vehicles. The outcome of each strike was inconsequential. As soon as the frontline individual withdrew their stick, they would retreat to allow those behind to advance, employing the same tactic repeatedly. Should any section face overwhelming pressure, gunfire would be available for support. This arrangement was not only precautionary against a potential breach, but primarily served to instill a sense of discipline among the over 200 individuals in the camp, ensuring they complied with orders. Are you certain this method will allow for precise control over every aspect? Shen Jingzi casually inquired while reclining in the driver's seat, her long, slender legs resting enticingly on the steering wheel as Zhao Lin approached the refrigerated truck with binoculars in hand. No, Zhao Lin shrugged, deliberately ignoring the allure of her legs. Who can truly predict human nature? In times of life and death, countless individuals will resort to desperate measures to survive, and one can never anticipate when chaos might ensue. However, whether they live or die is of little concern to us. I have done my utmost and can hold my conscience clear. Shen Jingzi smiled and, as she handed the binoculars to Zhao Lin, remarked, "Do you believe I might end up killing more than you?" "That is uncertain. Those individuals have lost their nerve." Zhao Lin chuckled, shaking the binoculars in his hand as he walked toward the camp's perimeter. "You stay in the vehicle, await your opportunity, and ensure Xiao Tian's safety." As the camp braced for the impending zombie assault, Lu Yiming and his team, who were out on patrol, were not faring any better. Their vehicle was rendered useless. The windshield shattered, and each of them was smeared with the putrid, dark blood and flesh of the fallen. Even their steps left behind sticky trails of blood on the ground. The area was littered with the corpses of zombies and mutated animals, numbering at least 67. Meanwhile, 7 individuals from the camp had perished, and one was gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. "Kill me, boss, kill me. I would rather die than become a zombie. Chen Huan, in my life." Lin Ke lay on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, desperately pleading for mercy, his breaths growing shallower. A large chunk of flesh had been torn from his calf by a mutated beast, and his abdomen was gruesomely laid open by a ravenous zombie, exposing his steaming entrails. "If you cannot do it, I shall," Chen Huan declared, his expression impassive as he held his saber with a calm demeanor, observing Lu Yiming's anguished face, on the verge of a furious outburst. At his feet lay Zhang Heng, whose head had been severed by a single stroke. He was the reckless fool whose gunfire in the woods had summoned the patrol team, leading to this tragic outcome. Lu Yiming shook his head. "No, he is my brother. It is my duty to see him off on his final journey." That scoundrel Zhang Heng, however, as he spoke, he inhaled deeply, struggling to suppress his emotions, yet his face twisted in rage. Through gritted teeth, he exclaimed, "To have his head lopped off by your blade is too lenient. If it were me, I would carve his flesh piece by piece to feed to the zombies." Chapter 100. They are all dead. Chen Huan remained silent, scoffing at Lu Yiming's harsh words. If his claims held any truth, then why was it not he who killed Zhang Heng, but instead it was himself? In essence, it was merely a moment of verbal release. At that moment, Zhou Qing and Zhang Long, who had attempted to repair the vehicle, approached with exceedingly grim expressions. "We are in deep trouble. 3 vehicles either have a ruined engine or a leaking radiator, and we lack the appropriate tools. Even improvisation is impossible," Zhou Qing lamented. The sun was rapidly setting, and if they could not return in time, the dangers of the wilderness would undoubtedly multiply under the cloak of night, especially after depleting all ammunition. They were left with merely cold weapons, which would prove ineffectual in an emergency. With a sudden motion, Lu Yiming withdrew the dagger embedded in Lin Ke's forehead, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Chen Huan broke the silence. "Do you intend to stay here and mourn over their corpses?" "Indeed," Zhang Long replied, twisting his neck. "While there's still light, we should hastily return to the camp. Even if time is short, it is far better than waiting here for someone to find us." Zhou Qing chimed in. "Yes, boss, since we are still alive, we must consider our survival. Besides, many others at the camp are waiting for you." Lu Yiming shuddered, lifting his gaze to meet the 3, his eyes reddening. After a brief silence, he rasped, "Let us go." With a swift motion, he sheathed his Tang Dao. Chen Huan turned and headed towards the camp, followed closely by Zhang Long, Lu Yiming, and Zhou Qing. The decaying flesh and black blood that clung to them fell away in chunks as they moved, leaving the ground stained dark. After this grim episode, none of the 4 had the inclination to converse as they walked back to the camp. Chen Huan was not one to speak much, and he had no intention of comforting Lu Yiming. Zhang Long shared the same sentiment. As for Lu Yiming and Zhou Qing, they were still reeling from the recent events, their minds filled with haunting memories of what had transpired. Thus, they proceeded in silence along the road, the sun already dipping low on the horizon, now reduced to a mere sliver. "Bro, I finally found you." After about 20 minutes of walking, a vehicle, caked in the blood and flesh of the undead, suddenly sped towards them, accompanied by a voice filled with urgency and anxiety. "What happened?" Lu Yiming gasped, startled by Lu Fan's voice. "It's the camp. There's been an issue at the camp." Lu Fan, driving towards them, was equally taken aback by the sight of the 4. Before he could ask, Zhou Qing exclaimed incredulously, "What? Second in command, are you saying there's a problem at the camp? How is that possible? It was perfectly fine when we left. How could there be an issue just 2 hours after we departed?" As Zhou Qing spoke, the off-road vehicle came to a halt before the 4 of them. Lu Fan swiftly turned around, leaning out of the window with an anxious expression, saying, "Time is of the essence. Let us discuss everything in the car." Observing his brother's demeanor, Lu Yiming felt a weight in his heart, realizing the gravity of the situation. He stepped forward decisively, opened the car door, and took a seat, inquiring what on earth has happened to the camp. "Indeed, second in command, please tell us," Zhou Qing urged. "It's a horde of zombies," Lu Fan replied in a grave tone. "Under normal circumstances, a horde of 500 to 600 would be insignificant. However, our camp's defensive force is currently insufficient. That's why Chunjinan and I ventured out to find you before the horde reached the camp. so we could organize a response. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere inside the vehicle became instantly tense. Shenhuan asked, "How long have you been out?" "Almost 2 hours." "What? 2 hours already?" Lu Yiming's expression shifted dramatically. 2 hours was ample time for many events to unfold, meaning the horde had likely already arrived at the camp. It was possible that the camp had already fallen. Zhang Long furrowed his brow and questioned, "What about the camp? Since you were aware of the approaching horde, surely preparations were made?" "Exactly," Lu Yiming agreed. "What arrangements did you make before leaving the camp? How was the defense organized?" This inquiry regarding the camp's defensive details left Lu Fan momentarily speechless. Observing his brother's reaction, Lu Yiming's heart sank as he deduced the answer. "So you merely notified the camp and then set out to find us?" "No, I had a plan." As Lu Yiming's expression grew increasingly grim, compounded by the unsettling sight of blackened blood and rotting flesh on him, Lu Fan's heart raced, and he hastily explained, "I am well aware of my own limitations, so before I left, I entrusted the camp's defense entirely to Chen Huan's team." "Chen Huan's team?" Both Lu Yiming and Zhou Qing turned their gazes towards Chen Huan, who sat in the back seat. Chen Huan's abilities were well recognized, and they had confidence in him. Although Zhang Long was also formidable, his strengths lay primarily in combat. As for Shun Jingzi and Zhao Lin, Lu Yiming only remembered that Shun Jingzi was quite remarkable. Chen Huan stated, "Since the defense has been entrusted to Zhao Lin and Shun Jingzi, I can assure you that even if the camp were to fall, it would not happen so swiftly." Zhao Lin and Shun Jingzi had faced numerous challenges alongside him. Even without direct instruction, they had absorbed much through experience. Moreover, the camp enjoyed significant advantages in terms of personnel and available resources. If organized properly, fending off the horde should not pose a significant challenge. However, given human nature, Chen Huan understood that Zhao Lin and Shun Jingzi must have employed some stringent measures. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to command compliance from the individuals at the camp. Just holding them off would suffice. Upon hearing this, Lu Yiming and Zhou Qing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "You are their leader. You should have some insight into how they will organize things, right?" Zhou Qing inquired. Chen Huan refrained from responding, for answering the question held no significance. If one wished to know, they could simply wait and witness it firsthand. "By the way, brother, where are the others?" Once the matter was settled, Lu Fan pressed the accelerator fervently while inquiring. "I have scoured several frequently patrolled routes and found only you here. What of Lin Ke? And regarding your situation?" Before he could finish, Zhang Long interjected, "They are all deceased." Suddenly, the sound of abrupt braking pierced the air. The occupants of the vehicle were propelled forward by inertia, nearly colliding with the seats and the air conditioning vents. "What are you doing?" Lu Yiming bellowed. Lu Fan grasped the steering wheel with white knuckles, disregarding Lu Yiming's shout, his voice trembling as he asked, "You mean to say the entire external team is dead?" Wasn't his intent in searching for them to ensure their survival in return? Now that the external team had perished, what purpose remained in going back? Is life so easily cast aside? Chapter 101. Do not waste such a tempting bait. As Chen Huan and his companions continued their trek, the horde of zombies had already arrived at the campsite. Although the barrels of gasoline and flour effectively mitigated the frontal assault, the zombies, having sustained no fatal injuries, were not likely to perish anytime soon. Drenched in gasoline, they advanced relentlessly towards the living, even ablaze, causing several wooden barricades to ignite as they pierced through them, transforming into fiery infernos. Moreover, the vehicles intended to obstruct their path were in a dreadful state. One side remained pristine, while the other, charred by flames, bore the marks of gruesome assaults. Smeared with putrid fluids as the vehicles tilted precariously under the relentless push of the encroaching undead. Fortunately, Zhao Lin had ensured that a gap was left when the vehicles were parked, strategically allowing the zombies to draw closer, thereby preventing the vehicles from being easily overrun. Behind these cars stood a group of men and women wielding sharp wooden poles. Upon sighting the zombies, they lunged forward, thrusting their makeshift weapons towards the undead's heads, retreating swiftly regardless of the efficacy of their strikes, allowing others to fill in the gaps. While some lacked the courage to engage directly, The numerical advantage was evident, as more zombies fell between the vehicles and on the other side, significantly hindering the advance of the horde. The flames continued to burn fiercely. It was fortunate that attention was paid to the placement of the fuel tanks during parking. Otherwise, the situation could have escalated dramatically. Perched at elevated positions were men armed with firearms, yet none dared to fire, as the moment had not yet warranted such action. Despite the fear causing some to falter, allowing zombies to slip through the gaps, Zhao Lin remained impassive atop a freezer truck, exuding an aura of calm and calculated composure. "Look out! Zombies are emerging from pit number 3. Zhao Lin refrained from engaging directly with the zombies, instead overseeing the situation from an optimal vantage point. He methodically issued commands to those ready to provide gunfire support, who then relayed these orders to the frontline survivors. Although this approach introduced complications amidst the cacophony of chaos, it was an unavoidable necessity, given the tumultuous environment. As for a loudspeaker, the camp had none, and there was no time to search for one. Xiaozhou had arranged for a makeshift device, but its effectiveness was mediocre, prompting Zhao Lin to forego its use. With a decisive command relayed, the zombies emerging from pit number 3 were swiftly dispatched, their heads and bodies pierced by 5 wooden poles that simultaneously struck, sending them tumbling back into the blazing inferno. "I will eliminate you." Within the ranks, Shi Ming had succumbed to a frenzied bloodlust. Each thrust of his wooden staff was akin to a long-suppressed strike of vengeance. The zombies enveloped in flames emitted a hissing sound as the staff pierced through them, and with each withdrawal, putrid blood and brain matter splattered across his face. Unlike the other survivors, every time Shi Ming drove his staff into a zombie, he claimed a life. He envisioned each of these undead creatures as Zhao Lin, and despite the overwhelming fear that gripped his heart, he yearned to vanquish Zhao Lin. Why? Why had he been reduced to a mere object of intimidation? Exhausted yet filled with rage, Shi Ming understood the futility of his desire to slay Zhao Lin. Even the slightest aberration in his behavior would prompt those stationed around him to pull the trigger. Previously, 2 individuals had already fallen victim to gunfire while attempting to seize weapons and vehicles amidst the chaos. As for Zheng Luni, who had initially incited him to flee, he had been brutally torn apart by zombies upon their arrival, leaving not even a whole corpse behind. "Brother, save me, save." As Shi Ming retreated to catch his breath and prepare to take a position, the man in front of him was caught too far forward. Before he could thrust his staff, he was knocked down by a zombie that swiftly severed his throat. The thick stench of blood mingled with the acrid scent of charred flesh was nauseating. Yet for the zombies, it was undoubtedly a stimulant that ignited their senses. Guts spilled from the man's torn abdomen, and in the blink of an eye, 5 zombies had descended upon his mangled body, with more of their kind surging in from the gaps. "Damn it!" Shi Ming cursed under his breath as he thrust his staff once more. PFFF. Another zombie fell, but as he withdrew the staff, a female zombie, her clothes burned away and face charred beyond recognition, suddenly lunged at him, attempting to gnaw at his nose with a mouth that was little more than bone. Stripped of the ability to express her excitement through a roar, this zombie could only let clusters of charred flesh and purulent blood spill from her maw, splattering Shi Ming's face. "Kill! What are you all waiting for? If they all come at once, we will surely perish." Ignoring his disgust, Shi Ming exerted all his strength to hold the zombie's gnashing head at bay, roaring at the bewildered bystanders around him. No, there are too many of them. I would rather be shot than be devoured alive by them." Amidst Shi Ming's desperate cries, a middle-aged woman, in a panic, dropped her wooden staff and fled towards the camp in a frenzy. She did not wish to die such a painful death, nor did she want these monsters to feast upon her in a grotesque manner. Yet she was the only one to act in this way. After all, there remained a glimmer of hope in confronting the zombies. But fleeing would lead to an inevitable dead end. The man closest to Shi Ming took a deep breath, resigned to his fate. However, before he could finish his self-encouragement, he was suddenly shoved forward with great force. In an instant, he stumbled and found himself thrown into the embrace of several approaching zombies. The abruptness of the situation left him no time to regain his balance, and he was swiftly overwhelmed by the creatures, which began to tear into his flesh, biting into his calves, ankles, thighs, and abdomen, hot blood spraying in all directions. Aghast, the man screamed in agony, but his cries only served to invigorate the zombies further. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, a series of gunshots rang out. The zombies that had descended upon Xi Ming, as well as those that had breached the makeshift automotive barricade, fell to the ground under the relentless barrage. Even the middle-aged woman who had abandoned her wooden club to flee was not spared. A gaping hole in her left temple now oozed a mixture of red and white. Zhao Lin stood calmly atop the refrigerated truck, stating with indifference, "Such excellent bait should not go to waste. Someone needs to dispose of her body outside without delay." Chapter 102 Dead? The living have their own methods, and the dead have theirs. Zhao Lin felt no remorse for his actions. He always recalled Chen Huan's words, "To survive in the apocalypse, one must relinquish all compassion and humanitarianism, as long as one does not violate the most fundamental moral boundaries. Everything can be utilized to its fullest potential." Moreover, the punishment for fleeing had long been communicated to everyone before the zombies arrived, with numerous precedents to learn from. Foolish beings. Xi Ming, who had been rescued, watched as the corpse of a middle-aged woman was lifted, preparing to be discarded into the horde of zombies. He picked up a wooden stick and cursed angrily, evidently harboring resentment towards the woman for her previous failure to save others. However, her fate brought him a strange sense of satisfaction. "Stop dawdling. That bastard Zhao Lin is watching us. If we let the zombies in again, we'll all be doomed," shouted the crew-cut youth beside Xi Ming, as he plunged his wooden stick into a zombie's skull, elbowing Xi Ming in the process. Yet, Xi Ming remained silent, merely gripping his stick and rejoining the formation. Throughout this time, he kept a vigilant eye on those around him, eager to uncover who had thrust the man who had sought to save him into the midst of the zombies. Without this clarity, he could not fully commit to the slaughter of the undead. He feared that the next person to be pushed out might be himself. Gradually, as seconds ticked away, the relentless assault of the group began to diminish the number of zombies. Even the large vehicles, which had been kept in reserve, remained unused, as the horde dwindled from 500 to 600 to just over 100. The pyres of burning corpses scattered across the entrance to the camp filled the air with the nauseating stench of charred flesh. Suddenly, a cacophony of urgent car engines erupted, jolting the weary group into a state of alertness, excitement blooming on their faces. "It's the boss. They've returned. Let us fight." Under Zhao Lin's stringent leadership, the group had long awaited Lu Yiming's return for salvation and justice, which had become their greatest desire beyond mere survival. However, their anticipation quickly turned to anxiety. What is happening? Why have they stopped? Even if there are obstacles, they could still fire their weapons. Oh no, could something have happened to the boss? Zhao Lin was not a benevolent figure, and Chen Huan, being his superior, was even less so. As they watched the convoy of over a dozen vehicles come to a halt at a distance, the expressions of the survivors shifted dramatically, various conjectures swirling in their minds. Is this all the work of Zhao Lin and Shen Jingxi? Lu Yiming stepped out of the vehicle, gazing at the scattered corpses and raging flames, incredulously questioning the scene before him. Despite the loss of many lives, achieving such a feat under severe ammunition shortages was something he doubted he could have accomplished himself. This is not merely a desperate struggle against the horde of the undead, but rather a complete annihilation of the zombie swarm. Zhang Long remarked, "The bosses stated that we need not worry excessively about entrusting the camp to them. Isn't the outcome already laid bare before you?" With a swift motion, Chen Huan unsheathed his Tang Dao and calmly instructed, "Eliminate them swiftly and extinguish the fire." Without waiting for Lu Yiming and the others to respond, he strode forward, the blade held aloft. The distance from their parked vehicles to the defensive line of the camp spanned over 300 meters. The zombies had nearly all breached the wooden barricades, now ablaze, and approached the vehicle shelter. While a few scattered zombies lingered outside, they posed no substantial threat. A zombie, impaled upon the wooden barricade, let out an excited cry upon sensing their approach. Its frantic struggles caused the black blood to drip incessantly from the stake lodged within its body. Yet, Chen Huan paid it no heed, effortlessly severing its head cleanly at the eyes with a single strike. Lu Yiming, following closely behind, felt a sudden chill. He had witnessed Chen Huan's method of dispatching zombies before, yet he was still struck by a sense of dread. The nonchalance of that blow reminded him eerily of the moment when Zhang Heng's head was cleaved from his body. Zhao Lin, standing atop the refrigerated vehicle, noticed Chen Huan leading the charge and immediately commanded the others, accelerate the cleanup. With the addition of Chen Huan and his compatriots, the remaining zombies were cleaved in two as if they were mere water meeting a sharp blade. Some continued to assault the defensive line, while others turned and lunged at the approaching humans. Consequently, the pressure on the camp's defenses was significantly alleviated. Moreover, with Zhao Lin's orders to hasten the extermination within moments, the zombies fell like wheat before the scythe. Chen Huan dispatched a zombie that crawled from a pit with a decisive stroke, then nodded slightly at Zhao Lin, saying, "Well done." Chen Huan had already anticipated Zhao Lin's approach to the horde. Faced with such a massive swarm and armed with severely limited ammunition, they could only resort to these measures against the mindless undead. His praise of Zhao Lin was not solely for demonstrating control of the situation, but also for his iron-fisted approach. Earlier, he had observed numerous corpses, gnawed down to mere halves, many of which had fallen to gunfire. This indicated that, to instill fear among the survivors and ensure their compliance, Zhao Lin was willing to illustrate the dire consequences of defiance through the loss of lives. Zhao Lin chuckled. "If I lacked even this capability, would it not render our days spent alongside the boss utterly futile?" Chen Huan nodded in agreement. "You need not concern yourself with what lies ahead. Now that Lu Yiming has returned, matters concerning the camp are no longer our responsibility." "Understood," Zhao Lin replied with a knowing glance. "What have you uncovered about the situation?" Chen Huan exhibited little interest in discussing matters concerning the camp. Rather, he inquired about the purpose of his visit. It was nearly sufficient, albeit not entirely clear, to ascertain the direction in which the other survivors from Binrin City were headed. Zhao Lin remarked that, based on the timeline, it was likely they were en route to Guangxing City, as many intended to take a detour to avoid the Lingnan mountain range, subsequently proceeding from Guangxing City to the military base in Yunlin City. Guangxing City. Chen Huan furrowed his brow, memories flickering in his mind. "What about the person who provided you with this information?" "He is dead." "Dead?" Zhao Lin responded with resignation. While combating the zombies, someone suddenly shoved him, and then... Chapter 103. Chen Huan, what are you doing? As the apocalypse descends, human life has become the most expendable commodity. To survive, one must not only contend with zombies and mutated creatures, but also remain wary of fellow humans. For it is the complex, capricious nature of humanity that renders them the most formidable adversaries, far more so than the thoughtless hordes of the undead or the aberrant beasts. Thus, upon learning from Zhao Lin that the individual in question had perished, Chen Huan could only let out a subdued sigh, feeling no surprise at the news. "What about us? We shall depart tomorrow." The hour was late, and a considerable amount of supplies from the refrigerated truck had already been bartered away. Even as they prepared to leave, it was imperative to reclaim what was theirs, both principle and interest. Zhao Lin understood Chen Huan's intent. This had been pre-discussed during their journey. "Chen Huan," just as Zhao Lin was about to inform him about the state of the camp's storeroom, Lu Yiming, who had just organized a crew to clear the zombie corpses and extinguish the flames, waved over. "Your troubles are at hand." Chen Huan glanced at the few men and women still lingering near Lu Yiming before addressing Zhao Lin and then striding over. "What is it?" With his back turned to Zhao Lin, Lu Yiming frowned at Chen Huan and inquired, "Did Zhao Lin mention anything about his actions while organizing the defense against the horde?" "Not at all," Chen Huan replied succinctly. "However, I do not concern myself with his methods, as the outcome was quite satisfactory." The moment these words escaped his lips, they incited a wave of vehement discontent among the few survivors who had come to voice their grievances. "What do you mean you do not care what he has done? Do you not even care that he killed recklessly?" They exclaimed. "We acknowledge that he led us successfully against the horde, yet many of our own perished. How do you account for that? Indeed, had our people fallen to the zombies, there would be no argument. Yet, the reality is at least 1/5 of those who died were felled by our own." They continued, "Moreover, he had already turned his weapons on us before the horde arrived, casting our bodies aside as bait without leaving even a semblance of dignity. How can you, as a superior, escape accountability?" We harbor no ulterior motives. We merely wish to know if we possess any semblance of human rights. Are we to be treated as nothing more than animals for slaughter? Their voices grew increasingly fervent, some trembling with indignation. Yet, Chun Huan chose to disregard their outbursts and turned to Lu Yiming, asking, "Do you also believe this is unjust?" Lu Yiming surveyed the faces of the aggrieved individuals and sighed. "I understand Zhao Lin's rationale, but the indiscriminate slaughter of one's own is indeed excessive. It would suffice to engage in a bit more dialogue and provide an explanation." Chun Huan's expression turned frosty. "So, you intend to stand up for them?" Noticing the shift in Chun Huan's demeanor, Lu Yiming quickly clarified, "That is not my intention. I merely wish for Zhao Lin to extend an apology to everyone. Otherwise, the wrath of the crowd will be insurmountable." Wrath of the crowd? As Chun Huan's expression grew increasingly frigid, I disregarded the prevailing public outrage. Since they sought refuge here, they should abandon their futile pursuit of past civil order and hollow notions of human rights. Without Zhao Lin, how many of these people would have survived? They reap the benefits, yet feign innocence? You, Lu Yiming faltered, taken aback by Chun Huan's unyielding stance, offering him no semblance of respect. "And what are you then?" Provoked by Chun Huan's words, a young man erupted in fury, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Before your arrival, the camp was perfectly fine. How is it that upon your coming, chaos ensues? First, you spread rumors of an impending zombie tide, prompting the leader to send people out to investigate. And then, the zombie horde arrives. Just based on this, I have every reason to suspect that this is all part of your scheme to eliminate us and seize the fruits of our labor. We merely seek an explanation, demanding that Zhao Lin face the consequences of his actions. What are the lives of so many worth less than Zhao Lin's?" As one voice rose, others echoed in agreement. A long-haired woman, drenched in zombie blood, seethed. "Moreover, Zhao Lin has treated us differently. He sends us all to the front lines to fight zombies, quick to gun us down if we falter, while Shun Jingxi and that child sit comfortably in their refrigerated truck, merely spectating. If Zhao Lin were truly equitable, why doesn't Shun Jingxi join us in the fight against the zombies? Indeed, if only she stood with us in battle, we might accept it." Another voice chimed in. Chun Huan, with a mocking glance towards Lu Yiming, inquired, "Lu, do you believe these people are worth saving?" Lu Yiming inhaled deeply, his tone grave. "I demand an explanation. An explanation. We are all living beings. Why should Zhao Lin reign supreme over our lives and deaths? And you, Chun Huan, if you fail to provide a satisfactory resolution today, do not expect to leave unscathed." With their leader openly siding with them, the few individuals grew emboldened, adopting a confrontational demeanor. "What, do you intend to stop me?" A fleeting glint of murderous intent flashed in Chun Huan's eyes. His reluctance to display overwhelming force stemmed from a need to gather information within the camp, yet that did not imply fear. "Ah, do you plan to silence us?" The young man, who had hastily cursed Chun Huan, was momentarily taken aback by the aura of menace that enveloped him, a cold sweat breaking out as he instinctively recoiled. Yet, with Lu Yiming's return, he summoned his courage to persist in his tirade, daring to reach for the tang knife in Chun Huan's grasp. "Hand it over." In response, a swift flash of the chilling blade appeared, and as blood and severed limbs fell, the young man felt an icy sensation in his arm, followed by an excruciating pain that surged through him, penetrating to the marrow. My hand." Lowering his gaze upon the neatly severed right arm at the elbow, a piercing scream filled with dread erupted from the depths of his throat. The individuals nearby, including Lu Yiming, were taken aback by this sudden turn of events. A murder has been committed. Chun Huan is killed. Some, unable to bear the horror, cried out and fled, while the distant survivors shuddered at the sight. A madman. Chun Huan is an absolute lunatic. A lunatic even more deranged than Zhao Lin. "Chun Huan, what are you doing?" Lu Yiming bellowed in anger, his dagger aimed at Chun Huan's throat. "You must understand who holds authority here. Even if punishment is due, it is not for you to decide." Lu Yiming was genuinely enraged this time, though he could overlook Chun Huan's earlier disrespect. The subsequent chaos triggered by Chun Huan and his cohorts was a matter of suspicion he could tolerate. But witnessing the severing of his comrade's arm before him was something he could not abide. Chen Huan raised his eyes to meet Lu Yiming's glare. The dagger still pointed menacingly at him. Are you certain? Chapter 104. Deterrence. Upon hearing Chen Huan's tone, which suggested a reversal of roles, Lu Yiming smiled, though his gaze gradually turned frigid. As the architect of this camp, could he truly lack the authority to mete out punishment? I acknowledge your capabilities, yet I urge you to refrain from interpreting my regard for you as a license for arrogance. Here I am the leader. The decisions that must be made fall under my jurisdiction. Do not presume that by providing some supplies or mitigating the camp's latent dangers, you and your associates can operate with impunity. As this exchange unfolded, Zhang Long, taken aback by Chen Huan's demeanor, pushed through the crowd and inquired, "Boss, what is happening?" Chen Huan scoffed. What else could it be? Someone wishes to offload their burdens by eliminating the donkey that carried them. Chen Huan, Lu Yiming bellowed, do not overstep your bounds, portraying yourself as the victim. If you could consider the broader picture, would the situation have escalated to this extent? The broader picture? Chen Huan retorted, deftly disarming Lu Yiming by knocking the dagger from his grasp. To me, the broader picture is merely survival. Yet, those who benefit while feigning indignation. Huh, what? Did I touch a nerve by eliminating a few pests? You, Lu Yiming, feeling the weight of his lost weapon and recalling Chen Huan's ruthless nature, felt beads of cold sweat form on his back. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of composure and coldly replied, I have stated that the handling of matters here is not for you to dictate. I am well aware of the choices to be made and will act justly. Forgive me, but your every action serves only to shield your own. Chen Huan mocked, his derision evident. He positioned his blade against Lu Yiming's neck, asserting, in this world, where moral order has collapsed and survival is paramount, you still cling to the notion of fairness. To me, everything is dictated by strength. Without it, even fairness is irrelevant to the weak. For instance, if I were to strike you down now, do you believe fairness would persist? Chen Huan, you dare. Lu Fan, witnessing his brother in Chen Huan's grasp, felt a surge of rage and drew his pistol, aiming it at Chen Huan. If you value your life, remove that knife from my brother's throat. And what of you? Do you wish to live or die? At that moment, Zhang Long's nonchalant voice cut through the tension as he revealed a sleek black pistol in his hand. You aren't. Lu Yiming's expression shifted dramatically. Lu Fan trembled slightly, pivoting to direct his weapon at Zhang Long, sneering, do not attempt to intimidate me. Do not think I am unaware that your ammunition has long been depleted. Then perhaps you should wager and find out, Zhang Long replied, unperturbed. The surrounding survivors began to jeer in unison. Stop with the outdated psychological warfare. If your gun were loaded, why did you not fire even once while dispatching the zombies? Second in command, eliminate them. Our camp does not welcome those who are merciless and turn against their comrades. They only number 5, including that child. If we each spit once, we could drown them. Chen Huan, Zhang Long, you would do well to surrender. This is our territory. Do not foolishly attempt to strike a rock with an egg. Oh, is that so? As the group of survivors closed in on them, Zhao Lin's icy voice suddenly pierced the air. Do you believe that if I loosen my grip, you will all accompany us to the grave? You claim that you could drown us with mere spit. Then why not show me? Zhao Lin, upon hearing this infuriating voice, everyone turned their heads, and the atmosphere became extraordinarily tense. Several trembling voices began to emerge. Brother Lin, calm down, do not act recklessly. Indeed, it is already fortunate that we have survived in this world. Do not squander your life foolishly. Please take it easy. Zhao Lin held an assault rifle in one hand and a high-explosive grenade in the other, each movement stirring the hearts of all present, fearing that a mere tremor of his hand might result in a gruesome scene. Although Xiao Zhou and his companions aimed their guns at Zhao Lin, none dared to pull the trigger, for should Zhao Lin's hand slip, the grenade he held would detonate. Lu Yiming's face darkened, realizing he had underestimated Zhao Lin. Did you really think I would leave you unprepared? Chen Huan shifted the tang knife, resting on Lu Yiming's neck, boldly approaching Lu Fan before seizing the gun from his hands. He casually ejected the magazine and inspected the bullets. Not many, only 3 in total, including the one in the chamber, but still better than nothing. For Lu Fan, however, This was an unmistakable humiliation. Chen Huan, do not be so arrogant. The contempt shown by Chen Huan drove Lu Fan to the brink of madness as he shouted, his face flushed. How could the esteemed second-in-command be treated with such disdain? Yet, Chen Huan could not be bothered to respond. What do you truly intend to do? A profound sense of helplessness washed over Lu Yiming. At this point, to believe that Chen Huan and his group sought to join the camp would be sheer folly. It is nothing but self-preservation, Chen Huan remarked, casting a derisive glance at the survivors instinctively distancing themselves. We could have avoided such humiliation, yet you failed to appreciate it. Do you still believe these people hold any value in turning against me? Lu Yiming's fists clenched tightly. If you wish to leave, then simply go. Do you intend to humiliate us before eradicating us completely? The current situation may be in your favor, but if it comes to a fight to the death, who will ultimately prevail remains uncertain. Chen Huan patted Lu Fan's shoulder, causing him to tremble with each touch. The matter is not yet resolved. How could I leave so soon? With that, Chen Huan turned to Zhang Long and said, You may proceed. Understood. Zhang Long grinned widely, revealing 8 pearly white teeth, then turned and walked toward the camp. I advise you not to move. Otherwise, your head will be no different from a burst watermelon. Just as Lu Yiming was about to take a step forward, Zhao Lin, who instilled fear among the surviving crowd, earnestly cautioned, I can pose a threat to you. Lu Yiming initially thought Zhao Lin was addressing him, but as soon as he spoke, he noticed the expressions of Xiao Zhou and the others suddenly shift, slowly lowering their weapons. This was precisely the reaction he was hoping for. All his efforts to acquire the sniper rifle were not in vain. Zhao Lin, with a smile, edged closer to the crowd, yet his words evoked a sense of being ensnared by a venomous serpent. Some of the more cautious survivors, upon hearing his statement, froze in place, fully aware that Chen Huan and his group were indeed capable of murder. No one was willing to gamble on which of them might be struck down by those 5 bullets. Chapter 105. A battle of wits and valor. Human nature is inherently inclined to deceive the benevolent while fearing the malevolent. Those who are ruthless instill greater fear in those who are merciless. Coupled with the imposing presence established by Zhao Lin and Chen Huan, even a mere 4 individuals rendered the vast encampment enveloped in profound silence. This phenomenon is, of course, linked to a series of contingent factors. Had Lu Fan not entrusted the camp's management to Zhao Lin, had the survivors not clustered together, had the expedition teams not suffered grievous losses, and had their ammunition not been entirely depleted, even doubling their numbers would scarcely intimidate everyone present. Yet now, the authority within the camp had irrevocably shifted. Nevertheless, Chen Huan would not press Lu Yiming and the others too harshly, nor could he afford to fire the first shot. For once he cornered them into a desperate situation, he would find himself ensnared in a predicament from which there would be no escape. Lu Yiming was acutely aware of Chen Huan's intentions, yet they had deftly manipulated the intrinsic human fear of death. Not a single survivor dared to step forward, resulting in everyone being forced to witness Zhang Long ascend to a high vantage point with a precision sniper rifle handed to him by Shun Jingxi, while she steered the frozen vehicle deeper into the camp. All present comprehended the purpose of Shun Jingxi's journey, yet they were paralyzed by a mix of resentment and fear. It was not until a standoff persisted for over 20 minutes that the situation concluded with the boarding of the vehicle. Brother, what should we do now? Our weapons and ammunition are insufficient, and they have pilfered a considerable amount of our supplies. What if? As Lu Fan watched Chen Huan and the others drive away in the frozen vehicle, his fists clenched tightly, rage swelling within him to the point of nearly shattering his teeth. Yet, soon overwhelming dread and confusion engulfed him. None understood better than he the root cause of the impending horde's assault on the camp. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Lu Yiming, who was also gazing at the distant frozen vehicle, suddenly delivered a sharp slap to Lu Fan's face, causing veins to bulge on his forehead. Brother. The unexpected blow nearly sent Lu Fan reeling, and after stumbling several steps, he clasped his swollen cheek in disbelief, particularly struck by the fleeting look of resolve in Lu Yiming's eyes, which sent him spiraling into despair. What are you doing? He could hardly fathom that his brother would harbor such thoughts against him? Was he attempting to redirect the ire of the crowd towards him to quell their fury? After all, he was his own brother. Suppressing the urge to strike again, Lu Yiming almost roared, "You know full well why I struck you. If it weren't for you, how could Chen Huan have us so thoroughly at his mercy?" Lu Fan bowed his head, silenced, for he had never witnessed such fury from his brother before. However, he dared not voice the thought that if it weren't for his desire for Chen Huan's resources, he would never have agreed to their presence in the camp. The matter of the horde made him feel particularly guilty. Seeing his brother in such a state, Lu Yiming chose not to press further, snorting coldly as he strode towards the camp. "Boss, that was truly terrifying. If some reckless fool had dared to provoke us, we would have been done for." In a frozen vehicle, Zhao Lin cautiously secured the safety latch back onto the high-explosive grenade, finally exhaling a long sigh of relief. Despite his earlier calm demeanor, exuding an air of control, he had been equally terrified, engaging in a perilous gamble. Zhang Long leaned back in his chair, releasing a breath laden with trepidation as he remarked, "I never anticipated that Lu Yiming would be so concerned about the feelings of others, unable to withstand even a single night before seeking retribution. If it weren't for the grenade, we might have lost at least 2 of our own." As for which 2? Though Zhang Long did not articulate it, everyone was acutely aware. It was undoubtedly Zhao Lin and Shun Jingzi, who remained at the camp. Human beings are inherently driven by the instinct for self-preservation. As long as one masters the timing and degree of control, they can manipulate others effectively. Even if a couple of individuals attempt to stir up chaos, they cannot alter the overarching situation. Chen Huan had been resting his eyes, having engaged in a battle of wits and courage since encountering Lu Yiming and his group, striving to earn their trust. Following that, he had faced a horde of corpses twice, pushing his mental and physical limits to the brink. However, Zhao Lin's words effectively quelled the restless spirits of certain individuals. Zhao Lin chuckled. "I too have been exasperated by them. Those in the camp are nothing but rubbish, still clinging to their notions of public pressure even in this apocalypse. They scare me. It is regrettable that we could not rest for a night before embarking again. The dangers of nighttime travel far exceed those of the day, especially with a horde of the undead drawing near to their camp. While small animals and zombies pose a manageable threat, the fear lies in encountering large mutated wildlife. Although the refrigerated vehicle offers safety, its security diminishes considerably in the face of such formidable beasts. Not to worry, compared to the zombie horde, humanity is the most terrifying." Chen Huan stated, "The reason we can intimidate them is that we possess the advantage of timing, location, and unity. If we delay any longer, the tide could shift, as human patience is finite." Zhang Long and Zhao Lin nodded in agreement. "What about our supplies?" Chen Huan inquired, turning his gaze to Shun Jingzi, who was driving. "Rest assured, not only have we retrieved everything we took out, but we also replenished a significant amount. If it weren't for the need to leave some space for rest, the cargo hold could have been completely filled. Unfortunately, we have exhausted our ammunition. Otherwise, we could have replenished our stocks to some extent," Shun Jingzi replied while driving. The weapons at the camp that they had their eyes on were solely the sniper rifles. As for heavy weapons like machine guns, not only were they devoid of ammunition, but as a woman, she also lacked the strength to transport them. Even if there were bullets available, they were not within the realm of consideration for the group. Heavy machine guns are notorious for their high ammunition consumption. A single burst could easily deplete dozens or even hundreds of rounds. Besides the military, no one could afford to sustain such weapons. And there were no prospects for resupplying ammunition, rendering them akin to scrap metal. Conversely, sniper rifles are somewhat manageable. While 7.62mm rounds are indeed hard to find, they are not entirely elusive. Chen Huan nodded and suggested, "Once we are far enough from the camp, let's find a place to park and rest. Tonight, we shall make do in the front of the vehicle and wait until tomorrow to recuperate in the cargo hold." Agreed. Shun Jingzi executed the orders with remarkable decisiveness, uttering not a single superfluous word. Zhao Lin and Zhang Long understood the rationale behind Chen Huan's arrangements, yet the young Xiaotian remained somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, no one offered any explanations. The day's experiences were sufficient to foster significant growth in Xiaotian, With a bit of contemplation, he could infer much of what transpired. Thus, in certain respects, it was unnecessary to continue viewing him as a mere child. To do so would not be an act of protection, nor would it be careful nurturing. Rather, it would be detrimental, engendering in him an exaggerated sense of dependence on those around him. Even if, in the future, Xiao Tian comprehended all truths and discerned how to survive in a post-apocalyptic world, it would amount to little without a requisite degree of autonomy, awareness, and judgment. In a world where morality disintegrates and human intentions are unpredictable, one cannot endure without these essential qualities. Chapter 106. The aftermath of the camp that night. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with a solitary, ethereal crimson moon hanging high in the sky, while layers of darkness, gently stirred by the evening breeze, blanketed the land. It was both eerie and desolate. Within a room of a residential building in the camp, flickering candles placed in the corners emitted a dim, yellow glow, illuminating a series of grim, troubled faces. The curtains were drawn tightly to prevent any light from seeping out, reinforced for added insulation against the cold. Yet this place, intended for long-term habitation, could no longer serve that purpose. "Boss, what shall we do next?" One voice broke the stillness. Indeed, with Chun Huan's disturbance, we are critically low on weapons and ammunition, nearly depleted. Furthermore, there is a significant shortage of supplies. I checked the storeroom, and the remaining provisions will last us at most 5 days, and that is only if we ration our food. Though Chen Huan and his group may have acted recklessly, we cannot deny the validity of their actions. Take the impending tide of corpses, for instance. Had they not alerted us, we would have remained blissfully unaware until it was too late. Boss, forgive my candor, but it was unwise to confront Chen Huan so early this evening. Even if retribution is necessary, it should have waited until we had all relocated. Their abilities are indisputable. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that when faced with insurmountable problems, we should cast blame solely on the boss? Why didn't any of you intervene to defuse the conflict earlier? The room was filled with numerous individuals, some guarding the camp alongside Zhao Lin against the horde, while others patrolled various sectors. Yet, the burden of these discussions fell squarely upon Lu Yiming. The only one to speak in his defense was Zhou Qing, while Lu Fan, the camp's second-in-command and Lu Yiming's younger brother, remained silent in a corner, his right cheek swollen with a distinct handprint. "Do you all believe my actions this afternoon were misguided?" Lu Yiming surveyed the faces around him. "Have you considered what would happen if we did not address this issue? Will we simply let things fester? If a mutiny were to arise, who would bear the responsibility? Remember, outside, the tide of corpses is still watching us hungrily. Indeed, Chun Huan and his crew possess formidable strength, surpassing all of us, whether in detail or in dealing with the undead. But if we truly allowed them to remain, could you honestly sleep soundly at night?" His words hung in the air, causing a momentary pause among the listeners. One person forced a laugh and said, "Boss, that is not our intention. We simply believe that the internal issues of the camp outweigh the benefits of retaining Chen Huan." Zhou Qing scoffed. "Now that they have departed, do you expect the boss to venture out into the night, humbly persuading each of them to return?" "Qingzi, what are you implying? How long have we been discussing this? Do not misconstrue my words. Tonight's meeting solely addresses the pressing challenges facing the camp. We are merely discussing the matter at hand. I understand the turmoil stemming from the deaths of Lin, Kei, and the others. Are we faring any better? I too nearly lost my life in the woods." Frustration boiled within, and words were exchanged with a sting, leading to a quarrel. "Enough!" Lu Yiming slammed his hand on the table and admonished, "At such a critical juncture, must we still engage in infighting? This evening's assembly is dedicated to deliberating on weaponry, ammunition, resource allocation, and the overall relocation strategy, not to facilitate your bickering." Upon witnessing Lu Yiming's ire, the room fell silent, and the attendees returned to their seats. "Let us speak before the overall relocation. What ideas or suggestions do you have concerning the shortages of supplies and weapons?" Lu Yiming crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair, as the flickering candlelight cast shifting shadows across his face. "It is clear that firearms are no longer an option. The police armory has long been plundered. And although there may still be airdrop packages outside, They are not readily obtainable in the short term. I believe it would be prudent for everyone to adapt to cold weapons and refrain from overly relying on firearms. After all, in this damned apocalypse, we cannot predict when it will come to an end. What if military bases cease to supply weapons and ammunition? Shall we merely stand by as the zombies approach? Someone remarked. Liu Yiming nodded slightly. This is indeed a pressing concern. Relying solely on firearms is not a sustainable strategy. Presently, the firearms and ammunition available outside have primarily been acquired through airdrops and the police armory. For now, it poses no issue, but as time passes and ammunition depletes, those weapons will become as useless as mere sticks. Another voice chimed in. I believe Zhao Lin is correct in involving everyone in the camp at the front line. It lays the groundwork for our future. Regarding the distribution of cold weapons, I suggest we ensure each person is equipped akin to a citizen militia. Once the camp's combat capabilities are enhanced, resources will cease to be a concern. Absolutely not. This suggestion was met with immediate opposition. If every individual in the camp is armed, what about management? Once they possess the means for equal dialogue, how can we ensure their compliance with our directives? With a smaller group, it may be manageable, but consider the sheer number of people in our camp. Do you expect to explain the intricacies of the situation to each person individually, ensuring they grasp the stakes to maintain adherence to previous regulations? Only a fool would attempt that. A bald man shook his head, asserting equipping everyone with weapons is feasible, but the timing is not right. The proponent of universal armament retorted mockingly, do you honestly believe that we, with our meager number, can confront a horde of zombies wielding only cold weapons? This is absurd. Alone, we are indeed at a disadvantage. Hence the proposal for universal armament. I, too, believe it would be prudent to arm everyone. If we do not address this issue, our resources will remain inadequately managed. Amidst the clamor of varying opinions, Liu Yiming raised his hand, signaling for silence. We should not become overly entangled in distant concerns. Instead, we must expedite the arrangement of weapons and supplies. Given the zombies and mutated creatures we encountered this afternoon, it is evident that the horde is not far from our camp. If we delay any further, even if we manage to resolve everything, we may find it impossible to depart. The usually silent Zhao suddenly spoke up. Boss, why don't we take a cue from Zhao Lin? His words struck a chord, illuminating the minds of those remaining in the camp. Indeed, how did I not consider this? What Xiao Zhou suggested makes perfect sense. This would effectively resolve our predicament. Our ammunition is dwindling, insufficient to fend off a horde, but it could suffice against humans. If we merely emulate Zhao Lin's tactics, even if we distribute weapons to everyone in the camp, they would still be obliged to follow orders. Moreover, having previously dealt with zombies, wielding weapons should pose no significant challenge for them. This would greatly aid in the subsequent collection of resources and our eventual relocation. However, we must adapt the details. We cannot be as ruthless and bloody as Zhao Lin. In the future, let us refrain from using firearms whenever possible, yet keep them on our person. This in itself serves as a subtle form of deterrence. As Xiao Zhou spoke, the others began to exchange ideas, drawing from Zhao Lin's actions, contemplating how to maintain the camp stability in light of our severe ammunition shortage. Plans began to take shape. Little did they know, however, that due to lax inspections, in a secluded room within the camp, Shi Ming, secretly wrapped in gauze around his chest, was now suffering from a high fever. Chapter 107. Survivors by the pond. Perhaps the commotion at the camp the previous evening was so tumultuous that the group did not encounter a single zombie or mutated creature throughout the night. This marked one of the rare occasions of restful slumber since the onset of the apocalypse. However, what transpired or was currently unfolding at the camp was beyond the knowledge of Chun Huan and his companions, now distanced from it, rendering it irrelevant to them. There was no turning back for them. For them, the only course was to continue onward. Boss, up ahead is Guangqing City. Shall we enter? Having meandered along the national highway for 10 days since leaving the camp, they had marked numerous crosses on the map, but discovered nothing of significance. At this juncture, no one in the group harbored any belief that Chun Huan could locate his parents, especially after they had stumbled upon gruesomely disfigured zombies in the wild 2 days prior. Shen Jingzi had even unearthed identification card from their pockets, prominently displaying registered addresses in Binren City. No need, Chen Huan replied, his gaze fixed on the map. His tone inscrutable. The peril within Guangqing City was too great. Even if they miraculously survived, it would be unwise to recklessly venture into the urban sprawl. Rather, there remained a faint possibility in certain nearby towns. Zhao Lin acknowledged with a nod, lapsing into silence. In recent days, although Chen Huan maintained his usual demeanor, the reality oscillated between hope and despair. The mental anguish was all too palpable. Thus, discussions concerning Chen Huan's parents had become scarce among them. As for the certain towns Shen Huan mentioned, they were merely those adjacent to the military base in Yunlin City, which could temporarily provide them refuge and supplies. Nearly a month had elapsed since the advent of the apocalypse. Given the chance to relive his life, Chen Huan felt his initial hope gradually yielding to the despair reminiscent of his former existence. The longer time stretched on, the slimmer the chances of his parents surviving became. They might have already perished. Yet, Chen Huan remained unwilling to accept this fate, if the heavens had granted him a second chance. What value was there in it if he could not protect his dearest ones? What was the purpose of rebirth if it merely meant enduring despair once more? Stowing away the map, Chen Huan committed the next route to memory. If no further leads materialized, then prepare to stop, suppressing the tumult of his thoughts. Chen Huan glanced at his watch and then spoke to Zhao Lin. All right. The refrigerated truck halted in the middle of the road, amidst a desolate wilderness. The passage of nearly a month had allowed the roadside weeds to flourish once more. Perhaps due to the recent intense thunderstorm, the plants defied the usual patterns of nature. The withered grasses rebounded vigorously after surviving the temperature fluctuations of the preceding fortnight, growing tall and lush. Nightfall approached, and they would rest here for the evening. Without Chen Huan needing to orchestrate arrangements, the experiences of recent days had instilled in each member a clear understanding of their respective duties, maintaining vigilance, organizing supplies, and preparing food. However, before everything could be set in motion, Chen Huan, while surveying the surroundings, suddenly halted his breath and abruptly turned to gaze towards the riverbank, obscured by trees ahead. Boss, there are people. Not only Chen Huan, but others also heard it. Although the sound was somewhat indistinct, it rang out clearly in the dead silence of the desolate wilderness. Chen Huan placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence among the group, and then retrieved a pair of binoculars from the vehicle, directing his gaze towards a sparsely leafed area. Through the lenses, he observed 3 women squatting by the edge of a nearby pond, engaged in conversation while washing clothes, and behind them, a man leaned against a pickup truck, appearing utterly bored as he smoked and chatted. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Huan's brow furrowed slightly. The pickup truck bore no supplies or weapons. Only 2 large plastic barrels with lids, presumably for carrying water. Furthermore, the presence of the 3 women washing clothes implied that there must be a makeshift camp nearby. Otherwise, during a hurried escape, they would scarcely have time to wash clothes by a pond while engaging in light-hearted banter. Shen Jingzi crouched beside him with a sniper rifle, took in the scene, and whispered, "Should we approach them?" "No," Chen Huan replied, shaking his head. "It seems they are merely taking a temporary respite nearby. We should refrain from alarming them until we ascertain the situation." The decision to integrate with their camp would entirely depend on his discretion. When he had encountered Lu Yiming and his group, the situation had been abrupt, leaving no room for choice. But now, with his side concealed, there was no need to repeat previous tactics. With that, Chen Huan stood up, and Zhao Lin and Zhang Long approached him. "Boss, what's the situation?" Chen Huan handed the binoculars to Zhang Long. "There should be a temporary camp established by survivors nearby. You and Zhao Lin should sneak over and assess the situation. Remember, do not alert them. You know what to do." "Rest assured, we understand." Zhang Long nodded, then took the binoculars and moved stealthily alongside Zhao Lin. "What do you think, Lao Long?" Zhao Lin inquired softly as they distanced themselves from the frozen truck, concealing their forms as they approached the pond. "It's hard to say," Zhang Long replied, glancing ahead. "Previously, I might have thought most people would be at that camp, given how everything aligns perfectly with our assumptions. But now," he trailed off, as the distance to Lu Yiming's camp was simply too great. Those survivors who had strayed from the rescue teams had scant supplies or weapons, and whether they could survive was uncertain, especially having journeyed so far, nearly reaching Guangqing City. Of course, nothing is absolute. Whether Chen Huan's parents were still alive remained a mystery. Zhao Lin sighed. Let us hope for some good news. Meanwhile, the four by the pond remained blissfully unaware that they were being watched. The three women continued to laugh and chat, seemingly unconcerned that their noise might attract zombies or mutated creatures, and the man leaning against the pickup truck shared their nonchalance. Inger, your words do not reflect the eloquence expected from a graduate of a prestigious university. Rather, they resemble the musings of a village elder. Upon hearing the remarks from the woman named Inger, the other two burst into laughter. What of it? I merely speak the truth. Can a graduate student not indulge in a bit of gossip? Inger chuckled as she raised her hand to wipe the droplets of water splashed onto her face. Indeed, apart from gossip, there is little else that offers a semblance of relaxation, remarked one of the women with a knowing smile. At this, the three women erupted into a fit of giggles. Suddenly, a man leaning against the pickup truck kicked a clump of dirt into the pond, sending a spray of water that elicited several shrieks. Are you trying to drive us mad? If your feet are so restless, you might as well chop them off to spare us your aimless energy. Inger and her companions were unyielding in their retorts to the man's antics. Unfazed, he patted the side of the truck and said, I have rested long enough. You should also make haste and not get lost in idle chatter. Chapter 108. Survivor camp here lies an abandoned small quarry. Due to excessive extraction, one side of the mountain appears as if it has been cleaved by a sword. Steep and vertical, the scattered rubble across the ground significantly hinders the growth of vegetation, and as far as the eye can see, only a few sparse clusters of low shrubs remain. Now, this deserted quarry has been transformed into a temporary camp with a dozen tents, serving as a resting place for weary travelers. When Zhang Long and Zhao Lin arrived at the hillside in their pickup truck, wisps of smoke were already rising from the camp. The signs indicated that these individuals have been settled here for quite some time. It is perplexing whether they are audacious or simply fearless, for despite the lurking dangers posed by mutated creatures, they dare to establish a camp in the wild for an extended stay. If they are seeking death, they have certainly chosen a peculiar method. As Zhao Lin raised his binoculars to survey the camp, he couldn't help but voice his concerns. He acknowledged that the quarry is indeed a suitable location, but that does not justify a prolonged stay. A mere glance allowed him to estimate that the camp housed at least 20 to 30 individuals. Such a congregation is bound to attract hordes of zombies or mutated beasts before long, especially after learning from Chen Huan about the maximum capacity of camp. It is critical to note that, aside from military establishments, any personal camp should not exceed 20 individuals, and that is predicated on a combat readiness of 70%. In stark contrast, this camp appeared to be lacking in robust young adults, with a notable presence of the elderly and children. They are undoubtedly inviting danger from the zombies and mutated creatures. Zhang Long remarked casually, whatever the case. We only need to ascertain whether the person we are looking for is present in the camp. Their potential encounters with zombies or mutated beasts are their own concerns, not ours. Indeed, after enduring so much, Zhao Lin had long ceased to be the person he once was, shedding any inclination to play the role of the benevolent Good Samaritan. With that, he lifted the binoculars once more to scrutinize the camp. At this twilight hour, as day transitioned into night, the camp was enveloped in a serene atmosphere, with curling smoke rising from cooking fires. The inhabitants seemed to be well organized, each fulfilling their designated roles. Although their appearance was somewhat disheveled, their spirits appeared high. Zhao Lin even spotted a couple sneaking into the thicket, presumably to indulge in their own private rendezvous. What's the situation? Have you found anything? Zhang Long inquired. Over 10 minutes had passed since Zhao Lin resumed his observation, and given the relatively small size of the camp, it seemed sufficient for one person to keep a watchful eye. Sensing the faint aroma of meat wafting through the air, Zhao Lin smiled. It won't be long now. Based on the actions of the women preparing dinner, it was evident that the food was nearly ready. Coupled with the camp's ambience, which starkly contrasted with that of Lu Yiming's group, Zhao Lin found it hard to believe they would maintain any heirs. expecting their dinner to be delivered to their tents. If that were the case, the atmosphere of this camp, along with the 4 individuals by the pond, would surely have been markedly different. Zhang Long nodded in silence. As evening descended, the hour grew late. If Zhao Lin remained uncertain about whether their group could locate the individuals they sought within the camp, they would have to commence their return journey in half an hour, postponing their efforts until the following day. After all, nighttime not only brought a significant drop in temperature, but also increased the level of danger manifold, especially near a camp populated by many individuals lacking combat prowess. However, they had brought along a single pair of binoculars, and given the distance from the hillside to the camp, visual clarity was compromised. To discern the features of each individual, the use of binoculars was essential. Ling Ye, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. This roasted meat becomes increasingly delectable with each bite. It's a pity that conditions are limited. Otherwise, paired with some fine wine, the flavor would be sublime. As Zhao Lin and Zhang Long surveyed the camp, a man assisting in gathering firewood tore a piece of meat from the makeshift grill and savored it, all the while carefully licking the grease from his fingers. The woman flipping the meat shot him an irritated glance, admonishing him to cease his flattery. Don't think I'm oblivious to your intentions. There's only so much food in the camp. It's impossible for everyone to feast to their heart's content. The man chuckled. I understand. Tomorrow at dawn, I'll rally a few others to see if there's any game by the river. The woman remained silent for a moment before responding. Whether we can catch anything from the water remains uncertain. Instead of pinning all our hopes on fish, shrimp, and eels, we should continue to follow Wang Wen and see if there are any inhabitants to be found. Why search for inhabitants? It's a complete waste of time. The man plopped down before the fire, extending his hands to warm them. Have you considered the era we live in? In such a remote and impoverished area. Even if we find a house, who knows how long it has been abandoned? After all, with better living conditions available elsewhere, who would choose to remain in such an inconvenient wilderness? His words were not without merit. With the advancement of the times and the rise in average national income, coupled with their proximity to Guangqing City, it was implausible that anyone would cling to their old homes, forsaking a life of comfort. Moreover, when they decided to settle in this deserted quarry, they had already conducted a preliminary search of the vicinity. Otherwise, how could they have been so frugal with their food supply? Had it not been for the serendipitous discovery of a half-dead wild boar by Wang Wen and his companions 2 days prior, the 30 or so people in the camp would have run out of provisions long ago. The woman shrugged and continued to flip the wild boar meat until, a few minutes later, when other women began to rise and serve dinner, she playfully kicked the man in the rear, prompting him to gather their belongings and prepare for the meal. Meanwhile, on the hillside, Zhao Lin, using the binoculars to observe the camp, finally spoke up. It's about time. Zhang Long perked up at his words. Though he could not discern the features of every individual in the camp, he could see that many had begun to gather, evidently for their evening meal. However, Zhao Lin had already identified those outside the camp and found none among them that he sought. Conversely, those who remained within the tents. Before long, the individuals from the various tents began to emerge one by one. Pass. Damn it, turn your face a bit more. The number of people stepping out from the tents was sparse, and amidst Zhao Lin's mutterings, he swiftly eliminated the faces one by one. Let's go back. Listening to Zhao Lin's soliloquy, Zhang Long knew the answer without needing to ask. He spat out the grass root from his mouth and prepared to turn away. However, just as Zhang Long was about to pivot, Zhao Lin's breath suddenly caught in his throat as he spoke in a low voice. I found it. What? Zhang Long turned back in disbelief. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Zhao Lin retrieved a photograph from his pocket along with a pair of binoculars and handed them to Zhang Long. Take a look for yourself. Chapter 109. A mixture of joy and sorrow, to speak candidly. Zhao Lin had not anticipated that they would truly locate Chen Huan's parents. It is worth noting that nearly a month has elapsed since the onset of the apocalypse. Throughout their journey, they had encountered sporadic clues. Yet the overwhelming sensation was one of boundless despair, coupled with their harrowing experience 2 days prior. It was not merely them. Even Chen Huan himself had relinquished hope, with only a lingering sense of unwillingness to persist. Consequently, it was a remarkable turn of fate that, in such a serendipitous moment, They found individuals long presumed deceased. Zhang Long raised his binoculars to survey the encampment. Before him lay a makeshift flat surface constructed of stones, now surrounded by numerous individuals of all ages, both men and women. Among them was a young man bearing a compound bow on his back. However, Zhang Long's gaze did not linger on a young man or his bow. Rather, it swept around until it settled upon a middle-aged woman clad in a black down jacket. She appeared to be in her early 40s, with a haggard visage and a prominent scar on her left cheek. Aside from the length of her hair and the scar, she bore an uncanny resemblance to the woman in the photograph. Indeed, she was Chun Huan's mother, Zhou Yuqing. Yet in his thorough search, Zhang Long found no sign of Chun Huan's father, Chun Wuzheng. The implications of this absence were all too clear. Let us depart, Zhang Long sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, they had at least found someone. Upon reuniting with Chun Huan on the road, the findings were naturally conveyed to the group. However, upon learning of Chun Guozheng's absence, the typically stoic Chun Huan unexpectedly struck the cargo door with a resounding thud, startling everyone present. "I'm fine," Chun Huan reassured, taking a deep breath and withdrawing his fist from the door. He then turned to Zhao Lin and inquired, "How many people are in their camp? What is their armament and resource situation?" "There are 37 individuals, mostly women, children, and the elderly. I have only seen a compound bow and a few kitchen knives. It remains unclear if there are any firearms. As for their supplies, judging by their dinner, they rely entirely on the land, with each person receiving a small portion of roasted meat and a bowl of vegetable soup." Upon absorbing Zhao Lin's words, Chun Huan inhaled deeply, climbed into the vehicle, and commanded, "Let's move out." 37 people left to fend for themselves in the wilderness, lacking adequate weaponry, was undoubtedly a perilous gamble, one that involved the stakes of their very lives. Had his mother not been in that encampment, Chun Huan would have remained indifferent. However, now, he could not turn a blind eye. Zhao Lin and the others offered no protest. With the doors shut, the ignition engaged, the gears shifted, and the accelerator pressed. Without needing further urging from Chun Huan, Zhao Lin accelerated, heading straight for the quarry. By this time, twilight was fast approaching, and the beams of their headlights illuminated the surroundings as if it were day. Even before their arrival, the roaring of the engine and the brilliant lights had long captured the attention of those gathered around the fire, who had just finished their meal. In this current environment, any light signified the approach of newcomers to their camp. It remains a significant question who the other party is and whether they harbor goodwill. Wang Wen promptly retrieved his compound bow from his back and addressed the group, extinguish the fire, and then take cover in the vehicle. After stating this, he turned to the man who had drawn water from the pond earlier that afternoon and said, "Zhuang Ming, please retrieve the gun from the trunk and stand with me. Even if it is unloaded, possessing a firearm serves as a considerable deterrent." "Understood." Zhuang Ming nodded and hurried towards the Land Rover. "Zhou Jia, do you think they might kill us?" One woman asked anxiously. "Rest assured, there are no zombies or wild animals around. They have no reason to take a life. Perhaps they're merely passing by." Zhou Yuqing reached out and patted the hand of the woman who was hiding anxiously beside her in the vehicle. Yet, despite her words, Zhou Yuqing herself felt little conviction. As they had journeyed from the initial rescue teams to being separated and rerouted from Guangxing City towards the military base in Yunlin City, they had supported and encouraged one another in their struggle for survival. There had been no underhanded dealings amongst them. However, all of this came to an abrupt end with the acceptance of outsiders. The woman's husband had been gruesomely bitten to death by zombies, and their numbers had drastically dwindled. Had it not been for Wang, when using his compound bow to eliminate one man and seizing a firearm, they would have perished a week ago. "But we are out of ammunition," the woman said, biting her lip. Wang Wen intended to intimidate the approaching figures with an empty gun. Yet what if they too were armed? Zhou Yuqing fell silent for a moment, forcing a smile. "Do not worry. After all, Wang Wen has brought us this far." "Indeed." The woman nodded. It was at this moment that two glaring beams of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the area entirely. "Stop the vehicle." As Wang Wen strode forward, his voice thundered, and he drew his compound bow taut, feeling beads of sweat trickle from his palms in the frigid night. Similarly, Zhuang Ming, following closely behind with his rifle raised, felt no more secure. Without ammunition, the bravado waned. Faced with the approaching behemoth of a vehicle, he could only feign calmness, hoping the intruders might be deterred by the threat of firearms and retreat from the quarry. Perhaps heeding Wang Wen's command, or perhaps intimidated by the rifle in Zhuang Ming's hands. Those hiding within the vehicle watched as the massive refrigerated truck indeed slowed to a stop. However, before they could exhale in relief, the truck's doors swung open, and 4 figures leaped down with a thud. Leading them was a young man clad in mountaineering attire, with gun holsters strapped to his legs and a tang sword slung across his back. Song. Zhou Yuqing, hiding in the vehicle, trembled upon recognizing the leader, as if witnessing something utterly inconceivable. Zhou Jia, what did you say? The woman in the vehicle turned, but Zhou Yuqing did not respond. Upon confirming Chen Huan's identity, she immediately flung open the car door and headed towards the refrigerated truck. The woman's expression shifted dramatically as she hissed, "What are you doing? Come back. Damn it. Who is causing this chaos?" Hearing a commotion behind him, Wang Wen cursed under his breath. Yet, given the circumstances, no amount of anger could change the situation. He could only hope that these individuals would be amicable and harbor no ulterior motives towards the camp. You all. However, before he could finish a sentence, the young man carrying a tang knife brushed past him, striding directly into the camp, completely disregarding their presence. What do you intend to do? Zhuang Ming turned his gun towards Chen Huan. If I were you, I would refrain from recklessly aiming a firearm at others. Zhao Lin raised his pistol at Zhuang Ming. Moreover, we are merely searching for someone and mean you no harm. Why adopt such a hostile demeanor? Searching for someone? Wang Wen and Zhuang Ming exchanged a startled glance. At that moment, Chen Huan had also arrived at the neatly paved path made of stones. Gazing at the figure emerging from the darkness, he smiled, and as the smile spread, tears welled up in his eyes. He attempted to speak several times, but was overcome with emotion. Only when the two embraced did Chen Huan, hoarse with emotion, call out, "Mother!" Chapter 110 Reunion Mother? Is he Zhou Jia's son? Upon hearing Chen Huan's trembling call, Wang Wen and Zhuang Ming were momentarily taken aback, struggling to regain their composure. They were aware that Zhou Jia had a son, but he was supposed to be far away in Lan City, over 1,000 kilometers from Jiang Province. With the onset of the apocalypse leading to a breakdown in transportation and the rampant spread of zombies, how could he possibly be here? This, too, was Zhou Yuqing's quandary. As the joy of the mother-son reunion faded, Zhou Yuqing wiped her tears and inquired, "Weren't you supposed to wait for us at the military base in Yunlin City? How did you end up here in Guangqing City?" Chen Huan was momentarily stunned. Yunlin City military base? Yes, Zhou Yuqing replied. Before we left, your father specifically left you a note. Did you not see it? A note? Chen Huan furrowed his brow. Upon returning home, he hadn't seen any note whatsoever. Mother, where did you place the note? On the TV cabinet. I was worried the window might not be securely closed, so I even pressed it down with a tissue. Zhou Yuqing noticed Chen Huan's odd expression and asked, "You didn't check the TV cabinet, did you?" Chen Huan nodded. When he returned home, the situation was eerily reminiscent of his previous life, leaving him no inclination to search for any notes left by his parents. If only. Chen Huan sighed, pondering the futility of if only. If he hadn't seen it, then so be it. Zhou Yuqing consoled Chen Huan, though the mention of his father weighed heavily on her heart. Chen Huan refrained from inquiring about his father's demise or the events that transpired, as it would be inappropriate to ask his mother about such matters. Are they all for Binren City? Chen Huan asked, regaining his composure and glancing at the gathering crowd. Some are from Qingshui County, Zhou Yuqing sighed, but it's thanks to them that I'm alive today. Chen Huan nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. He was all too aware of the perils they had faced on their journey. Without these individuals, he would not have had the chance to reunite with his mother here. Zhou Jia, is this your son? At that moment, the crowd that had approached drew nearer, and the woman who had previously prevented Zhou Yuqing from leaving the vehicle cautiously confirmed. Yes, Zhou Yuqing replied, and began introducing Chen Huan to the others. As the crowd received Zhou Yuqing's affirmation, their expressions relaxed, and smiles began to spread across their faces. Annie, suddenly, a voice filled with exuberance rang out from behind them. Xiao Tian? Hearing the familiar voice, Zhou Yuqing turned around, her body trembling as she bent down to embrace the rushing Xiao Tian, perhaps reminded of his parents. Tears streamed down Xiao Tian's face, and he began to sob uncontrollably in Zhou Yuqing's arms. It's okay. Annie is here. Zhou Yuqing gently patted the little boy's back to soothe him. As his cries gradually subsided, she crouched down and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Speaking softly, from now on, consider me your mother. You can share any grievances with me. The little boy nodded earnestly and then rubbed his face with his sleeve, saying to Zhou Yuqing, Auntie, Jingxi's sister is here too. Jingxi? Zhou Yuqing paused, following the direction of the boy's finger, and saw Shen Jingxi waving at them. Although it had been a long time since she last saw Shen Jingxi, Zhou Yuqing recognized her at once. In surprise, she turned to her side and asked Chen Huan, Son, where did you encounter the little boy in Jingxi? And who were those two people with her? The world was chaotic with the arrival of the apocalypse. And in such circumstances, Chen Huan's presence near Guangxing City, alongside the little boy and Shen Jingxi, was indeed unexpected. Chen Huan replied, I ran into them while returning to Binran City to find you. I learned from the little boy that you were heading to the military base in Yunlin. As for the other two, they are Zhang Long and Zhao Lin, my capable assistants who have been helping me search for you. Zhou Yuqing sensed the implication in Chen Huan's words and asked, So you found out from the little boy that we were going to the Yunlin military base? Which means you must have gone there too. Why aren't you staying at the military base? It's so dangerous outside. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Huan took her hand and said, Mom, do you think I could bear staying alone at the military base? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuqing fell silent. Indeed, could Chen Huan accept being alone at the military base? As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their parent. As a mother, she understood her son well. If she and her husband were not at the military base, then Chen Huan would never stay in safety while his parents were exposed to danger outside. Son Yu, Zhou Yuqing grasped Chen Huan's hand in return, wanting to say something, but words momentarily escaped her. Chen Huan smiled and hugged Zhou Yuqing, saying, Mom, you must be facing a shortage of supplies here. I brought a considerable amount of food that can alleviate the scarcity for everyone. Huh? Zhou Yuqing was taken aback, but Chen Huan was already cheerfully beckoning Zhang Long and the others over to help unload supplies from the refrigerated truck so that everyone could enjoy a hearty meal. Wow! Food! So much food! And water, clean, purified water, medicine. My goodness, these supplies will sustain us for quite a while. Thank goodness for Zhou Jie's son. Otherwise, we would still be living from one meal to the next. As the supplies were revealed from the cargo hold, everyone was taken aback. The hardships and hopes of recent days found release in that moment, observing the happiness radiating from everyone's faces. Wang Wen looked at Chen Huan approaching and couldn't help but take a deep breath, extending his hand and saying, Thank you. I must also express my gratitude for the care you have provided to my mother. Chen Huan extended his hand for a handshake, inquiring, Is this a convenient time? There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Wang Wen nodded slightly, understanding the implications of Chen Huan's inquiry. He gestured for him to follow, stating, Let us converse over here. The two made their way to a secluded area of the camp, distanced from the refrigeration trucks and the throngs of people, thus creating an apt environment for a private dialogue. Chen Huan inhaled deeply before posing his question. I wish to understand the circumstances surrounding my father's death. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Wang Wen. Despite his efforts to suppress his emotions, there was an undeniable tension in the air, reminiscent of facing a ferocious tiger, entirely at odds with the demeanor one would expect of an artistic individual. However, Wang Wen quickly regained his composure and, in a solemn tone, recounted. It was a survivor team from Guangxing City. At that time, after we had fled from the horde of corpses, our supplies and weaponry were nearly depleted. Reluctantly, we chose to halt temporarily on the outskirts of Jilong town, organizing a group to venture into the town for food and potable water. To our dismay, during our retreat, we encountered another group of individuals. They appeared utterly wretched, pleading for us to accept them, even if it was just a modicum of supplies. As you know, we were fortunate to have survived the onslaught, and thus we felt a certain empathy towards those who had endured similar fates, thinking that lending a hand would be beneficial, especially in numbers for safety. Little did we know, from the very outset, they harbored malevolent intentions. Chapter 111. Intentions through Wang Wen's narration. Chen Huan thoroughly grasped the events that transpired. Essentially, another group of survivors had exploited the compassion of Wang Wen and his companions, initially feigning tragedy to persuade them to accept their presence, subsequently probing into their circumstances in an attempt to ascertain their armament. At first, this contingent of survivors sought merely to acquire weapons and resources, and perhaps a few young and beautiful women. However, by some misfortune, a horde of zombies suddenly descended upon their temporary refuge. The assault occurred at night, catching the camp's inhabitants unprepared by the time they reacted. Many had already fallen victim to bites, some reduced to mere bloody skeletons. Among the deceased were not a few survivors from Guangqing City, in their desperation to organize a defense. The overwhelming number of zombies and insufficient weaponry led the Guangqing survivors to resort to pushing their companions forward as bait to draw the undead away. Although such occurrences were tragically common in this apocalyptic world, Chen Huan felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. Was my father also among those sacrificed to distract the zombies? Wang Wen shook his head, visibly striving to contain his emotions. No, Uncle Chen was always with Aunt Zhou. His demise at the hands of the zombies was to protect her. Otherwise, do you think Aunt Zhou's injuries came from nowhere? Furthermore, Wang Wen gestured towards himself and then the bustling crowd around him. My fiancé, their relatives and friends, all perished that night. Not a single one survived. Chen Huan clenched his fists, falling into silence. Wang Wen continued, when you arrived, you must have encountered quite a number of mutated zombies, right? Indeed, that is where our calamity unfolded, reducing our camp's population from the hundreds to our current state. The reason we have chosen to remain at the quarry is out of necessity. Our supplies and weapons have been utterly depleted. We can only continue once we find a dwelling or village to replenish our resources. We, the youth, can endure hunger, but what of the elderly and children? Are we to deny them the right to a decent meal in this uncertain tomorrow? Chen Huan's tightly clenched fists slowly relaxed, his gaze becoming complex. Wang Wen's mindset mirrored that of his past self when establishing a camp. Yet in this morally shattered apocalypse, such kindness and goodwill often led to dire outcomes. Did those people mention where they intended to go? No, but judging by their conduct, they certainly would not head to the military base. Chen Huan remained silent. It was clear that they would avoid the military base, especially after recent events. And you? Wang Wen inquired of Chen Huan. Do you plan to go to the military base or somewhere else? Are you suggesting that if I choose the military base, I should help bring the others from the camp along? Chen Huan retorted. Yes. Wang Weining remarked, it is indeed perilous outside. I observe that your weapons and supplies are ample, and you possess the capability to safeguard them. Chen Huan turned his gaze towards the crowd, perceiving them as nothing more than burdens. Even if a camp were established, their numbers would far exceed the mere 20. Moreover, he had no intention of remaining at the military base in search of refuge. While the military base may be secure, it does not guarantee absolute safety from threats. It is vital to note that in 5 months, the virus will mutate, and the military base will encounter challenges then. Although swiftly quelled, many lives will be lost. I have no intention of returning to the military base. Chen Huan did not outright decline to protect the group, yet his stance was implicitly clear. Why? Wang Weining could not comprehend. Compared to the perilous outside, the military base appeared far safer. Just consider Aunt Zhou. Could one truly bear to let her endure a life fraught with anxiety and uncertainty? Chen Huan narrowed his eyes, stating, if you intend to take others to the military base, I will provide you with supplies and a box of ammunition. As for anything beyond that, I must decline. His offer of supplies and ammunition stemmed from the fact that they had protected his mother. Without that connection, he would have shown no concern, let alone be swayed by the unsettling sense of moral obligation. You, Wang Weining began, only to let out a sigh in resignation. He suddenly realized he had no authority to dictate Chen Huan's actions, especially in this situation where he was the one seeking assistance. Chen Huan patted his shoulder, adding, nonetheless, I must express my gratitude to you. With that, their exchange came to an end. Observing Chen Huan's retreating figure towards the refrigerated truck, Wang Weining's expression shifted, followed by a long, drawn-out sigh as he trailed behind. Boss, that fellow seems rather displeased. remarked Zhao Lin, leaning against the vehicle and sipping water. As Wang Weining settled among the crowd, nibbling on a compressed biscuit, he quietly conveyed his observation regarding Chen Huan's thanks. Chen Huan, unfazed, replied, "It merely signifies the collapse of his plans." Plans? Zhao Lin paused mid-sip, recalling earlier events. Was it yet another instance of moral coercion? What else could it be? It seemed he had merely softened his approach, using his mother as leverage. Chen Huan glanced at his mother, whose genuine smile warmed his heart, and his demeanor softened considerably. "Chen Huan, I need to discuss something with you." Shun Jingxi approached, waving at Zhang Long. "Are you also concerned about the fate of these survivors?" Once the group had gathered in a secluded area, Chen Huan inquired of Shin Jingxi. "Indeed," she affirmed with a nod. "In addition to the survivors, we must consider our future plans." The matter of their subsequent intentions was not merely of interest to Shun Jingxi. Zhang Long and Zhao Lin were equally eager to know. Initially, their relentless journey had been driven by Chen Huan's quest to find his parents. Now that they had been located, it was high time for their ceaseless wandering to find a place to rest. Chen Huan remarked, "I do not oppose these survivors joining us. However, their numbers must be strictly limited, particularly concerning the elderly and the young. Ultimately, their choices will depend on themselves. As for future plans, I intend to establish a camp in a suitable location, while simultaneously gathering a substantial amount of supplies, including weapons and ammunition. This is a long-term endeavor, not something that can be accomplished overnight." Hearing this, Shin Jingxi and the others nodded discreetly, not surprised by Chen Huan's stance on the survivors. However, the establishment of the camp raised concerns. Zhang Long inquired, "While gathering supplies may be manageable, how do we address the acquisition of a significant quantity of weapons and ammunition? Food, drinking water, and medical supplies are relatively easier to procure, but weapons and ammunition pose a considerable challenge, especially given the stringent regulations on firearms in our country, where gun shops are non-existent." Chen Huan smiled and simply replied, "Patience." Chapter 112. Curve suggestions. The arrival of Chen Huan undoubtedly brought a ray of hope to this camp, which was shrouded in darkness. Food, medicine, weapons, and ammunition, although they had merely retrieved some provisions and bottled water from the cargo, allowing them to indulge in a hearty feast, these supplies symbolically belonged to everyone. With their tense minds eased and resources plentiful, their safety significantly enhanced. This temporary banquet transformed into a rare celebration for them. However, due to certain constraints, they could not ignite a bonfire for a lively gathering. Observing the genuine smiles radiating from those around him, Wang Wen took a couple of swigs from his bottle of water, appearing somewhat troubled. The following day, after a restless night, Wang Wen emerged from the tent, resolved to engage Chen Huan in a serious conversation. "What? Do you still wish to persuade me?" Chen Huan, who had risen early to stand atop the refrigerated truck with binoculars in hand, turned momentarily at the sound of footsteps, then resumed his distant gaze. They differed from the individuals in the camp. Although the quarry had not yet been besieged by zombies or mutated creatures, it did not imply safety. To remain vigilant, Zhang Long, Shan Jingxi, and he had taken turns guarding the refrigerated truck throughout the night. Wang Wen fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "What are your plans?" Chen Huan, taken aback, had anticipated Wang Wen would attempt to persuade him again, perhaps even employing a more direct form of moral coercion to sway his decision. Instead, he found Wang Wen, after a night of contemplation, asking about his intentions. However, Chen Huan did not respond and instead posed a question. "Have you decided against heading to the military base?" Wang Wen sighed, speaking candidly. "Without your company, even with supplies and some ammunition, we would not be able to reach the Yunlin City military base. Although Guangqing City is not far from Yunlin in the current circumstances, we must guard against not only zombies and mutated animals, but also living humans. Thus, after pondering throughout the night, I concluded that, rather than continuing toward the military base, it would be more prudent to accompany you for the time being. If possible, would you be willing to provide a shelter?" "Shelter?" Lowering his binoculars, Chen Huan looked down at the young man before the refrigerated truck. "Can you make decisions for everyone?" Wang Wen was taken aback. Each individual harbored their own thoughts and decisions. He could not possibly dictate the choices of all. Chun Huan continued, having come this far, with only about 100 kilometers left to the Yunlin City military base. Are you certain they would abandon a stable and secure refuge? As Wang Wen remained silent, his fists clenched tightly, he gritted his teeth and replied, I will persuade them. Analyze the pros and cons, I stop. Wang Wen's words were abruptly interrupted as Chun Huan waved his hand dismissively. In light of your care for my mother, I will not refuse your request for shelter. However, I must make it clear, I can accommodate a maximum of 12 individuals, and they must predominantly be young and capable. Wang Wen's expression shifted dramatically. 12 individuals? The camp comprised 37 people. Aside from Shou Yuqing, there were still 36 others. If Chun Huan were to accept only 12 individuals, it would imply that 24 would be cast aside. Why is that? Wang Wen was perplexed and could not fathom why Chun Huan would limit his acceptance to a mere 12. Chun Huan replied coolly, because I do not wish to put myself in jeopardy, nor will I assume the role of a caretaker. Wang Wen's complexion paled at this revelation. At that moment, Zhao Lin, the only one who had not taken a night watch to rest, flung open the car door and leapt out. He patted Wang Wen on the shoulder and remarked, the greater the number, the greater the peril. The allocation of 12 slots is already a generous concession. Wang Wen clenched his fists in silence, casting a deep glance at Zhao Lin before turning to exit the frozen vehicle. It was indeed miraculous that this fellow had survived thus far. Zhao Lin muttered to himself, entirely indifferent to Wang Wen's thoughts. During their exchange the previous night, they had discussed the survivors of this camp. They had already made their decisions regarding these survivors. As for their reaction upon discovering that their group would not be heading to the military base, and that only 12 individuals would be accepted, predominantly the young and able-bodied, it was of no consequence. The apocalypse was not a civil society. Notions of human rights and morality were irrelevant. Providing them with some supplies and a box of ammunition was already a generous gesture, considering Chun Huan's mother. Otherwise, they would not have received even a morsel of food from last night's haul. Should extreme circumstances arise, at this juncture, who among them had not taken a few lives? Wengo, what is the matter? Zhuang Ming asked, a piece of bread lodged in his mouth, which had been distributed by Zhang Long and the others the previous night. It was once among his least favored foods, yet now it bore an unexpectedly delightful flavor. Wang Wen sat upon a stone, silent, his gaze fixed on the frozen vehicle. After a while, he inquired, Mingzi, do you wish to go to the military base? Or would you prefer to remain outside? Of course, the military base, Zhuang Ming replied without hesitation. However, he soon realized something was amiss and curiously asked, Wenge, is there something wrong? Or do you no longer wish to go to the military base? Wang Wen shook his head. The resolve he had solidified through a sleepless night had been shattered by Chun Huan, leaving his mind in disarray. He was uncertain about what to do next. The only thing he could ascertain was that Chun Huan and the others would soon depart. Wengo, what is troubling you? Zhuang Ming pressed, observing Wang Wen's silence with a furrowed brow. Was it related to Chun Huan and his group? Since their conversation the previous night, Wang Wen had appeared burdened with thoughts, and now he seemed to waver in his intention to head to the military base. Though he had intended not to pry, Zhuang Ming suddenly felt an irresistible curiosity about their discussion. Wang Wen sighed and recounted the details of his conversation with Chun Huan. What? Keep your voice down. Wang Wen glared at Zhuang Ming. Are you concerned that others might overhear? Zhuang Ming, however, pressed on, why doesn't Chun Huan go to the military base? I could understand his earlier reluctance to keep me, but now that he has found people, what purpose does it serve to remain outside? Does he not wish for his mother to reside in an utterly secure location? It remains unclear, as he offered no response to my inquiry. Zhuang Ming's question mirrored that of Wang Wen, yet Chun Huan chose not to provide any answer to this query. Rubbing his forehead, Zhuang Ming was acutely aware that Chun Huan's absence from the military base, even if he were to leave behind some supplies and ammunition, would be of little consequence, barely sufficient for survival. Moreover, Chun Huan could only accommodate a maximum of 12 individuals, the majority of whom must be robust young adults. After spending such time together, enduring life and death side by side, it was utterly impossible for him to abandon the 24 people, particularly since they comprised mostly women, children, and the elderly. Shall we speak to Sister Zhou? Suddenly, an idea struck Zhuang Ming, and he suggested, Sister Zhou is Chen Huan's mother. Surely, when she speaks, he cannot ignore her words, can he? Is it conceivable that he would disregard the words of his own mother? Chapter 113. This is a notification, not a discussion. Zhuang Ming's plan was straightforward. Since Chen Huan refused to go to the military base and was unwilling to take everyone from the camp with him, he decided to seek a different approach as a breakthrough. After all, Zhou Yuqing was Chen Huan's mother. If others' persuasions fell on deaf ears, surely she would have more influence. However, as soon as he expressed this thought, Wang Wen promptly countered, advising against it. Why not? Zhuang Ming inquired, puzzled. Wang Wen reflected on the extraordinary aura and resoluteness he had sensed in Chen Huan. The fact that he is willing to share some supplies and ammunition with us is already a favor considering our care for Sister Zhou. Without that connection, do you think he would have allowed us to enjoy a hearty meal last night? But Zhuang Ming was about to voice his concerns when Wang Wen raised a hand to stop him, continuing, let us not forget that we lack the power to demand anything from Chen Huan. If Sister Zhou's persuasion fails, we might find ourselves without supplies and ammunition. Must we then abandon most of our people? Wang Wen's words struck a chord with Zhuang Ming, awakening him to the reality of their situation. Indeed, Wang Wen's caution seemed prudent. The crux of the matter lay in the balance of power. In this perilous world where lives were as fragile as grass, those who held power dictated the terms. If one party lacked the necessary strength, they would have no choice but to submit to the will of the other. Let us observe the situation for a while longer. Wang Wen sighed, feeling helpless in the face of their predicament. He had tossed and turned all night, hoping for a shift in circumstances once Chen Huan revealed his plans to everyone. Regarding Chen Huan's intentions, both Wang Wen and Zhuang Ming kept their thoughts to themselves, refraining from discussing it with the others in the camp. As everyone gradually rose, the breakfast provided by Chen Huan, abundant in supplies, came to a cheerful conclusion amidst laughter and chatter. Noticing that the time was nearly upon them, Chen Huan, seated beside Zhou Yuqing, stood up amidst the gathered gazes and clapped his hands. Concerning my mother, I would like to express my gratitude once more to all of you. Without your care, I would not have been able to find her here. However, every meeting must eventually lead to parting, and once breakfast concludes, we will bid farewell and depart. At this announcement, the camp fell into a profound silence, the previous merriment seeming to vanish without a trace. Zhou Yuqing cast a bewildered glance at her son. Are you saying that you intend to leave? A woman, who shared a good rapport with Zhou Yuqing, asked uncertainly, swallowing her mouthful of bread. Yes, Chen Huan replied. We have our own plans, and we shall not continue on this journey together. No, that cannot be, another voice interjected. Do you mean to abandon us immediately after breakfast? Indeed, our journey to the military base could unite us all. Should we encounter any unforeseen circumstances along the way, we could support one another. Had it not been for our mutual assistance in the past, we would not have survived to this day. The arrival of Chen Huan and his companions undoubtedly brought a glimmer of hope to everyone. With resources and weaponry at their disposal, how could the group accept Chen Huan's sudden declaration of his intention to depart alone? Some, filled with disbelief, turned to the bewildered Zhou Yuqing, asking Sister Zhou, are you truly abandoning us? I don't know. Zhou Yuqing stammered, her heart heavy under the gaze of countless pained, cold, and angry eyes. In a flurry of confusion, she attempted to explain, but her words were abruptly interrupted by Chen Huan. This matter does not involve my mother. She's entirely unaware. Should you have any questions, you are welcome to direct them at me, provided that we engage in a respectful dialogue rather than resorting to moral coercion or seeking to exploit kindness for personal gain. After this declaration, Chen Huan seemed to transform, his once comforting gaze sweeping across the faces before him, instilling a chilling apprehension in those who met his eyes, compelling them to avert their gaze. Even Zhou Yuqing, in that moment, found her son a stranger, devoid of the gentility he once possessed. Why? Someone mustered the courage to ask. Chen Huan did not respond, but raised a finger to delineate his points. First, I will not be proceeding to the military base in Yunlin City. Second, before I leave, I will ensure that you receive some supplies and ammunition as a form of gratitude. Third, you may choose to accompany me, but I can only accept a maximum of 12 individuals, primarily young adults. The elderly and children will not be considered. As Chun Huan laid out these 3 points, the crowd fell silent in astonishment. Zhou Yuqing gazed at her formidable son, feeling a tumult of emotions swirl within her. Why won't you go to the military base? It is the only safe haven amidst such peril. Furthermore, if you refuse to go, why limit the number of those who may accompany you? All in the camp were companions and friends, and the thought of her son abandoning them was nearly unbearable. To survive, Chen Huan replied with a faint smile. He then placed a reassuring hand on his mother's shoulder, saying, "Mother, do you know what I endured to return from Lanshan? In terms of understanding zombies and mutated creatures, I can confidently assert that few possess my level of knowledge. I have already visited the military base and assessed its conditions. My decision to refrain from going there is based on careful consideration. As for the limit of 12 individuals, it is a threshold. Should the number exceed this critical point without adequate strength within the group, it would inevitably attract the attention of zombies and mutated creatures." Chun Huan's words were not only directed at Zhou Yuqing, but also intended for the others present. Had it not been for his concern for his mother, he would have had no inclination to explain himself. As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly man retorted, "If you claim that exceeding 20 individuals will attract the assault of zombies and mutated creatures, then why have we encountered nothing during our several days here? Indeed, pray tell, how is it that we have encountered nothing here? Do not suggest that our numbers exacerbate your resource consumption." Chun Huan scoffed, "If you harbor doubts, then take it upon yourselves to drive around the vicinity and see whether you stumble upon the zombies or mutated animals gradually converging towards us. Moreover, I am not here to negotiate with you. I am here to inform." Chun Huan stated solemnly, "The reason I am offering you a choice is entirely for my mother's sake. Rather than questioning the veracity of my words, it is far better to utilize this time to reach a decision. When good, do speak up. Yes, Xiaowen, you have led us so far. You are our pillar of support. Do share your thoughts." As Chun Huan's words reached this point, the crowd, at a loss, naturally turned their attention to Wang Wen, who had been silently engrossed in mechanically gnawing on bread from the very beginning. Chapter 114. Divergence lacking the courage to confront Chen Huan, and even less inclined to repay kindness with malice, they hesitated to verify the veracity of Chen Huan's claims. Struggling to make a decision, they could only place their hopes on the stalwart leader of their group, Wang Wen. However, Wang Wen had already been aware of Chen Huan's intentions since the previous night and understood that the options presented by Chen Huan were the utmost concession. Even if the pressure was now directed towards him, what could be done? Setting aside the bread in his hands, Wang Wen took a deep breath and spoke. "Whether you choose to go to the military base in Yunlin City or follow Chen Huan, the decision lies with you. However, I will certainly be heading to the military base in Yunlin City." Following suit, Zhuang Ming declared, like Brother One, "I too will definitely proceed to the military base in Yunlin City." With their hopes dashed, the others began to contemplate in silence whether to continue towards the military base or follow Chen Huan. Among them, those inclined to follow Chen Huan were predominantly the youth, while the elderly and children felt compelled to choose the military base. "I choose to follow Chen Huan." The power of choice lay in their hands, and soon, a woman in her 30s firmly made her decision. "I too choose to follow Chen Huan," she declared. "I will go to the military base." As one person took the lead, it wasn't long before others began to express their stances. Out of 36 individuals, 29 opted to continue towards the military base in Yunlin City. They believed that while following Chen Huan might provide temporary safety in the long run, the military base was undoubtedly the most secure option. Chen Huan, however, remained unconcerned, merely addressing the remaining 7 who decided to accompany him. "Gather your belongings and prepare to depart." As the 7 made their way to the camp to collect their personal items for the vehicle, Zhang Long turned and boarded the refrigerated truck, retrieving a box of ammunition from the weapons bag to hand to Wang Wen. Though the quantity was not substantial, it was sufficient to address some dangers. Similarly, Zhang Long was not overly generous with supplies, providing only 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, 1 box of bread, and 4 boxes of mineral water. In a world where resources were the most precious commodity, Chen Huan and his companions were not altruistic enough to share much with outsiders. Thus, being able to offer these items was already a considerable act of goodwill. Those planning to continue to the military base were disappointed to find the supplies and ammunition far less than they had anticipated. Although they were dissatisfied, they dared not voice their complaints and accepted the provisions with gratitude. Such is the reality. Son, what are your plans moving forward? After a little over 10 minutes. As the convoy set off, Zhou Yuqing, seated in the refrigerated truck, inquired of Chen Huan, who was examining the map. Though he had mentioned at the camp that he had his reasons for not going to the military base, he had not disclosed the specifics. Chen Huan replied, I intend to find a suitable location to establish our own camp. Establish our own camp? Zhou Yuqing was taken aback. Is this your plan? Indeed. Chen Huan elucidated that the camp he established, in various respects, could not possibly compare to the fortified shelters of military bases. However, in other aspects, the advantages of his camp were unparalleled by any military facility. Presently, the military base continued to receive a steady influx of survivors, with their numbers burgeoning at an alarming rate. Although the base implemented stringent checks on each survivor, the sheer scale of the population rendered such measures somewhat ineffective. The greater the number of individuals, the stronger the affinity for zombies and mutated creatures. Even though the military base was adequately equipped to handle any onslaught of the undead, the increasing volume of survivors inevitably led to mounting issues. After all, the cataclysm had struck with unforeseen abruptness, and the temporary nature of the military's shelter posed significant risks. A misfortune could leave the most unfortunate individuals with no hope of survival. Previously, Chen Huan had addressed Zhao Lin and others. Now, he reiterated his thoughts to Zhou Yuqing, albeit in a more tactful manner, while also mentioning the regulations of the military base. Upon hearing Chen Huan's analysis, Zhou Yuqing contemplated those who still intended to proceed to the military base in Yunlin City. Chen Huan offered a reassuring smile, stating that, regardless of the circumstances, no place could rival the safety of a military base. Zhou Yuqing nodded in agreement, choosing not to voice any further concerns. The reunion with her son was a tremendous stroke of luck, and she had come to accept Chen Huan's approach, no longer worrying about those who had chosen a different path. As noon passed, the convoy had completely distanced itself from Guangqing City, steering towards a location that lay in stark contrast to the direction of the Yunlin City military base. This was where they opted to establish their camp, Longzhong City, one of China's renowned 4 ancient cities, a locale bordered by water on 3 sides, albeit slightly less illustrious than its counterparts. Chen Huan chose the hydropower station in Longzhong City because his second camp in his past life was established there. He was intimately familiar with the surrounding environment and dangers, negating the need to explore an unfamiliar area. Additionally, Longzhong City was not far from Yunlin City. In the pre-apocalyptic world, the journey would take about 2.5 hours. However, in the current apocalyptic reality, roads were largely congested, with zombies and mutated creatures emerging sporadically, hindering their speed. By the time the convoy arrived, it was already 3 in the afternoon. The Jining hydropower station, situated upstream on the Pu River, was adjacent to the development zone of Longzhong City, yet the distance was considerable. The surrounding area was open, offering excellent visibility, with only a barren hill standing at the entrance of the national road. Check the weapons, prepare to clear out the zombies at the hydropower station. With his tang knife strapped to his back, Shun Jingxi leaped from the refrigerated vehicle, closely followed by Zhang Long and others, all fully equipped. Alongside the 3 parked vehicles, 7 individuals disembarked in succession. Are we really planning to establish a camp here? The intention to create a camp had been disclosed to everyone during lunch, not a secret. Yet they had not anticipated Chen Huan traveling such a distance merely for this modest hydropower station. If one were to establish a camp near the hydropower station, the vicinity of Guangqing City is not devoid of options, and the scale of other hydropower stations far surpasses that of the Jinjiantai hydropower station. Chen Huan acknowledged with a sound and promptly instructed Zhao Lin, who had just extinguished the engine and exited the vehicle, to retrieve the cold weapons from the cargo compartment and distribute them among the group. When we enter the hydropower station to eliminate the zombies, regardless of what transpires, keep your mouth shut and avoid needless alarm. The fight against the undead relies on the weapons in your hands, not on your words. Chun Huan did not expect these individuals to reach the level of Shun Jingxi and her companions. Yet he had no desire to support those who could not even confront zombies. The 7 individuals, upon receiving their weapons, understood that this was an opportunity to demonstrate their capabilities and did not express dissatisfaction with Chun Huan's words. They had a general understanding of Chun Huan's character. Having chosen to follow him, they resolved to see their path through to the end, even if it meant doing so from their knees. Regret was a luxury not afforded to them in this world. Keep an eye on them and arrange the formation accordingly, Chun Huan instructed, nodding to Zhao Lin before making his way directly towards the iron gate that led into the depths of the hydropower station. Chapter 115. The silver and gold hydroelectric power station, a profound, ominous thunderstorm unleashed a magnetic upheaval that rendered electrical facilities across the globe utterly inoperative. Although many fundamental systems could be restarted to function normally, the apocalypse had descended upon them, and one by one, those around transformed into mindless, flesh-eating zombies. In the throes of survival, how many could still contemplate the operation of the hydroelectric power station? Moreover, it was not a season of abundant water, and unlike thermal, solar, or nuclear power stations that consistently generated electricity, the hydroelectric station primarily served as a flood control measure. Nevertheless, this did not imply that the power station was devoid of any usable electricity. As Chun Huan led his group through the iron gate into the heart of the power station, the emergency lights in the stairwell flickered to life, casting a faint glow upon the mottled, slightly yellowed walls, while the air was thick with a pungent stench of decay. Zombies are particularly sensitive to stimuli, such as sound, light, and the scent of blood. The sudden illumination of the emergency lights or the soft echo of footsteps reverberating through the silent stairwell prompted Chun Huan, as he and his companions reached the first corner of the stairs, to hear a chorus of growls emanating from below. The number of creatures seemed neither too few nor an overwhelming horde. With a swift motion, Chun Huan gripped the hilt of his sword, slowly drawing the tang knife from its sheath, while his left hand secured a powerful flashlight. Jingxi, Zhonglong, follow me as we advance inward. Zhao Lin, your task is to organize the others to clear each room and office. Should you encounter anything unusual, be it human or zombie, regardless of whether they plead for mercy, eliminate them immediately. Understood. Understood. Shun Jingxi, Zhonglong, and Zhao Lin were well acquainted with Chun Huan's decisiveness and promptly acknowledged his orders. However, the 7 newcomers and Zhou Yuqing felt a sudden jolt of apprehension, though none dared to voice their concerns, as Zhao Lin's gaze turned towards them. After nodding slightly at Zhou Yuqing, he addressed the group. Prepare according to the formation I just outlined. I will lead as we begin clearing the rooms and offices behind the boss. Remember, no matter what happens, maintain your formation and refrain from shouting. Such actions will not save you, but will likely attract more zombies. All right, understood, came the varied responses from the 7, while Zhou Yuqing and Xiao Dian simply followed suit, remaining outside the arrangement. As they continued down the stairs, the cacophony of footsteps grew increasingly distinct. After descending nearly 2 flights, Shun Jingxi fixed her gaze upon a half-open iron door, stained with dark, congealed blood, her grip tightening around the triangular military knife. Like the upper levels, this area was equipped with emergency lights, though their bulbs had been shattered, rendering them incapable of illumination. The emergency lights above ceased their flickering as the group moved away from them. Chun Huan raised his hand, signaling for the others to halt, and directed the beam of his powerful flashlight toward the iron door, illuminating its ominous presence. A guttural roar echoed as the zombies in the corridor lost their attraction to the light. Their fervent howls ceased as they slowly descended the stairs. Chun Huan flickered his flashlight once more in this dim environment, undoubtedly reorienting the direction for the aimless creatures. Barely 5 or 6 seconds had elapsed when a zombie clad in a blue work uniform and donning a safety helmet crashed through the iron door with a thunderous bang, dragging its stiff body toward the staircase. The resounding crash of the door reverberated like a thunderclap within the isolated confines of the dam. Following closely behind, More zombies surged from the corridor. Prepare yourselves. With the door flung open, Chunhua need not reiterate the dangers lurking behind. He strode forward, wielding his blade with precision. Black blood splattered as a helmeted head was severed, rolling to the ground amidst the gaze of onlookers. Yet, this was merely the beginning. The zombies, undeterred by death or pain, rushed forth, intent on overwhelming the humans before them, eager to feast upon their flesh, to tear open their bellies and devour their steaming entrails in a ravenous banquet. It had been far too long since they had last fed, and their hunger was palpable. Gazing upon the pallid, desiccated faces resembling the bark of ancient trees, Chun Huan remained unfazed, clenching the bright flashlight in his teeth. He gripped his Tang Dao with both hands, continuously swinging it with lethal accuracy, severing the heads of zombies with each strike. This was the most efficient and least exhausting method available. As for the decapitated heads, Zhao Lin and the others would handle them. Get away! Zhang Long delivered a powerful kick to the chin of an approaching zombie, sending it tumbling down the stairs along with a scattering of teeth. His actions were equally decisive. Though wielding a Nepalese military knife, he employed it with the ferocity of a cleaver. With a diagonal slash, the zombie near Chun Huan was bisected before it could react, its putrid entrails spilling forth, black blood splattering across him. Ugh! Spitting out a few drops of black blood, Zhang Long tightened his grip on the knife, seizing another zombie by the shoulder and driving the blade forcefully into its mouth, twisting with brutal intent. Such savagery sent chills down the spines of the 8 onlookers, including Zhou Yuqing, causing their stomachs to churn violently, struggling to keep down the remnants of their last meal. Chun Huan, though deadly and precise, lacked Zhang Long's brutal ruthlessness. The latter's actions felt akin to those of a sadistic torturer. In contrast, Shan Jingzi exhibited a more composed demeanor, executing a flying kick off the wall before plunging her triangular bayonet into a zombie's skull. Regardless, the calmness and combat prowess displayed by Chun Huan and his companions instilled a profound sense of security and confidence among the group. As Chun Huan severed the final zombie's head, accompanied by Shan Jingzi and Zhang Long, they vanished from the sight of the onlookers. Zhao Lin stepped forward, drawing the dagger strapped to his right leg, and thrust it through the skull of another zombie. Addressing the group, he urged, "We must act swiftly to eliminate them. There are offices and rooms that require our attention." Observing the scene before them, resembling a battlefield, the others nodded uneasily. They were not strangers to slaying zombies. Yet witnessing the ferocity displayed by Chun Huan and his companions was a novel experience. One young man, having stepped on the innards of a zombie, felt the slimy texture surge his already tumultuous stomach, leading him to turn abruptly, brace himself against the wall, and retch violently. In such an environment, vomiting proved contagious, akin to yawning, especially as everyone struggled to suppress their nausea. In a matter of moments, apart from Zhao Lin and the already acclimated Xiao Tian, the rest of the group succumbed to the urge, their bodies growing weak from the effort. The severed heads on the ground seemed to respond to the cacophony of retching, becoming increasingly animated, their mouths snapping open and shut, producing a disconcerting series of crunching sounds. Time is of the essence. Given that Chun Huan's mother was among them, Zhao Lin refrained from uttering anything excessively harsh. As he swiftly dispatched another zombie's head, he merely turned to encourage the group to hasten their efforts. In contrast, Xiao Tian's efficient actions in eliminating zombies prompted Zhao Lin to nod in approval. The lessons imparted by their leader had finally borne fruit. Chapter 116. A scene of irony. The corridor was dimly lit. Despite the sun's attempt to penetrate, its light offered little solace. After all, the dam was not constructed for the comfort of its workers, and its overall design prioritized neither comfort nor livability. Yet, in the face of the apocalypse, this environment, isolated by steel and concrete, proved to be an exceptionally safe haven, far superior to the camp where Lu Yiming and his companions resided. Chun Huan held a powerful flashlight in his left hand while grasping a tang knife in his right, advancing cautiously. Zhang Long and Shun Jingzi followed closely, their eyes alert as they scanned the unfamiliar surroundings. At each office or room they passed, The trio would pause to ensure the doors were securely closed, listening intently for any sound from within. If a door was ajar, or if a room housed a significant number of zombies, they would enter and eradicate the threat. Conversely, if the door was tightly shut or if there were few zombies inside, they would leave it for Zhao Lin and others who would follow. Their objective was straightforward: to eliminate all zombies lurking within the power station. Boss! At the entrance of an office, Zhang Long paused to listen, glancing back at Chen Huan, who had just dispatched a zombie with efficiency. "Let us go in," Chen Huan replied, wiping the dark blood from his blade. This was the station chief's office, containing items they needed. Zhang Long nodded, gripping the doorknob with his left hand while brandishing his knife with his right, signaling to Shan Jingzi, who adjusted the flashlight towards the tightly secured door. Once prepared, Zhang Long twisted the doorknob and forcefully pushed the door open. Bang! The door crashed against the wall with a resounding thud, and immediately, Shan Jingzi darted inside. Roar! Simultaneously, the guttural growls of two zombies erupted. The office was modestly sized and simply furnished, yet the scene within was anything but ordinary. Slumped in the chair behind the desk was a grotesque, corpulent zombie, its face and neck mangled by bites. Its upper garments were haphazardly raised, while its trousers hung down to its ankles, presenting a repulsive sight. On its thigh, another female zombie, stripped of clothing, had its undergarments draped on the desk like a flag, rendering the entire tableau steeped in bitter irony. Upon sensing the entrance of humans, the lifeless eyes of the zombies sparked with a frenzied excitement, and they struggled to rise, intent on devouring the three intruders, aiming to crunch their bones into fragments before swallowing them whole. However, as the female zombie attempted to stand, the bloodied chair, burdened by its weight, collapsed, causing the male zombie's head to crash against the filing cabinet, shattering glass everywhere. Shan Jingzi, repulsed, swept her gaze over the male zombie and advanced, delivering a kick to the approaching female zombie before raising her hand to plunge a triangular bayonet into the male zombie's temple amidst its anguished cries. That was a bit excessive, wasn't it? Zhang Long quipped, dispatching the female zombie with a swift strike, his tone laced with sarcasm. Within the hydroelectric station, the zombies exhibited both sluggishness and weakness. Since the apocalypse began, they had scarcely fed, rendering them so feeble that even a child could easily dispatch one or two. Shan Jingzi scoffed, remarking that neither of the two was virtuous. Zhang Long shrugged, asserting that such occurrences were commonplace, and this was merely a trivial matter. Let us not indulge in futile debates. We have acquired the key. Now let us proceed. At that moment, having identified their objective within the filing cabinet, Chen Huan strode purposefully towards the exit. Whether in his past life or this one, he felt no particular trepidation regarding the circumstances within the station master's office. Power, wealth, and allure have always been intertwined. During his tenure as a screenwriter, he had witnessed far worse. Coupled with 8 years of survival experience from his previous life, this was but a mere ripple in the vast ocean. As Chen Huan and his companions obtained the key and delved deeper, preparing to eliminate the zombies roaming outside before resetting the hydroelectric power facilities, Zhao Lin and his group were systematically clearing the offices and rooms. Although their capabilities were limited and their methods for dispatching zombies lacked finesse, most struggled even to deliver a lethal blow. Fortunately, the zombies within the hydroelectric station were notably frail. The undead in the offices and rooms were either scarce or altogether absent, allowing Zhao Lin's role to largely be one of oversight and precaution. Occasionally, he would demonstrate to the others the most effective and efficient techniques for eliminating zombies. Brother Lin, did you really traverse all the way from Binren City like this? A young man in the team, filled with admiration, couldn't help but pose the question to Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin chuckled. In this world, if one lacks skill, how could one possibly arrive here, laden with such ample supplies? However, if we speak of true prowess, it undoubtedly belongs to the boss. All my abilities were learned from him. Learned from Chen Huan? The 8 members, including Zhou Yuqing, were taken aback, recalling that Chen Huan had not particularly distinguished himself before or after entering the hydroelectric station. He had merely instilled a sense of security when confronting zombies. If one were to assess, It was Zhao Lin who had effectively organized the group and tirelessly imparted knowledge. Yet now, Zhao Lin claimed to have learned everything from Chen Huan. As Zhao Lin led the group onward, he quietly continued, Lan City is over 1,000 kilometers from Binren City. If the boss possessed only average skills, do you believe he could have survived the journey back? Remember, at that time, the apocalypse had just begun, and the zombies and mutated creatures were not as weak as those found in this hydroelectric station. As he spoke, Xiao Tian's voice chimed in, indeed. Brother Chun is remarkably capable. Even the military uncles wished for him to stay. However, upon hearing this, Zhou Yuqing felt a pang of sorrow within. And him? Zhao Lin reassured, do not worry, Auntie. The boss is a person of conviction, and his decisions have never faltered. Zhou Yuqing responded with a quiet acknowledgement. Subsequently, Zhao Lin addressed the group once more. You are all somewhat acquainted with the nature of our leader. Thus, it is imperative that you comply with the arrangements and strive to better yourselves. Do not foolishly indulge in misplaced kindness. This is a fundamental principle. After all, we do not intend to support idleness. The last individual who disobeyed us and caused trouble. At this point, Zhao Lin ceased his remarks and turned back, revealing a chilling smile. The implication was unmistakable. They held lives in their hands, and should anyone provoke trouble through disobedience, there would be no leniency. A shiver ran through the crowd, and they hastily nodded in agreement, affirming their understanding. They were uncertain about the military base, but it was undeniable that being under Chen Huan's leadership was a significant improvement compared to before. Zhao Lin withdrew his gaze, stating, in that case, the remaining zombies are entrusted to you. Remember, do not lag behind our leader and the others. Chapter 117. Camp arrangement. The pace at which Chen Huan and his companions worked was remarkably swift. Among the trio, one possessed 8 years of survival experience from a post-apocalyptic world, another was a formidable warrior, and the last had a background in Taekwondo. Given the limited number of zombies within the hydroelectric station, which had not fed for an extended period and was thus in an extremely weakened state, they fell like lambs to the slaughter before the trio's weapons. Without pausing for rest, the three swiftly penetrated the depths of the hydroelectric station. Boss, are you certain you can handle this? Chen Huan replied, in truth, we can manage without electricity. After all, we have endured for so many days. I have long since grown accustomed to it. Upon arriving at the control room, both Zhang Long and Shan Jingzi gazed at the unfamiliar apparatus, feeling a profound sense of inadequacy. They understood that restarting the equipment would restore basic power to the hydroelectric station. Yet they were perplexed by the operational intricacies of these devices. The onset of the apocalypse had rendered all precision electronic equipment inoperative, leaving the computer, which once controlled all devices, merely a decorative relic. Restarting the systems was not as simple as pressing a button. It required a comprehensive understanding of each device's purpose and operational methods. Chen Huan did not respond. After handing the Tang Dao to Zhang Long, he illuminated his path with a powerful flashlight as he ventured deeper. What's going on? Zhang Long looked at Shan Jingzi, his eyes reflecting confusion as if seeking answers. Chen Huan's academic background and professional life had no relation to this technology. Could mere trial and error suffice to fix it? Don't look at me. I have no idea either, Shan Jingzi shrugged, pulling a chair over to sit down. Before the apocalypse, she and Chen Huan had lost touch for quite some time, and her understanding of him was limited to what she had heard from her parents. Otherwise, she would not have been so astonished to encounter him in Binren City. Zhang Long examined the Tang Dao in his hands, realizing that there were many facets of Chen Huan that remained a mystery to them. Shan Jingzi chuckled softly. If you wish to know, you could always ask him. Let us not, Zhang Long replied. In these troubled times, he preferred that Chen Huan acquire as much knowledge as possible, for it was only through this that their chances of survival would increase. Zhang Long was unaware that from the very beginning, Shan Jingzi had her own speculations about Chen Huan. Yet, each time she felt she had grasped the truth. His actions and behavior contradicted her assumptions, gradually eroding her curiosity over time. Suddenly, as they engaged in their idle chatter, the overhead light bulb flickered amidst a subtle rumbling sound, and soon, the bulbs began to illuminate in a sequence, extending outward from the control room like a revolving lantern. What is happening? Could there be others in the hydroelectric station? The sudden influx of electricity caught the group, who were busy clearing out various offices and rooms, completely off guard, startling them so much that they forgot to lower the weapons they held aloft. Are you trying to get us killed? Zhao Lin kicked a nearby zombie aside and turned to scold his companions. Lin, the woman responsible for eliminating the zombies, lowered her head, unable to meet the furious gaze of Zhao Lin. This is the only time. If it happens again, I shall merely observe as you and the zombies tear each other apart. With this cold remark, Zhao Lin managed to calm the others. Regardless of whether there were survivors within the power station, in the end, this facility would solely belong to them, with no one else permitted to share it. As for the sudden restoration of power, it was not difficult to surmise, as even a modicum of thought could lead one to the answer. By the time the power station was entirely cleared, it was nearing 6 in the evening, having taken over 2 hours. Yet, for the construction of the camp, this was merely the first step. While the sun still hung in the sky, Chun Huan instructed Zhao Lin to unload the supplies from the refrigerated truck and move them into the dam, while he and Zhang Long began to modify the various entrances of the dam using tools they had procured. The Jin Yintai hydropower station had 5 entrances, each spaced quite apart. As a water conservancy project, the distribution of these entrances was evidently well planned. However, since the Jin Yintai hydropower station was to serve as a camp, having 5 entrances seemed excessive. After all, more entrances indicated greater instability. Thus, Chun Huan resolved to follow the plans from his previous life, sealing off 3 of the entrances and retaining the 2 closest to the national road. Boss, isn't this a bit extreme? Observed Zhao Lin, as he watched Chun Huan and Zhang Long reinforce the iron gate with several layers of metal sheeting and weld iron chains as bolts. No more chatter. Take a few people and go chop some trees over there. After inspecting the gate's defenses, Chun Huan removed the emergency light from the entrance. This device could not be left at the entrance. While convenient, it also served as a potential explosive. Understood. Observing Chun Huan's flurry of activity, Zhao Lin wasted no time and returned to gather a crew. Although Chun Huan did not specify the purpose of the tree chopping, Zhao Lin could easily deduce its utility. Besides creating barricades to ensure the 2 entrances remained zombie-free, it would also serve to reinforce the 3 entrances that had been completely sealed off. After all, the sealed entrances would never reopen, and, consequently, no one would be stationed there. Therefore, to enhance the camp's security, additional fortification was imperative. Furthermore, traps were essential as well. Lin, can we plant something here? Inquiring while Zhao Lin led a group to the nearby woods for lumber, a woman, who shared a good rapport with Zhou Yuqing, posed a question. Fearing Zhao Lin might misinterpret her inquiry as meddling, she quickly added, since we intend to reside here long-term, if we do not cultivate our own crops and rely solely on foraging, it won't be long before we face shortages. Zhao Lin glanced at her, responding, you need not worry about that. Once the camp is properly arranged, there will be ample opportunity for you to plant. Regarding the future development of the camp, aside from the selection of its location, other aspects have already been meticulously planned as of last night. Furthermore, the cultivation of fruits and vegetables is also on the agenda, as it is essential for ensuring a steady supply of resources, an endeavor that must not be taken lightly. Naturally, the search for materials must continue unabated. In these times, no one believes they possess an excess of supplies. Rather, the sentiment is that more is always better. As for personnel matters, the remaining slots at the camp have been specifically reserved for doctors and individuals with a certain level of combat capability. This does not imply that no further external applicants will be considered in the future, but the opportunities remain quite limited. Once all preparations are in place, essential items such as medical personnel, medications, and surgical instruments will be prioritized, as these are vital for saving lives. Particularly, the availability of resources at the camp significantly enhances the likelihood of survival. Chapter 118. Steamed buns. At this moment, Shun Jingzi accompanied Zhou Yuqing as they approached, followed closely by several recently joined individuals. Chun Huan paused for a moment, a faint smile gracing his face as he inquired, Mother, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be resting more? He cast a reproachful glance at Shun Jingzi, unable to suppress a wry smile. Shun Jingxi did not have the chance to respond before Zhou Yuqing interjected. This has nothing to do with Jingxi. I've already rested enough. You both have been tirelessly bustling about, and I feel uneasy just sitting here. Chen Huan disregarded Shun Jingxi's challenging gaze, understanding his mother's sentiments. She had always been a hard-working and honest person, a trait that was commendable in peaceful times, but became a flaw in the face of adversity. Nevertheless, it was essential to give this matter some thought. After a brief contemplation, he stated, "Mother, have the two of them take charge of our daily meals." From the crowd, he selected a seemingly earnest middle-aged woman and a robust young man, instructing them to assist his mother in preparing tonight's supper. In this apocalyptic world, food was one of the most critical concerns. Entrusting the responsibility to Zhou Yuqing would grant him peace of mind. As for the remaining individuals, he pointed toward the distant building and decisively commanded, "You all gather the necessary tools and clean the entire building thoroughly, leaving no room unchecked." Understood. The group dispersed to follow their orders. In a short span, the power plant began to breathe with a semblance of life. As the aroma of food wafted through the air, Zhao Lin, along with two men, returned, drenched in sweat, each embracing a pine log with a diameter of 20 centimeters. With a thud, the log hit the ground, sending dust swirling into the air. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Zhao Lin remarked, "We just felled over 10 pine trees. Once we bring everything back, we can process them with a cutting torch." "All right, continue with your work." Xinhua nodded, glancing at Zhou Yuqing. "Once everything is back, we shall begin our meal." "Sure, follow me," Zhao Lin replied, revealing the enthusiasm of a true foodie, urging the two who had just rested to get moving. Despite their fatigue, they gritted their teeth and pressed on. Those who remained understood the gravity of their situation. To survive, they must rely on their own efforts. As the three men moved away, Xiao Tian approached Chen Huan, bouncing with excitement, hands clasped behind his back. With the establishment of a fixed camp, the youthful spirit within him once again shone through, his eyes glimmering with mischief as he exclaimed, "Brother Chen Huan, guess what I have in my hands? If you guess correctly, I'll share it with you. If not, it's all mine." Chen Huan gazed at Xiao Tian in surprise. It had been rare to witness such exuberance in him lately. Reluctant to dampen his enthusiasm, he feigned contemplation and cautiously ventured, "Is it chocolate?" "No." Xiao Tian instinctively swallowed, shaking his head. "Guess again." With a smile, Chen Huan affectionately ruffled Xiao Tian's hair, saying, "You can enjoy it yourself." "Not a chance. Sister Jingxi insisted I give you some," Xiao Tian replied, undeterred. He then pulled his hands from behind his back, revealing a clean plastic bag filled with 5 fragrant steam buns. "Are those steam buns?" Chen Huan felt a sudden pang in his eyes as he instinctively took the plastic bag, a delightful aroma immediately enveloping his senses. This rich fragrance evoked memories from years past, transporting him to a time of warmth and comfort. Back then, the apocalypse had not yet arrived, and zombies were merely figments of cinematic imagination. Everyone lived in a prosperous era where all seemed possible. He was just a young boy dreaming of becoming a renowned screenwriter. In those days, his greatest delight was his mother's dumplings. Whether filled with meat or vegetables, they left him yearning for more. With a soft gulp, he swallowed a dumpling whole, a strange noise interrupting his reverie. He looked down to find Xiao Tian's eager gaze. Although he desired to eat, the boy refrained from asking and simply watched him finish. Taking 2 dumplings, he handed them to Xiao Tian, unable to suppress a wry smile. This little fellow, clearly starving, had come excitedly to offer dumplings, evidenced by the growling of his empty stomach. Xiao Tian clutched a dumpling in one hand and, with a joyful exclamation, dashed aside, his face smeared with oil, unconcerned as he savored each bite. Chen Huan returned his attention to the task at hand, tossing a dumpling to Zhang Long, who was busy nearby. "Thank you, Boss Xie," Zhang Long exclaimed, his eyes shining as he dropped his tools, eagerly accepting the dumpling. With a single bite, the exquisite flavor awakened his appetite, and he quickly devoured 2 more. "Is that dumplings?" Zhao Lin remarked, bringing back a pine log with his companions. Staring incredulously at the dumpling offered by Chen Huan, he could hardly believe it until he took a bite, confirming it was no mere fantasy. The 2 men beside him looked on enviously swallowing their saliva. Once Zhao Lin finished, the trio hastened their efforts in transporting the logs, eager to return for a meal. As twilight descended upon the land, the gates of the hydroelectric station clanged shut. The group divided into two, seated at separate tables. Zhou Yuqing, accompanied by a woman, continuously placed steaming dishes upon the table. After a long day of toil, this sumptuous dinner was a rare treat. Even with an abundance of dumplings, it was insufficient to satiate the appetites of more than 10 individuals, and the dumplings visibly dwindled. After the meal, just as Zhao Lin intended to process the pine logs, Chen Huan shook his head, signaling to postpone until the next day. The noise from the cutting torch was too loud, and with visibility poor at night, it was unwise to attract attention during peak zombie activity. Zhao Lin pondered this and nodded in agreement. Despite the availability of electricity, the factory's upper floors remained dim. Only a few rooms on the ground floor were lit, shielded by walls that ensured safety from prying eyes. "Let us rest for now," Chen Huan suggested simply. "Everyone has worked hard today. It's best to retire early, as there is much to accomplish tomorrow." Subsequently, the group settled into the tidy rooms they had prepared for the night. As dawn broke, they rose and resumed their busy tasks. Zhao Lin led the others in using the cutting torch to process the wood into usable templates, their enthusiasm for the work growing. Chen Huan observed for a moment before directing the same team that had cleaned the rooms yesterday to continue organizing the factory. Here, the use of water is remarkably convenient, and the tools are abundantly available. The only inconvenience lies in the physical labor, which can be entrusted to them without significant concern. What remains to be accomplished is the organization of the supplies from the vehicle. "Mother, please take these individuals and move the refrigerator from the office to the basement. Once you confirm it is operational, transfer the food from the refrigerated truck into it." Chen Huan gestured towards the refrigerated vehicle and continued. "Next, we will need to venture outside to procure some ingredients." "Very well. I shall accompany you and your mother to attend to this matter." Shun Jingzi nodded and, together with Zhou Yuqing, proceeded to manage the refrigerated truck. As for Zhang Long, Chen Huan contemplated for a moment before leading Zhang Long outside. Although this location is relatively secure, conducting necessary reconnaissance remains essential. Chapter 119. Unexpected surprise. As the two stepped through the doorway, the sky above was a brilliant expanse, seemingly untouched by time. Yet, upon glancing back at the hydroelectric station, they were starkly reminded of the apocalyptic reality they faced. Exiting the gate, they found themselves surrounded by a vast plain. A meandering road stretched from the distance, leading into the urban heart of Langzhou City. Near the intersection of the Langzhou Development Zone and the National Highway stood a hill approximately 20 meters high. This hill effectively shielded the Jinintai hydroelectric station and the surrounding expanse of safety behind it. On one side lay the National Highway, while the other was bordered by steep, undulating peaks. Beyond the hill, the Pu River flowed with a gentle murmur. The two made their way down the hill, taking a moment to ascend its heights. As they turned back, the hydroelectric station appeared to them as a collection of boxes varying in size. Nearby, they noticed tiny black dots scurrying about. These were the industrious individuals engaged in their tasks. Retracting his gaze, Chen Huan looked towards the distant city. In stark contrast to the hydroelectric station, the nearest structures in the urban area were considerably farther from the hill, with much of the land still devoted to agriculture, where the crops remained surprisingly unscathed. A smile crept across Chen Huan's face. This, indeed, was an unexpected delight. "Boss, should we establish a lookout here?" Zhang Long, who had accompanied Chen Huan for some time and possessed abilities on par with Zhao Lin, suggested. He gestured thoughtfully and continued. "This elevated position is crucial. If it falls into enemy hands, we could face significant firepower suppression." Chen Huan replied calmly. "This area is indeed vital. We currently lack manpower, but once Zhao Lin and his team manage the timber and repair the courtyard walls, we will excavate a room here. We should also build a garage at the foot of the hill to store a vehicle, which would be useful for alerts in case of emergencies." "Agreed." Zhang Long nodded emphatically, clearly pleased that his opinion was valued. This acknowledgement inspired him to brainstorm further strategies. However, after considerable time, his mind remained a blank slate. Suddenly, something extraordinarily small and lively caught Chun Huan's attention as it wobbled towards the riverbank. Intrigued by this peculiar sight, he focused intently and began to analyze it. Then, a revelation struck him like a lightning bolt. "Is that a wild chicken?" Zhang gasped in surprise as well. They exchanged a glance, both reflecting the urgency in their eyes. For them, the discovery of an unmutated creature, a wild chicken, was indeed a delightful surprise. In today's world, encountering an unmutated source of meat was a rare encouragement. If they could locate more wild chickens and breed them, their group would no longer lack fresh sustenance, a prospect that filled them with excitement. "Shoo, you keep watch here," Chun Huan whispered. After Zhang Long nodded like a young chick, Chun Huan gripped his tang knife tightly, ensuring the blade did not clink against the sheath and scare away the wild chicken. He then descended slowly, his gaze unwavering. The vividly colored wild chicken appeared to be as carefree as it would on any ordinary day. With an air of carefree abandon, it boldly dashed towards the river, completely oblivious to the lurking danger. Just as it lowered its head to drink, a massive hand swiftly seized its neck. The wild chicken let out a terrified shriek, its large wings flapping furiously, sending a flurry of feathers spiraling through the air. Once caught, escape was no longer an option. Chun Huan couldn't help but smile, placing the tang dao from his other hand onto the grass. He then plucked a thick weed from the surrounding underbrush and, with one hand grasping the wild chicken, used the other to bind its wings together with the long grass. Moments later, gazing at the wild chicken sprawled helplessly on the ground, Chun Huan surveyed his surroundings with ambition. The presence of a wild chicken indicated that more must be nearby. Finding them sooner would ensure a reliable source of meat and eggs. "Boss, let me help you with that," Zhang Long called out, having waited until Chun Huan secured the wild chicken. After a quick scan of the area and seeing no threats, he hurried over. "Be careful. If you kill it, you'll regret it," Chun Huan cautioned, his concern evident. He needed both hands free to search for more wild chickens. The two of them, filled with excitement, cautiously followed the riverbank, where the lush water plants thrived. Positioned at the edge of farmland, a gentle breeze carried the delightful aroma of grains, lifting their spirits. As the day progressed from dawn to noon, they took out the compressed biscuits they had brought along, consuming them with sips of warm water. Observing the wild chicken with its beak bound, Chun Huan contemplated for a moment before retrieving his small knife to cut the grass rope, dropping a few crumbled biscuit pieces on the ground. The wild chicken, after a prolonged period of distress, perked up its comb and began pecking at the crumbs. "Hey, boss, this wild chicken is quite the catch. Let's take it back for some soup," Zhang Long remarked, his mouth watering at the thought. "Enough with the eating," Chun Huan chided with a laugh. "All you think about is food. This wild chicken can lay eggs." He playfully smacked Zhang Long on the head. "Wild chicken eggs," Zhang Long exclaimed, his excitement unabated by the playful reprimand. "You glutton," Chun Huan teased, immediately recognizing Zhang Long's thoughts. However, he had to admit that wild chicken eggs were comparable to domestic ones, both being nutritious and flavorful. "All right, let us tidy up and continue our search," he suggested. After Zhang Long finished his snack, Chun Huan stood up, ready to move on. At that moment, the wild chicken squawked again as it was lifted, prompting him to pluck a few more wild grasses from the roadside and rebind its beak. The wild chicken seemed to have never experienced such treatment, its gaze vacant as it stared at its restrained beak. Zhang Long took the wild chicken from him, continuing along the river in search of more. There can't possibly be just one, right? As the daylight began to fade, Chun Huan reflected on how he had only encountered this solitary wild chicken thus far. Not even a mutated one had come into view. Could this be too far-fetched? This caused him to question his own judgment. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to return for now, with the hope of seeking again in the future. Observing the dimming light, Chun Huan felt a pang of disappointment. Time was slipping away, and if he did not return soon, he would have to spend the night outdoors, where dangers lurked. Without further contemplation, Chun Huan made a resolute decision. "Let's return. Not searching any longer?" Zhang Long expressed a hint of regret on his face. "You're welcome to continue your search," Chun Huan replied, casting a glance and speaking in a nonchalant manner. "Hee hee, I wouldn't dare to spend the night out here alone," Zhang Long awkwardly chuckled, scratching his head to mask his embarrassment. By the time they reached the hydropower station, darkness had completely enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 120. A night at the camp with a heavy clang, the iron gate shut, sealing the night outside the hydroelectric station. The group had long spotted the return of two figures, and now their faces reflected a mix of concern as they awaited their arrival. Zhou Yuqing set down the spatula in her hand and hurried forward a few steps. "Why did you return only now?" Her reproachful gaze betrayed her anxiety. Yet for the sake of her son's dignity, she refrained from further admonishment, instead brushing the dust from Chen Huan's clothes. After a thorough inspection, she relaxed when she confirmed he bore no injuries. "Brother Chen Huan, why didn't you take me out to play?" Xiao Tian chimed in, pouting, his keen eyes darting about in search of evidence that Chen Huan had ventured out alone for amusement. "Mom, look what I have." Chen Huan smiled nonchalantly, choosing not to refute the accusation as he pulled a wild chicken from Zhang Long's grasp, raising it triumphantly. "A wild chicken?" Zhou Yuqing gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment. In this post-apocalyptic world, the most common sights were zombies and mutated creatures. Even the living existed in a state of uncertainty, let alone a creature as vulnerable as a wild chicken. The appearance of this fowl ignited a flicker of hope within her, a glimmer of a life that might improve. "Is this really a wild chicken? And it hasn't even mutated?" she exclaimed, marveling at what seemed to be a blessing from above. "What blessing?" "This is clearly something the boss found," Zhao Lin interjected, frowning as he glanced at the chicken. Zhou Yuqing's exclamation had successfully captured everyone's attention. They paused their tasks, gathering eagerly around to behold the wild chicken. "Mom, if it can lay eggs, let's keep it," Chen Huan suggested, extending the chicken towards her, his gaze fixed upon it, eager to discern its gender. Although he was a screenwriter and had once possessed his own sanctuary in a previous life, he had never managed to catch a wild chicken and thus lacked the knowledge to identify one. As he built a base in the same location once more, he considered himself fortunate to have arrived early. In his last life, the wild chickens had undoubtedly perished at the hands of the zombies that had scattered throughout the city. "All right, let me see," Zhou Yuqing said, suppressing her excitement as she examined the chicken, parting its feathers with her right hand. A hint of disappointment flickered across her face, but she still proclaimed joyfully, "It can't lay eggs, it's a male." "Had I known it was a male, I would have cooked it," Zhang Long grumbled, casting a glance at the chicken before grumbling off to tidy up the tools in the courtyard. "Cock-a-doodle-doo. Roosters can crow." Xiao Tian, undeterred by the gender of the chicken, clapped his hands and imitated a chicken's call. A sense of caution flashed through Chen Huan's mind. He immediately instructed Mom, "Go ask Zhao Lin to make a cage to keep the rooster in the room. We can't have it crowing." "That's a good idea," Zhou Yuqing agreed, nodding vigorously. She cradled the wild chicken and began discussing the specifics of the chicken coop with Zhao Lin. As the crowd began to disperse, realizing there was no more entertainment to be had, they returned to their respective tasks. Xiao Tian, however, remained persistently close, eagerly watching the proceedings. "How was the camp?" Only Shun Jingzi remained, and Chen Huan surveyed the surroundings. Spotting the refrigerated truck parked downstairs, he inquired briefly. "The situation remains unsatisfactory, with numerous deficiencies still apparent. There are only 2 individuals present, and Shun Jingzi is unlikely to offer mere platitudes. Currently, 1/3 of the courtyard wall has been reinforced, and in 2 days, the preliminary work will be completed. However, despite the reinforcement, the original design limitations will not withstand a significant number of zombies. Should the zombies pile up, they could easily break through the defenses. For the time being, wrapping barbed wire around the perimeter and electrifying one end could be a feasible solution," Chen Huan mused, furrowing his brow as he contemplated a straightforward approach. Shun Jingxi's eyes brightened. "Why didn't I think of that? Tomorrow, I will discuss with Zhao Lin about adding an electrified layer while reinforcing the wall. It would serve to deter both humans and zombies. Just take care of it." Chen Huan waved dismissively, adding, "Eventually, we will need to widen and heighten the courtyard wall, aiming for at least 10 meters. He reflected on the potential emergence of new zombies, resolutely making his decision. 10 meters? Shinjing Tsi was taken aback, silently noting this matter without further inquiry. Chen Huan's decisions were typically sound, and there must be a rationale behind his actions. What about the rest? Chen Huan inquired. The main building of the water and power station has been completely cleared on the first floor. The remaining 2 floors are more heavily infested, making the cleanup slower. Listening to Shan Jingxi's report, Chen Huan nodded thoughtfully. As she concluded, he quickly interjected, "Let those 7 individuals occupy the first floor for now. 1 room each. Remember to leave the second floor vacant. We will reside on the third." Understood. Shan Jingxi recognized the reasoning behind his distribution. The newly arrived 7 could not yet be fully trusted, and having a floor between them provided some assurance. "What is the situation with the freezer truck?" Chen Huan asked, pointing to the vehicle outside the building. "Today we searched the water plant but only found 2 refrigerators, both merely capable of refrigeration. Keeping the freezer truck running continuously to generate power is not a sustainable solution, so we have no choice but to connect the lines to the building." Shan Jingxi replied with a hint of resignation. "This is not your fault." Chen Huan exhaled, his expression devoid of disappointment. "Tomorrow, I will take 2 individuals to clear the nearby zombies, first seeking a doctor. If we are unsuccessful, we will address the refrigerator issue. 1 unit is insufficient. If necessary, we could bring back a cold storage unit." Shan Jingxi chuckled, misinterpreting his remark as a suggestion to procure additional freezer trucks and refrain from further comment. Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed nearby. The 2 turned to see Xiao Tian approaching, struggling with a chicken coop nearly as large as himself, gradually alleviating their tension regarding the future. They spent a moment playing with Xiao Tian. After dinner, the newly joined 7 learned they would each receive a room, their faces alight with joy and gratitude towards Chen Huan, who was hailed as their best refuge. Chen Huan, however, remained unperturbed, graciously accepting their thanks. As the night passed in silence, the following day brought no changes to their routine. This time, however, Chen Huan took Zhang Long and a robust man, driving a sedan stocked with a day's supply of water, exiting through the main gate. The car traveled along the highway at a leisurely pace. They are heading towards the development zone of Langzhou City, a once pivotal area for the city's progress, where various infrastructures and policies have been centered. Of course, due to the development, this place appears vast, yet sparsely populated. "Boss, the vegetable fields are nearly ready for harvest, aren't they?" Zhang Long inquired while driving, with another individual named Su Cheng gripping a Mitsubishi dagger in the passenger seat, and Chen Huan in the back seat, attentively observing the surroundings. "Yes, these fields will be ready for harvest in about 10 days, he contemplated before adding, "We need not worry about staple grains. We can directly approach the granary. Vegetables have a short shelf life. We can transplant some back. We could set up several greenhouses, enabling us to cultivate vegetables even in winter." The usually reticent Su Chun unexpectedly spoke up. "Greenhouses?" Chen Huan responded with interest, casually asking, "Do you know how to set up greenhouses?" Chapter 121. A Strange Discovery. "Well, I know a little." Su Chen hesitated, seemingly organizing his thoughts before continuing, "I have helped my family with greenhouses. The climate here is frigid as in the north, but without greenhouses in winter, it's impossible to cultivate vegetables." Initially stammering, his words grew increasingly fluent as he spoke. Constructing a greenhouse is relatively straightforward. Erect walls with soil, then cut some bamboo to create an arch support between the walls and the ground, and finally cover it with film to make it functional. The downside is that it tends to be fragile, lasting at most 2 or 3 years. Concerned about suggesting something incorrect, his voice dwindled, yet fearing that Chen Huan might underestimate him, he quickly added, "Of course, there are more robust methods, but we currently lack the tools." "All right, you shall be in charge of building the greenhouse." Chen Huan did not chastise him. Rather, he was pleasantly surprised to discover a promising talent. "Can one person manage it?" Su Chen replied, "It can be done alone, though it may take too long." Feeling relieved that his suggestion was accepted, he scratched his head and said, "Once they finish repairing the courtyard wall, you can take 2 others to work on the greenhouse." Chen Huan contemplated and made his decision. Suddenly, the vehicle screeched to a halt, its tires grinding against the pavement, causing the 3 to sway slightly. Chen Huan's gaze turned icy as he looked ahead, gripping his Tang Dao tightly. Zhang Long swiftly unbuckled his seatbelt, seized his Mitsubishi dagger, and pushed open the car door. "Brother Chenhuan, there's zombies ahead." Without Zhang Long's warning, Chenhuan had already spotted them. Several battered cars were abandoned on the highway ahead, with one even having toppled onto its side. It was easy to surmise that a car accident had occurred here before the zombie outbreak. The trio advanced cautiously, forming a triangular formation. Chenhuan held the scabbard in his left hand, while his right hand rested on the protrusion of his waistband, concealing a handgun for unforeseen circumstances. Upon reaching the first vehicle, Zhang Long nimbly approached the side door and yanked it open with force, unleashing a foul stench. Roar! A fierce growl erupted from within the car, accompanied by the sound of claws scraping against the interior. Unfazed, Zhang Long followed the seatbelt from the driver's side and plunged his Mitsubishi dagger forcefully into the decayed zombie. The growl abruptly ceased. Su Chun wiped the sweat from his brow. Before he could relax, the nearby zombies began to wail in unison. Some even smashed through the car windows. Crawling rapidly towards the three. Standing at the rear, Chenhuan scanned the surroundings and noted only a dozen or so zombies. He calmly drew his Tang Dao, ready to assist Zhang Long in fending off the attackers. The crisp sound of bones cracking resonated as one zombie lost its head, its limbs twitching momentarily before falling still. Zhang Long smirked, stepping forward while extracting his Mitsubishi dagger, and thrust it viciously toward the throat of another zombie, prioritizing a swift resolution over bravado. After all, he was accompanied by the inexperienced Su Chun. Despite this being Su Chen's inaugural encounter with such perilous circumstances, he surprisingly performed admirably. His legs trembled in fear, yet he did not retreat an inch. Taking advantage of the moment, he stealthily snatched away a zombie from the periphery of the defensive line formed by the two. Observing this, Chenhuan intended to train Su Chun. He deftly dealt with the incessantly attacking zombies, while allowing some weaker foes to be handed over to Su Chun for practice. The trio fought their way forward, slowly advancing. Eventually, they reached a vehicle with no more zombies lunging at them. The battle, which had been on the brink of eruption, concluded with remarkable swiftness. Su Chun gasped for breath, and upon realizing that no zombies remained in the vicinity, he slid down against the vehicle, his eyes reflecting the relief of surviving a catastrophe. For the first time, he discovered that he, too, could hunt zombies like Zhang Long, which filled him with great delight. Not bad, not a coward. Zhang Long glanced over, grinning widely. Chenhuan ignored him, turning over several abandoned vehicles, when a sudden premonition surged within him, as if there were significant clues ahead. Noticing this, Zhang Long followed closely behind, ready to provide cover. As they rounded the last vehicle, their sight widened. An abandoned armored vehicle lay starkly in the middle of the road, flanked by numerous decaying zombie corpses. The ground was littered with spent shell casings and several broken firearms. The armored vehicle was partially obscured, its interior shrouded in darkness, resembling a gaping maw ready to consume. Zhang Long shivered, unable to restrain himself. "Boss, why is there an armored vehicle here?" Chenhuan did not respond. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the armored vehicle, sensing something amiss. After a prolonged moment, he finally spoke. When the zombie outbreak occurred, the first wave of troops entering the city aimed to eradicate the zombies. Upon realizing the overwhelming numbers, their focus shifted to rescuing survivors. This was the most common scenario they encountered along their journey. Generally, these armored vehicles should be tasked with safeguarding the evacuation of civilians away from urban areas. At this point, Chenhuan examined the filthy windshield of the armored vehicle and continued. Yet this one, contrary to that, charged toward the city amidst the horde of corpses. What was it searching for? Noticing Chenhuan lost in thought again, Zhang Long trembled slightly, suddenly feeling a chill in the air, prompting him to glance around. Soon, with his sharp eyes, he spotted a body clad in military attire, lying on the ground a few meters ahead, its remains barely recognizable. The green uniform had long since faded into obscurity. "Boss, look at that." Zhang Long swallowed hard, feeling an intensified chill surrounding them. Su Chun also approached. Though his complexion was pale, his movements remained swift. "Huh?" Chenhuan's thoughts were interrupted as he raised his head to see the fallen corpse. A flicker of realization crossing his mind. He quickly stepped forward, reaching the remains, and picked up a branch to investigate. Is this a case of running out of ammunition? Zhang Long speculated as he observed the clearly empty gun in the man's hand. How could a soldier possibly be killed by zombies? Su Chun was taken aback, his mouth agape at this scene. What is impossible about this? Zhang Long scoffed. We are all merely flesh and blood. Who among us is exempt from death? Those individuals still harboring thoughts of going to the military base are merely delaying the inevitable. Su Chan was reminded of the few who had departed, falling into a contemplative silence. The atmosphere grew heavy with quietude. Chun Huan furrowed his brow, silencing Zhang Long's clamor. He turned the individual over, his gaze sharpening as an unsettling sight was revealed to him. Why has his right hand been persistently covering his chest? He murmured to himself, pondering the situation, before using a branch to gently push aside the right hand. The corpse had already begun to decay, easily yielding to his touch. This unveiled a pocket on the military uniform. There is something inside. A powerful instinct surged within him, igniting alarm bells in his heart. Without hesitation, Chun Huan reached in, deftly extracting a rectangular object wrapped in paper from the uniform's pocket. What would this be? Zhang Long inquired, leaning in with curiosity. Chapter 122. The mysterious photograph, this palm-sized paper package, though weathered by time, has retained its integrity, save for the oxidation that has rendered it yellowed. Chun Huan suppressed the tumult of emotions within, carefully unfolding the paper, when a photograph inadvertently slipped to the ground. Zhang Long, quick-witted, picked it up and handed it to him. Instead of examining the photograph immediately, he scrutinized the unfolded paper. The sheet, equivalent in size to an A4 page, bore a blank reverse side. Only the outermost section was folded, and within, a solitary line of text appeared. Upon closer inspection, the inscription revealed itself. Lanzhou City, Old Town, Zhongshan Garden. Building 3, 6th floor, room 603. Beyond this, no further information was disclosed. Chun Huan's sense of intrigue deepened. He lifted the photograph to discover the visage of an elderly man, well past his 50s. The man's countenance exuded a compelling confidence. Despite his advanced age, he radiated an aura of familiarity and trust. Wait, familiar? Chun Huan froze in place, memories from his past life swirling chaotically, yet despite his efforts, he could not pinpoint the identity of this elder. The sensation of recognition intensified, gnawing at him relentlessly. Surely, I must know him. How could I forget? He clasped his head, ruminating incessantly. What's wrong? Boss, are you all right? Su Chun and Zhang Long exchanged worried glances at Chun Huan, fearing for his well-being. They suspected he was on the verge of a revelation and dared not disrupt his train of thought. After a considerable pause, he sighed deeply. Let us set it aside for now. He addressed his companions, then meticulously returned the photograph and the paper to their original state, placing them in the safest spot available. Regardless of the man's identity, he was currently at a loss for a swift resolution to effect a successful rescue. This area, as the Lanzhou City Development Zone, stood in stark contrast to the old town. Like the heavens and the earth, they were worlds apart, one situated at the far west of Lanzhou, the other at its easternmost edge. In the present circumstances, traversing the expanse of a city presented a formidable challenge. Moreover, it was uncertain whether their comrades had made a timely escape. No, they surely had not. Soldiers would never abandon a fellow comrade. By carefully assessing the distance between the individual and the off-road vehicle, he deduced that they must have resorted to their last means, attempting to reach the city on foot. Gazing into the distance, the towering buildings still loomed far away. Without the protection of the armored vehicle, even if some ammunition remained, it would be futile to attempt to breach the entirety of the city. He shook his head and said to Zhang Long, "Fetch some gasoline." Understood. Zhang Long paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Before long, flames engulfed the soldier, the crackling explosions marking the finality of his existence, erasing all traces of his life. Chun Huan stood in silence for an extended period, then made his way toward the armored vehicle. He had observed earlier that 2 of its tires were deflated, yet the overall configuration remained intact, with the keys still in the ignition. A simple extraction would allow for immediate use. The vehicle's undercarriage housed 3 spare tires, which, upon their return, would become a significant asset. Safety would increase exponentially. As for such a formidable armored vehicle surrounded by zombies, it was a mystery how those few individuals managed to operate it. Yet, those considerations were for another time. He typically opened the rear compartment door, releasing a pungent odor. Inside lay an array of spent cartridges and traces of zombie blood, evidencing a desperate struggle as they fought off the undead, ultimately opting to continue their journey on foot. Why does this armored vehicle head in the opposite direction of a sedan? Zhang finally noticed the inconsistency and couldn't help but murmur. Let's use the rope to haul these vehicles off the road. Chen Huan offered no explanation, directing the two, one at the wheel, the other maneuvering the steering wheel of the wrecked vehicles, to push them aside. Those that were overturned were simply nudged with the vehicle's hood. This straightforward task kept the two busy for the entire morning, only clearing a clean path by noon. When are we going to bring a bulldozer back? This is far too slow. Chen Huan expressed his dissatisfaction, aware that it wasn't the fault of his companions and refraining from casting blame. All right, Brother Chen Huan, can we really move this hunk of metal? Zhang Long, driving ahead, leaned out of the window to inquire. Ignoring him, Chen Huan entered the armored vehicle, the key already inserted in the ignition. Having just charged the armored vehicle S battery with his sedan, he hoped it would start. Methodically, he followed the steps to ignite the engine. Once, twice, and on the third attempt, the armored vehicle's engine roared to life with a captivating hum. The vehicle had started. As they moved forward, Su Chun and Zhang Long, seated in the sedan, slowly towed the armored vehicle back to the camp at a leisurely pace. The two tires on one side of the armored vehicle had burst, causing it to tilt precariously, but this posed no challenge for Chen Huan. With the driving skills honed in the post-apocalyptic world, he had adeptly managed this minor issue. Though their speed was only average, fortunately, they hadn't traveled far. In less than half an hour, they returned to the camp. Wow, boss, you're not planning to rob that base, are you? Zhao Lin exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief, clearly wishing he had been included in the venture. Of course not. Can we even fix it? Chen Huan jested, then posed the critical question. Zhao Lin hesitated briefly before replying. We can, but we lack the necessary tools. Our existing equipment isn't sufficient for such a large armored vehicle. Noticing Chen Huan's impending frown, he quickly added, as long as we find a nearby auto repair shop to acquire some professional tools, it will be a breeze. Chen Huan relaxed his brow and said, all right, let us grab some food first. Zhang Long will stay behind to guard the perimeter while you and I go get the tools. Sure thing. Zhao Lin beamed at the prospect of accompanying him. Meanwhile, Zhang Long, exasperated, gritted his teeth in frustration, wishing to confront Zhao Lin, but before he could act on his impulse, Zhou Yuqing had already called them for lunch. Today's meal primarily consisted of convenience foods and freshly made buns. Reflecting on this, Chen Huan addressed Zhou Yuqing, Mom, there's a vegetable patch nearby. I'll bring back some produce tonight for hot pot. A vegetable patch? Zhou Yuqing's eyes brightened at the notion. Beside her, Shun Jingxi's eyes sparkled as she ran her tongue over her red lips, having grown up loving hot pot as Chen Huan's fellow villager. It has even reached a point where one cannot relish life without hot pot. Ever since the apocalypse began, I have not indulged in this beloved delicacy. Hearing this, she could hardly contain her excitement. Chen Huan, I will join you this afternoon. Are you coming with us to gather tools? Chen Huan cast a sidelong glance at her, discerning her intentions. You wish to gather a bit more of your favorite spinach, do you not? The others around could not help but chuckle. Oomph. Just tell me whether you will take me along. Shun Jingxi huffed playfully, her captivating eyes fixed intently on Chen Huan. Zhou Yuqing wore a smile reminiscent of fond memories. Very well, the three of us shall go together. Chen Huan sighed, aware that if he delayed any longer, this young lady would cling to her mother's arm, seeking assistance. Chapter 123. The long-awaited hot pot in due time. He would have no choice but to acquiesce. It would be far better to concede readily now. Hooray! Shun Jingxi clenched her fist, encouraging herself, her eyes brimming with anticipation. She even neglected her lunch, hastily gathering her gear and dashing to the car, fearful that Chen Huan might change his mind and leave her behind. This little girl, Zhou Yuqing handed a few buns to Shun Jingzi, concerned that she might hunger herself into distress. Nearby, Zhang Long observed this scene and dismissed his earlier intention to accompany Chen Huan outside. The camp could not afford to be unattended. All their gear, along with the leader's mother, was here. If anything were to go amiss, regret would come too late. With Zhao Lin keeping watch earlier, he had felt free to roam. But now that both Zhao Lin and Shun Jingzi were gone, he had to remain vigilant. After the meal, Chen Huan, Zhao Lin, and Shun Jingzi set off together in a vehicle, retracing part of the route they had traversed in the morning. As they crested a small hill, Shun Jingzi gazed out, saliva pooling as she listed the culinary delights: potatoes, spinach, peppers, broccoli, bok choy, radishes. Ugh, radishes are not appealing. Listening to her incessant murmuring, Chen Huan felt a twinge of headache. Fortunately, their speed was brisk, and soon they surpassed the area where they had dealt with the vehicles earlier. The surrounding farmlands gradually transformed into fields dominated by corn. Corn is delightful as well. Shun Jingzi was utterly entranced. Suddenly, Zhao Lin, who was driving, extended a hand, prompting Chen Huan to cover Shun Jingzi's lips with his palm. Leaning forward, he peered at several solitary buildings situated alongside the road. The car came to a halt behind a broken-down truck, where 3 or 4 large cargo vehicles were parked, as if this were a common stopping point for them. Indeed, this was a typical roadside restaurant and repair shop, precisely where they could procure what they needed. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Shun Jingzi set aside her earlier thoughts and, alongside Zhao Lin, gripped her military knife, cautiously inching forward along either side of the cargo truck. Chen Huan, opting for the more perilous side near the restaurant, carefully surveyed the area. Inside the pitch-black establishment lurked what seemed to be creatures that preyed on the unwary. However, the difference between zombies and beasts was negligible. He endeavored to minimize his breathing and heartbeat. Yet, as they advanced and inspected their surroundings, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. Were all these zombies truly deceased? Shun Jingzi gasped in astonishment, prompting Zhao Lin to express his bewilderment as well. Chen Huan had a thought, disregarding the need for silence. He sprinted from the first restaurant to the last repair shop, discovering that not a single zombie emerged throughout the entire process. All the zombies were lifeless. Upon inspecting a fallen corpse, he noticed a bullet hole in its forehead, with no other wounds evident elsewhere. After examining more than 10 corpses, his unease deepened. Was this the work of a sharpshooter? Chen Huan recalled the military vehicle from earlier, unable to suppress the speculation that perhaps the individual had acted to shield their comrades, enabling them to complete their mission. The likelihood of this theory grew stronger with each contemplation. Shun Jingzi and Zhao Lin remained unaware of the circumstances, and Chen Huan briefly recounted the situation, leaving both of them in contemplative silence. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, they had not yet encountered one another. It was prudent to focus on their own tasks first. Zhao Lin diligently selected appropriate tools from the auto repair shop to place in the trunk, while Shun Jingzi, equally determined, rummaged in the restaurant and discovered several seldom-used spices from home. It is noteworthy that the array of condiments for cooking can number in the dozens. Yet the essentials stocked at home seldom exceed single digits. Generally speaking, the greater the variety of spices, the more fragrant the resulting dish. Chen Huan paid them no mind, instead pausing by the vehicle to reflect on the events of the day. Before long, the two had placed their prepared items in the trunk. Observing that the day was still young, Chen Huan retraced his steps to the vegetable garden to harvest fresh produce. This time, Zhao Lin remained with the vehicle while Chen Huan and Shun Jingzi went to gather vegetables. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the plants had undergone the least transformation. They appeared as they did before the calamity, with changes barely perceptible. Shun Jingzi eagerly collected her preferred ingredients, whereas Chen Huan took a more measured approach, selecting a variety of vegetables to consider which would be best to cultivate. Among them, potatoes and cabbage were his top priorities. These two crops could yield 1,000 pounds per acre, ensuring survival, albeit with the risk of monotony and nutritional deficiency. As he transported the vegetables, Chen Huan remained observant of the small, crawling insects on the ground, nodding silently at their unchanged manner of existence since before the disaster. Thus far, Only humans and animals had undergone significant transformations. Simpler life forms had changed little. When the next mutation occurred, the zombies would become even more formidable, and those like him would likely experience peculiar alterations. Even these uncomplicated creatures would ultimately not escape the fate that awaited the last bastion of untouched land. However, by that time, they would no longer need to worry about water sources. After their bodies evolved, the weak viruses present in the water would no longer pose a threat to them. Yet, should they be bitten directly by a zombie, the mutation could occur at an alarming speed, leaving them no time to react. Lost in contemplation of future plans, he failed to notice Shun Jingzi dancing animatedly in the distance. "Chen Huan, come help me." Startled back to reality, he initially feared she was in danger. Chen Huan dropped the vegetables in his hands, unsheathing his dagger, the gleaming blade reflecting a vivid green hue. "What happened?" His words faltered abruptly as he observed her, one hand clutching two rabbits and her foot resting on another, while in the distance, a sibling rabbit gazed on, seemingly wishing to return and rescue its companions. "Where did you find these?" Chen Huan inquired, taking the two rabbits from her and retrieving the one beneath her foot. With her hands freed, Shan Jingzi deftly bound the rabbits together and looked at Chen Huan with a triumphant expression, confidently declaring, "How about that? Am I impressive?" Chen Huan remained silent. Complimenting her any further might inflate her ego to astronomical heights. "All right then, let us return." Seeing her organized, he picked up the vegetables he had just discarded, shaking off the dirt, and made his way to the vehicle. At this moment, ignoring her would only spur her anxiety. "Ah, Chen Huan, why do you remain silent? Are you envious?" A pair of nimble hands waved in front of Chen Huan as 5 rabbits with large ears were bound, revealing their prominent front teeth, flailing in a state of panic. "Let us go," she declared before returning to her seat in the vehicle. As Zhao Lin was about to drive off, she hurriedly squeezed beside Chen Huan. Yet, despite her attempts to boast throughout the journey, Chen Huan remained deep in thought with his eyes closed. The excess baggage in the back seat forced her to cling closely to him, causing her to perspire profusely, inadvertently rubbing against him. Upon returning to the camp, Zhao Lin retrieved tools and began to repair the armored vehicle. Meanwhile, under the admiring gaze of Xiao Tian, Shen Jingzi fashioned a similar cage for her rabbit, placing it together with a wild rooster. Chapter 124, Construction Site with Tools. Zhao Lin called upon an associate to assist him in replacing the damaged tire of the armored vehicle with a new one. Afterward, he fetched several barrels of water to meticulously cleanse both the interior and exterior. Gradually, the stains and traces of blood began to fade. It was evident that Zhao Lin cherished this newly acquired treasure dearly. This evening, Chen Huan instructed everyone to cease their preparatory tasks early, in anticipation of a rare and delightful dinner. Upon hearing this news, the group was filled with joy, eagerly assisting with the preparation of the ingredients. The meal lasted for over 2 hours, and it was only after replenishing the pot 7 or 8 times that the people reluctantly dispersed. In that moment, everyone was convinced that following Chen Huan was undoubtedly the right choice. This occasion served as a rare team-building activity, heightening their anticipation for the future of the camp. The day was serene, with clear sunshine and calm winds. The number of abandoned vehicles on the road continued to increase, and Chen Huan and his companions frequently halted to deal with zombies, pushing aside any obstructive cars. Consequently, their journey today did not surpass that of the previous day. However, they were drawing ever closer to Langzhou City, with some clusters of buildings visible on the horizon. It would not be long before they could enter the city center. The buildings within the camp were thoroughly cleaned. Chen Huan selected a room for his mother and Xiao Tian, choosing one nearby for himself, followed by one for Shen Jingzi. Zhang Long and Zhao Lin chose rooms on the outskirts, stating that it was more convenient for protecting their leader. Chen Huan smiled and acquiesced to their decision. The walls of the hydropower plant had been completely renovated, with 2 large gates, typically opened only one at a time for ease of access. During this time, a young man named Li Jiala proposed a suggestion to assign someone to keep watch from the rooftop during the night. Although the building was only 3 stories high, the open terrain allowed for a clear view from the highest point. Chen Huan pondered for a moment, finding the suggestion reasonable. He designated himself, Zhaolin, Zhonglong, and 4 other young men as the primary watchmen, with each taking turns to guard for a night, ensuring minimal disruption to their work. In recent days, Chen Huan had already paved the way to Langzhou City with Zhaolin. Along the route, Shun Jingzi had driven 2 women to gather a bountiful harvest of vegetables for planting on the vacant land of the hydropower plant. As time passed, the area gradually flourished with vibrant greenery. Outside the gates, the outline of a greenhouse began to emerge, with one wall being particularly challenging to construct, as it could not simply materialize from thin air. A few men working throughout the day could only accomplish so much. Chun Huan estimated that it would take at least a month to assemble the greenhouse, and if they had access to suitable tools and vehicles, the progress could potentially double. Noticing the weather growing cooler, Chun Huan decided to venture into the development zone that afternoon, knowing there would be numerous construction sites. "Boss, how about this location?" Zhang Long inquired, steering the vehicle toward the construction site surrounded by barriers, glancing at Chun Huan for his approval. "Yes, find a spot to park. Let us take a look inside," Chun Huan replied, surveying the area silently. Today, it was not Su Chun who arrived, but rather another individual. For the construction of the greenhouse took precedence. As the car came to a halt, the 3 of them brandished their respective weapons, focusing intently on the expansive construction site before them. Despite the daylight, an eerie stillness enveloped the area, sending a chill down their spines. Towering over them, massive elevated bridges loomed alongside the skeletal structures of partially built buildings, their hollow shells raising suspicions of lurking dangers within. At the entrance, several construction vehicles were haphazardly parked, with a sleek black car crushed between 2 hastily maneuvered bulldozers, leaving no trace of its occupants, whether human or undead. Chen Huan took the lead, with Zhang Long and another individual guarding their rear. Suddenly, a hunched figure lunged from the periphery of vision at the entrance. Chen Huan remained unfazed, unsheathing his tang knife with a sharp, resonant sound. In a flash of white light, a withered head rolled onto the ground, the zombie dispatched with remarkable swiftness. After eliminating the threat, Chen Huan did not relent. The earlier skirmish had incited a larger horde of zombies. Not only those nearby rushing forth, but also those in the distance converging upon their location. Observing the terrain, Chen Huan noted the vehicles providing a barrier, allowing them to confront only a manageable number of zombies at once. As he finished speaking, another zombie charged towards them. Before Chen Huan could react, Zhang Long grinned menacingly and advanced, plunging his military knife into the creature's chest, then kicking it away, the knife springing back. A swift slice to the neck ensured another zombie met its demise. The newcomer, having accompanied them in slaying zombies over recent days, had developed some competence in combat. However, the zombies on the construction site donned various helmets, complicating the task of dispatching them. Aiming for the neck proved far simpler, and the trio continued to sever the advancing undead. A few zombies displaying unexpected intelligence, perhaps akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, managed to climb atop vehicles, startling Zhang Long when they appeared before him. Had it not been for Chen Huan's earlier vigilance, an ill-timed attack could have placed Zhang Long in peril. Gratefully, he acknowledged Chen Huan, sharpening his focus to ensure no zombies escaped their lethal grasp. As the onslaught was not overwhelming, the 3 men steadily cleared the entrance of the construction site within half an hour. Chen Huan pressed deeper into the site, where numerous large bulldozers and other construction vehicles lay idle, seemingly undamaged. However, their limited numbers rendered it difficult to operate them all at once. Moreover, Chen Huan had inquired among the group. None possessed the skills to drive. Resolving to tackle the task himself, he mused that he would later find a few individuals to instruct. In his previous life, he had frequently operated bulldozers and other machinery to maintain base security. Thus, he was quite familiar with the operations. The thought of having to labor again in this life left him somewhat exasperated. Glancing inadvertently at Zhang Long, he could not help but shake his head. Zhang Long misinterpreted the gesture as criticism directed at his abilities, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. "Why are there so many zombies over there?" The other individual pointed towards the distance. Beneath a towering overpass, a multitude of zombies lay sprawled, seemingly in search of something elusive, each one clinging to the vicinity of the bridge with an unwillingness to depart. A few of them, precariously stepping upon the bodies of their fallen companions, attempted to ascend the overpass. However, their clumsy efforts would often result in tumbling back down, splattering the ground with a grotesque mess, where numerous severed limbs already littered the earth. It was evident that this grim scenario had persisted for quite some time. A thought flickered in Chen Huan's mind. Is anyone there? He glanced upwards toward the uppermost cabin, and indeed, spotted a figure no larger than an ant. The individual appeared to notice Chen Huan and his companions, fervently waving a piece of clothing in a desperate attempt to capture their attention. Chapter 125. A new member? Is there really someone up there? Zhang Long exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. How long has this apocalypse lasted? And yet this individual has managed to survive? Zhang Long found it peculiar. Could it be that he has undergone some form of mutation? Such a notion was, of course, implausible. Without the necessary time, no one could evolve. Furthermore, those capable of evolution would likely require far more sustenance, rather than being entirely devoid of hunger. Thus, Chen Huan deduced that this person must possess a means to transport food to his elevated refuge. Alternatively, he might have descended during the initial outbreak in search of provisions. The horde of zombies amassed beneath the overpass further illustrated the situation at hand. Let us rescue him, Chen Huan stated succinctly. Zhang Long nodded in agreement and led the way forward. As he advanced, the surrounding zombies decisively shifted their focus, charging towards the trio like famished specters. With Zhang Long drawing their attention, Chen Huan maneuvered deftly around the periphery. Each time he spotted a zombie's vulnerability, he unsheathed his blade, dispatching them with ease. No number of zombies could withstand his assault, and soon, their numbers dwindled significantly. Before long, the area lay in disarray, the ground littered with remnants of the undead. The zombies lingering farther away remained oblivious to the commotion, maintaining their previous stance. Chen Huan lifted his gaze and observed a figure precariously descending from above. The man appeared to be of simple disposition, his gaunt visage revealing the stark outline of his bones. As soon as he touched down, he shivered at the sight of the carnage surrounding him and made his way directly toward Chen Huan and his companions. What do you want? Zhang Long furrowed his brow, stepping forward to block the man's path and inquiring. Please, I beg you for assistance. I have exhausted my last bag of instant noodles, the man pleaded, tears streaming down his face. He understood the necessity of keeping his voice low to avoid attracting the zombies. Had he not witnessed the trio dispatching the zombies with such ease, he would have been left to resort to previous desperate measures, uncertain of his fate. Enough with the pleasantries. Tell us what you know, Zhang Long interjected, casting a disdainful glance. He waved his military knife before the man's face, urging him to recount the recent events. I was working with my companion on the overpass when everything suddenly changed, the man recounted in a hushed tone. It turned out that during the outbreak, he and another colleague had been fortunate enough to remain unscathed and continued to survive. For 2 days, they had been paralyzed by fear, unwilling to descend. However, 2 days without food or water proved unbearable. Fortunately, one of them devised a plan. They descended via a rope that dangled to the ground and hurried to their usual residence, bringing back instant noodles and bottled water. They were lucky to have temporarily resided at the construction site, as otherwise, escaping would have been considerably more challenging. Yet, 3 days ago, their provisions dwindled once more. This time, their descent in search of food did not yield the same fortune. The man's voice grew increasingly despondent as he spoke. Just as we were on the verge of success, Li Tai fell while climbing the overpass. Though the height was not great, it attracted a horde of zombies. He gestured towards the zombies that had been slain by the trio. I witnessed him rushing towards a building, intending to ascend from this side of the rope. However, once he entered the building, there was no further sign of him. I did not dare to go down and investigate, he confessed, lowering his head, his expression one of numbness. Was it that building? Chen Huan suddenly inquired. A glimmer of hope flickered in the man's eyes as he hastily pointed towards the towering building before them. Let us venture inside. Chen Huan nodded in agreement, addressing Zhang Long and the others. His intention was not to rescue anyone. He was well aware that the individual had already succumbed to the fate of a zombie. Instead, he sought to ascertain the truth of this person's integrity, to confirm that he had indeed walked in of his own volition, rather than being ensnared by some treacherous plot. In these apocalyptic times, friendships could swiftly turn to enmity over mere scraps of food. Some individuals, driven by selfishness, would cast their companions into the horde of the undead, all under the guise of conserving resources. Such cruelty was unfathomable. Thus, until he uncovered the truth, he would trust no one. The trio entered the building. Observing this, the man gritted his teeth and retrieved a steel pipe from the debris, trailing behind them. Inside, the number of zombies vastly exceeded those outside. However, the advantageous layout allowed them to confront only a few at a time. They lured the zombies to the staircases on each floor and dealt with them as they ascended. They climbed 7 flights in total. "Boss, this is the final floor," Zhang Long panted, fending off another zombie. The worker who had descended from the overpass wore an expression of revulsion as he repeatedly jabbed at the undead with his steel pipe. Though he inflicted little damage, he vented his frustrations with fervor. By now, Chen Huan was convinced that this man spoke no falsehoods. The 4 of them traversed the makeshift floor, persistently searching for his companion. At last, upon crossing a wall, they stumbled upon a crumpled figure lying on the ground. "Litia." The man instantly recognized his companion's attire, his eyes ablaze with anguish. He knelt, reaching out to touch the figure, but halted mid-motion, powerless. Before him lay nothing but a heap of bones. The familiar clothing now unrecognizable. "Please accept my condolences." Zhang Long silently placed a hand on his shoulder and offered a cigarette. With a flick, the lighter ignited, and the man inhaled deeply, visibly struggling to regain his composure. After a prolonged moment, he discarded the cigarette and resolutely turned his gaze towards Chen Huan at the center of the trio. "Take me with you. What skills do you possess?" Chen Huan inquired, his silence betraying a burgeoning trust in this man, who had shown himself to be compassionate. He would not take in a treacherous soul. "I can operate bulldozers and front loaders. I am proficient with machinery and can repair vehicles and simple electrical devices," the man replied slowly. "What is your name?" This was precisely the kind of person they needed. "Li Zhu," he murmured, glancing at the remains on the ground. "He was my childhood friend from the same village." "Let's go." Chen Huan turned to descend the staircase, leaving Li Zhu momentarily frozen, uncertain if he was being invited along or left behind. "Come on, stick with the boss. Whatever he asks of you, just do it," Zhang Long encouraged, following suit. "Trust me, you will discover a paradise beyond this chaos." "Thank you, boss." "Thank you, brother Zhang." Li Zhu understood the implication and quickly bowed his head to conceal the tears welling in his eyes. At last, he had a chance to survive. After the 3 descended, he hesitated for a moment before igniting his clothing with a lighter, setting ablaze the last remnants of his companion. Watching the flames devour flesh and blood, he swiftly turned and followed them downstairs. Once outside, the 4 prioritized selecting 2 of the most practical vehicles, a shovel loader and a crane. Zhang Long operated one, while Li Zhu took the other, and Chen Huan drove a small car, retracing their steps along the original route. On their way back, the shovel loader cleared the path, effortlessly pushing aside previously troublesome large trucks. The surface of the road improved significantly. Upon returning, the 4 set down the 2 vehicles they had retrieved and drove the small car to gather some tools. However, merely possessing these 2 vehicles was insufficient. These hefty machines consumed diesel, while their most abundant fuel supply was gasoline. Chapter 126. The design of the new greenhouse, the diesel fuel, was utterly insufficient for their needs. The 4 returned to the construction site, selecting the most robust truck available, tirelessly loading it with usable tools, including 2 generators. However, this method of transport was not sustainable. Chen Huan instructed Zhang Long to return first to unload the items, after which they would begin to eradicate the remaining zombies on the site. The number of zombies here was still considerable, totaling at least 300 to 400. They toiled for half a day, but had only cleared about half of them. As dusk approached, Chen Huan ordered everyone to return to the camp. Within the camp, Li Zhu observed the group with curious eyes, savoring his newfound vitality. When Zhou Yuqing brought forth a sumptuous meal brimming with fresh vegetables, his eyes widened in delight, and his throat instinctively moved in anticipation. That night, he feasted more than anyone else. The following day, Li Zhu inquired, "Boss, are we going to construct the greenhouse?" He glanced at the bustling scene outside the camp with intrigue. "Indeed. Do you have experience with it?" Chen Huan nodded, recalling Li Zhu's profession, and asked with curiosity. "It may take some time," Li Zhu replied slowly, cautious not to overshadow others and provoke displeasure. "We could retrieve some bricks from the construction site, mix in some cement, and install glass on the sunlit side. This could last for a long time." He pondered briefly, clenching his fist, and added, "At least 10 years. I have worked on my family's land before." Not bad. Chen Huan was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected revelation and nodded in satisfaction. He called Su Chen over to introduce them, conveying Li Zhu's proposal. Su Chen paused for a moment, then quickly nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this method was indeed feasible. Previously, they had lacked the necessary materials, which had limited their options. Now, with Li Zhu's expertise, their efforts would be significantly more efficient. It seemed that they would need to frequent the construction site in the coming days to fully utilize the resources available there. Unbeknownst to them, this small construction site was proving to be immensely beneficial. As societal order continued to deteriorate, such advantages would inevitably wane. If they did not devise a plan soon, they risked a day when these machines would become obsolete, leaving them reliant solely on human effort. However, that was a concern for another time. In his past life, he had never encountered such a scenario in 8 years, so for now, he would take it one step at a time, trusting that solutions would present themselves. Suddenly, a deep horn sounded. Chen Huan shifted his focus towards an armored vehicle emerging from the gate. Under Zhao Lin's meticulous care, the armored vehicle had regained its formidable and elegant presence, its camouflage paintwork constantly reminding everyone of its extraordinary combat capabilities. This type of armored vehicle could withstand ordinary rifle bullets, let alone pistol rounds. Even typical zombies could charge at it without hesitation. "What is that?" A voice of confusion emerged nearby. Chen Huan looked over in surprise to see Li Zhu gazing intently at the armored vehicle, as if recalling something. "Boss, I heard gunfire on the overpass earlier. I wonder if it was related?" Li Zhu hesitated, taking a moment before speaking, clearly uncertain. The military holds significant importance in his heart. When we discovered this vehicle, it was already abandoned. Chen Huan provided a brief explanation. Upon hearing this, Li Zhu felt a slight relief. He pondered for a moment and earnestly remarked, "It must have been about 10 days ago, at dawn, when I heard several gunshots, thinking the army had come to rescue me." At this point, Li Zhu's thoughts drifted to his deceased friend, and his mood soured. "We then searched for a considerable time until we located the source of the commotion within a neighborhood." Li Zhu recalled, "I saw 3 individuals clad in camouflage, armed with guns, stationed at the entrance of a corridor, battling a relentless horde of zombies for entry. The gunfire lasted for over an hour. Eventually, as the number of zombies increased, those individuals retreated into the corridor." As he spoke, Li Zhu seemed to find something peculiar and scratched his head, explaining, "We watched for quite a while, only to see more and more zombies pouring in. After those individuals entered the corridor, they never emerged again." And then, Chen Huan, contemplating the photograph in his hand, furrowed his brow and inquired, "I don't know. At that time, many zombies at the construction site were also drawn away by the gunfire. We had contemplated seizing the opportunity to gather some food, but just as we descended, the zombies charged back in," Li Zhu lamented, shaking his head in regret. "Did they manage to escape?" Chen Huan fell in a deep thought, examining the address. It was evident that these individuals had not met the old man. But why did they venture into this neighborhood? Did they witness something, or were they simply attempting to rescue others? Without evidence, any theory was plausible. It seemed there was much to accomplish today. First, we needed to clear the zombies from the construction site. Li Zhu could indicate the direction and assess how many zombies remained, and if the situation allowed, he would investigate further. "Boss, shall we take this armored vehicle today?" Zhao Lin's head poked out from the side window of the armored car, grinning. "No," Chen Huan replied, his thoughts turning to the 3 unknown soldiers. He suppressed his desire. realizing that venturing out in the armored vehicle under such uncertain circumstances could lead to unforeseen complications. It would be prudent to uncover the truth before embarking on such a risky endeavor. Let us proceed with the cleanup at the construction site. Chen Huan and the others climbed back into the vehicle. This time, having determined the method for constructing the greenhouse. The original crew responsible for the installation joined another vehicle to assist in transporting materials to the site. A small vehicle and a truck entered the construction area, which remained unchanged from the previous day. However, the number of individuals present had now increased to 6. Chen Huan and Zhang Long each led a team, sweeping the zombies from 2 different directions, while the others, under their guidance, grew increasingly adept. As Li Zhu's steel pipe broke once more, Chen Huan had already cleared the zombies from the last major building. He glanced at the new steel pipe Li Zhu had found and said, "Let us remember to bring back some welding tools when we return. We will need to manufacture our own tools in the future." "Understood. I know where to find them." Li Zhu nodded silently. No one was more familiar with the construction site than he. Regardless of what was needed, as long as he was informed, it would not take long for him to procure it effortlessly, a fact that even Chen Huan had to admire. By midday, at last, the final zombie has been eradicated. The 6 individuals gathered together, partaking in a modest meal consisting of provisions brought from their vehicle. Chen Huan assigned the tasks for the afternoon. "You two, find a cart and load the intact heads into the vehicle. Once it is filled, bring it back." He casually pointed to 2 members and then addressed Li Zhu and Su Chun, instructing, "You two, locate a truck to transport cement, and also procure some cutting and welding tools." "What about me, boss?" Zhang Long inquired eagerly, noticing that everyone else had been assigned tasks. "You will accompany me to a certain location." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Huan motioned for Li Zhu, who was preparing for the tasks, to join him in ascending the previously encountered overpass, intending to inspect the area where the 3 individuals had emerged. With time on their hands, he wished to take Zhang Long along for the exploration. Chapter 127. Eerie Reflections. That building. Li Zhu pointed emphatically at a 20-story edifice. Chen Huan gazed into the distance. The high-rise was not far from the construction site and belonged to the same developer, albeit a different phase of the project. In simpler terms, the towering structure across the street had been completed merely a year or 2 prior. This implied that the number of residents within was likely less than that of a typical community. Hence, it could be surmised that the number of zombies might even be fewer than at the construction site. With this thought, he felt a slight alleviation of tension and gestured for Li Zhu to continue with his tasks. He descended the overpass, accompanied by Zhang Long, to patrol the construction area and ensure there were no other dangers before exiting through the side gate near the adjacent residential complex. "Brother, why are we here?" Zhang Long asked cautiously, his eyes scanning the surroundings for the wandering zombies. Remembering the fallen soldier, Chen Huan's gaze fixed on the security guard at the entrance of the community. He quickened his pace, decisively eliminating the threat just as the zombies turned at the sound of movement. Zhang Long unsheathed his military knife, recalling the scene from the previous day. Understanding Chen Huan's intentions, they carefully navigated quieter paths, avoiding encounters with the undead, with only the 2 of them being surrounded would spell danger. So many corpses? Upon reaching the target building, Zhang Long covered his nose, astonished at the carnage before him. "It truly is here." Chen Huan's keen observation noted the bullet holes in the bodies and the scattered shell casings, with increasing evidence of violence as they approached the staircase. Observing the damaged entrance, he grasped the doorknob, and a foul stench wafted past him. The corridor was teeming with the deceased undead. He opted for a relatively clean area and ascended the stairs, while Zhang Long, suppressing his discomfort, silently admired his leader's composure and followed suit. The stairwell bore numerous signs of conflict. There were virtually no living zombies present. As they reached another floor, a persistent knocking emanated from behind a security door, the force and rhythm unmistakably not that of a normal human. "It's zombies," Zhang Long discerned, pressing his ear against the door. "Let us not concern ourselves with it," Chen Huan replied. Though armed, he considered it unwise to draw attention by eliminating a lone zombie, which would only create larger disturbances. Allowing it to remain confined would lead to its gradual weakening. In his past life, he had conducted experiments revealing that a zombie could survive years in a sealed room without sustenance. When its energy dwindled to a critical point, it would enter a state akin to hibernation, allowing it to endure for years without perishing. In extreme circumstances, they might resort to cannibalism to evolve and survive. Shaking off these thoughts, Chen Huan lifted his gaze towards the stairwell above. Here, it was evident that the few individuals who had been battling the zombies had transitioned to using primarily melee weapons. As anticipated, their ammunition was running low. As they ascended further, the intensity of the combat became increasingly fierce. If we don't flee soon, we may not have the chance, Chen Huan murmured, observing the traces of struggle. These individuals had reached their physiological limits, even if they were special forces with formidable physiques. Amidst the relentless siege of zombies, managing to escape to this place is indeed a testament to their resilience. Chen Huan recalled a detail and inquired of Zhang Long. Do you remember seeing anything unusual on our way up? Huh? Zhang Long appeared bewildered, utterly perplexed by his leader's question. What do you want to ask me? Chen Huan, recognizing Zhang Long's lack of intellect, felt a sense of futility in his own inquiry. Choosing to disregard Zhang Long, he descended a few steps. Pausing at an open security door, leaning against the wall, he listened for a moment before peering inside. The room was in disarray, clearly indicating that the occupant had left in haste, perhaps even abruptly summoned away. The sight of an open cupboard, hastily abandoned, deepened Chen Huan's contemplation. Boss, look! Zhang Long exclaimed, pointing at a shattered wedding photograph. Chen Huan approached, noticing that the image depicted a couple devoid of any reflection, with hooks on the wall still attached to the frame. Clearly, it had been an object of desire, carelessly dropped in the rush to escape. This image bore no connection to his own elderly photograph. Yet, what compelled the three soldiers to this place? With questions lingering in his mind, Chen Huan circumvented the table and stepped onto the balcony. A large white cloth caught his attention. He picked it up and unfurled it, revealing a colossal SOS symbol stained in red ink. Upon seeing the emblem, he paused. Suddenly, the scenes in his mind crystallized. The three soldiers had survived the zombie onslaught. As they cautiously navigated this area, they glimpsed the distress signal through the vast window, prompting their decision to intervene. The reason for their prolonged stay downstairs likely stemmed from being trapped by the zombies while attempting to evacuate, ultimately opting to break through from above. Contemplating this, he led Zhang Long outside, heading directly for the rooftop. With a swift motion, his dagger claimed the life of a zombie. Zhang Long kicked open the rooftop door, unveiling a chaotic scene. Chen Huan emerged, scanning for any traces. Fortune favors the diligent. Near the eastern edge, they discovered a military rope, one end tethered to a fire hydrant, while the other dangled precariously to the rooftop of the adjacent building. Did it slide down? Zhang Long mused, picking up a high-heeled shoe. At this point, the pieces fell into place. The three soldiers had assisted two individuals in sliding from the rooftop to the relative safety of the neighboring building. It was clear they were no longer there, with the trail of the three men now lost. Chen Huan pondered for a long moment before turning to depart with Zhang Long. Just then, an unusual glint caught his eye, startling him. After retreating into a blind spot with Zhang Long, he cautiously crouched down to observe the area where the light had flashed moments before. Calculating the distance, Chen Huan deduced that the reflection emanated from the far eastern edge of the complex, within the width of two adjoining rooms. After a brief contemplation, he confirmed that the towering building obstructed the view of the construction site. With a sigh of relief, he began to descend until he stepped into the stairwell. With a heart full of doubt, Zhang Long finally spoke. Boss, what have you discovered? There are individuals present, Chen Huan replied, momentarily taken aback. It seems there might be a small encampment. For a rational person would not be looking around at this hour. It is undoubtedly the inhabitants of the camp who are surveying their surroundings. The reflective object is likely a telescope, and their motive for gazing in our direction can only be attributed to the three soldiers who had recently caused quite a commotion. This further indicates that this encampment, having available manpower, has not converged with the three soldiers. Their scrutiny of our location is likely an attempt to locate someone in distress. Chapter 128. the map planned thus. Chun Huan comprehended the truth and felt no further desire to investigate. He descended with Zhang Long, retracing their steps back to the construction site. In the brief interval, several zombies had appeared along the route, yet overall, the number of zombies in this neighborhood was not substantial. Not only had 3 soldiers already dealt with the majority, but a significant portion of the undead had remained indoors due to their mutations, with few meandering about outside. Should there truly be a survivor camp here, survival would be considerably easier. Of course, all of this hinged on the zombies not undergoing significant mutations, which was an unlikely scenario. Regaining his composure, Chun Huan returned to the construction site, observing the fervent activity of several individuals transporting supplies. He and Zhang Long decided to join in, searching throughout the site for tools that would be useful in the future, transferring them to another truck. There were many coils of rebar yet to be unrolled, stacked together in a spiral fashion. As they worked until the last moment, he, along with a few others, managed to load 5 large rolls onto the top of the truck. With these materials, constructing the greenhouse will be considerably more convenient. Once both trucks were fully loaded, Chun Huan drove his smaller vehicle, leading the 2 trucks towards the camp. This time, he paid closer attention to the neighborhood, where he had previously detected signs of human presence. Although nothing seemed amiss, he chose to take a detour along the original path, veering into a blind spot to avoid drawing attention to their camp. A cautious demeanor was paramount. Zhang Long was obedient, following Chun Huan's every instruction without question. Upon returning to the camp, dusk was settling in. Su Chan was just preparing to unload the cargo when Li Zhu preemptively intervened, approaching Chun Huan to explain. The preliminary design for the greenhouse spanned 10 meters in width from north to south and 100 meters in length from east to west. He gestured at the camp's entrance, indicating on either side. Li Zhu continued, stating that, using the entrance as a dividing line, 2 greenhouses could be constructed, one to the left and one to the right. While 100 meters may seem short, the materials would need to be transported at an angle, significantly increasing the distance traveled and wasting time. It would be far more efficient to take what was needed directly from the trucks. Chun Huan nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Li Zhu's reasoning. He consented to allow him and Su Chun to oversee the greenhouse construction together. Accompanied by Zhang Long, he circled the camp, gauging its approximate dimensions. The hydroelectric station spanned approximately 200 meters in length from east to west and around 100 meters in width from north to south. Within, there stood a 3-story building. Due to the unique environment, each floor of this building boasted a height exceeding 4 meters, far surpassing that of standard accommodations, thus providing ample space. In front of the building lay a square where their vehicles were parked. On either side of the square, there were 5 modest-sized factory buildings, which housed various parts and supplies related to the hydroelectric plant. Chun Huan planned to organize these materials and store them together, intending to use the space for food supplies in the future. He even identified 2 warehouses he aimed to convert into cold storage, though they lacked the necessary equipment, which would need to be gradually procured later on. This warehouse space, when combined, would be more than sufficient for their storage needs. Behind the building was the main structure of the hydroelectric plant. Apart from the transverse beam of the dam spanning the river, there exists a unique electricity storage module characteristic of hydropower plants, though the module does not store a substantial amount of energy. A full charge is sufficient to sustain the community for half a year. Do not underestimate the significance of this duration. The river here remains unfrozen. Even during times when the current flows sluggishly and the water volume is minimal, electricity generation persists uninterrupted. This implies that the populace need not worry about power supply in the future, even if their numbers were to multiply tenfold. Moreover, this scenario is without any restrictions on electricity usage. Should there be limitations, the capacity for usage would increase even further. On a night within a 3rd-floor room, Chun Huan illuminated the space with a light, seated before a spacious desk, unfurling a map of Langzhou City. One hand grasped a marker, gesturing upon the map. "What have you discovered?" inquired Shun Jingxi, holding a steaming cup of coffee, her gaze sweeping over the map with curiosity. Chun Huan refrained from elaborating, continuing his markings until he pinpointed a target, encircling it with a flourish before exhaling deeply and reclining against the sofa. Setting her coffee aside, Shen Jingzi scrutinized the map. It bore 3 distinct locations marked in varying colors. Their encampment denoted in green, a blue circle around a place called Blue Sky Community, and finally, a red-marked area at the opposite end of the map, labeled Zhongshan Garden. What is significant about this place? Shen Jingzi, perceptive by nature, had gleaned from their discussions that the construction site they were heading to was the 3rd and 4th phases of Blue Sky Community. However, the red-marked location had hardly been mentioned by others, as Chen Huan had not divulged this matter to anyone. The elderly figure in the photograph stirred something within him, as if this person held great importance, yet he could not recall who they might be. There appears to be a potential encampment here, he indicated toward the yellow circle, deliberately omitting mention of the red circle. Shen Jingzi refrained from probing further, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she regarded Chen Huan, seemingly conjecturing. Do you wish to make contact with them? Chen Huan grinned broadly. Indeed, Shen Jingzi understood him well. He did not intend to recruit individuals into their camp, but rather sought to gather intelligence regarding the whereabouts of the 3 soldiers. After all, it was improbable they would escort the rescued individuals to fulfill their mission. They would surely entrust them to a secure location. And that safe haven was likely to be a camp, a place capable of welcoming newcomers and ensuring their survival. Yes, I wish to investigate further, Chen Huan conveyed to Shen Jingzi. In a few days, once we sort out the greenhouse matters, you shall accompany me to explore. All right, my aunt and I are still organizing the camp. We should be able to make significant progress within 5 days, Shen Jingzi replied thoughtfully. What are you organizing? Chen Huan inquired, his curiosity piqued as he gazed into her bright eyes, eager to understand their activities. Oh, I shan't tell you. Shen Jingzi playfully made a face before closing the door behind her. Hee, I hope it isn't fright. Chen Huan shook his head, approached the heavy, deep red curtains, and abruptly drew them apart, allowing a sudden burst of light to flood into the room and illuminate the plaza below. The young child below, noticing the brightness, began to twirl and wave their arms, seemingly beckoning him to join in their play. A flicker of a smile graced Chen Huan's otherwise expressionless face. In this life, he had accomplished many things that eluded him in his past existence, and he was certain that everything would continue to improve. He once again closed the curtains. The dense crimson fabric, in stark contrast to the pitch blackness outside, effectively sealed off the light from the room, allowing not even a sliver of brightness to escape. The choice of curtains for this building was quite commendable, requiring no additional purchases on his part. This detail brought him satisfaction in both of his lives. Chapter 129. Professor Zhang Zhongnan, however, thus far, there has only been a solitary pheasant. Despite his daily excursions to inspect the hills, he has yet to discover a second one. Should his search continue fruitless, this lone male pheasant may face a solitary existence until the end of its days. As he pondered, he opened the wooden door beside his desk, revealing a modest bedroom, one of the finest rooms in the entire building. A night passed in silence. Chen Huan grasped his tang knife and exited the building, where he overheard 2 voices engaged in discussion. Brother Li, how many vegetables do you think we can cultivate once the greenhouse is completed? One voice, brimming with anticipation, inquired. Given the favorable conditions here, the greenhouse can yield 4 harvests a year, approximately 10,000 jin per harvest. With 2 greenhouses, that amounts to around 80,000 jin, Li Mu's steady voice responded. 80,000 jin, the other exclaimed in astonishment. This is considering we will plant various vegetables. If we focus solely on the most prolific crops like cabbage and potatoes, the yield could be even greater. Chen Huan chuckled and shook his head. Even if 80,000 jin were to be divided among us, allowing for 2 jin per person daily, it would only suffice for 1/10 of our needs. Clearly, the vegetable supply is more than adequate. In fact, we could barter some of our produce for essential supplies from larger gathering points, especially when the medications available on the market expire. To alleviate illness, one must turn to substantial gathering sites. Those locations possess the necessary human resources and the requisite tools to create the vital necessities of medicine in a post-apocalyptic world. Suddenly, Chen Huan halted in his tracks, clutching his head as if a particular keyword had struck a chord within him. Medicine, post-apocalypse, large gathering sites. These three phrases flitted through his mind, occasionally coalescing and then dispersing, as if nudging him to recall a significant piece of information, leaving him increasingly agitated. The others observed Chen Huan standing still, and no one dared to approach him. They lowered their voices, fearing they might disrupt his contemplation. Shen Jingzi silently stood by, while the others continued their tasks, maintaining an air of normalcy. Only Chen Huan remained engrossed in thought. Eureka! I have it! Chen Huan's expression shifted as he, disregarding the surroundings, exclaimed and dashed upstairs. What? Shen Jingzi was taken aback and hurried after him, concerned for his well-being. Chen Huan bounded up the stairs, nearly colliding with Xiao Tian, who, upon seeing Chen Huan vanish in an instant, stood bewildered in the stairwell, uncertain whether to cry or do anything else. Soon after, Shen Jingzi caught up, too preoccupied to attend to Xiao Tian. The two hastily made their way to the office. Chen Huan rummaged through a cabinet, retrieving a photograph wrapped in A4 paper, which he unfolded with care, scrutinizing the image within. With each glance, he nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was him, with a resounding clap on the desk. His excitement was palpable. Who is this? Shen Jingzi finally seized the opportunity to inquire, gazing curiously at the photograph of an elderly man in Chen Huan's hand. What manner of person could evoke such emotion in the typically calm and composed Chen Huan? This is Professor Zhang Zhongnan, an esteemed academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, specializing in biomedical pharmaceuticals. Chen Huan quelled the tumult within him. A flicker of ambition ignited in his eyes. In these chaotic times, if he could secure the assistance of Professor Zhang Zhongnan, the development of their camp would surely ascend to new heights. Professor Zhang Zhongnan? Shen Jingzi, somewhat perplexed, inquired further. While medical experts are indeed vital, do we even possess the necessary equipment here? No, you are mistaken. Chen Huan promptly interjected. We not only have the relevant research facilities. He reflected, but Professor Zhang Zhongnan is not merely a biomedical specialist. Can you guess where the armored vehicle we brought back originated? He asked with a smile. Is there a base nearby? Shen Jingzi gasped, astonished and struggling to comprehend. She was taken aback not only by the existence of a research base, but also by Chen Huan's unwavering certainty about it. Could it be that his choice of this location was based on such knowledge? Indeed, Chen Huan affirmed. The Jinintai hydropower station routinely tasks itself with supplying electricity to this base. However, he would realize too late that by the time he discerned all this, Professor Zhang Zhongnan had already departed for a significant gathering elsewhere. This research base only made its official appearance when Professor Zhang and his team arrived to collect data. Although he was aware of its location, he lacked the means to unlock the base's gates. Such a facility boasted formidable security measures and possessed P3 level capabilities for handling viral threats. While it may not be the most elite research institution, it certainly ranks among the most crucial. Such a research center can only function effectively with the presence of qualified researchers. And Professor Zhang Zhongnan is precisely that caliber of talent. Not to mention, his subsequent analyses of viruses and evolutionary trajectories confirm that individuals of his expertise are the most invaluable assets in a post-apocalyptic world. Then shall we proceed to rescue him? Shen Jingzi recognized the urgency and resolved to act swiftly. It's not that simple. Chen Huan shook his head. He pointed to the map, indicating a red circle positioned at the far end of Langzhou City, in a densely populated area. It would be far from easy for a handful of ordinary individuals without heavy firepower to rescue Professor Zhang Zhongnan. The office fell into silence. Could we possibly navigate by small boat, circumventing the urban area, and land on this side of the river? Shen Jingzi suggested, pointing to a blue waterline, the Pu River, where the Jinintai hydropower station is located. The Pu River flows from west to east, and as it approaches the northern part of Langzhou City, it makes a bend, heading south for a stretch before turning east once more. It is this very distance that offered them a glimmer of hope. The bend in the Pu River lies no more than 200 meters from Professor Zhang Zhongnan's residence. That is feasible. Chen Huan clapped the table, a smile spreading across his face. The foremost task now is to secure a swift, small vessel capable of accommodating approximately 10 individuals. Chun Huan traced a finger across the map, halting at a specific location. This spot lies at the northernmost edge of the development zone, closest to Pujiang. Here, there exists a park that features small sightseeing yachts. This is the place. Over the next few days, I shall lead a team to carve a path here. Chun Huan resolved. The journey to this location should not be overly arduous. The development zone is vast and sparsely populated, and the number of zombies along the way may not be substantial. Furthermore, he could take a longer route to circumvent any potential zombie encirclement. However, venturing out to operate the yacht might provoke a zombie onslaught. Chun Huan pondered, refining the rescue plan. Once the yacht departs, it would be impossible to halt. After a moment of contemplation, he conceived a more ingenious strategy. Chapter 130. Encountering survivors rather than returning to anchor the speedboat in place. It would be more prudent to construct a port just below the dam of the Jinintai hydropower station, facilitating the docking of boats. This way, once they retrieve individuals, they could return directly without the trepidation of encountering zombies upon disembarking. Establishing a port would yield numerous benefits, particularly for future excursions requiring maritime travel for communication. After a brief contemplation, Chun Huan resolutely made his decision. He deemed it acceptable to postpone the greenhouse construction by a few days, as long as it was completed before the coldest month, ensuring the harvest of vegetables would remain unaffected. Without delay, Chun Huan dispatched shovels to Li Zhu, Su Chun, and others, initiating the construction of a small port along the riverbank. Observing their efficiency, he estimated that it would take merely 5 or 6 days to complete. With everything proceeding smoothly, Chun Huan set out with Zhao Lin and Zhang Long, while Shun Jingxi remained at the camp to safeguard the group. The vehicle halted beneath a bridge. The trio, fully armed, disembarked. 100 meters ahead lay a ticket booth for sightseeing, accompanied by a small dock where various boats were moored. Among them was a double-decker sightseeing vessel capable of accommodating dozens, now eerily silent, as it had seemingly lain idle for quite some time. Beside it were several identical small boats, each designed to seat 4, intended for ferrying tourists. Their speed was not particularly remarkable, but sufficient. However, these boats offered little utility to Zhang Long and Zhao Lin, none of whom possessed the skill to navigate them. Even if learning to operate them was straightforward, they were loath to traverse a city teeming with zombies in a critical moment. "Boss, what do you think of that one?" Zhao Lin inquired, shielding his eyes from the glaring sunlight as he spotted a rescue boat that could accommodate around 10 individuals. This vessel was pristine white, featuring 3 rows of seats, 2 in the front and 4 in each of the back rows. Additionally, it boasted a canopy to shield from rain. "That's the one," Chun Huan remarked with a single glance, immediately favoring the small boat. Its size was not overly large, and it did not sacrifice too much speed, making it perfect for rescue operations. With a target established, Chun Huan, accompanied by the 2 men, set about crafting traps at a nearby location, preparing to clear the zombies surrounding the ticket booth. "Boss, I'll lead the zombies," Zhang Long declared, carefully gripping his military knife as he bent low to approach the undead. As he drew nearer, some zombies caught the scent of the living and instinctively began to shuffle towards the traps set by the trio. As they closed in, the presence of even more living scents incited them to run. Seeing this, Zhang Long wasted no time, turning and sprinting with all his might towards the predetermined battlefield. After several deep breaths, he reached the vicinity of the traps. The exit was formed by 2 cars positioned horizontally, capable of blocking up to 3 zombies at most, allowing them to gradually eliminate the threat. Fortunately, the number of zombies Zhang Long attracted was manageable. As they became ensnared at the exit, Chun Huan decisively drew his blade, swiftly dispatching 2 zombies with a few precise strikes, rendering them motionless on the ground. The third did not escape either. With a cold smirk, Zhao Lin thrust the Mitsubishi military dagger deep into the chest of the zombie, instantly shattering its pitch-black heart. The creature's limbs convulsed violently, rendered powerless. He withdrew the blade and plunged it into the zombie once more, this time extinguishing its last flicker of life. Zhang Long had steadied himself, catching his breath as he gripped the military knife anew, preparing to face the relentless onslaught of zombies, the trio seamlessly taking turns. Slaughtering the undead was akin to butchering dogs, utterly devoid of pressure. Within half an hour, both Zhonglong and Zhao Lin had lured the zombies away twice, visibly diminishing their numbers along the roadside. On one occasion, they managed to hasten towards the boat. At that moment, Chen Huan's attention was piqued as he glanced toward a specific spot. Several figures, clad in tattered clothing with scarves tied around their necks and hats atop their heads, hurriedly emerged from the entrance of a heavily obscured building. These individuals appear to have already spotted Chen Huan and his companions. They exhibited a hint of trepidation towards the trio, daring not to approach directly. Instead, each carried a large bag, sprinting toward the nearby shop. One person stood watch while the others slipped into the building to scavenge for supplies. It seemed they intended to utilize Chen Huan's group to draw the zombies away, granting them a temporary reprieve to rummage for resources. Furrowing his brow, Chen Huan chose not to meddle in their affairs. He instructed Zhao Lin to draw the remaining zombies back for processing. As he dealt with the undead, his attention remained fixated on the scavengers, who were evidently rifling through items. Chen Huan unsheathed his tang knife, wiped it on a relatively clean zombie, sheathed it, and then cautiously turned to face the intruders. After a moment's contemplation, he whispered a word of caution to Zhao Lin. Zhao Lin, taken aback yet serious, nodded in understanding. Seizing the opportunity, he stealthily made his way to their vehicle, slipping inside without making a sound. Meanwhile, the two men cautiously maneuvered towards the speedboat, remaining vigilant behind their cover. The sentry, observing that the zombies had been dispatched, exchanged a few words with those inside. A robust figure emerged, standing at 1.8 meters, sporting a half-smirk with flesh covering his face. One hand tucked into his pocket as he approached Chen Huan, halting at a distance of 10 meters. "Good sirs, where are your companions?" he inquired, casting a discerning glance their way. Chen Huan, with a derisive smile, met his gaze in silence while Zhang Long positioned himself protectively in front of his leader, wary of potential threats. "Very well, let us not dwell on that," the man remarked, sensing their heightened caution, and shifted his inquiry. "Are you here to set sail from Langzhou City? What seems to be the matter?" Chen Huan, maintaining a calm demeanor, sought to discern the man's intentions. "You may not be aware, but it is not just this city. Every city across the nation, indeed the entire world, has descended into this gruesome state. Even if you take to the seas, there will be no sanctuary." The man spoke slowly, as if striving to convey a deeper message. Chen Huan frowned, perplexed as to how this individual was aware of the global transformation into a zombie-ridden landscape, particularly given that all communication had ceased following the outbreak of the apocalypse. Aside from the most extraordinary means, the military finds it challenging to establish contact with the outside world. How does he ascertain this? Or is it merely a wild guess? This seems plausible. I observe that your capabilities are quite commendable. You exhibit some prowess in combating the undead. Would you consider joining our ranks? A faint smile crept across the man's face, though it bore an air of insincerity. "I'm not interested," Chen Huan replied coolly, wishing to cease further conversation with this individual. He prepared to lead Zhang Long along the cover towards the ticket booth, but as he took a single step, he noticed a flicker of impatience on the face of the man across from him. He continued, "If you happen to have companions, regardless of their age or gender." He paused briefly before adding, "No matter how many there are, our camp can accommodate them." Chapter 131. Observing the Destination. "Enough of your incessant prattle. If you say you won't go, then do not go," Zhang Long exclaimed, breaking the silence as he observed the persistent individual. "Do not approach any closer." Chen Huan issued a final ultimatum, casting a cold gaze at the man who still intended to advance. "You." The man's expression shifted, as if sensing the palpable pressure emanating from Chen Huan. He furrowed his brow and halted, yet his right hand remained stubbornly lodged in his pocket, seemingly concealing a weapon that could determine the outcome of their confrontation. Chen Huan chose not to provoke further. He continued to watch the man while making his way to the speedboat. Upon reaching the vessel, he noted that the man remained in place, his face a tumult of emotions. Chen Huan swiftly uttered a hushed command, "Board the boat." "Understood." Zhang Long's demeanor shifted as he leapt onto the speedboat. causing it to dip under his weight. Chun Huan followed suit, and the vessel sank slightly once more. As the two boarded, the man's agitation became apparent. He rushed a few steps forward, his right hand now poised to reveal whatever he gripped tightly. However, at that moment, the speedboat under Chun Huan's command began to drift downstream toward the Pooh River. The man's expression darkened. Suddenly, a deafening crack pierced the air. A spray of dirt erupted just in front of him. Gunfire? He quickly reacted, rolling behind an abandoned car, his right hand emerging from his pocket, aimed at the source of a shot. But before he could fire, Zhao Lin had already revved the engine and turned the vehicle back in the direction they had come. Within moments, they had distanced themselves beyond the range of the man's pistol. He slammed his fist against the car window, his heart racing with fury. Indeed, they were armed. He had intended to use his weapon as a threat, yet an inexplicable sensation had rendered him hesitant. It dawned upon him that the adversaries were also equipped with firearms, and the individual who had brandished the gun was concealed within the vehicle, aiming at him. If he dared to act recklessly, they would retaliate. The shot that struck the ground was merely a warning, a demonstration of intent rather than a desire to kill. As he pondered this, the distant echoes of zombies began to rise. Oh no, the gunfire has attracted the zombies. His expression shifted as he sprinted several paces, shouting at the individuals frantically scavenging in the convenience store. Hurry, the zombies are coming. Zombies! Move quickly, stop gathering items. Upon hearing this, the faces of the few inside the store contorted with terror. They abandoned their excess bags, each clutching a large sack of goods, following the man as they raced towards the community entrance. With a clang, a metal gate slammed shut as they hastily barricaded the entrance with furniture, attempting to fortify their defenses against the encroaching horde. As the man took refuge on the upper floor, a multitude of zombies had amassed below, drawn by the scent of the living, their frenzied howls filling the air. Yet, they were thwarted by the barricaded door, their futile cries echoing in desperation. In the midsection of the building, within a particular room, the man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his face flushed with shame. A middle-aged man, his expression grave, sat behind a desk and questioned sternly, "What have you done?" Originally, the path below was nearly cleared, but now it has become cluttered with a horde of zombies. "Mr. Lee, I never anticipated that the opposition would possess firearms and dare to use them." The man, feeling anxious, hastily remarked, "Had it not been for their weapons, I would have captured them and not been pursued by the undead." "You mean they also have guns?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Lee's expression shifted, and he promptly inquired without a hint of reprimand. Seeing Mr. Lee's focused questioning, the man exhaled in relief and recounted the scene with gravity. "Indeed, they had a pistol that attacked me. I suspect they possess more than just that one." The man's certainty grew as he recalled Chun Huan's calm demeanor. "How could they also have firearms?" Mr. Lee frowned, pondering, and asked, "Did the three of them confess?" "No." They remained silent. The man glanced at Mr. Lee with concern, his tone subdued, fearing that Mr. Lee might deem him ineffective and strip him of authority. "Mr. Lee, should I apply more severe measures against them?" The man's expression turned cold, gesturing with his hands to indicate adding punishment for the three individuals. Mr. Lee remained silent, taking a deep breath, leaning back in his chair, and closing his eyes for a moment before stating, "Discard that man outside, in their presence, and inform them that if they do not speak, the next to be thrown out will be the woman." "Understood, Mr. Lee. Rest assured, these individuals are merely soft-hearted. This will surely compel them to comply. You know how to dispose of him, right?" Mr. Lee ignored his question, standing by the window and observing the amassed zombies below. "I understand. We will divide into several groups to lure the zombies away from downstairs, allowing us to venture out in search of sustenance." Mr. Lee's brilliance was undeniable, earning the man's admiration. The man chuckled softly, hesitating momentarily, then continued, "As for that woman, I am uncertain how to proceed. Since we intend to use her to threaten those three, why not?" He left his thought unspoken. "Handle it as you see fit." Mr. Lee departed from the window, moving toward another bedroom to rest, murmuring as he walked, "You cannot even connect with the main force. What are you still holding on to?" The man remained motionless, only breathing a sigh of relief after Mr. Lee had left. He ran his fingers through his hair, contemplating and then strode down the stairs. After a considerable length of time, several muffled thuds were heard outside the building as the zombies were drawn away by the scent of fresh blood. On the Pujiang River, a pristine white speedboat glided steadily down the deserted waterway, heading downstream, with the silent ruins of a city visible to the right ahead. At that moment, all was tranquil. "Boss, I find that person suspicious," Zhang Long voiced loudly. Chun Huan remained silent, concentrating on piloting the yacht, his hands somewhat unsteady from the prolonged lack of operation. The speedboat navigated the wide waters into a bend, and the high-rises along the banks began to increase in number. Some zombies along the shore, alerted by the commotion, attempted to cross the water, striving to catch up with them. Alas, these zombies were incapable of swimming, plunging into the depths like dumplings, swept away by the current into the distance. Observing the surroundings, Chen Huan paused for a moment before continuing. "In a few days, we shall return here. I will teach you how to navigate the boat, and then you shall take the helm." "Ah, but I cannot steer." Zhang Long's face betrayed his distress as he hurriedly attempted to decline the offer, yet Chen Huan paid him no heed. Realizing he could not evade the situation, Zhang Long resolved to attentively observe his environment, committing the details to memory. The speedboat came to a halt upon a broad expanse of the river, and Chen Huan rose to survey the surrounding structures, aligning them with the mental map he had formed, silently confirming his bearings. After a brief moment, his gaze fell upon a nearby residential complex. The buildings appeared rather antiquated, seemingly erected over a decade or two ago. Each edifice rose to a maximum of 10 stories, with peeling paint that rendered them somewhat foreboding in the dazzling sunlight. This was the place. Chen Huan continued to observe in silence. Chapter 132. Clearing the village. Zhongshan Garden is an aged community. At first glance, it is evident that the area is teeming with zombies, making any attempt to breach it a formidable challenge. Chen Huan contemplated for a moment, furrowing his brow as he continuously discarded old plans, striving to devise the most suitable strategy. While observing, he tapped rhythmically on the dashboard of the speedboat. Conventional methods would not suffice. It was imperative to create a diversion during the rescue, generating a source of attraction to lure the roaming zombies away, thus providing a glimmer of hope. Having established a general direction, he focused on the finer details, unhurried in revealing his plan. "Let us head back," Chen Huan commanded as he started the speedboat, taking Zhang Long along, steering upstream. The vessel emitted a deep rumble, gradually accelerating, causing some zombies along the banks to tumble into the water. "Boss, are we here to rescue someone?" Zhang Long queried, somewhat puzzled, though not entirely oblivious. "Prepare for a few days, until the temporary dock is completed," Chen Huan replied succinctly, deeming it unnecessary to disclose the entire plan, since they had resolved to conduct a rescue. The coming days could be spent eliminating potential dangers near the camp, to prevent mishaps in the absence of the main force. The speedboat glided over the deserted river, flanked by the rapidly receding edges of the city. In that moment, Chen Huan felt akin to a solitary hero navigating through the city, yearning for quietude. Had it not been for Zhang Long's incessant chatter, he might have entertained the notion of throwing him overboard. Eventually, Zhang Long realized his redundancy, offering an awkward smile before ceasing his prattle. The return journey was markedly swifter than their outbound trip. As they passed the earlier spot where they had launched the speedboat, Chen Huan stole a few glances and noted a significant decrease in the number of zombies below, with only 2 or 3 aimlessly wandering. A few conjectures sparked in his mind, yet, given the remoteness from the camp, he chose to ignore the scene. They did not linger, continuing their course directly towards the hydroelectric plant. The speedboat raced forth, and even if someone heard the noise and ventured out to investigate, their view would be obscured by the distant buildings. Half an hour later, the group arrived back at the hydroelectric plant, securing the speedboat to a makeshift post. This arrangement was only temporary. Further enhancements would be necessary for future use. Upon arriving at the camp, Chen Huan found Zhao Lin waiting anxiously. Upon seeing the two return unscathed, he sighed in relief and briefly recounted their expedition before returning to his tasks. After a moment of reflection without identifying any flaws, Chen Huan summoned Zhang Long and another man who seldom ventured out. He made a point of selecting different individuals for each outing, aiming to sharpen their skills. His camp would not harbor the idle or parasitic. Those wishing to thrive or improve must exert effort, lest he cast them out to fend for themselves. As they exited the gate, Chun Huan observed that the greenhouse had yet to commence construction. Most of the individuals were preoccupied with the dock's renovations. He chose to remain silent, driving the small vehicle brought back by Zhao Lin, pausing briefly before steering westward, as he had been tirelessly working to establish a route to the city center. There was no time to address the lurking dangers behind him. In recent days, they decided to conduct a thorough patrol. Zhang Long drove, with a man named Wu Zhenghua in the passenger seat, while Chen Huan occupied the back. The trio remained vigilant, maintaining a leisurely speed of approximately 50 miles per hour. Their purpose was to patrol, not to rush. There was no need for reckless speed that might cause them to overlook their objectives. Chen Huan, in a previous life, had also conducted inspections in this vicinity. To the west of their camp, they were essentially entering rural territory. Every several miles westward, one would encounter one or two villages, varying in size, primarily situated alongside the highway. The countryside was predominantly inhabited by the elderly. During the outbreak of the zombies, most had lost their ability to resist. However, some foresight individuals had retreated to rural cottages when the apocalypse struck, and those who survived the initial wave could lead normal lives thereafter. The zombies in the countryside were primarily elderly individuals transformed. Their speed and strength were notably weak, and the rural areas were replete with practical tools. With reasonable defenses in place, they could fend off the majority of zombies. Each household in the countryside typically had ample food supplies, ensuring that sustenance for at least a year was not an issue. Moreover, the rural homes often featured courtyards where vegetables could be cultivated. Although the yields might not match those of greenhouses, they would suffice for a small family. The vehicle halted at the entrance of the nearest village. The three men directed their gazes toward different areas, observing the peculiar sounds emanating from the village below, where a few scattered zombies wandered the streets. Judging by their tattered clothing, they appeared to be the elderly. "Boss, should we go in and take a look?" Zhang Long inquired in a hushed tone. "No," Chun Huan replied halfway, recalling the solitary wild chickens within the camp. After a moment's hesitation, he issued a new command to investigate. The countryside often raised chickens. Perhaps there were some that had not mutated. When he had visited previously, normal poultry had vanished, and he wondered if this early visit might yield some unique finds. With their course of action determined, Zhang Long led the way. As they traversed the street, several zombies ambled slowly towards them. Chun Huan remained on high alert, for the countryside was home to one particular nuisance, the local dogs. Despite their humble appearance, these dogs were exceptionally intelligent and swift. Should they undergo mutation, they would pose an even greater threat than humans. "Be cautious. There may be zombie dogs," he warned. Indeed, the very fears one harbors often manifest into reality. Just as Chun Huan pondered the existence of zombie dogs, three grotesque creatures, their skeletal forms and fierce visages evident, charged towards them from a nearby alley. Without delay, he unsheathed his tang knife, and he and Zhang Long retreated into a dead-end alley, utilizing the narrow space to confront the oncoming monstrosities. A flash of white light cut through the air as a military knife struck forward with lethal precision, colliding with one of the zombie dogs, which was propelled backward as if struck by a vehicle. However, the dog's cranium proved resilient. Zhang Long's crucial strike did not deter the creature. It shook its head and regained its ferocity, joining the other two zombie dogs in a renewed assault. Meanwhile, the lethargic zombies trailing behind were nearing the dead end, and the trio braced themselves for an impending confrontation with a greater number of foes. Strike its abdomen, then the neck. Chun Huan's lips moved rapidly as he imparted crucial information to the two individuals. The most vulnerable point of the zombie dog is its belly. Once a wound is inflicted, the internal organs or intestines will spill forth from the opening. The zombie dog's pride and its speed will be rendered meaningless, leaving it exposed and at their mercy. Thus, the optimal moment for attack is when the zombie leaps. At that instant, its belly is laid bare before their eyes. A mere gentle slash, combined with their own momentum, will incapacitate a formidable zombie dog. Following this guidance, Zhang Long swiftly dealt a significant blow to one zombie dog, and shortly thereafter, Chen Huan followed suit, dispatching another. Chapter 133. The last hen, the final hen, fortunate in its survival, remained. Wu Jinghua, having only recently engaged with others, had thus far been tasked with rudimentary cleaning and menial duties. Confronting a zombie, however, was a daunting endeavor for him. No sooner had the zombie dog leapt towards him than he nervously thrust forward, not considering the force he applied, but rather the accuracy of his aim. His strike missed the abdomen entirely, only grazing the creature's fur and dissipating much of its intended impact. This feeble attempt bore no lethality and failed to divert the oncoming attack of the zombie, which continued to charge at him with ferocity. In this moment, Wu Jinghua's inexperience was starkly evident. Had Zhang Long been in his place, he would have remained composed even if he had missed, swiftly regaining his grip on the iron rod to deliver another blow, for the creature in midair would be unable to alter its trajectory. Just as the zombie dog was about to pounce on Wu Jinghua, a gleaming tang knife surged through the gap between him and Zhang Long, positioning itself protectively before him. The zombie dog, as if colliding with an immovable object, was propelled forward by its own momentum, resulting in its innards spilling forth in a gruesome display. The creature emitted a haunting wail, akin to a discarded plastic bag, and collapsed, rendered incapable of further combat. Focus, a voice urged, snapping Wu Jinghua back to reality. His face paled as he realized the peril he had narrowly escaped. Had it not been for Chen Huan's timely intervention, he might have suffered a grievous bite. Now, a bite would offer no remedy, unlike the future's miraculous antidotes that could effectively halt the infection, allowing for a significant chance of salvation if treated promptly. Reflecting on this, Chen Huan felt an intensified urgency towards Professor Zhang Zhongnan, whose contributions in developing countermeasures against zombies would prove invaluable. They proceeded cautiously along the street's periphery, confronting the few, slow-moving zombies they encountered. Each house they passed had a spacious courtyard, some with gates ajar, others securely shut. Chen Huan paused at each dwelling, listening intently before tossing a stone into the courtyard to gauge whether it harbored anything of value. Regrettably, after probing over a dozen residences, they found either abandoned homes or merely the distant growls of zombies, temporarily restrained by their gates. Was there not a single living creature to be found? Chen Huan hesitated, uncertain of the existence of any surviving poultry. In rural settings, fowl were typically kept in courtyards or cages, and if one fell victim to mutation, the rest would inevitably be infected. The quest for a solitary healthy bird was proving increasingly arduous. As they neared the village's end without uncovering anything of worth, Chen Huan's hopes dwindled. He pondered, determined not to leave empty-handed, and resolved to procure some farming tools since they were in need of equipment for their greenhouse. Each household possessed implements that could serve them well for an extended period. Selecting a relatively spacious home at the village's edge, he leveraged against the wall and vaulted over the 2-meter-high courtyard fence. Upon landing, he was met with a surprising sight. In the courtyard, a grotesque creature, a pus-dripping zombie, was being dragged along, accompanied by a zombie dog and several transformed chickens. Indeed, all had succumbed to mutation. He furrowed his brow, standing against the wall, while Zhang Long and Wu Jinghua were pulled up beside him. The trio exhibited no concern for the zombies before them. With a sense of calm, Wu Jinghua remained perched on the wall, while Chen Huan and Zhang Long efficiently cleared the courtyard of the undead. These transformed chickens posed little threat. A single strike was sufficient to dispatch one. Upon descending, Wu Jinghua actively sought out farming tools, feeling a tinge of shame for not contributing much. Chen Huan did not intervene, entrusting Zhang Long with his safety while he roamed the courtyard, searching for any vulnerabilities. As he passed a wall, the sound of a rooster's crow echoed from the other side. Chen Huan's expression shifted, and without a moment's hesitation, he took a few steps back to gain momentum, using a wooden board beside the wall to leap atop it. Gazing beyond, he discerned another courtyard on the other side of the wall, where a closed cage lay beneath him, containing an unaffected rooster that was crowing merrily. Outside the cage, a few mutated chickens were furiously pecking at the wooden structure. Live chickens? Chun Huan remained vigilant, meticulously surveying the surroundings. He noted that the courtyard harbored little danger. The sole zombie was confined within a house, currently thrashing against the door, causing the nearby glass to rattle ominously. Without hesitation, he leaped down, wielding his tang knife to swiftly eliminate the mutated chickens. Cautiously, he approached the cage, observing that the food container was empty and the water container had long since dried up, with several wooden sections gnawed through by the zombie chickens. It appeared that if left unattended, the cage would soon succumb to their relentless pecking. In the far corner of the cage curled a somewhat frail hen. Chun Huan's eyes brightened. Upon closer inspection, he realized this hen had not been infected or mutated, and a hint of joy spread across his face. He cautiously opened the cage door, only to discover it had not been securely locked. The hen, lacking in intelligence, merely pecked at the door. Removing his outer jacket, he gently captured the hen, wrapping it securely so that only its pointed beak protruded. Perhaps due to hunger, it felt rather lightweight and offered little resistance. To his surprise, beneath the hen lay 3 red eggs, soiled with chicken droppings. Without a moment's pause, he grasped the 3 eggs in his hand. It was evident that he was indeed holding a hen. This hen had remained in the cage for an extended period and had laid 3 eggs, confirming its maternal nature. Given the characteristics of hens, they possess the ability to lay eggs without fertilization, but such unfertilized eggs cannot produce chicks. Thus, it was nearly certain that this was indeed a hen. Chun Huan suppressed the joy swelling within him and returned to the courtyard where he had been moments before. Zhang Long, hearing the commotion, approached to investigate. Upon seeing Chun Huan cradling a domestic chicken, his face registered sheer astonishment. Chun Huan then handed 3 eggs to Zhang Long, whose expression transformed with an exuberant delight. "Is this a hen?" "Splendid," he exclaimed, trembling with excitement, nearly dropping the eggs in his fervor. He quickly secured them with his other hand, anxious not to let them fall. At this moment, Wu Jingguo was also tidying up some farming tools. Upon spotting the chicken, he too was filled with joy. Chun Huan held the chicken as though it were a treasure, cautious not to jostle it. He gingerly retrieved the key from the body of a fallen zombie on the ground and opened the large door. They chose not to investigate further and made their way back to the side of the vehicle. Chapter 134. The joy of the crowd, Chun Huan retrieved a length of rope and secured the hen in the back seat. He then waited for Zhang Long to carefully place the eggs in the designated compartment at the front, cushioning them with a cloth to prevent them from breaking due to the vehicle's movements. Once the doors were closed, they prepared to continue their search through the village for any items that might have been left behind. This time they were bolder, climbing over the courtyard wall to observe the premises from above, abandoning their previous caution. They were more distressed by the thought of missing out on opportunities due to excessive vigilance against attracting zombies. Unfortunately, their search yielded no living chickens after half a day. The few they encountered had either mutated or had fallen prey to the infected zombies or zombie dogs. As dusk approached, Chun Huan felt a twinge of regret. He shook his head and, along with the 2 companions, returned to the vehicle with a few relatively new agricultural tools they had found, preparing to head back to the camp. This village was small and populated primarily by the elderly. Despite its proximity to the city, none had survived, or perhaps those who did had already left. For whatever reason, Chun Huan had not encountered a single living person that day. Even if he had no intention of taking anyone in. At most, he would assist in improving their living conditions, allowing them to fend for themselves. Upon returning to the camp, the discovery of the hen sparked jubilant cheers. Zhou Yuqing immediately took the hen from Chun Huan, carefully placing it in a newly constructed cage. For safety, she kept the wild hen separate from the domestic one, fearing they might fight if housed together. "Mom, does this mean we will have a source of chicken meat in the future?" Chun Huan inquired curiously as he observed his mother placing a lunch box into the cage. "Is that even possible?" Zhou Yuqing replied, after securing the food box and adding an empty can with a little water inside. Watching the hen scurry over to eat, she continued, "This domestic hen and the wild one cannot produce offspring together. Well, not that they can entirely, but the likelihood of a viable chick from the egg is slim." Zhou Yuqing shook her head, expressing her disappointment further. "Moreover, their potential offspring would be incapable of reproduction. After a brief pause, she provided an analogy. You know about mules, right? When donkeys and horses breed, they produce mules, which are sterile and can only reproduce through further hybridization. Though Zhou Yuqing felt a sense of loss, finding a domestic hen, particularly a female one, brought her immense joy. Her face illuminated with smiles and laughter lines. Is that so? Chen Huan felt a flicker of hope. He had not anticipated such a conclusion. He had assumed that domestic and wild chickens could breed normally, envisioning a future filled with an abundance of chickens and no concerns about meat supply. The complexity of the situation left him somewhat disheartened, yet he remained resolute, not allowing it to affect him too deeply. They had only discovered one village. It was not as if they had searched exhaustively without success. If they could find one, surely more would be out there. However, this matter needed to be approached with utmost seriousness, for as time passed, the likelihood of finding poultry dwindled. Just like this hen, if they were to delay for a while, the mutated creatures outside would likely break open the cage and devour the poor creature entirely. Moreover, even if the cage remained intact, the hen would soon exhaust its sustenance. Were it not for the insects in the rural fields, this hen would not survive. How about this steel rod? A voice interrupted his thoughts. Chen Huan looked up to see Zhao Lin holding a 2-meter-long hollow steel pipe, the end of which had been sharpened with specific tools. The sharpened tip remained hollow. Did you make this? Chen Huan exclaimed, genuinely impressed. This steel pipe, with its sharp point, was an excellent tool for defending against unarmed humans and zombies alike. Its 2-meter length was neither too cumbersome nor too light, making it quite manageable for use. One need not worry about zombies biting at this distance. Despite its simplicity, it was indeed highly effective. Not bad. Chen Huan's praise made Zhao Lin somewhat bashful. With a sheepish grin, he replied, I thought about building a dock, and since others lacked weaponry, I recalled the long guns from TV dramas and devised a clever solution to create a similar long weapon. Chen Huan swung it a few times. It felt just right. All right, let us use this design and make a few more spares, he said, quite satisfied. However, do not delay the dock construction. The longer we wait, the more unforeseen events may arise. He recalled hearing stories about Professor Zhang Zhongnan in a large gathering place in a later era, knowing he had surely been successfully rescued, and was anxious about arriving too late and having someone else take him away. As for convincing the higher-ups to remain, that was a matter for another time. However, he had a thought regarding this. When he heard about Professor Zhang's situation, it was mentioned that he had a lingering regret that could never be rectified. This critical point revolved around Professor Zhang's daughter. She had worked in a hospital before the zombie outbreak and lost contact with her father. By the time Professor Zhang was rescued, his daughter was already near death. When they rushed to the hospital, it was too late. One must understand how deeply Chen Huan felt upon learning of this, realizing that even a talent like Professor Zhang had many regrets. It illustrated the profound hatred one could feel for the apocalypse. Yet this time, with timely rescue, he was certain he could successfully save his daughter. This was his strategy to retain Professor Zhang. Although it remained uncertain, such matters often entailed high risks and high rewards. With Professor Zhang's presence, he could break the curse of the previous life and establish a true large-scale gathering place. Contemplating this, Chen Huan felt an increased urgency. Try the eggs my mother made. Zhou Yuqing had prepared a dish of scrambled eggs with ample tomatoes, albeit the number of eggs was scant, making it taste more like tomatoes with a hint of egg. Nevertheless, despite its simplicity, no one voiced any complaints. Everyone eagerly awaited Chen Huan to take the first bite. He silently picked up a piece of egg, observing the excitement of others as they served themselves. A hint of tenderness graced his countenance. What could possibly bring more joy than savoring one's desired food amidst the apocalypse? As he contemplated the fruits of his labor, Chen Huan felt a surge of pride. He had accomplished what others could not, overcoming numerous challenges step by step to achieve his aspirations. Establishing a secure camp in this desolate world was his greatest dream. Witnessing the smiles radiating from those around him, he methodically served himself, pondering the plans for the morrow. After the meal, Xiao Tian ran over to the chicken coop, frolicking. Shen Jingxi approached him and whispered, "Should we find some educational materials for Xiao Tian? Now that we have settled, We can't let him remain unlearned, can we? Chapter 135. Populace, are you certain about this? Chun Huan inquired, his expression peculiar as he regarded Shun Jingzi, a knowing look gracing his features. Do you really wish for Xiao Tian to continue in this manner? Shun Jingzi shot him a glance, asserting that the zombies would inevitably be eradicated. Xiao Tian could not remain an illiterate indefinitely. At this juncture, Chen Huan fell into contemplative silence. Whether the zombies could be entirely vanquished remained uncertain. Upon his rebirth, he noticed that the number of zombies had not significantly diminished. In fact, under the threat of virus mutation, they had become even more perilous. Humanity, bereft of its industrial framework, was continually retreating under the pressure of the undead, with survival bases collapsing one after another. Various settlements, both large and small, faced destruction, either besieged by apocalyptic marauders or overwhelmed by hordes of zombies, or succumbing to internal strife. Such a multitude of possibilities rendered the existence of humanity in this apocalyptic world devoid of hope. As for the children, within the countless encampments he had witnessed, they were often abandoned or forced to roam, either aiding their parents in labor or begging on the streets, clinging desperately to any morsel of sustenance that would ensure their survival. However, Shun Jingzi made a compelling argument. Children like Xiao Tian represented the hope of the future. After all their sacrifices, it was inconceivable to leave everything to a generation that lacked understanding. Although sustaining education in the apocalypse posed a considerable expense, the prospect of such an investment yielding substantial returns was undeniable, provided there was an opportunity. With this thought in mind, Chun Huan resolved to act. Fine, I shall procure some textbooks for him on my next outing. When the urgency subsides, I can also retrieve important literary resources to establish a small library. Observing Chun Huan's regard for her opinion and his inclination towards a more thoughtful solution, Shun Jingxi's countenance brightened with a smile. The following day, Zhao Lin and the others continued their construction of the dock. Chen Huan, accompanied by Zhang Long and Wu Jinghua, resumed their search of nearby villages. Following their discoveries from the previous day, they were meticulous in their inquiries, fearful of missing any crucial information. The second village they reached that day was considerably smaller, devoid of any signs of life. This time, not a single live chicken was in sight, and even mutated poultry were scarce, suggesting a significant aging population with hardly anyone left in the village. After scouring the area for a considerable time, the trio reluctantly departed. Following a simple lunch, they proceeded to the next village. Upon arriving at the third settlement, they encountered something unusual. It was midday, and to their astonishment, plumes of thick smoke were rising from within the village. Chun Huan silently exited the vehicle, concealing a handgun in his pocket while gripping a tang knife. He instructed Zhang Long to remain with the vehicle, then led Wu Zhanghua to a vantage point for observation. This village was markedly different. Not a single zombie roamed the streets. Although there were more courtyards devoid of smoke, an undeniable vitality lingered in the air. From their elevated position, they could see numerous figures moving about both inside and outside the courtyards. The individuals in motion were predominantly robust men and women. Though some appeared to be in their 40s or 50s, they were significantly more vigorous compared to the older demographics of other villages. Remarkably, Chun Huan even spotted several active poultry within one of the courtyards, which caught his attention. However, he did not act recklessly. He managed to maintain normal activities despite the looming threat of zombies. This village surely possesses its own unique strengths, and one must tread carefully to avoid missteps. Yet boldness is required when a moment calls for it. "Boss, someone is coming," Zhang Long whispered into Chun Huan's ear. Chun Huan did not respond. He had already discerned the approaching figures before Zhang Long. This was why he remained still during their wait. In the distance, near the courtyard wall, several shadowy figures peered out. At the forefront stood a man resembling an elderly village chief, likely in his 50s, flanked by two middle-aged men in their 30s, wielding hoes and shovels, with a trace of deep crimson visible on them. One could easily surmise that these were remnants of battles fought against the undead. "What brings you to our village, friend?" The village chief's thick accent resonated, while the two men behind him wore grim expressions. clearly wary of the weapon in Chen Huan's possession. "I've come to trade for some supplies," Chen Huan replied thoughtfully, offering a reason that would not provoke disdain. The village chief scrutinized Chen Huan closely, noticing that although he bore arms, he did not exude a menacing aura. He visibly relaxed and said, "Since we are friends, let's eat and converse." The two men behind him remained silent, clearly deferring to their leader. "Very well," Chen Huan acquiesced. Although he had already eaten, he sought an excuse for the ensuing dialogue. He did not harbor distrust towards others, but neither was he paranoid. One cannot simply suspect every individual encountered. Those who survive in the apocalypse are undoubtedly astute. Having a few more allies is preferable to accumulating enemies. "You seem quite spirited, young man," the elder remarked with a smile, leading the way. Chen Huan followed closely behind, with the vigilant Wu Jinghua beside him, while the two armed men lingered at a distance, clearly still on guard. Zhang Long remained in the vehicle, intentionally exposing part of his body, refraining from accompanying them. The elder noticed Zhang Long, but refrained from speaking further, as Chen Huan had not introduced him. The five of them arrived at a courtyard, where the aroma of food wafted through the air. Upon entering, Chen Huan recognized this as the residence of the family he had previously seen with chickens. Indeed, even if poultry had mutated, ordinary folk might not react swiftly enough to avoid being pecked. Not everyone can bring themselves to slaughter a beloved pet they have nurtured for a year, especially with the anticipation of a festive feast. "What should I call you, young man?" the elder inquired, setting out two chairs for Chen Huan and Wu Jinghua to sit. Their demeanor revealed much about their psychological states. Chen Huan appeared composed, whereas Wu Jinghua seemed restless and uneasy. The elder observed these subtleties keenly. "I am Chen Huan, and this is Wu Jinghua." Chen Huan introduced himself succinctly, also introducing Wu Jinghua, before asking, "May I inquire your name, respected elder?" "Just call me Village Chief Wang." The elder replied with a smile, confirming Chen Huan's suspicions. This man was clearly no ordinary individual. The old man continued to point at the two individuals behind him, stating, "These two are my sons. This is the elder, and this is the younger." "Has everything outside transformed in such a manner?" "Indeed, it has," replied Chen Huan, acknowledging the old man's survival with a sense of admiration. "There is not a single place that remains unscathed. I have just returned from the city, where the monsters are far fewer in the village, allowing one to live. The city is overrun with zombies," he said, half in jest, half in truth. He refrained from elaborating in detail, opting instead for a brief account of his experiences, which lent an air of credibility to his words. "Yes, the village is plagued by those strange creatures. Once bitten, one becomes one of them. Had I known this sooner, my child's mother would not have perished." A flicker of anguish crossed the old man's face. Chapter 136. Shocked Chen Huan remained silent, fully empathizing with the elderly man's emotions. After allowing the old man a moment to collect himself, the group began to engage in casual conversation about various topics. The elderly gentleman took a few bites of his meal, prompting Chen Huan to follow suit. However, the fare was far from lavish, the flavors somewhat overpowering, and overall, it was merely mediocre. He nibbled a bit before putting down his chopsticks. The two young men standing behind him instinctively swallowed hard, their appetites stirred. "Let them join us," Chen Huan suggested, gesturing towards the two. The old man chuckled lightly and invited them to take a seat, remarking, "You have your own family to look after, don't you?" He gestured, implying that Chen Huan, like him, had a household to protect. Chen Huan did not shake his head. The implication was inconsequential, and there was no need for a rebuttal. "I wish to exchange something with you." Chen Huan spoke softly. "What do you have?" The old man's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. When discussing matters of importance, the earlier casualness dissipated, revealing his considerable authority. It was evident that he would not have led his family to survive alongside the villagers without such stature. "A piece of advice, along with assistance in eradicating the zombies plaguing your village." Chen Huan pondered briefly and proposed a method most likely to be accepted by the elder. Though the survivors were strong, they could not manage a safe extermination of the undead. If these people wished to continue living in the village, they must eliminate all threats proactively. Otherwise, the men would be too fearful to venture out for farming, leaving the vulnerable behind. Who could predict when a zombie might unexpectedly emerge? This proposition held considerable appeal for the group. The old man turned to confer with his sons for a moment before nodding in agreement. However, he added a few minor requests, hoping Chun Huan might procure some essential supplies, such as cooking oil and salt. Their household's provisions were dwindling, and others had been waiting to purchase more as the new year approached, only to have their plans utterly disrupted by current events. Certainly, that is agreeable, Chun Huan replied without hesitation, viewing these as minor items. Gathering a few essentials from a small convenience store would easily satisfy their requests, presenting no challenge for him. Aren't you going to negotiate? The elder was astonished by the rapidity of Chun Huan's acquiescence, his tone somewhat halting, as if struggling to comprehend the young man's nonchalance regarding such a significant matter. The two men also wore expressions of surprise as they continued their meal. Their regard for Chun Huan deepened. The two men consumed their food with renewed urgency, eager to observe Chun Huan's capabilities during the impending confrontation, which would influence their future demeanor towards him, whether they should be respectful or exceedingly so. Chun Huan refrained from revealing his conditions outright. Once the village's zombies were dealt with, they would witness his strength, and even if his demands seemed excessive, they would not dare refuse him. In this post-apocalyptic world, rules had crumbled. Power was the only currency. The group hastily finished their lunch, and under the old man's guidance, fully armed, they commenced their efforts to cleanse the streets and surrounding courtyards. It was primarily the other two men who were outfitted for the task. They donned several exceptionally heavy garments, clutching the farming tools from earlier. Following closely behind were several older men, each wielding their most familiar weapons. In the distance, Chun Huan could discern a few women accompanied by children, their faces etched with concern. Shall I begin? The elder cast a wary glance at Chun Huan, gripping a hefty axe. Without elaboration, Chun Huan pointed to the firmly shut door ahead and stated, "No need to kick it open. Simply provide me with a ladder." The elder, taken aback by the simplicity of Chun Huan's request, paused momentarily before instructing a nearby individual, "Fetch a ladder." Shortly thereafter, a man approached, carrying a makeshift ladder, which he promptly leaned against the courtyard wall at Chun Huan's signal. Chun Huan inspected the ladder, ensuring its stability before making several agile leaps from the bottom to the top, where the scene within the courtyard unfolded before him. Indeed, the interior remained largely unchanged. The household possessed some poultry, now transformed into zombies. After a brief reconnaissance, Chun Huan wasted no time in descending. His sudden action startled the old village chief, who trembled slightly. He followed suit, climbing up to stand on the wall, gazing in astonishment as Chun Huan demonstrated his prowess, dispatching zombie chickens with swift precision. What is happening? The village chief's son, noticing his father frozen by the wall, curiously hurried over, peering into the courtyard. Chun Huan was strikingly evident at that moment. The man had hardly ascended before witnessing Chun Huan confront a zombie head-on. Although the undead appeared aged, they were still fearsome carriers of infection. Yet this individual faced them without flinching, exchanging blows with the creatures. Before he could fully comprehend the scene, one of the zombies faltered, a round object rolling away, leaving only its lifeless body crumpled to the ground. Unfazed, Chun Huan ventured further inside, continuing to combat the remaining zombies. The village chief and his eldest son stood in stunned silence, their eyes reflecting astonishment as they exchanged glances filled with disbelief. These zombies were entirely unlike any they had previously encountered. Recalling their own struggles against the undead, the village chief began to question his very existence. "Father, could it be that these zombies have weakened?" The son rationally proposed, pondering how it was possible for Chun Huan to engage them with such ease. Resolving to convince himself, the man gripped a long shovel and leaped down from the wall, following closely behind Chun Huan into the house. Subsequently, others also descended into the courtyard. Had it not been for the limited space within the house, they might have all crowded together. As the man landed, Chun Huan sensed the commotion upon the man's entrance. He vacated a spot, allowing him room to launch an attack, while also remaining vigilant against potential threats from behind. Truly a twofold advantage. The man, now face-to-face with a zombie, felt a rush of adrenaline, determined to prove that he, too, could accomplish what Chun Huan had done. Not willing to be outdone, he advanced, aiming his shovel at the zombie with a fierce strike. However, his speed was somewhat sluggish. As the iron shovel fell from his hand, the zombie had already reacted, swatting the shovel aside with a swipe, exposing its bloodied fangs and brandishing its menacing claws as it lunged directly at him. The man's face turned pale, rooted in place. Paralyzed by fear, Chun Huan discerned immediately that this individual was frozen in terror. He swiftly brandished his tang knife, its sharp blade emitting a resonant clang, positioning it in the trajectory of the zombie's advance to obstruct its path. As the creature approached, the blade glided along its neck, piercing with precision. Chun Huan harnessed the force of the zombie's momentum, effortlessly driving the tang knife deep into its throat, then viciously twisting the blade to sever its nerves. The connection severed. The zombie collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Chapter 137. The deal the man beside him swallowed hard. Upon witnessing the zombie collapse, he finally regained his composure and swung the shovel violently at the fallen creature, splattering murky liquid. Chun Huan frowned and instinctively recoiled. "What are you doing? Stop! The zombie is dead." A reprimanding voice rang out. The old village chief had approached from behind and grasped the man's shoulder. Only then did the man, filled with trepidation, cease his actions and gaze at the mangled zombie before him, a look of admiration and awe washing over his face. He understood, without saying, how naive his earlier thoughts had been. Though this zombie was the weakest of its kind, it was not something he could handle casually. The stranger before him possessed undeniable strength. It was not that the zombie was too feeble, but rather that he was exceedingly formidable. This realization dawned not only on the man, but also on the old village chief. As Chun Huan stepped outside, Wu Jinghua handed him a bottle of mineral water. He accepted it, twisted off the cap, took a sip, and wiped away the grime that the man had carelessly splattered on him. One must always exercise caution. This was a habit he had cultivated over many years in the apocalypse. "Brother Chun, you are quite impressive," the old village chief said, his face reflecting shock as he hurried a few paces to stand beside Chun Huan, speaking in hushed tones. "Where are we now?" Wu Jinghua scoffed, exaggerating. "These are merely a few zombies. Our leader has faced hundreds effortlessly." "Mind your words," Chun Huan admonished with a glance at Wu Jinghua, seemingly reproaching him for revealing their capabilities. However, deep down, this was the effect he desired. As long as the elder feared his strength, he would refrain from any unnecessary actions, thus facilitating a smoother journey and avoiding additional complications. Indeed, upon hearing that Chun Huan could easily confront zombies numbering in the dozens compared to himself, the old village chief abandoned any other thoughts, eager to cooperate with Chun Huan. He took the lead, stepping out first. With a thud, a padlock the size of a palm snapped apart. The old village chief retracted his axe and was the first to venture outside. The group emerged, the elder's eldest son handing a shovel to a middle-aged farmer, while clutching a ladder with one hand, trailing behind them. They began to clear the zombies from within the village in this formation. The village walls were not particularly high. With a ladder, one could easily access the area. Each time, Chun Huan would charge in first, followed closely by the old village chief and his two sons. Chun Huan did not exert his full strength. During his assaults, he provided cover for the others, allowing them to experience the zombies' might firsthand, thus ensuring a stable collaboration. As anticipated, the elder and his sons encountered zombies intermittently, and through the creature's vigorous resistance, they grew increasingly convinced of Chun Huan's capabilities, gradually losing their authoritative voice. The zombies in this village largely fought independently, with each household possessing local dogs, which posed the greatest challenge. Yet, with Chun Huan present, there were no significant issues. Approximately 2 hours later, they had successfully eradicated all the zombies. The remaining living villagers, who had arrived later, looked on curiously at Chun Huan. Acknowledging the prowess of this man, Wu Jinghua arrogantly played the role of a lackey, as the villagers' attitudes towards him improved significantly, courtesy of Chun Huan. This newfound regard bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of superiority. "Young man, can you now articulate your desires?" inquired the old village chief, his tones softened. clearly reflecting his growing recognition of Chun Huan's formidable capabilities, realizing that despite their numbers, they could never overpower him. "How many native chickens do you possess?" Chun Huan asked, glancing at the sky, aware that their time was drawing to a close. "Native chickens?" The old man's expression shifted, understanding that seeking Chun Huan's assistance would not be a simple endeavor. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Wait a moment, I shall check." Chun Huan remained silent for a while, gesturing for the elder to attend to his task. He settled in the village chief's courtyard, observing the surroundings with peripheral vision, noting the genuine joy emanating from the villagers as the threat of zombies was eradicated. In rural areas like this, although food supplies were somewhat scarce, they at least had reserves. Their deficiency lay not in sustenance, but in industrial goods that were unattainable within their community. With the absence of domestic pigs, they could not produce oil and needed to devise a method to procure it externally. Chun Huan found the elder's proposal to be rather satisfactory. "That should suffice. 12 hens and 6 roosters," the old village chief said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he approached Chun Huan. "We do not possess many. I am uncertain how many you require." The village chief was no fool. He understood the paramount importance of such resources in a post-apocalyptic world. Should they relinquish all their chickens, they would be left without eggs or live poultry to sustain themselves. In a time when nutrition was already in short supply, the value of domestic chickens was unparalleled. However, he also understood that without some form of negotiation, Chun Huan would not be satisfied. He could only hope that the latter would not demand an unreasonable quantity. 6 hens and 3 roosters, Chun Huan proposed after a moment of reflection, offering a figure that both parties could find acceptable. Upon hearing this quantity, the old village chief visibly exhaled in relief. He waved his arm, signaling his eldest son and a few others to fetch some cages in preparation to contain the chickens. Though reluctant, they deemed it preferable to dealing with Chun Huan than facing the zombies. Unbeknownst to Chun Huan, if he had comprehended their thoughts, he would have merely remarked that when the zombies mutated further, he hoped they would still feel the same. Before long, several men emerged, each carrying a cage containing 6 hens and 3 roosters. Chun Huan led them as they placed the items into the trunk of the vehicle. At that moment, Zhang Long remained seated in the driver's cabin, not having exited the vehicle. The old village chief, evidently surprised to learn of another individual inside the vehicle, quickly masked his astonishment with a veneer of smoothness, choosing not to mention it. Once everything was securely stowed, Chun Huan leaned closer to the old village chief and whispered, "If you lack confidence, do not allow the number of villagers to exceed 20. Huh? The old village chief appeared bewildered, uncertain of the meaning behind Chun Huan's words. "More people will attract the zombies. Do you understand?" Zhang Long murmured softly, casting a glance towards the rear. As he saw Chun Huan enter the vehicle and drive directly towards the camp, the figures of the village chief and the others gradually diminished until they vanished from sight. The old village chief stood with a furrowed brow, lines etched deeply upon his forehead. "Father, do you think these people will?" His eldest son leaned closer, gazing at the receding silhouette of the vehicle, whispering softly. "Do not overthink," the old chief replied, still reflecting on Chun Huan's final words. "If they wish to strike, do you believe you could withstand them?" He glanced at his eldest son's sturdy frame and shook his head. Moreover, the last individual had conveyed to him that should the number exceed 20, it would incite turmoil. It was precisely for this reason that he harbored a greater conviction that their adversaries would not initiate an attack without cause. Would that not be courting trouble? Chapter 138. Daily life. Once we bring Uncle over, what is there to fear? Although the younger son held great admiration for Chun Huan, he remained obstinate in his words. Upon mentioning Uncle, the old village chief's expression shifted, and he quickly glanced at his elder son, hastily instructing, "Ride your bike and inform your uncle that if he and his family come over, it will be acceptable." After a brief pause, the elder continued, "If there are others, they should wait." "Why?" the elder son asked, puzzled. "Do we not agree that the day after tomorrow, they would tidy up and we would unite the village? With more people, we would be stronger. When the time comes, we need not fear zombies, nor anyone else. Do not question further. Let them remain in the village. If they dare to come over uninvited, I shall send them back. The old village chief's countenance hardened, and he spoke with a sharp tongue. Observing his son's defiance, he whispered, "That person just told me that if the village exceeds 20 individuals, misfortune will ensue." What did he say? Both sons appeared perplexed, yet they refrained from contradicting their father further. With solemn expressions, they returned to the village. At the camp, Chun Huan parked the car, and, along with Zhang Long and Wu Jinghua, each carrying a cage, they made their way towards the small house where the domestic chickens had been previously kept. "Mom, look what my brother brought back." Little Tian exclaimed upon seeing the 3 cages filled with chickens, rushing towards the kitchen area, full of excitement. "Such a fuss," Zhou Yuqing murmured, emerging with a shovel in hand. Her gaze first landed on Chun Huan, and upon confirming he was unscathed, she relaxed, her attention shifting to the cages he held. Her eyes widened in surprise as she approached, observing the shy chickens within. With a look of delight, she cautiously took the cages from Chun Huan, inspected the chickens, and upon seeing they were unharmed, she inquired, "Where did you get these?" She then gathered the remaining 2 cages and placed them on the ground, reassured by their well-being, allowing herself the leisure to converse with Chun Huan. 6 hens and 3 roosters. Now we can raise our own chicks, he remarked, noting his mother's joy. "You take care of these chickens, Mom, and make sure little Tian gets plenty of eggs." Of course, of course." Zhou Yuqing's face beamed with joy. Observing this, Chun Huan turned and walked towards the dam. He approached the dock, eager to assess the progress made. A wooden path extended directly into the water where at the riverbank. Several steel bars were driven into the shallows to serve as a foundation. Once the remaining steel bars were welded together and the wooden boards laid down in the next couple of days, it would be nearly complete. "Big brother," Zhao Lin called out as he spotted Chun Huan, rising to greet him. The others paused their tasks, standing to acknowledge him. Chun Huan waved his hand, encouraging them to continue their work. Seizing the remaining daylight, he resumed driving, accompanied by Zhang Long and Wu Jinghua, to explore further afield. Passing the village they had just visited, after traveling more than 10 miles, they encountered a considerably larger village. In stark contrast to the previous one, this area was noticeably teeming with zombies. Chun Huan did not approach them as he had done before, assisting the villagers in clearing out the zombies. They ventured forth with 2 companions, traversing the village walls in search of necessary supplies. They passed through numerous courtyards, discovering only zombies and zombie dogs. Their earlier fortune had waned, and no uninfected chickens were to be found. The more ground they covered, the dimmer their hopes grew. As they approached the village's edge, Chun Huan suddenly glimpsed a fleeting shadow. He gestured for his companions to halt. The trio selected a shadowy spot and looked up. They could see a 2-story courtyard at the village's forefront, its walls towering at least 3 meters high. From the outside, only half of the 2nd floor was visible, with freshly hung garments fluttering on the balcony. Chun Huan silently crept closer, hearing movement within. He paused momentarily, signaling for the others to retreat, and soon they withdrew to the village's edge. Chun Huan briefly explained, "There are living people inside. No poultry, no need for contact." Zhang Long, without hesitation, turned the vehicle around and headed straight back to the camp. Having observed the courtyard walls attentively, they found no desired supplies, and Chun Huan deemed interaction unnecessary. The fewer who knew of their camp, the greater their safety. If discovered, the existence of their camp would inevitably stir the greed of others. After all, he could not remain at the camp indefinitely, needing to venture out for resources. Upon their return to the camp, night had already fallen. Most individuals gathered in the square, awaiting dinner. At this moment, Zhao Lin had ceased his labors, clutching a bundle of polished steel pipes, rallying the onlookers to distribute variously sized sharpened pipes according to height and weight. Aside from Chun Huan, each person received one. Even the young Tian held a pipe taller than himself, gleaming as he twirled it in the nearby clearing. Chun Huan refrained from commenting on this. The children of a post-apocalyptic world were starkly different from those of peaceful times. They were destined to shoulder greater burdens, and learning to protect themselves and their families was of paramount importance, though education should not be neglected. Chun Huan resolved that the next day he would visit the stationery store in the development zone to procure some examination papers and textbooks. He did not plan to further explore the distant villages for now, Ensuring safety within a 50-mile radius was his immediate objective. Subsequently, aside from a significant task of rescuing others, replenishing the camp supplies would take precedence. Having formulated a plan and dined, Chun Huan retired early. The ground lay strewn with rubble, and a grotesque zombie patrolled slowly nearby, flanked by 2 wrecked vehicles with shattered glass exposing their headlights. In the distance, several individuals had set their sights on him. Thud! The blade found its mark. The hideous zombie turned, extending its claws toward the source of the sound. Yet, as it bared its teeth, a sharp steel pipe pierced its neck, pinning it against the wall. With a swift motion, it was yanked free, and the lifeless zombie slid down the wall. Wu Jingguo retracted the pipe cautiously, moving forward with Zhang Long toward the shop, while Chun Huan provided cover from behind. While remaining vigilant and attentive to their surroundings, the group moved discreetly, evading the awareness of several individuals, shielded by the presence of zombies. Fortunately, 2 members of the party acted with agility, avoiding any unnecessary commotion. The approaching zombies were effortlessly dealt with by Chun Huan. They entered the shop, where one zombie, alerted by the noise, drooled as it surged past the bookshelf, launching an audacious assault on the trio. The attendant behind the counter leapt over it, and the 2 zombies converged in a joint attack. It was a trivial matter. Even a dozen or more would pose no significant challenge. With minimal effort, the 2 zombies were dispatched. Zhang Long stood guard at the entrance, while Wu Jingguo searched the vicinity to ensure no zombies were lurking and hiding. Chun Huan retrieved several bags from the counter and began to search the shelves for textbooks. Chapter 139. The source of students suffering at the tender age of 12. Xiao Tian found himself confronted with the rigors of the first year of middle school. Chun Huan meticulously scrutinized the textbooks, bundling them together by subject, ensuring that every essential item, textbooks, examination papers, and stationery, was accounted for. After loading the items into the vehicle, he paused momentarily in contemplation before returning to the stationery store to procure a selection of high school textbooks as well. Rather than make 2 separate trips, he deemed it prudent to acquire everything at once, regrettably finding no university textbooks available at this location. As he observed the trunk brimming with books, Zhang Long's face contorted in shock, clearly overwhelmed by the sheer quantity. Having been a delinquent with a lackluster academic history, the sight of so many textbooks felt akin to confronting a formidable adversary, leaving him slightly breathless. Fortunately, these items were intended for Xiao Tian. He averted his gaze, wishing not to dwell on them. After several thorough inspections to ensure nothing was overlooked, Chun Huan directed Zhang Long to drive onward. The vehicle approached the previously visited construction site, meandering through the neighborhood at a leisurely pace. Chun Huan's intent was to attempt contact with the camp he had discovered earlier. They were situated perilously close to the location where 3 soldiers had discharged their firearms, and it was likely they were aware of the whereabouts of those soldiers. However, after a circuitous route, Zhang Long failed to spot any signs of life, prompting Chun Huan's brow to furrow as he instructed him to halt at the entrance of the community. Days had passed, and several zombies lingered at the entrance once more. Armed with a Tang Dao, Chun Huan coordinated with his companions to eliminate the undead. They ascended to the rooftop of the familiar building, splitting into 3 directions to survey the community's condition, while Chun Huan remained fixated on the area that had previously glimmered with light. Yet, this time, no figures emerged, leaving him uncertain if they had relocated. Given that the zombies had been cleared away, it was plausible that the survivors had seized the opportunity to escape. Undeterred, Chun Huan continued to observe for several minutes. Realizing that this venture might yield no results, he led his companions back downstairs. They resumed their journey in the vehicle, proceeding slowly along the edge of the street. Fortunately, the area was sparsely populated with cars, and the road remained wide enough to avoid being encircled by zombies. Although a few relentless undead obstructed their path, only to be sent sprawling by Zhang Long's menacing laughter as he plowed through them. After completing a circuit, Chun Huan concluded there was little to be gained from further searching. He took the opportunity to document the distribution of pharmacies while calculating how to maximize the retrieval of medical supplies. Upon Zhang Long's return from his detour, Chun Huan spotted a convenience store and gestured for him to stop. The three of them swiftly dealt with the zombies inside the store. Chun Huan gathered essential items, grains, cooking oil, salt, and various seasonings, loading them into the back seat. These provisions were intended as a token of gratitude for the elderly village chief. Although he did not intend to recruit the chief into their ranks, he was willing to lend assistance to help a few survive. Moreover, future exchanges could prove beneficial. As the trunk neared its capacity, he prepared to depart, but just before leaving, a glimmer caught his eye. After taking a few steps, he retrieved some items specifically meant for women, stuffing them into a large plastic bag and placing it in the back seat. According to his understanding, Shun Jingzi was nearing, and there were other women in the camp who would greatly benefit from these supplies. As for anything else, Chun Huan did not concern himself. The car then reversed its course. They passed the camp without entering, continuing instead towards the old village chief's residence. Upon arrival, Chun Huan did not rush to exit the vehicle. Instead, he observed the surroundings several times and noticed two motorcycles parked at the entrance of the old chief's home. Narrowing his eyes, he decided to wait in place. The eldest son of the old chief had already spotted him from the yard. After notifying his father, a group of men, their demeanor ominous, approached the vehicle. Chun Huan observed two unfamiliar men beside the old chief, one younger, his face weathered, and the other of the same age as the eldest son, possessing a rather imposing presence. Without further ado, Chun Huan unloaded the supplies from the car. In the midst of the old chief's surprised gaze, they exchanged a few casual remarks before he returned to the camp. With strangers around, he felt little inclination to engage in conversation, yet he surmised that these individuals were likely connected to the two-story courtyard discovered in the neighboring village the previous day. It was very probable they were yesterday's visitors, he mused. He instructed Zhang Long to park the vehicle properly. Shun Jingzi, curious about their early return, approached to inquire. However, before she could speak, Chun Huan handed her a black plastic bag. She opened it in astonishment, her face instantly flushing crimson. "Thank you," she said, her eyes flickering. "How did you remember?" "I have a good memory," Chun Huan replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further, and urged Shin Jingzi to set the items aside. He then headed straight for Xiao Tian. After searching the front yard, he learned from a busy woman that Xiao Tian was assisting at the dock. With a neutral expression, he made his way there. From a distance, he spotted Xiao Tian beside Zhao Lin, smiling as he helped with the tasks at hand. Although he was young and of little assistance, his expression radiated joy, clearly fascinated by the activities at the dock. "Brother, you're here," Xiao Tian exclaimed. Bouncing over to him, he pointed to a speedboat secured with a steel rope and said, "Brother, take me to drive the speedboat." "The last time I was on a boat was in first grade." Chun Huan remained silent, signaling Zhao Lin to disregard him as he led Xiao Tian away from the shore. "I brought you a little gift," he stated solemnly. As he spoke, Shin Jingzi had already set her items down and approached. Upon hearing Chun Huan's words, a peculiar expression crossed her face. She had seen the contents of the trunk and, understanding its significance, could only cast a sympathetic glance at Xiao Tian. Yet, the boy remained oblivious, genuinely believing that Chun Huan had brought him a present. His face alight with excitement. "Brother, what did you bring? Is it an Ultraman model?" When Chun Huan shook his head, Xiao Tian speculated further. "Then it must be Superman. Whoosh, he flies by." "Not quite. Is it Transformers?" "My fondness for Bumblebee is unparalleled. In the past, my classmates possessed a Bumblebee, but would not allow me to play with it. Now, do I possess one as well?" "Not quite." Chun Huan listened to Xiao Tian's words. Feeling a twinge of compassion, he spotted a car, pointed towards it, and said, "The gift lies within. Go and see for yourself." With that, he proceeded directly towards the power plant's generating facilities, having not checked them in some time. Now that he had the opportunity, it was the perfect moment for an inspection. As Chun Huan rounded the building, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from the front yard. "I refuse to do my homework." Soon after, the voice of Zhou Yuqing followed. Such a loud outcry surely indicated that Xiao Tian was quite pleased. Listening to Zhou Yuqing admonish Xiao Tian, a smile crept onto Chun Huan's face. This was how it should be. Children deserve to experience a complete childhood. He glanced at the generating equipment, conducting a cursory inspection. Upon finding no issues, he returned to the front yard. only to discover that Xiao Tian was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 140. Anomaly occurs. He caught a glimpse of Zhang Long's figure in the front yard. However, when Zhang Long emerged, there was a shadow of unease on his face, quickly replaced by a forced smile as he feigned interest in another direction. Chen Huan found this perplexing and turned his gaze to Zhao Lin beside him. "Boss, don't you think the assignments given to Xiao Tian are a bit?" Zhao Lin's words trailed off, and suddenly, Chen Huan realized that these tasks were likely intended to ensure that he learned as well. Nonetheless, he had indeed entertained such a notion. Yet, it was not about revisiting past knowledge. Instead, he aimed to compile a set of survival techniques for the impending apocalypse into a small booklet to share with them. He harbored no selfish intentions. The more individuals who survived, the better it would be for him. Ultimately, the last victor would likely be himself. This notion was still in its infancy, and Chen Huan did not plan to finalize it just yet. Thus, after a brief contemplation, he waved his hand and departed. Following his simple dinner, the day passed quietly. Upon awakening, he first checked the progress of the dock's construction. The basic outline had been established, and in 2 days, it would reach a temporary completion. At that point, it would be time for him to take action and rescue those in need. Yet, the closer he drew to the moment, the more unease brewed within him, even affecting his usual demeanor. In the morning, he made a minor mistake due to distraction. Fortunately, the issue was manageable, easily contained without escalating into a greater risk. Continuing on this path was unsustainable. Chen Huan returned to the vehicle and signaled for Zhang Long to join him. However, before Wu Jinghua could enter, a solemn expression crossed Chen Huan's face as he said, "Have Zhao Lin come over. Today, you will take his place." "Understood," boss, Wu Jinghua replied, momentarily taken aback but swiftly turning to head toward the dock. "Boss, what is going on today?" Zhang Long, who had been following Chen Huan for quite some time, noticed his demeanor and realized that the strongest force in the camp was accompanying him, which usually signaled that something significant was about to occur. Chen Huan glanced at him, revealing no hidden intentions. "Today, we're going to investigate the anomalous community. It is quite possible we will encounter some soldiers." As he spoke, Zhang Long quickly comprehended the situation, recognizing the implication. Do they have guns? Regardless of whether they had ammunition or not, one could not afford to be careless. Hence his decision to summon Zhao Lin. Chen Huan ceased his explanation there. He shared so much only because these two had been by his side for a considerable time. The potential for danger was one thing. He could not allow either of them to lose faith in him. He believed they would not betray him over such a trivial threat. "What is the big deal?" Zhang Long said, pulling the arriving Zhao Lin closer to the vehicle. "We're not looking for trouble with them. Besides, we have guns too. What is there to fear?" "Exactly, boss. We'll follow your lead," Zhao Lin, though unaware of the earlier conversation, readily expressed his unwavering support. "I'm not concerned about them." A hint of relaxation appeared on Chen Huan's face. There are things he knows that he cannot disclose to the two, so he can only hint at them. "I'm not worried about the soldiers. They certainly would not fire recklessly. My concern lies in the possibility that their weapons may have fallen into the wrong hands, which poses a significant danger to us." Chen Huan outlined a general direction. After all, he was aware that the rescue of teacher Zhang Zhongnan would occur half a month later. And now that he had discovered the traces of the rescuers, it implied that they had undoubtedly failed. Otherwise, the timeline would not extend a half a month later. This indicated that they either encountered a horde of zombies, being completely consumed, or they encountered a rival camp and were shot at from the shadows. The former is somewhat acceptable. The latter, however, suggests that someone possesses dangerous firearms. Regardless, one step at a time, they were not without means to fight back. Zhang Long scratched his head, believing that if anyone posed a threat to them, they should confront it directly without overthinking it. Thus, this matter had little impact on him. Zhao Lin, on the other hand, pondered deeply, his face revealing a trace of concern. They dared not act carelessly with firearms. Chen Huan nodded in agreement with his perspective and added a cautionary note. "Be careful on the road." With that, they resumed their journey. The vehicle traveled along the national highway toward the development zone. Chen Huan observed the surrounding scenery throughout the journey. In just a few days, the farmlands outside had become increasingly lush, the green leaves vibrant, and the fruits nearing ripeness. Unfortunately, They could only cultivate a portion of it within greenhouses. Complete harvest was impossible. Setting aside safety concerns, even if they could gather such a vast expanse of land, they lacked cold storage facilities. Even with cold storage, produce would only last an additional 3 to 5 days before spoiling. Hence, the priority must be to expedite the construction of greenhouses, enabling them to have the necessary vegetables throughout the year. Returning to his thoughts, he glanced at the interior of the vehicle. He noticed that Zhang Long remained unaffected, focused intently on driving. Zhao Lin, although initially displaying worry, was now keenly observing the external environment, undeterred by the earlier information. Chen Huan took a few deep breaths, reflecting meticulously on the information gathered over the past few days. He sought to confirm their subsequent search strategy, although danger was unavoidable. Encountering it to a lesser degree would be preferable, as he did not wish for either of his companions to face peril. Arrived, Zhang Long whispered, gripping his military knife as he exited the vehicle, with Zhao Lin closely following, cautiously providing cover. As soon as Chen Huan stepped outside, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere. He focused his attention and observed that the number of zombies surrounding them was considerably fewer than during his previous visits. In the distance, shadows of zombies were continuously converging toward a specific direction. Something was amiss. Zhao Lin also sensed the anomaly, tightening his grip on the Mitsubishi knife. Be cautious. I will investigate. Without hesitation, Chen Huan conducted a brief observation for a few seconds and decisively made his choice to ascend the high-rise building he had climbed several times before, with the two trailing closely behind him. Before reaching the rooftop, Chen Huan discerned a problem. At the base of the building, where he had previously spotted signs of life, dozens of zombies were densely encircled, and during his observation, a steady stream of zombies continued to gather. Due to the congregation of numerous zombies, the surrounding area of the entire community appeared rather desolate. Were they encircled by the undead? Zhao Lin furrowed his brow, perplexed as he cautiously surveyed the environment. Could it be that their numbers had surpassed 20? Observing the situation, Zhang Long felt an instinctive foreboding and, without hesitation, began to voice his thoughts aloud. Impossible, Chen Huan countered after a few moments of reflection. If it were merely a matter of numbers, the gathering of zombies here seems rather sparse. Then what could be the cause? Chen Huan's words resonated with the two, stirring their minds to uncover additional suspicious elements. Meanwhile, the sharp-eyed Zhang Long noticed an undeniable anomaly. He exclaimed urgently, "Be cautious. I believe I see several figures atop the opposite building." Chapter 141. The Mysterious Trio, a Shadow? Chen Huan's heart sank. He swiftly halted his ascent, signaling his companions to conceal themselves in the blind spot of the corridor. Cautiously, he sought an inconspicuous vantage point from which to observe. The towering buildings ahead conferred a distinct height advantage. After several scrutinizing glances, he discerned no immediate threat. To be prudent, he turned to Zhang Long, the first to raise the alarm, and inquired, "Are you certain someone is up there?" Zhang Long, sensing Chen Huan's skepticism, felt a flush of embarrassment rise to his face. He hastily whispered, "I truly saw someone glance this way before retreating along the rooftop." Did he see us? Chen Huan probed further, refraining from any rash movements. Probably not, Zhang Long responded, scratching his head, his confidence waning. With no further clarity to be gleaned, Chen Huan's visage remained impassive as he began assessing the situation. The gathering of zombies was undoubtedly orchestrated by human hands. The question lingered, what was their motive? Chen Huan's mind buzzed with inquiries. Yet time was a luxury he could not afford. "You two stay here and remain undetected," he instructed, making his way toward the staircase along the wall. After a careful glance, he noted no figures across from him and added, "I will ascend for a closer look. Better safe than sorry." "Understood. Be cautious, boss," they replied in unison, steadfast in their positions. As Chen Huan observed them settle into their hiding spots, he swiftly and stealthily climbed the stairs. This method was significantly more exhausting than a standard ascent, but given the uncertainty of friend or foe, stealth was their greatest asset. Remaining concealed ensured their safety and allowed them to maintain the initiative rather than relinquish it to the group before them. Upon reaching the final floor, The rooftop across was nearly within his line of sight. He reminded himself not to be careless and paused to survey the area multiple times, ensuring no one was aware of his presence. With a swift motion, he vaulted onto the rooftop, relieved to find a wall at the edge providing cover. Concealing his true position, he edged closer to a particular spot and strained to listen. Amidst the distant growls of zombies, he discerned several low, murmuring voices. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to his presence. He cautiously peered over the edge. Indeed, there were figures on the opposite side. On the expansive rooftop, 3 silhouettes stood near the far edge. Clad in jet black attire resembling substandard security uniforms, they maintained a semblance of order, suggesting they belonged to a formidable faction. The central figure commanded the others, standing behind them with a rifle that gleamed ominously in the light. A firearm? Chun Huan's heart raced with apprehension. Uncertain of the weapon's type, he took solace in the proximity of the 2 high-rises. With keen eyesight, he scrutinized the man's weapon, soon recognizing the distinctive shape of a Type 95 rifle. A military-grade firearm. This was undoubtedly a weapon of war. How could these individuals possess military firearms? A question arose in Chun Huan's mind, and unconsciously, a certain possibility surfaced in his thoughts. Could it be that these people were connected to the soldiers? Yet, it appeared that the soldiers were in a precarious state. Otherwise, how could their weapons have fallen into the hands of others? The fundamental principle of never relinquishing one's firearm seemed violated. What had transpired? Chun Huan's heart weighed heavily. His intention in coming here was to exchange information with the potential camp that might exist. Yet unexpectedly, before he could find anyone, he had already stumbled upon something significant. It seemed he could no longer remain a mere observer. Chun Huan, undeterred by impatience, continued to stay in his position, surveying other corners to ascertain that only these 3 individuals exhibited any anomalies. No issues were detected elsewhere. Once he gathered accurate information, he stealthily descended from the rooftop. Arriving at the location where the 2 individuals lingered, he met their inquiring gazes with a silent nod, affirming, "There are indeed people." "Really?" A glimmer of excitement flickered across their faces. Chun Huan regarded them with curiosity. Sensing the leader's bewilderment, Zhang Long grinned and said, "There hasn't been much happening lately. I was nearly going out of my mind. Boss, let me take the lead this time." "All right, you lead," Chun Huan replied nonchalantly, casting a brief glance. However, his demeanor caused Zhang Long to hesitate. Zhang Long cautiously inquired, "Is the opposition strong?" "Just a Type 95 rifle, at most 2 handguns." "I trust you," Chun Huan stated casually as he guided the 2 downwards. A Type 95 rifle. Zhang Long's expression shifted, and he inhaled sharply, his tone wavering as he continued. "And 2 handguns?" "Yes," Chun Huan confirmed, and Zhang Long grimaced, his mouth opening slightly in helplessness as he turned to Zhao Lin for support. Zhao Lin, suppressing a smile, feigned seriousness, but the tightness of his lips nearly betrayed his amusement. Seeing that Zhao Lin would not come to his aid, Zhang Long, on the verge of tears, pleaded, "Boss, I'm skilled at fighting, but they have guns over there. I'm simply afraid of making a mistake and hindering your mission." "It's all right. I believe in you," Chun Huan reassured him with a glance. Zhang Long felt a pang of regret. Why had he jumped into such a dangerous situation? Had he not essentially brought this upon himself? Dejected, he followed Chun Huan closely, pressing against the wall, contemplating how to cope next. After much thought, he realized he was destined to become a target, even with their own firearms. How could a single handgun counter a rifle and potentially 2 handguns? Wasn't that tantamount to suicide? "I'll go first. Just don't let them fire," Chun Huan quietly clarified, sensing Zhang Long's misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, Zhang Long nodded eagerly. Chun Huan's words alleviated the burden he felt, and now he understood the necessity of silence, fearing he might inadvertently assign himself an impossible task. The 3 men circumvented the front of the building, where they could now clearly see the horde of zombies amassed not far away, relentlessly battering the entrance to the corridor. Were it not for the entrance door of the corridor still being intact, these zombies would have undoubtedly surged in. There must be nearly 100 of them, right? Zhao Lin swallowed hard and whispered in Chun Huan's ear, urging him to move quickly and quietly. Chen Huan's expression remained unchanged. The terrifying number that struck fear into the hearts of others was merely a familiar sight for him, one that failed to stir any emotion within. Not even 100 zombies amounted to a fraction of the previous zombie hordes he had encountered. Under Chen Huan's guidance, the two maneuvered along the lower wall of the building, inching towards the corridor entrance, feeling fortunate that they were situated a good 20 meters away from the building across. All the zombies were clustered around the opposite structure, oblivious to their presence. The three of them easily slipped into the corridor and began to stealthily ascend. Chapter 142. Engagement. The building's height reached 23 stories. Without the aid of an elevator, it took at least 10 minutes to ascend, even under the most favorable physical conditions. Having already made one climb, their pace had considerably slowed. Additionally, they needed to be vigilant of any traps that might have been laid in the stairwell. Consequently, their speed had diminished significantly. After 10 minutes, they arrived at the 15th floor, nearing the rooftop. The three individuals began to breathe heavily, and in order to conserve their combat effectiveness, Chen Huan signaled for a brief respite. His gaze turned towards the entrance of the adjacent building. During this interval, a horde of zombies had gathered around them, the numbers exceeding 100. However, it seemed this was the upper limit of their presence. A few scattered zombies could be seen further away, but even when combined, they would not pose a significant threat. It appeared that these zombies were confined to this area alone. The entrance below was on the verge of collapse. Through the stairwell window, several figures could be seen in a hurried state, wielding various makeshift weapons as they rushed through the corridor. Others were moving heavy furniture down to the lowest level. Their actions suggested they were attempting to fortify the crumbling entrance as a makeshift barrier against potential invaders. But given the limited time, they could only manage smaller items. Such defenses were hardly robust, yet they were their last resort. Continue onward, but remain silent, Chen Huan urged. Once he felt sufficiently rested, he led the two others quietly upward. Approaching the rooftop, they slowed their ascent to avoid detection, prioritizing a cautious approach. Upon reaching the final landing, they heard no extraneous sounds. A sense of relief washed over Chen Huan as he gestured for his companions to pause behind the rooftop door while he pressed his ear against it, straining to listen. The voices of those on the rooftop became increasingly distinct. A scarred man surveyed the opposite side with a scornful expression, remarking, "Zhang, is this all they have? Why expend so much effort?" Another, equally baffled, replied, "Exactly, we could just walk in with our guns. Who would dare resist?" The man seated between them smirked coldly at his companions, observing the situation below before settling against a wall that faced away from the rooftop entrance. He explained, "What if they hide inside? We intend to take everyone back, not leave behind a mess. If they retreat into the building, can you pick locks? Well, don't we have guns?" The scarred man retorted defensively, "Do you? Those three didn't fire a single shot. They only brandished their weapons for intimidation. If the crowd realizes we're out of bullets, they'll come after us," the man cursed, visibly frustrated. Out of bullets? Chen Huan's spirits lifted at this revelation, realizing the significant difference between having ammunition and being unarmed. A loaded gun was the most formidable deterrent, while an unloaded one was no more threatening than a mere steel pipe. There was no time for him to listen to their explanations. The zombies downstairs have grown increasingly agitated. The front door is now askew, on the verge of being breached. "Let us go," Chen Huan mouthed to the two companions. Once they comprehended his intent, he gestured with one hand, and the rooftop door creaked open quietly. Creak! The door produced a distinct sound in the vastness of the rooftop. Trouble loomed. The door had not been opened for an extended period and had rusted. Chen Huan's expression shifted as he hastened towards the man wielding a gun. At this juncture, stealth was no longer necessary. The most prudent course of action was to disarm their adversary with utmost speed, rendering them ineffective in combat. Zhang Long and Zhao Lin did not hesitate, sprinting towards the other two individuals in unison. The trio on the rooftop was not far from the door, and the sudden noise, coupled with their footsteps, drew attention. The leader furrowed his brow and glanced back, his countenance darkening upon seeing the three rushing towards them. He swiftly retrieved a military green dagger from his waist, ready to confront them. Combat érupted instantanéously. Another man, panic-stricken, instinctively drew his handgun, frantically squeezing the trigger at Zhang Long. Unfortunately, the weapon merely emitted a series of hollow clicks, devoid of lethality. Zhang Long felt cold sweat bead on his forehead as he observed the man's right hand gripping the gun. He dodged, anticipating a bullet, but as time passed, he realized the adversary wielded an empty firearm. A fierce expression overtook his face as he thrust his military knife towards the man's visage. In an instant, blood gushed forth. The man emitted a pained cry, crouching down and losing his combat capability. Yet, driven by instinct, he managed to draw his dagger in a futile attempt to resist. Zhao Lin was not so fortunate. The man opposing him did not make a blunder. He promptly brandished his weapon, engaging Zhao Lin in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, Chen Huan, the first to engage, relentlessly pressured his opponent, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. The man's previously held Type 95 rifle lay discarded on the ground, unmistakably devoid of ammunition. Bang! A heavy thud resounded. The opponent's right hand throbbed in pain as he looked at Chen Huan in shock, exclaiming, "Who are you?" Chen Huan, lips pressed together, ignored the query, continuously advancing with his tang knife, offering no respite. The man gritted his teeth against the agony, yet found himself utterly incapable of retaliation. "We are under orders from Mr. Li. If you kill us, he will not let you go." The man, stricken by fear, shouted desperately, trying to mask his terror with bravado. However, Chen Huan's relentless assault left him no alternative but to yell, unable to regain his composure. The man glanced sideways, a sense of despair beginning to invade his heart. He had hoped his two companions could hold their ground or perhaps eliminate their foes. To his dismay, his subordinates proved even more inept than he. "Facing me and still daring to be distracted?" Chen Huan's incredulous voice rang out. The man's heart lurched in alarm, and he quickly turned his gaze back to his opponent, yet it was too late. A sharp tang knife sliced through his right arm, bypassing his defenses and severing it cleanly. Clatter! The severed limb and dagger fell to the ground with a resounding thud. The man's complexion instantly turned pale as he pressed his left hand against his severed right arm. However, this was utterly futile. Blood gushed forth like a broken dam, the severed artery rendering him incapable of lasting much longer. Chen Huan, witnessing the scene, could not help but furrow his brow. He had hoped to spare a life. Yet the chaos of battle showed no mercy, and it was evident that this man would not survive for long. "Who is Mr. Li?" he inquired softly, leaning down towards the man crouched on the ground. Gasping, the man's face was etched with fear and despair. The loss of blood had robbed him of his capacity to respond, and he muttered incoherently, clearly nearing the end. Chen Huan cast a dismal glance, and with a swift motion of his tang sword, the man's eyes widened in shock, his body slackened, and a crimson line spread across his neck as he toppled forward, succumbing to silence. Chapter 143, Crucial Intelligence Boss. The man beside Zhao Lin turned pale, trembling as he watched his leader collapse. Zhao Lin swiftly intercepted the dagger aimed at him, causing the man to kneel in fear, devoid of any will to resist, raising his hands in surrender. For added caution, Zhao Lin pressed the Mitsubishi dagger against the man's neck, ready to strike should he make any sudden movements. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Zhang Long plunged his military knife into another man's abdomen, the latter crumpled to the ground, curling up in agony, utterly incapacitated. "Boss, it's done," Zhang Long reported with a slight smile, his head bowed. Chen Huan acknowledged, squatting down to inquire the man lying on the ground. "Who is President Li?" "I won't tell you," the grotesque-faced man croaked defiantly. "Even at death's door, you remain stubborn. Will you speak?" Zhang Long, disgusted by the man's silence, approached and kicked him a few times. The man groaned in pain, rolling over yet still clutching his stomach. "I meant you." Suddenly, his voice trailed off. Chen Huan, expressionless, picked up his tang knife and methodically wiped it clean on the man's clothing, the once bloodied blade now gleaming ominously. He then turned his attention to the last remaining man. "I'll tell everything, just don't kill me." The man, already kneeling, crumbled under Chen Huan's cold gaze, bowing his head and incoherently pleading. "Silence," Chen Huan commanded sharply. "I will tell you everything." The man continued to plead. Be quiet. Chun Huan pressed the tang knife against the man's neck, coldly stating, "Answer only when I ask." All right, all right. The man finally ceased his desperate cries, his legs trembling as he replied. "Who is President Li?" Chun Huan inquired. "President Li is my boss." The man hesitated before hastily explaining. Chun Huan furrowed his brow. "I've been with President Li since the apocalypse began. He was involved in property development before the outbreak, managing a commercial building for rental income." The man stammered in a panic as he felt the blade inch closer. "We are the security guards hired by President Li, akin to enforcers." Listening to the man's revelations, Chun Huan frowned, realizing that the adversary possessed some influence, managing to maintain power even in the aftermath of the apocalypse, indicating a certain level of competence. "Where's your camp?" "Big brother, I dare not say. If I reveal it, President Li will kill me. He will definitely kill me. Please spare me." The man's eyes widened in fear as he clutched at Chun Huan's trousers. Chun Huan kicked him away with a cold demeanor. He leaned closer to the man and whispered, "Do you think I won't kill you?" The tang knife sparkled ominously, and under its reflective glare, the man's mental defenses shattered completely. Recognizing that his previous decisiveness would lead to his demise if he remained silent, he resigned himself and quickly divulged, "Garden Road, Guangyao Building. President Li is there. Our camp is located there as well. A total of 16 individuals, not including us." He spoke candidly. 16 individuals? Chun Huan frowned, realizing that with the addition of these three, it amounted to 19, a figure perilously close to a critical threshold. What secrets did this Li possess? Or was it mere coincidence that so many had gathered? So many people? He inquired, his tone drifting. There were originally 20, but one disobedient soul was discarded to the zombies. The man's voice trailed off, lowering his gaze, unable to meet Chun Huan's eyes. Never mind, he decided. For the moment, he would not dwell on this. Regardless of whether Li knew something, if he dared obstruct his path, Chun Huan would certainly find a way to deal with him. No one could impede his progress. Chun Huan posed one final question. Were these firearms seized from the three soldiers? How do you know? The man abruptly sank to the ground, shock etched across his face, confusion and disbelief overtaking him. Until now, Chun Huan's inquiries had been reasonable, but this one left him utterly baffled. This matter had been privy to only a select few since its inception, with even half the camp oblivious. How could this stranger know of their capture of 3 soldiers? Could it be that today's events were not mere happenstance, but rather premeditated? With this thought, the man's earlier sense of luck vanished entirely. Can you overpower soldiers? Chun Huan, having confirmed the truth in the man's reaction, pressed on, seeking the information he desired in a single stroke. We took advantage while they were eating and slipped drugs into their food. The man confessed, his face a mask of despair, realizing his fate was sealed. "Brother, I didn't harm them. I didn't strike them. It was all Li's doing," he stammered, frantically pointing at the first fallen soldier. It was him who did it." Chun Huan regarded him with cold indifference. Without hesitation, he drew his tang knife, slicing it directly towards the man. The man emitted a strangled gasp, clutching his neck, his eyes filled with regret as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. "Scum!" Zhao Lin spat in disgust. Even Zhang Long looked upon the two with disdain. Though they were reluctant to be commanded, they had received military assistance. These wretches had blatantly exploited others' trust by lacing their food with sedatives. Otherwise, they would surely have been no match for the soldiers. "Brother, what should we do?" Zhang Long looked at Chun Huan, his face alight with eagerness, revealing his thoughts at a glance. "Wait," Chun Huan replied, his gaze fixed on the zombies that had breached the building's entrance and begun to clash with the shadows inside. He contemplated the pros and cons. This Li had kidnapped 3 soldiers, and with their equipment confiscated, his own safety was undoubtedly compromised. If he did not rescue them, he would surely fall victim to Li's wrath. Though this was indeed an apocalypse, the military remained the most formidable force. Li's actions indicated he would not dare expose his treachery to the outside world. The risk of military retaliation loomed large. Now that he had killed 3 of his subordinates, Li would undoubtedly seek retribution. In this place, Chun Huan glanced around and confirmed that they had come here under the command of General Li. This meant that if he chose to ignore the situation, These individuals would face not only the threat of zombies, but also the vengeful wrath of General Lee. Confronted with such a ruthless and merciless figure, these people would undoubtedly meet their demise. However, he pondered the benefits of intervening. He recalled the intelligence concerning Professor Zhang Zhongnan and hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to take action. These individuals were certainly more familiar with Professor Zhang than he was. Even if he managed to rescue them, it was uncertain whether he would receive the professor's assistance. By maximizing advantageous factors, he resolved to act swiftly, contemplating how to assist in the chaotic struggle below. Chapter 144. Self-Rescue, Building 8. A group of the strongest men wielded makeshift weapons, consisting of dismantled mops bound with watermelon knives, while their left hands grasped various pot lids. They retreated cautiously, stabbing at the zombies through the narrow gaps. Surprisingly, this method proved effective. The cramped hallway allowed the two men at the forefront to face only 2 or 3 zombies at a time. The ground was laid with prearranged obstacles. Although the mass of zombies appeared terrifying, their lethality was surprisingly minimal. Old Zhang, this is not a sustainable strategy. One of the men at the front called out to his companion. We cannot retreat. Old Zhang, visibly struggling, reluctantly replied, blocking a reaching zombie with his weapon, thrusting his long gun directly into the creature's face. Perhaps by sheer chance, or due to their proximity, he succeeded in cracking the skull of the zombie before him. The creature emitted a chilling scream and collapsed awkwardly. However, the horde behind it remained undeterred, surging forward recklessly. In the blink of an eye, the fallen zombie was trampled by the advancing swarm, losing any chance of survival as allies inadvertently finished it off. The situation grew increasingly dire. A young woman trembled at the upper staircase, her face resolute as she relentlessly assaulted the zombies below with her improvised weapon. Though her technique was somewhat clumsy, the results were evident. The zombies faced not only frontal assaults, but also had to guard against disturbances from above, allowing this small group to navigate the perilous situation with surprising ease. Yet, amid labored breaths, the man at the forefront gazed at the increasingly ferocious zombies and said somberly, Xiao Yin, instruct the others to bring down more sturdy furniture. If we do not barricade this area, we will be unable to hold our ground. Once we retreat to the rooftop, it will truly be a dead end. Understood, Brother Zhang, the young woman responded through gritted teeth. Without hesitation, she sprinted upward, her exhaustion overshadowed by urgency. Though her contributions felt minimal compared to old Zhang's position at the front, she was determined not to succumb to despair. The thought of her neighbor, a man in his 20s who cowered in his home, too frightened to descend, haunted her. She wondered how he could possibly survive. As she reached the 9th floor, she heard voices emanating from an ajar door. Sister Wang, we must close the door quickly. They will surely be unable to fend off the zombies. If they surge in, we are finished. A frantic male voice urged. Old Zhang and the others are still below. What will happen to them if you close the door? Another female voice retorted fiercely. But we cannot leave the door wide open. The man replied, his tone subdued, suggesting that there were other rooms in the building where they could seek refuge. Hearing this, Xiao Yin's face flushed with anger as she yanked open the half-closed door. Inside, a tall, slender young man was engaged in a heated debate with 3 middle-aged women. Xiao Yin aimed her weapon at the man and sternly remarked, Li Yufei, are you out of your mind? You are in Brother Zhang's home, and you intend to drive others out of their own house? Indeed, Xiao Li, your irresponsibility is quite shocking, added an elderly woman nearby. Xiao Yin, why have you returned? Did something happen below? Upon seeing Xiao Yin, Li Yufei's expression brightened momentarily. But then he paled and anxiously inquired, What is it, Xiao Yin? Is Brother Zhang all right? The last to speak was Lao Zhang's wife. Her face etched with worry as she braced for bad news. Everything is fine, Xiao Yin replied, rolling her eyes at Li Yufei before explaining to the others. We have managed to hold off the zombies below, but it won't last long. Brother Zhang asked me to come back and move some heavy objects downstairs to block the corridor. That way, the zombies won't be able to get in. As she spoke, the expressions of several women visibly relaxed. Yes, indeed, we should move more things. We can't let them fight alone. Lao Zhang's wife nodded vigorously. flustered as she scoured the living room for suitable furniture. However, the more she searched, the more chaotic it became, and after a fruitless round, she remained at a loss. Wang Jia, how about this television cabinet? Xiao Lian suggested, pointing at the cabinet facing everyone. Perfect, let's take that one, replied another woman promptly. The two approached to move the television aside, placing it to the side, and then prepared to lift the cabinet. Yet, their physical strength was lacking, and despite their efforts, it slipped from their grasp after barely being lifted. We should carry it together, Xiao Lian called to another person, ready to lend a hand. However, just as she moved, she noticed Li Yufei standing aside, looking utterly helpless. Frustrated, she handed him her weapon, saying, "Take this. You, a grown man, are just standing here while we risk our lives. Why aren't you helping move a cabinet?" "What do you mean?" Li Yufei replia, Kumfusha. As he took the weapon for Xiao Lian, he quickly retorted, feeling the weight of the accusations, yet no one offered him a defense. The women moving the furniture chimed in with their own rebukes, leaving his expression fluctuating between anger and uncertainty. Wanting to retort, but recognizing the overwhelming numbers against him, he begrudgingly accepted the weapon and trudged towards the stairs. Yet, halfway there, he suddenly halted. Only when Xiao Lian and the others had successfully moved their belongings downstairs did he leisurely follow behind. Xiao Lian watched him in silence, fully aware of his intentions. He was deliberately lagging behind the women, waiting for chaos to unfold so he could escape. But did he not realize that if everyone else perished, he would likely face the same fate alone? Dismissing him from her mind, Xiao Lian focused on moving the items, finding the task manageable with 4 people working together. Within 2 minutes, they had successfully transported the cabinet to the 2nd floor. "Brother Zhang, the cabinet has been moved," Xiao Lian called down excitedly. At that moment, zombies had congested at the junction between the 1st and 2nd floors. "Quickly, set the cabinet here. It will effectively block the zombies." Upon seeing several individuals descend, old Zhang's expression brightened. His hands were in constant motion as he pushed the approaching zombies down one by one. With each fallen creature, a chaotic line ensued. This provided an opportunity for Xiao Lian and the others. The 4 of them positioned the longest side of a cabinet horizontally on the platform between the 2 floors. They then crouched down, evading the zombies' attacks, and exerted their strength to push the cabinet to the very edge where the zombies were. Thus, a makeshift defensive line was established. Although this barricade was rudimentary, the cabinet's weight rendered it difficult for the zombies to dislodge. Its height reached the knees of those present, and coupled with its width, it made it increasingly challenging for the zombies, already at a disadvantage, to mount an offensive. Chapter 145, The Strange Trio and the Zombie Assault. For the time being, the onslaught has been restrained. "Zhang, take a break. Allow me to cover for a while," Xiao Lian implored, standing behind the others. "No need, just be cautious," Lao Zhang replied without turning, his movements noticeably slower than before. After all, repeatedly wielding a weapon hundreds of times would naturally lead to fatigue. Fortunately, the man behind him successfully stepped in to take his place, allowing him to rest. "Haha, seeing the situation improve, you're eager to show off," a mocking voice echoed. The few relatively idle individuals frowned and turned their attention, quickly identifying the source as Li Yufei, who was concealed on the 2nd floor. Lao Zhang's expression darkened momentarily, but he suppressed his anger and refrained from rebuking him. The current crisis was precarious. Even the slightest disturbance could undermine the collective resolve to resist. Such trivial matters could be addressed later, once safety was assured. The resistance continued. On the rooftop of another building, Chun Huan withdrew his gaze. "These individuals are commendable. They have managed to fend off the zombies for so long," Zhao Lin remarked, observing Chun Huan's return of focus. "It's merely average. Given such advantageous terrain and their repeated retreats, if I were in charge, I would ensure that these zombies remain at the doorstep, unable to enter even a single step." Zhang Long responded with ease. "Not bad indeed," Chun Huan replied without sarcasm, succinctly stating, "Heaven aids those who help themselves. Since they are not entirely useless, we shall lend them a hand." "All right, we shall heed the boss." The 2 ceased their evaluations. "Utilize the corpses, discard these 3 bodies to the side, and aim to throw them as far as possible," Chen Huan casually instructed, pointing at the three corpses. Only those who have caused the trouble can untangle it. Let them resolve the mess they created. The boss is wise, Zhang Long chuckled, flattering Chen Huan. Chen Huan ignored him and, alongside Zhao Lin, grasped one of the corpses, hastening towards the opposite side of the rooftop. They had been deceased for half an hour, and their faces were beginning to show signs of decay. If left unattended, they would turn into zombies within half a day. Fortunately, they could still utilize the bodies to lure away the hordes of zombies, minimizing the danger. Although the trio was not intimidated by the mere hundreds of zombies, their overwhelming numbers and the absence of reinforcements made unnecessary assistance undesirable. Now, utilizing a straightforward method to divert them brought no psychological burden. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The zombies accumulated at the entrance, alerted by the noise, swarmed towards the source of the sound. Within mere seconds, the once crowded entrance became slightly less congested. Continue, Chen Huan observed calmly. At that moment, Zhang Long approached with a corpse, which Zhao Lin stepped forward to receive. Each took an end, and, after multiple efforts, they hurled the body far away. Moments later, another dull sound echoed. The number of zombies at the entrance had diminished significantly, and a few more followed suit. The only remaining mass of zombies congested in the corridor was more attracted to the commotion outside than to the few within. Thus, they did not follow the others outside. As the third loud crash resounded, the situation outside the building has completely turned upside down. Even if they do not descend, the horde of zombies accumulated in the corridor can be easily dealt with. Let us proceed. Chen Huan took one last glance and led the two individuals downstairs. As they passed by the weapons scattered on the ground, Chen Huan paused momentarily, casually handing two handguns and an unloaded QB-95 to Zhang Long. The latter embraced the firearms with an unshakable affection. Within the corridor, old Zhang rested for a moment, substituting himself for another person. At that instant, a thunderous sound erupted from outside, causing him to shift his gaze toward the window, though nothing was visible through it. What is happening? Li Yufei on the second floor inquired anxiously. Xiao Yan, her expression tense, leaned against the window to observe the outside. Yet, as she approached, a second loud bang resonated, and then she witnessed a surprising sight. A multitude of zombies below surged towards the source of the sound. In just a few breaths, the previously terrifying horde had vanished without a trace. Her delicate face was etched with confusion, her mouth agape, as though stuffed with words unsaid. Suddenly, a third deafening noise reverberated, prompting the last few zombies at the entrance to disperse. A surge of joy erupted within her. Brother Zhang, the zombies are gone. What? Old Zhang questioned, doubting his hearing. How could he claim that the zombies had retreated when a dense mass still loomed before him? Such a statement seemed absurd. Yet, Xiao Yan, known for her reliability, could not possibly deceive him for mere amusement. Thus, as old Zhang expressed his skepticism, peculiar expressions appeared on the faces of the others. They truly have departed, Xiao Yan exclaimed, her excitement palpable. The zombies outside had all been drawn away by the previous commotion. A woman beside Xiao Yan, momentarily overcoming her fear, peered out the window and joined in the jubilant cheer. Indeed, old Zhang, there are no zombies outside. How wonderful! Old Zhang exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling invigorated once more. These zombies are no match for us. A voice from above interjected inopportunely. The crowd relaxed, ignoring the remark. As old Zhang and the others busied themselves with the zombies at hand, their thoughts on the young man's apparent lack of understanding. Is someone approaching? A voice of astonishment arose, and Xiao Yan hurried to the window. Instantly, she spotted three unusual figures approaching. However, these three individuals exuded a strange aura, as if they strolled leisurely down the thoroughfare, devoid of fear. But how could this be? In this post-apocalyptic world, she had encountered other survivors before. Even ordinary people, like the three soldiers she had seen recently, exhibited panic and defensiveness when faced with zombies. There was nothing casual about their demeanor. No, it seemed as if these three individuals completely disregarded the threat posed by the undead, advancing into the corridor as if it were a realm untouched by danger. In the midst of this unfolding scenario, the man walking directly in the center glanced at him, his gaze so indifferent that it resembled that of one appraising an inanimate object devoid of any superfluous emotion. Although she harbored insecurities about her appearance, throughout her life, she had received countless love letters and confessions. Yet, this man exhibited not the slightest hint of interest, leaving Xiao Lian perplexed. Fang Yi. 3 individuals are approaching. Xiao Lian bit her lip, reminding herself that this was not the time for frivolous thoughts. The perils of the apocalypse were not solely embodied by the undead. At times, strangers posed the most formidable threat. Upon regaining her composure, she promptly alerted old Zhang. What? 3 people? The intelligence relayed by Xiao Lian seemed increasingly implausible. Initially, she reported that all the zombies had fled, a claim substantiated by the cacophony of chaos, which he could comprehend. However, to then suggest that amidst such perilous circumstances, 3 individuals were approaching, was she not deceiving herself? Chapter 146. The astonishing Xiao Lian, however. Old Zhang remained skeptical. He could not fathom that Xiao Lian would deceive him regarding such a matter. Just as he prepared to turn and investigate, a disturbance at the bottom of the staircase captured his attention. A sharp sound, reminiscent of a blade piercing flesh, echoed through the air. 3 figures, distinct from the zombies, emerged at the foot of the stairs. A striking man wielded a long knife that exuded an extraordinary aura. With an air of nonchalance, he swung his blade, rendering a zombie rigid before it collapsed silently to the ground. The zombies at the back of the staircase, sensing the presence of an outsider, turned to charge at him. Old Zhang's expression shifted as he was about to issue a warning. Yet, the man wielding the dao seemed oblivious to the encroaching threats. He swung his razor-sharp weapon 3 times in succession, and 3 grotesque zombies fell before him, clearing a significant area. Subsequently, he appeared unperturbed, stepping over the fallen corpses in search of a clean foothold. Like a harbinger of death, he advanced relentlessly, his blade slicing through any zombie that dared to cross his path. This man resembled a grim reaper, with every step leading to the demise of a zombie. The 2 companions beside him made no move to intervene. Just as old Zhang was left in a state of stunned amazement, the man approached him, dispatching the last 2 zombies with swift and decisive strikes. At last, they converged. He fixed his gaze upon Chen Huan for a moment before inadvertently glancing at the 2 individuals behind him. His expression changed abruptly upon spotting a familiar firearm slung across Zhang Long's back. His body tensed instinctively, and he gripped his own long gun, ready to act. Yet, relying on his formidable instincts, he exhaled softly and managed a faint smile, cautiously inquiring, "My friend, thank you." It was a trivial matter, Chen Huan replied with indifference. As he dispatched the zombies, he had been observing this man, noting his soldier-like demeanor. When Zhang Long joined him, he discerned the man's reaction to the firearm, leading him to surmise a possible military connection. Thus, Chen Huan seized the initiative, asking, "Are you a veteran? How did you know?" Old Zhang's face registered surprise, and he scrutinized Chen Huan with a furrowed brow. "May I step outside to take a look?" "Certainly." Upon hearing Chen Huan's assent, old Zhang maneuvered around the counter and descended the stairs. He approached the doorway cautiously, peering outside to discover that all the zombies had retreated to the side of another building, approximately 30 to 40 meters away. He could still see a few zombies hunched over, gnawing on something. The zombies had truly withdrawn. Old Zhang's face was alight with the relief of having survived a harrowing ordeal. Although the immediate threat had seemingly abated, peril still lingered. He turned back, halting behind Chen Huan, his gaze discreetly sweeping over Zhang Long's firearm, feigning ignorance. He addressed Chen Huan, "My friend, this place is quite dangerous. Allow me to tidy up first. We can converse further afterward, shall we?" Chen Huan nodded, as he had intended to engage in conversation with the man. However, the current circumstances are not conducive to conversation. Though the zombies have been lured away, there remains a possibility of an imminent breach. Only by addressing the situation promptly can we ensure our safety. Xiao Yan, please escort our guests upstairs to rest for a while. Old Zhang, noticing Chen Huan's agreement, felt a significant alleviation of his anxiety. "Follow me," Xiao Yan said softly to Chen Huan. His previous reckless actions had completely impressed her, and coupled with his formidable combat prowess demonstrated by dispatching a zombie with a single strike, it was difficult not to admire him. Thus, she instinctively positioned herself in a subordinate role. The others made way, preparing to remain behind to clear the zombies from the corridor. Yet, as Zhang Long passed by, they finally caught sight of the long spear on his back, causing a shift in their expressions. Everyone understood the significance of a long spear in this post-apocalyptic world. It symbolized absolute power. Despite this, no one dared to disrupt the uneasy calm. They followed old Zhang in clearing the zombies from the corridor, then reorganized their defenses to secure the rickety entrance door. "Who are you?" A loud, brash voice echoed as Chun Huan ascended to the second floor. Chun Huan frowned and turned to see Li Yufei's voice abruptly cut off, feeling as if he had been confronted by a wild beast. Any sign of movement might lead to being devoured. Li Yufei shrank into the corner, too frightened to utter a sound. Chun Huan casually passed by him and continued upstairs with Xiao Yan. They arrived at a room, and upon entering, immediately noticed the disarray within. Various items were haphazardly piled together, and the living room was lacking in furniture, leaving only a coffee table and a sofa. "Apologies for the mess," Xiao Yan said, her face flushed with embarrassment. She hurriedly cleared the sofa of its clutter, creating a space for Chun Huan and the others. After Chun Huan took his seat, Xiao Yan retrieved 3 cups of warm water from the kitchen and then sat beside them. Chun Huan remained silent, waiting patiently, while Zhang Long casually took a sip. Zhao Lin mirrored Chun Huan's demeanor, observing Zhang Long until, after a considerable pause, he finally relaxed. Approximately 20 minutes later, old Zhang returned with several weary men. He muttered something quietly, and the men turned to their respective rooms. This left only Chun Huan, the 3 of them, Xiao Yan, and the elderly couple. "My friend, what shall I call you?" Old Zhang gestured for his wife to busy herself in the kitchen while he settled onto a sofa, his body a mix of tension and relaxation, seemingly casual in his inquiry. "Do you know how the zombies came to be?" Zhao Lin was the first to speak. Old Zhang's expression shifted as he cautiously regarded Zhao Lin, asking, "Aren't they drawn together automatically? There are 3 individuals armed with these rifles." "Observing you from the rooftop of the opposite building," Zhao Lin declared, slapping the 3 rifles onto the coffee table. Zhang Long's face turned grave. He had not anticipated that Zhao Lin would directly address such a precarious situation. His initial intention to delay was shattered. Old Zhang exhaled deeply and turned to Chun Huan, who sat in the center, saying, "May I take a look at this Type 95? A hint of inexplicable significance glimmered in Chun Huan's eyes as he casually spoke. "Look." With a click, Lao Zhang took hold of the long rifle, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his face. He grasped the weapon firmly, its muzzle pointed skyward, and examined it repeatedly, pausing intermittently as if contemplating some decision. Ultimately, he moved his hands, disassembling the magazine of the Type 95 rifle. Upon discovering it was devoid of ammunition, he let out a quiet sigh of relief before discreetly reinserting the magazine. "Have you served in the military?" Chun Huan, aware of his subtle intentions, recognized from his actions that he was no stranger to this firearm. "I served for a decade," Lao Zhang replied with a deep sigh, seemingly feeling no need to conceal the truth any longer. As the two engaged in this candid exchange, the atmosphere began to lighten. Chapter 147. Understanding the truth, Chun Huan remained silent for an extended period. It was only after old Zhang set down his long gun that he spoke again. "Was that person you during the reconnaissance?" Old Zhang glanced at Chun Huan with surprise, seemingly puzzled by how he knew. However, he did not wish to conceal the truth, and casually nodded. "It was I." Then, with a sudden realization, he added, "You already knew about us?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan exhibited a hint of anxiety, astonished that this individual was already aware of their existence. "I wasn't seeking you," Chun Huan clarified, hoping to dispel any misunderstandings on old Zhang's part by revealing the facts. "Ah, I see." Old Zhang opened his mouth, saying, "Given your capabilities, you could have sought us out long ago. Brother, if I can be of assistance, I shall speak freely. Do you recall the 3 soldiers you saw a few days ago?" In truth, Chun Huan no longer needed to inquire. They had already learned the true story from the mouths of the 3 who had fallen victim to the zombies. His query was merely to confirm their understanding. Old Zhang's expression shifted to one of realization, and he exhaled deeply, pausing for a moment before beginning his narrative. 6 days ago, while dining upstairs, I heard gunshots outside. I immediately sought a vantage point from which to observe the unfolding events. That day, the 3 soldiers spotted an SOS signal and indeed gathered a team for a rescue. However, when they prepared to venture out, they encountered a horde of zombies blocking the stairwell. Thus, the gunfire erupted. It was only when they could no longer fend off the zombies that they fashioned a rope line from the rooftop to slide across to the adjacent building, escaping through another structure. At that moment, I considered going out to make contact, but the sheer number of zombies below made it impossible. By the time I ventured outside, their whereabouts were lost to me. That is the situation. Old Zhang picked up a cigarette case, hesitated for a long moment, then set it down again, extracting 3 cigarettes to offer to the trio. Chen Huan waved his hand to decline, while Zhang Long and Zhao Lin accepted them. It was evident that this pack of cigarettes was a cherished possession of Old Zhang. In these precarious times, once it was finished, there would be no subsequent opportunity for indulgence, which was why he was so reluctant to part with it. May I inquire why the 3 of you chose to assist us? Old Zhang fixed his gaze on Chen Huan, eager for an answer. Chen Huan briefly recounted the events that had transpired on the rooftop, revealing what he could. Upon learning that he and his companions had navigated through a crisis unscathed, Old Zhang's face lit up with relief, accompanied by a dawning sense of dread. Xiao Yin, too, felt immense gratitude towards Chen Huan and the others. Had they allowed events to unfold unchecked, even if they had ultimately managed to fend off the zombies, they would have been unable to confront the men armed with 3 firearms, even without ammunition, who would dare to act recklessly. In essence, Chen Huan had saved their lives. I almost forgot to ask for your names. I am Zhang Jingguo, Old Zhang admitted, somewhat embarrassed. I am Chen Huan, Zhang Long Zhao Lin. The 3 introduced themselves succinctly. At that moment, Old Zhang's wife emerged from the kitchen, announcing, "Lunch is ready. Let us dine together." Upon hearing this, Zhang Long instinctively moved his lips and then turned to Chen Huan, who nodded in agreement without much thought. Old Zhang sighed in relief, but then a thought struck him. He stood up and explained to Chen Huan, "There are 9 of us here, and we always eat together." After a brief pause, Old Zhang hesitated again, adding, "We don't consume much individually, and if we were to eat separately, it would inevitably affect the food supply. Therefore, we share a communal meal, which ensures fairness without anyone harboring ulterior motives." Chen Huan was taken aback by the discipline exhibited by these individuals. They were among the most organized people he had encountered. In contrast, others he had met were either selfish, unwilling to share their food, or greedy, always seeking to benefit from others, convinced that everything belonged to them. This quality in them earned his respect. "Please call everyone over," Old Zhang instructed his wife. Soon, several individuals gradually entered the living room. The once spacious area quickly became cramped, and once everyone settled on their small stools, Old Zhang's wife began to serve the dishes one by one. Chen Huan glanced over briefly and lost his appetite. Each person received a bowl of rice, a large plate of mashed potatoes, a small dish of pickles, and a slice of ham, one of those inexpensive types that cost merely $1 per piece. This meager amount was hardly sufficient for more than a dozen people. It was evident that even with guests present, they were barely making do. He could only imagine what they would eat if he hadn't come. "This is a bit humble. Please bear with us," Old Zhang said apologetically with a bitter smile. Hearing this, Li Yufei, seemingly forgetting the earlier context, complained. "And their S-ham. I mentioned it for ages last time, and you didn't bring it out. Yet now, with a few unfamiliar faces, you serve it up. Zhang Ge, that S rather inconsiderate of you. What do you mean by low emotional intelligence?" "This is what it looks like," he declared, causing an immediate silence to fall over the group. Zhang Long shot him a cold smile, then glanced at Chen Huan. Seeing that his superior had not reacted, he stood up, ready to confront him. Old Zhang appeared distressed and attempted to intervene, but upon realizing the other party's fighting prowess, he sat back down. "What are you going to do?" Li Yufei exclaimed, startled, as he retreated outside. "Zhang Long," Chen Huan spoke softly. "Boss, this kid doesn't understand the rules. Let me teach him a lesson." Zhang Long did not turn back. his gaze fixed on Liu Fei. Just as Liu Fei took a step forward, he was terrified into fleeing upstairs to his own home. That kid is quite the runner, Zhang Long chuckled, surveying the others. Aside from old Zhang and Xiao Yan, everyone else lowered their heads, not one person standing up for Liu Fei, revealing his poor social standing. Let us retrieve some food from the car, Chen Huan suggested to diffuse the tension. Sure, Zhang Long replied casually, then turned and headed downstairs. Old Zhang hesitated for a moment before asking, "There are many zombies outside. Should I accompany you?" "No need. He can manage on his own." Zhang Long could not help but cast a few more glances at Chen Huan, who had single-handedly dealt with all the zombies, leaving the other two seemingly inactive. This behavior suggested that Zhang Long possessed considerable strength, a thought that lingered in old Zhang's mind. Observing the tense atmosphere at the table, it was evident that no one was eating, overshadowed by Zhang Long's recent actions. Chen Huan chuckled lightly, waved his hand casually, picked up a bowl of rice, took a bite of ham, and scooped some mashed potatoes, prompting the others to finally begin their meal. After tasting the mashed potatoes, Chen Huan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He anticipated that they would be so delectable. He indulged in several more spoonfuls. Although the rice was somewhat bland, the flavor of the mashed potatoes truly satisfied him. "Sister-in-law, your mashed potatoes are excellent," he remarked, giving old Zhang a thumbs up. Just then, Zhang Long returned, carrying a bag. Chapter 148. Cooperation. Upon hearing Chen Huan's praise, a faint smile graced old Zhang's face, and even his wife appeared considerably more at ease. Despite the apocalyptic circumstances, their innate hospitality remained intact. Although the ingredients were simple, they endeavored to provide the best possible hospitality. Moreover, with Chen Huan's formidable strength, there was a chance he might choose to stay after witnessing the warmth of their reception. Old Zhang did not place undue importance on his standing within this group. The burden of responsibility weighed heavily upon him. He was not only tasked with the lives of everyone, but also had to devise ways to secure sustenance. He had engaged in numerous encounters resisting zombies, much like today. "Boss, I've brought the supplies," Zhang Long announced as he returned to his seat and opened a bag, dramatically producing a can of pure meat, devoid of any starches. With a satisfying pop, the long-forgotten aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing the senses of those present. Old Zhang's wife fixed her gaze intently on the can, her formidable willpower barely restraining her urge to dive in. Realizing the importance of the moment, she hastily retreated to the kitchen to fetch several plates, placing them before Chen Huan and the others. Zhang Long continued to extract instant food items from the bag. While these offerings might have seemed rudimentary to Chen Huan and his companions, given their lack of cooking facilities and absence of vegetables, they nonetheless managed to captivate everyone present. In the context of the apocalypse, what was once considered unappetizing food transformed into a rare delicacy, and no one was willing to forego this opportunity. Even the plates were left spotless. After the meal, only a few remained in the living room. Noticing old Zhang's hesitation, as if he wished to say something yet held back, Chen Huan spoke directly. "What are your plans moving forward?" Old Zhang's response was a resigned acceptance of mere survival. Taking each day as it came, he instinctively reached for a cigarette pack, reluctant to indulge. Zhang Long casually tossed him a half-empty pack of cigarettes. Old Zhang caught it, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his face as he extracted a few cigarettes, offering one to Zhang Long and another to Zhao Lin, while Chen Huan declined. He lit one for himself, savoring a deep exhale of smoke before continuing. "With just us, not to mention establishing a base, even maintaining our basic needs is a formidable challenge. Look at the horde of zombies in the neighborhood, let alone those in the streets. We are merely 4 men, and one who contributes nothing. While the remaining women are capable, they are still lacking when it comes to confronting zombies." Old Zhang sighed. "If the food we have stored runs out one day, we will have no choice but to take risks. This place is not secure." Chen Huan suddenly interjected. "What about those 3 individuals?" Old Zhang paused, momentarily taken aback, before grasping the implication. "You mean those 3? He inquired, and upon receiving Chen Huan's nod, he shook his head. "There is nothing we can do. We can't even leave the neighborhood. What options do we have?" After a brief pause, Old Zhang tentatively suggested, Is it possible that you three do not have a camp? If not, his words trailed off, unspoken yet understood by all present. Old Zhang, we have our own camp, and at the moment, we cannot accommodate you. Zhao Lin, fearing that old Zhang might misunderstand, informed them about the potential changes that would occur if the camp exceeded 20 individuals. Several listeners were taken aback, hearing such information for the first time. After absorbing this news, they fell into a contemplative silence. If possible, you could assist me, and I would prepare some food for you. Chen Huan broke the silence, offering old Zhang a potential course of action. Assist with what? Old Zhang hesitated, apprehensive that Chen Huan might make an unreasonable request. Help us transport some building materials. Building materials? Old Zhang's heart stirred. Was it from the construction site nearby? Yes, indeed, Chen Huan affirmed with a nod. This is not an issue, but there are quite a few workers inside. Might it be a bit challenging? Old Zhang's expression darkened. It wasn't that he was unwilling. The construction site was typically bustling with people coming and going, and with the threat of zombies, it was even more daunting to venture inside. There is no need for concern. Chen Huan smiled, deciding to take him for a look. Come, let us see. All right, with you all here, it feels safe. Old Zhang readily agreed. The group picked up their belongings and made their way downstairs. As they traversed the distance, a furtive figure descended the stairs, entering the living room and glancing at the pristine dining table, his expression darkening. You are all so selfish, not leaving anything for me. Who has left you anything? You ran off yourself. Xiao Yin retorted defiantly. Ha! I see you must have given all my food to those 3 strangers. Li Yufei continued to mock, his stomach growling, further souring his mood. TCH, others wouldn't miss this little bit from us, right, Sister Wang? Xiao Yin shot a disdainful glance at Sister Wang for confirmation. Alas, there is still a bit of rice left. Take it back to eat, Sister Wang said, not bothering to argue, as she scooped some rice from the pot. Just rice? How can I eat that? Li Yufei paid no heed to her, irritated by the mere sight of the rice. He took a few steps outside, but before he could leave, he noticed that no one called him back. With a sigh, he reluctantly returned, carrying a half bowl of plain rice. Behind him, only Xiao Yin's mocking voice remained. Construction site. Old Zhang stood with his mouth agape, astonished by the desolate scene before him. Without needing to inquire further, it was evident that the zombies here had been cleared by Chen Huan and his group. Otherwise, they would not have invited him to inspect. He immediately thought of the zombies in the community. Just as he was about to request assistance, he reconsidered and chose to remain silent. Chen Huan and the others were not his caretakers. Rather than making a request detrimental to everyone, it was better to keep quiet from the outset. These individuals are truly formidable. Given his newfound understanding that the camp could not exceed 20 people, he surmised that they had managed to clear such a vast construction site with no more than a dozen individuals. How astonished would he be to learn that Chen Huan's team consisted of only a handful of members? Soon, Chen Huan escorted the group back. They have already made arrangements to assist in transporting the building materials onto the vehicle tomorrow, after which Chen Huan will send someone to drive them back. Chen Huan has provided them with some food. Old Zhang has also contemplated the idea of establishing a camp here, but the conditions are too rudimentary, devoid of any furniture. Chen Huan has assured them that once tomorrow arrives, they need not worry about the 3 individuals. Old Zhang realized what their intentions were, but he chose to remain silent, committing this matter firmly to memory. Inside the vehicle, the eldest spoke. Let's go find those individuals. Zhang Long, driving, observed Chen Huan perusing the map in the back seat. Chen Huan replied, as he searched for the location hinted at by the 3. Garden Road, Guangyao Building. Chen Huan's finger traced the map until, at a familiar spot, he finally located the target. Chapter 149. The Radiant Building Eureka? Chen Huan's gaze fixed upon the map. Suddenly, his expression turned icy, and a palpable tension enveloped the vehicle. Zhang Long and Zhao Lin instinctively sensed a drop in temperature. Noticing the change, Zhao Long quietly inquired, Boss, have you discovered something? Look here. Chen Huan handed the map to Zhao Lin. This is not the Pu River. Without much effort, Zhao Lin pinpointed the location of the Radiant Building. He glanced at the surrounding terrain, his expression inscrutable. No wonder the boss bore such a countenance. It turned out that this radiant building was the very commercial edifice they had seen earlier while searching for a speedboat situated right by the shore. What is going on? Zhang Long was perplexed. Zhao Lin indicated the location on the map to Zhang Long. Upon seeing the actual site, Zhang Long's face darkened, and he could not help but exclaim, "Boss, is that the person we encountered last time?" Unmistakably, this was the target they sought. Chen Huan's expression soured. It was evident that the individual in question was armed. Their previous encounter had been fraught with peril. While he was unafraid, confident in his ability to evade any gunfire, Zhang Long and Zhao Lin might not be able to withstand such a confrontation. "Damn it, boss. Let's take them out," Zhang Long declared fiercely. "Let us first assess the situation," Chen Huan replied, maintaining his composure. If there were indeed firearms present, reconnaissance was imperative. With just the three of them, an unscathed passage was not guaranteed. They would first take a look. If an opportunity arose, they would seize it. If not, they would retreat and devise another plan. Ultimately, Chen Huan had resolved to eliminate these individuals before the dock was completed. "Buckle up," Zhang Long warned, and he drove towards their target. Garden Road was not far from their location, merely 2 or 3 kilometers away, and the area was on the outskirts of the city, where the number of zombies was scant. After a few minutes of driving, they successfully spotted the radiant building. Zhang Long slowed the vehicle, maneuvering it into a shadowy corner of the building. Fortunately, there were few zombies around, allowing him to find a secure spot to park. "Let us observe from there." Chen Huan pointed to a 2-story restaurant. The trio armed themselves and stealthily approached the establishment. Inside the dilapidated entrance, several zombies could be seen wandering aimlessly. Chen Huan surveyed the area, memorizing the locations of all the zombies before leading his companions to push the door open. The moment the zombies caught sight of them, they surged forward as if drawn to gold. The three faced the dozen or so zombies without a hint of trepidation. With their backs against the door, they effectively managed the onslaught, each taking a different direction to combat the threat with ease. In just 5 minutes, the restaurant was devoid of standing zombies. After Zhang Long conducted a thorough check for any stragglers, he followed Chen Huan upstairs. The second floor was entirely vacant. The zombies that had once occupied that space had already descended to the first floor, where they had been eradicated. Chen Huan positioned himself behind a wall, peering out of a nearby window to survey the radiant building ahead. This restaurant was situated at the intersection of 2 roads, with windows facing both the radiant building and another location. The building's entrance features 2 access points at its base, one of which has been completely obstructed. Through this blockade, one can discern heaps of office desks, which effectively seal off the passage. The remaining entrance, aside from the outer iron bars, remains relatively clear. However, within it, a narrow corridor has been partitioned by several cabinets, allowing only a single individual to traverse at a time. Should a guard be stationed at the corridor's end, passage would be nearly impossible. It is evident that this group has adapted to the apocalyptic environment with relative ease. For one to attempt an incursion, it would pose a considerable challenge. Moreover, the first floor of the building is entirely occupied by shops, with no access points, while the second floor also hosts various stores, and the third floor consists of rental rooms. Upon reaching this point, one could freely access all levels of the building. Thus, for Chen Huan to enter, he must either devise a method to breach the sole entrance or find a way to ascend to the third floor and enter through the windows. Regardless of the chosen option, neither would be particularly straightforward. Chen Huan found himself deep in contemplation. "Boss, someone is coming," Zhang Long whispered urgently. Chen Huan glanced into the distance and spotted several figures near the base of the Guangyao building. 2 men, wielding iron rods, were aggressively herding 5 others laden with numerous bags toward the exit. Upon reaching the entrance, the foremost man stepped into the corridor, followed closely by 2 others emerging from the passage. One was the man who had just entered, while the other was unfamiliar. They stood guard at the entrance, allowing the 5 behind them to enter one by one. After ensuring all had entered, the last man surveyed the area before shutting the door and joining the others inside. "Wang Dong, today's haul seems promising," remarked the leading man, eyeing the bags with a hint of envy. "Indeed, what is there to complain about?" replied the man at the rear, shaking his head. Yet, upon closer inspection, His subtle expressions revealed a sense of pride as he casually repositioned a wooden plank that had obstructed the corridor. Zhang Yuanwu certainly struck gold today, he casually remarked. Pray tell, what did Dong share with you? Inquired the leading man with a lecherous grin, his curiosity piqued. The woman divulged quite a bit. She mentioned that there are still numerous survivors in that community, undoubtedly including some attractive women. Wang Dong lamented, exhaling in frustration. Indeed, it's perplexing why Li Zong hasn't allowed us to go there. Another man chimed in, his face reflecting discontent. It was clear that while he questioned Li Zong's orders, he merely wished to lead a group himself, knowing that the first to discover survivors would have free reign over them. If there were indeed beautiful women, they would certainly be the first to be claimed. Enough of this chatter. Isn't that woman upstairs enough for you? A man clad in black descended the staircase, overhearing their whispered conversation. A closer inspection revealed that he was the same man Chen Huan and his group had encountered days prior. Brother Zhou, our haul today seems satisfactory, does it not? Wang Dong said, his face adorned with a smile, gesturing towards the packages held by the others. Quite so, Brother Zhou replied. Zhou Ji's expression softened considerably, revealing a faint smile as he patted Wang Dong on the shoulder. Well done. Tonight that woman is yours. Hey, thank you, Zhou Ge Wang Long replied, his face brimming with delight and flattery. Listening to Zhou Ji's words, the two men beside him wore expressions of jealousy, clearly envious of Wang Dong's fortunate encounter. In their entire camp, there were only two women, one with the appearance of vixen and the other a woman who had been captured recently. The vixen belonged to Mr. Li, making her off-limits to them. Although the other woman was not particularly attractive, for these spirited men, she represented a rare and coveted opportunity. Zhou Ge leaned in and quietly inquired of the gatekeeper, has Zhang Yuanwu not returned yet? Chapter 150. Infiltration of the building not yet. The guard, perplexed, remarked, they've been out for quite a while. Haven't they resolved it yet? Mind your own business. Brother Zhou glanced at the man, then approached the iron bars, peering outside. Noticing no changes in the surroundings, he turned back and reported to Mr. Li upstairs. On the second floor of the restaurant, Chen Huan whispered, let us head back. Ensuring no one was watching, he led two others downstairs and into the car. Once Zhang Long had cautiously reversed and distanced themselves from the vicinity of Guangyao building, they accelerated towards the camp at a steady pace. Boss, aren't we going in? Zhao Lin inquired, puzzled. Let us prepare first. Chen Huan contemplated before explaining. There are 16 of them, and vigilance is high right now. We'll devise a way to infiltrate through the third floor after dark, and they've settled for the night. Why not enter through the front door? Zhang Long suddenly questioned. There are 3 people still on the other side. They will surely bolster the guard at the entrance. Even at night, a reckless intrusion could lead to injury, Chen Huan replied, casting a sidelong glance at him. If you're not afraid, we can split into 2 groups, and you can take the front. Never mind. Zhang Long reluctantly withdrew his suggestion. Upon returning to the camp, the others were surprised by their early arrival. Chen Huan refrained from elaborating and instructed someone to summon Shen Jingxi. She must accompany them tonight since their adversaries had captured a woman, and being all male, it would be inconvenient. Furthermore, Shen Jingxi added combat prowess. More hands meant greater odds. He circled around, failing to spot Xiao Tian when Shen Jingxi approached. What is the matter? She understood that he wouldn't summon her for trivial issues, so she cut straight to the heart of the matter. Chen Huan did not explain, but inquired instead, where is Xiao Tian? You don't know? Shen Jingxi rolled her eyes. I was just tutoring him. I didn't expect you to be so harsh with a child, dragging me into it as well. In this camp, if you're absent, I'm the only one who can teach him. A bead of sweat formed on Chen Huan's brow. This was not his intention. It was Shen Jingxi who had suggested that Xiao Tian should study, and her taking the initiative to teach him was not part of his plan. Wait a moment. He hastily shifted the topic. Shen Jingxi was about to continue her complaints when she noticed Su Chun and Wu Jinghua arriving. She suppressed her earlier demeanor, her expression turning serious. Gathering so many people must indicate a significant matter at hand. One must understand that with Chen Huan's prowess, he could easily operate outside with either Zhang Long or Zhao Lin as his companion. After a brief wait, Zhao Lin and Zhang Long also joined them. Chen Huan found a secure location and shared the day as discoveries with everyone. Upon hearing such a convoluted tale, they were filled with inexplicable emotions. When they learned of the plan to storm a camp under the cover of night, their faces lit up with excitement, devoid of fear or concern. Chen Huan nodded in satisfaction. The group dispersed to gather their equipment for the evening. As twilight descended, 6 individuals embarked in 3 vehicles towards the illustrious Guangyao building. Upon arrival, the darkness had enveloped the surroundings, and the 3 unlit cars came to a silent halt beside the restaurant. Armed with their respective weapons and tools, the 6 stealthily infiltrated the establishment, biding their time. Within the Guangyao building, Brother Zhou approached a solid wooden door and gently knocked. "Come in." He pushed the door open to reveal a stern-faced, middle-aged man seated in an office chair. A beautiful woman clad in a crimson miniskirt perched on his lap, her sultry expression as she leaned in to whisper something in his ear. Upon Zhou's entrance, she cast a disdainful glance his way, ignoring her revealing attire. Zhou kept his head bowed, waiting for instructions. "Have Yuan Wu and the others returned yet?" Mr. Li inquired, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "Not yet. Little Lu has been guarding the entrance all day without a hint of activity," Zhou replied softly. "That fool. Has he lost track of time in his revelries again?" "Mr. Li Scufa, Yuan Wu is generally reliable. He may have encountered unforeseen circumstances, perhaps obstructed by zombies," Zhou remarked, a hint of satisfaction flickering across his lowered face. Despite his disdain for Zhou Yuan Wu, he found solace in defending him. In terms of social acumen, he was far superior to the brash Zhang Yuan Wu. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Mr. Li's expression softened considerably. After a brief pause, he gestured to Zhou, "Send another person to stand guard at the entrance." "Understood," Zhou acknowledged, preparing to exit the room. Suddenly, a sharp noise resonated through the air. "What was that?" Mr. Li frowned and instructed, "Go downstairs and investigate. What time is it for such carelessness? See who is responsible." "Understood," Zhou nodded before departing. As he made his way down on the 3rd floor, Chen Huan frowned while observing a makeshift hook lock that he had thrown against a partially open window, the crisp sound attracting nearby zombies. Fortunately, they merely turned their heads, lacking any intention to advance. He tugged on the rope to ensure it was secure. With both hands gripping the rope, he began his ascent, his legs finding footholds on the protruding edges of the window. In a matter of moments, he reached the 3rd floor. After prying open the window, he slipped inside through the narrow opening. Upon landing, he surveyed his surroundings. The office was deserted, the disarray of furniture rendering the space eerie in the dim light of night. He quickly advanced a few steps to the door and listened intently. Satisfied that there was minimal commotion outside, he cautiously glanced towards the rope. A long leg extended through the window, illuminated by the moonlight, clad in form-fitting trousers. It was perfectly proportioned and graceful. Soon after, another slender leg followed suit, and a lithe silhouette emerged. Shen Jingxi landed softly, her movements almost soundless. She crept a few steps closer to Chen Huan and whispered, "Let us open the door first. The others cannot scale up and will have to use the main entrance." Chen Huan suddenly felt an unbearable itch by his ear. With an impassive expression, he pushed Shen Jingxi away to create some distance, then turned to open the door, revealing a pair of eyes that scrutinized the corridors on either side. Shen Jingxi was momentarily taken aback, a hint of embarrassment visible on her masked face. Given the urgency of the situation, she refrained from any further pretense and followed Chen Huan outside. Zhang Long and Zhao Lin were more than capable of handling the zombies, but scaling the walls would pose a significant challenge for them. Li Mu, who could easily ascend, had been left behind at the camp. Thus, their plan was to first deal with the guards at the entrance before searching for their objective upstairs. Upon reaching the stairwell, a series of thuds echoed from above. Just as Chen Huan was about to take action, he heard footsteps on the upper floor. His expression grew grave as he signaled for Shen Jingxi to proceed ahead. He lingered behind for a few seconds, confirming that the approaching individuals were on the 6th floor and would require considerable time to descend. Chapter 151. Infiltration. Thus, a temporary decision was made. First, it was imperative to deal with the gatekeeper, allowing Zhao Lin and the others to enter. before turning to confront the individuals descending from the upper floors. Once a decision is made, it must be executed. Chun Huan swiftly approached Shun Jingzi. His shoes, specially tailored, made almost no sound when he controlled his movements, and by the time Shun Jingzi displayed a look of surprise, he had silently ascended to the second floor. Here, he could already hear the gatekeeper softly humming a tune. He gestured discreetly. Chun Huan pressed himself against the wall, moving stealthily in the blind spot of the gatekeeper's line of sight, circumventing the staircase and arriving behind the door at the top of the stairs. At that moment, the gatekeeper was seated on a chair before the door. In front of him, a wooden board was wedged between numerous cabinets, further obstructed by iron bars and a glass door. Suddenly, the gatekeeper's eyes widened in shock, emitting a sound of surprise that was of little consequence. A large hand covered his mouth while another wielded a sharp dagger, swiftly slicing across his throat, a stream of blood erupting forth. The man slumped to the side, lifeless. Chun Huan gently dragged the body to lean against the chair's backrest, retrieving a key from the man's possession and turning to hand it to Shun Jingzi, signaling her to proceed with opening the door. Receiving the signal, Shun Jingzi turned and pushed open the door, advancing to the end of the narrow passage that could accommodate only one person. She inserted the key into the lock and twisted it, unlocking the iron bars. Zhao Lin and the others, who had been waiting outside, silently entered. Soon, as the last person traversed the passage and reached the staircase, a voice from above exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Lu, what are you doing?" Has Yuan Wu returned? Chun Huan felt a chill run down his spine. He recognized that two individuals were currently descending from the second floor. If they took one more step, they would see the group gathered at the entrance of the first floor corridor. Unable to wait any longer, Chun Huan exchanged a glance with Shun Jingzi, gripping his dagger, and swiftly ascended the staircase railing between the first and second floors. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he reached the second floor. Suddenly, a shadow flashed before Brother Zhou. His face bore an expression of astonishment as a sharp dagger lunged towards him mercilessly. His complexion paled in fear, and he instinctively reached into his pocket. However, before he could retrieve his firearm, the dagger had already pierced his neck. Blood gushed forth, and confusion clouded Brother Zhou's face. He gazed at the familiar figure before him, utterly oblivious to how he had silently infiltrated the building. All his confusion dissipated, accompanied by his futile struggles. "Who are you?" A man beside him drew a dagger, trembling as he directed it towards Chun Huan, stammering his inquiry. Clearly, he was terrified by Chun Huan's ghost-like presence. Just think about it. In a corridor that was once devoid of people, where you believed you were safe, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the shadows below and decisively killed the person beside you without hesitation. Who wouldn't he be afraid? Chun Huan disregarded him, preparing to twist the dagger and plunge it into the man's body. Shun Jingzi, enveloped in a fragrant aura, squeezed beside Chun Huan, striking the man's arm with a single hand, causing the dagger in his grasp to clatter to the ground. Swiftly, Shun Jingzi seized the dagger, reversing it to rest against the man's neck. "Speak, and I shall take your life." Her cold voice instilled a paralyzing fear in the man, rendering him motionless. He gazed at the two before him, tears brimming in his eyes, surrendering to despair. He could not withstand even one of them, let alone both. Though he faced a woman, he dared not underestimate her, for it had been this very woman who had instantaneously disarmed him moments prior. Seeing the man subdued, Chun Huan leaned forward, signaling for the others below to approach. Zhao Lin, Zhang Long, and others crept closer. After a brief pause, observing the tranquility within the building, Chun Huan took the dagger from Shun Jingzi's hand, covering the man's mouth as they ascended to the third floor. The entrance on the second floor was sealed. Their only access to the office was via the third floor. Zhao Lin followed closely, retrieving the flashlight from Zhou Ji's hand, leading the way. Upon reaching a room on the third floor, Chun Huan spoke softly, "Tell the truth, and you shall live." The man nodded fervently, desperation evident in his eyes, a clear indication of his will to survive. Chun Huan released his grip, and the man gasped for air. "Where is Mr. Lee located?" Chun Huan inquired quietly. "On the 8th floor, in the largest office. You will find it behind a solid wooden door. the man hurriedly replied. And the soldiers you brought back? How do you know? A hint of fear crept onto the man's face as he realized these individuals were indeed searching for the 3 soldiers. Enough with the chatter. Speak. Zhang Long kicked him. The man grimaced in pain, clutching the spot where he was struck, refraining from voicing his agony. After a few deep breaths, he spoke directly. They're on the 6th floor in 3 separate offices, each confined in their own room. Chen Huan and Shun Jingzi exchanged glances, recognizing the man's reluctance to divulge the truth about the soldiers' confinement, likely fearing retribution from Chen Huan. He pressed on, disclosed the whereabouts of the others. Yes, the man stammered. The rest are on the 7th floor. There is also 1 person on the 6th floor, while 7 are on the 7th. Mr. Li and Secretary Su are on the 8th. I've told you everything. Please let me go, he pleaded, desperation etched across his face. Be on your way. Chen Huan committed the information to memory and stepped aside. The man, seeing this gesture, felt a flicker of hope and scrambled towards the opening, yearning to escape the oppressive atmosphere surrounding him. However, as he rose, his movement was abruptly halted. A sharp triangular military dagger pierced his neck, and disbelief washed over his face as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Zhao Lin, Shan Jingzi, you are to go to the 6th floor and rescue the soldiers. Chen Huan contemplated for a moment before issuing commands. Zhang Long, guard the stairway to the 8th floor. Do not engage. The rest will accompany me to the 7th floor. Understood. The group halted their plans, each wearing solemn expressions as they stealthily ascended the staircase. Chen Huan walked at the forefront, deliberately avoiding sending anyone to the 8th floor, for it housed only 2 individuals. If there were to be a firearm present, it would undoubtedly belong to Director Li. Thus he chose to confront the most perilous individual last. A few minutes later, Shun Jingzi and Zhao Lin cautiously ascended to the 6th floor, while the others continued their ascent. Upon reaching the stairway to the 7th floor, Chen Huan gestured, waiting until Zhang Long was ensconced behind the wall at the entrance of the 8th floor before he allowed the advance. Observing the silent corridor, a wave of contemplation washed over Chen Huan. The adversaries, now mere steps away from their doorstep, remained obliviously unresponsive. He contemplated returning to bolster the camp's defensive measures. Yet the immediate priority was still to control the adversarial forces. The 7th floor accommodated 7 individuals, 5 of whom had been seen earlier burdened with various packages. In Chen Huan's estimation, these 5 were likely under duress. Consequently, the situation on the 7th floor was the most intricate. Chapter 152. Directly striking the yellow dragon in a dimly lit room, the sound of indistinct murmurs floated through the air. The group trailing behind Chen Huan felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Their inexperience made them prone to panic. Fortunately, with Chen Huan at the helm, the situation remained under control, preventing any unnecessary disturbances. Chen Huan led the way, first approaching the initial chamber. He leaned closer, attuning his ears to the sounds of breathing within, assessing the occupants. At that moment, he noticed a critical detail. His left hand gently grazed the doorknob, and upon pushing, the door remained obstinately shut. Even more telling was the fact that the door was secured not from within, but rather, it bore a substantial lock from the outside. Not here. A thought surged through Chen Huan's mind. The true wielders of power would never place their safety in jeopardy during the vulnerable hours of night. They would undoubtedly take every precaution. Even the most vigilant would lock their doors from the inside. The external locking mechanism suggested only one possibility. They feared an escape from within. Thus, Chen Huan quickly resolved to proceed. He gestured for his companions to follow him along the wall, leading them to the 2nd chamber. Again, it was secured with an external lock. This pattern continued through the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rooms, all similarly barred from the outside. Chen Huan remained unfazed, a cold smile forming within him. These individuals were overly cautious, guarding against both intruders and their own escape. Little did they realize that this very action had betrayed their position, clearly indicating to Chen Huan whom he should prioritize. Upon reaching the 6th room, he noted the absence of an external lock. The door was secured from within. He instantly confirmed that this was the location of the person he sought. He waved his hand, signaling to Wu Jinghua and Su Chun. who gripped an axe in one hand and a dagger at their waist, to quietly advance toward the seventh room. Su Chan halted to gauge the sounds emanating from within. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed from below, followed by a tumultuous clash of combat, accompanied by the wailing of a woman. Act. Chun Huan commanded swiftly. The commotion on the sixth floor was too great to allow for thorough investigation. Without hesitation, he issued orders, and upon hearing the noise, Wu Jingguo's expression tightened. He disregarded the need for stealth and strode purposefully to the eighth room, raising his axe and delivering a powerful blow to the door. With a thunderous crash, 3 consecutive strikes shattered the tranquility of the seventh floor. Who is it? Voices of astonishment erupted from within the room. Chun Huan relaxed his shoulder against the doorframe, unsheathing his sword as he stepped forward to confront a figure attempting to rise. The individual had no time to grasp a weapon from the bedside. In a mere 3 seconds, from the moment of breach to the instant of demise, the speed was unfathomable. To ensure thoroughness, Chun Huan thrust a second strike into the heart of the fallen figure before pivoting to exit and assess the outcomes achieved by his companions. They were novices, prone to errors. Indeed, as he emerged, he spotted Su Chun standing at the threshold, looking bewildered. What happened? Chun Huan inquired succinctly. As his words fell, he stepped through the doorway. Su Chun had opened, scanning the surroundings. Is anyone here? At the same moment, Su Chin's explanation coincided with Chun Huan's discovery. Chun Huan furrowed his brow as he surveyed the room, which was cluttered with various household items. The bed was still unmade, and a half-full cup of warm water sat on the table. Taken together, it was evident that someone had been here. Yet, the room was utterly vacant, leaving Su Chin bewildered. Chun Huan contemplated a possibility and promptly rushed to the last room. Bang! Inside, 2 figures were locked in a fierce struggle. Su Chun wielded an axe, clashing with a man armed with an electric baton as they fought back and forth across the room. Another figure, clad only in shorts, bore a small wound on his chest, from which blood oozed. His eyes were clouded with confusion, and he intermittently raised the baton to block the axe. However, the baton was no match for the axe. Its wooden end offered no conductivity, rendering their exchanges disproportionate in damage. During this observation, several more wounds appeared on the unfamiliar man. Upon seeing 2 strange men burst in, panic gripped him, and his movement slowed. Wu Jingguo seized the opportunity, striking the electric baton with his axe, and continued the swing towards the man's arm. Clothed or not, the axe would have no mercy. A chilling scream pierced the air as the man clutched his injured right arm, blood gushing uncontrollably. Wu Jingguo's face flickered with discomfort, yet he pressed forward, delivering a precise and ruthless strike that felled the man. Chun Huan cast an appreciative glance before turning to leave. Bang! The sound of a gunshot instantly raised the hairs on the backs of their necks. Zhang Long. Chun Huan quickly discerned the source of the shot and sprinted toward the staircase, pushing through the door. After a few hurried steps, he spotted Zhang Long, unharmed, hiding by the doorway. A sigh of relief escaped him, but it was quickly followed by several more gunshots. Come out! Show yourselves! A voice echoed from deep within the 8th floor, tinged with a hint of panic. As Su Chun and Wu Jingguo ascended, the voice grew increasingly frantic. You too, check the 6th floor. Ensure nothing has gone awry. Chun Huan commanded, and the 2 nodded before descending, leaving only him and Zhang Long behind. Boss, there's just this one guy left. Let me take care of him, Zhang Long said, extending his right hand and making a fierce gesture across his throat. His eyes filled with urgency. Patience. Chun Huan halted behind the wall, listening intently. After a moment, he drew a handgun, disengaged the safety, and aimed toward the inner depths of the corridor, squeezing the trigger. Bang! Crack, crack, crack. The corridor erupted with gunfire, bullets flying in disarray. Chun Huan prudently withdrew, waiting silently until he heard a faint clicking sound. He then softly called out, "Yes, out of bullets, go." Upon hearing this, Zhang Long wasted no time in flinging open the door and charging inside, with Chun Huan close on his heels. The 2 swiftly arrived at a partially open dark door. Zhang Long charged in, immediately adopting a protective posture as he rolled on the ground, with a cacophony of gunfire erupting in tandem with his movements. illuminating the scene with flashes of light. Bang! At that moment, Chen Huan had already entered the room, where he spotted a middle-aged man frantically firing his weapon by the wall. With a swift motion, he pulled the trigger, and a bullet shot forth from the barrel, striking the man's right hand directly. Instantly, the man clutched his injured hand, a grimace of pain etched across his face. To the side, a bare-skinned woman clutched a blanket, her expression one of panic. Bind him, Chen Huan commanded, keeping his gaze fixed on the man, remaining vigilant. Zhang Long ceased his rolling, eyeing the immobilized man with a cold smirk. He retrieved a piece of clothing from the bedside and proceeded to bind the fallen man. Observing the blood oozing from the man's right hand, Zhang Long hastily tore a strip from the bedsheet, fashioning a makeshift bandage to staunch the bleeding. As for the woman on the bed, he urged, "Come out and put on some clothes." Chen Huan spoke indifferently. Chapter 153. Scoundrel, do not kill me, please. The woman implored, her countenance a portrait of panic as she cradled her face in her hands, revealing expanses of pale skin beneath her neck. Silence. Put on your clothes and follow us, Chen Huan commanded, aiming his handgun at her. At the sight of the firearm, the woman became increasingly frantic. She gazed at Chen Huan, and in a desperate attempt, she flung aside the covers, her trembling legs carrying her to his feet. Dropping to her knees, she clutched his knees and stammered, "Spare me. I am yours. I could do anything for you. Truly, I have much to offer." Fear compelled her to plead in the manner she deemed most alluring. Yet, she was oblivious to the fact that her greatest asset held no sway over Chen Huan. He frowned and delivered a swift kick, sending her sprawling against the bed. She clutched her abdomen, disbelief etched across her face, astonished that someone could regard her beauty with such indifference, treating her as if she were a mere piece of wood, met with such brutality. "Put your clothes on," he ordered, tossing several garments her way. At last, she comprehended that this man could not be subdued by mere allure. She had no choice but to unsteadily rise and don her attire. Once she was clothed, Zhang Long seized the motionless General Li, who sat on the floor. "You are General Li?" he inquired, not waiting for a response before propelling Li towards a staircase. Chen Huan led the way, ensuring that the 8th floor was devoid of life before guiding the group downward. By this time, the 6th floor was silent, suggesting that the others had successfully gained control of the situation. Upon entering the 6th floor, Chen Huan immediately spotted Zhao Lin, his expression betraying a mix of sympathy, alongside Su Chun and Wu Jinghua, who stood at the doorway. Chen Huan remained silent. Having endured the apocalypse, he could surmise the unfolding events, albeit limited by his own capabilities, only able to rescue one person at a time. "What transpired?" Zhang Long queried, pushing General Li forward in astonishment. At this juncture, Li finally grasped the gravity of his capture. After such a prolonged duration of inactivity from his subordinates, he felt despondent that their defenses had been so effortlessly breached. The despair on his face was palpable, especially upon realizing he was being ushered to the 6th floor, prompting an involuntary release of bodily functions. Zhang Long recoiled, covering his nose. "This is rather grim," Zhao Lin murmured, casting a disdainful glance at General Li before approaching Chen Huan. "Boss, the 3 soldiers are in the innermost room. Let's investigate." Disregarding General Li, Chen Huan proceeded toward the farthest room. As he reached the door, an overwhelming stench assaulted his senses before he even turned the knob. Frowning, he opened the door and stepped inside, only to be met with a scene of sheer brutality. 3 individuals were bound near the windows, their garments tattered and their exposed skin marred with wounds, some fresh, others scarred over. The man on the far left had his head tilted at an unnatural angle, his complexion ashen. Alarmingly, the 3 were confined to their spots, unable to move, forced to relieve themselves where they stood. "Assist them," Chen Huan silently gestured, and the others quickly moved forward to untie the captives. He approached the man on the left, gently touching his forehead, which was chillingly cold. He opened his eyes, and his pupils had begun to dilate. A sigh escaped him. He strode over to Mr. Li, delivering a fierce kick. Mr. Li immediately collapsed to his knees, bowing his head, too pained to utter a sound. Chen Jun, hold on." A scarred man, freed from his bindings, paid no heed to his own wounds and lunged towards the man on the ground. gazing at his fallen comrade. Tears welled in his eyes as he shook him repeatedly. Yet, regardless of how fervently he attempted to rouse him, the man remained silent. Anxiety etched deeper into his features as he looked up, first directing his gaze at Chun Huan. Stumbling to his knees before him, he pleaded, "Brother, I implore you, save him. He is my comrade of 3 years. He has apprehended criminals alongside me without sustaining a single injury." As he spoke, he began to bow his head in supplication. Chun Huan quickly knelt down to assist the man, but he remained motionless on the ground. With a choked voice, he implored, "Please, if you can awaken him, I would willingly serve you in any capacity." Chun Huan fell silent, glancing at Zhang Long. "Go to the car and see if there are any anti-inflammatory medications. Bring them all here. Stand up. We have no doctor and can only do so much. Thank you. Regardless of the outcome, I am grateful." A glimmer of hope flickered in the man's eyes. Alas, Chun Huan was acutely aware that the chances of saving the man were slim. Yet he refrained from voicing this grim reality, fearing it would further distress the man before him. Once the man stood, his gaze immediately fell upon the crumpled form of Mr. Li, who was desperately trying to conceal himself in a corner, attempting to avoid detection. "Brother, may I take charge of this man?" The man's eyes blazed with hatred as he fixed his gaze on the trembling Mr. Li, speaking through gritted teeth. "Do as you wish." Chun Huan nodded in agreement. As he turned to regard the last individual, the man had already seized Mr. Li and was dragging him toward a nearby room, followed by a chorus of anguished cries. "How tragic!" Zhao Lin observed the last man, cautiously offering him a few sips of water. The parched lips of the man seemed to savor the water as if it were the finest wine, and he gulped down half a cup, weakly opening his eyes to gaze at his silent comrade. A tear escaped his eye. "Damn it!" Zhao Lin struck the wall with his fist. Had Mr. Li not already been taken away, he would have relished the opportunity to kick him again. "Chun Huan." Shun Jingxi entered, her icy visage contrasting sharply with the frail woman beside her, clad in oversized men's clothing. The woman possessed a hint of beauty, but the bruises upon her face obscured her former visage. She appeared dazed, devoid of spirit, each step accompanied by tremor in her legs, as if she were grappling with immense pain. As we descended, there was somewhat, Shun Jingxi began, glancing at the woman beside her, but seeing her unresponsive state, she resigned herself to silence. "Let's take her to a room to rest." Chun Huan cast a glance and walked expressionlessly toward the room where the woman had been confined. A man, devoid of clothing, lay upon the ground, clutching his third leg, drenched in sweat, resembling a lobster scalded by boiling water, curled up in a fetal position. Once Chun Huan discerned that he could speak, he procured a stool and seated himself before the man, inquiring what transpired with the 5 individuals upstairs. The man, racked with pain, offered no response. With a sharp slice, the dagger pierced flesh, eliciting a cry from the man, large beads of sweat cascading down his face. "Yes, we deceived them. We made them procure supplies for us every day." Chun Huan listened in silence, absorbing the explanation, understanding that these 5 individuals were originally part of another team, lured here under false pretenses to perform menial labor. He shook his head in silence and casually kicked the man. He then instructed Zhao Lin to escort Su Chun and bring the 5 individuals down from upstairs. Following this, he entered the room where Mr. Li was situated. Chapter 154. Cooperation. General Li's face was marred with scars, and fresh blood oozed from his wounds. The anguished cries echoed through the room. The man beside him, upon noticing Chun Huan's entrance, paused his actions, panting heavily, and asked in a somber tone, "Do you still want this man? Dispose of him yourself." Chun Huan replied, casting a dispassionate glance at the terrified General Li. This was all his own doing. He had been so arrogant when he bullied others, and now he reaped the consequences of his actions. "Thank you," the man murmured, his lips parting slightly in gratitude. "Boss, I've brought the medicine," Zhang Long exclaimed, drenched in sweat, clutching a plastic bag brimming with various medications. The man observed it with urgency and, upon Chun Huan's nod, hastily accepted the bag. Without a moment to spare for General Li, he rushed into another room. Upon entering, Chun Huan witnessed the man hurriedly unboxing the medicine, forcefully administering it to the man lying on the floor. However, no matter how much he tried, the man remained unresponsive. Footsteps echoed from outside, and as Chun Huan stepped out, he saw Zhao Lin escorting 5 bewildered men toward him. As they surveyed the scene before them, they murmured quietly. Once they grasped the situation, they knelt in gratitude, and after Zhao Lin encouraged them several times, they slowly rose and departed. Chun Huan then entered the room where the rescued woman rested. "Where is your husband?" Shun Jingzi asked after a moment of contemplation. The woman, previously expressionless and ashen, suddenly stirred at the question, tears welling up in her eyes before she burst into sobs. Don't cry," Shun Jingzi urged, patting her back, somewhat flustered. "Let her cry," Chun Huan interjected. It was evident where her husband had gone, with only these individuals remaining. It was clear that anyone unaccounted for could only have one fate. "I want revenge. I must have revenge," the woman declared, her face contorted with hatred as she accepted the reality of her rescue. Clenching her fists, she implored both Shun Jingzi and Chun Huan for assistance. "Take her with you." Chun Huan gestured for Shun Jingzi to lead her in seeking vengeance. "Follow me. Those scoundrels do not deserve to live," Shun Jingzi responded, equally enraged. She handed her dagger to Shun Jingzi and led the way to the man who had been kicked. Just as Chun Huan stepped outside, he was met with anguished howls. These scoundrels are a waste of resources. In this apocalyptic environment, they indulge their desires, engaging in acts more vile than beasts. Killing him would merely be a mercy. Better to utilize the worthless to untangle the victim's psychological knots. "What is your name, brother?" asked the only standing soldier, who took a deep drag from a cigarette, gazing at Chun Huan with a melancholic expression that betrayed the pain of losing his comrades. It seemed that indeed the man could not be saved. Chun Huan hesitated for a moment before extracting a cigarette, lighting it with an air of apology. "We are late. It is not your fault. I fear that neither Li Yong nor I will survive this." The man resignedly inhaled, the smoke swirling and enveloping them in a shroud of mist, obscuring their expressions. After pondering for a while, he reached a resolution. "I am Qin Yun. Brother, I shall not deceive you. We have embarked on this journey with a mission." He paused, seemingly troubled by his own words, before solemnly adding, "Once I complete the task, I hope this useless body of mine can remain by your side to offer a modicum of assistance." Chun Huan looked up, surprised that, despite his dire circumstances, this man was still intent on fulfilling his mission. Though Qin Yun did not divulge the specifics, Chun Huan understood the implication. After a moment's contemplation, he decisively spoke. "You intend to rescue Professor Zhang Zhongnan, do you not?" "How did you know?" Chun Yun's face was a picture of astonishment as he lifted his gaze abruptly. A flicker of wariness crossed his eyes, but recalling that Chun Huan had saved their lives, he compelled himself to remain calm, albeit perplexed by the unexpected turn of events. Without explanation, Chun Huan handed him a folded A4 sheet of paper he always carried. Qin Yun, puzzled, accepted the paper and unfolded it. And as he glimpsed the photographs within, he abruptly looked up, realization dawning upon him. "A few days ago, I spotted an armored vehicle." Chun Huan recounted the series of events leading up to this moment. With a heavy sigh, Qin Yun began to share his recent experiences. "Initially, we intended to rescue the Wang couple and find a camp for them, but unexpectedly, after a meal, it turned into this. Alas, who could have foreseen that we were the cause of their plight? Without your intervention, they would not have survived much longer." Chun Huan withheld the details regarding the survivors in the community, believing that a well-intentioned lie could provide some comfort in such dire times. "That cannot be said. Had we not intervened, they would have fallen prey to those scoundrels," Chun Yun replied helplessly. "Did you come here to take a boat for the rescue?" Chun Huan interjected, contemplating a possibility. "Indeed, that is correct," Qin Yun responded, surprised that Chun Huan could guess their intentions. Yet, reflecting on how easily Chun Huan had deduced their plan, he found it understandable. "I will commandeer a speedboat," Chun Huan declared, and as he noticed the bewildered look on Qin Yun's face, he elaborated on his strategy. "Once the dock is repaired, I plan to bring a group to rescue Professor Zhang Zhongnan. Would you care to join us?" "Please, take me along," Qin Yun replied earnestly. Chun Huan nodded, formulating a plan to recruit these two allies, as they shared a common goal. After rescuing Professor Zhang Zhongnan, they would undoubtedly remain at the camp, strengthening its foundations. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility. Both men turned toward the source of the sound, spotting a bloodied woman emerging from a room, clutching a dagger. As she passed by Chen Huan, she halted, bending deeply in a profound bow. Then she glanced at Chen Yun, her lips moving, yet no words escaped. Observing the scars on Chen Yun's body, she found herself unable to harbor resentment. When Shen Jingxi arrived, the two made their way towards Mr. Li's quarters. "I'm sorry," Chen Yun solemnly apologized, putting out the cigarette in his hand. The woman paused momentarily before continuing forward. It was evident that while she bore no animosity towards Chen Yun, there lingered an unspoken tension between them. After all, the three of them had led the two into this predicament, despite the true orchestrators being Mr. Li and his associates. The pain of losing a husband is an affliction that defies articulation. There was no remedy for it. Such matters are seldom clear-cut. Chen Yun understood this truth, recognizing that the best he could do was to refrain from intruding or probing further. The two stood silently amidst the haze, listening to the anguished cries and pleas for help emanating from Mr. Li. Chapter 155. Conclusion. As the anguished cries of Mr. Li diminished into a faint echo, Chen Huan turned his gaze towards the woman huddled in the corner of the room and inquired, "Do you recognize this individual?" The previously captured woman, now cradling her head in fear, sat trembling in the corner. Having heard the horrific sounds of her companion's torment, her expression a portrait of dread and trepidation. Too terrified to utter a sound. "It has nothing to do with her," Chen Yun interjected, shaking her head. "She was with us." One of the men among the five stated in a low voice. "We initially numbered over 10. These intruders barged in, abandoning the elderly and children, and bound us here." The man continued in a fragmented manner. "She had a boyfriend, but they dragged him away to feed the zombies." Listening to this, Chen Yun fell silent, while Chen Huan reflected on their earlier encounter, pondering the profound fear that could reduce someone to such a state. Though the truth within was shrouded in ambiguity, she could still be considered a victim. "Do you seek vengeance?" Chen Huan approached the woman, observing her averted gaze, and softly asked. The woman flinched, a glimmer of confusion flickering in her eyes. As she surveyed her surroundings, she recognized either unfamiliar faces or fellow captives, her expression betraying a hint of uncertainty. "Am I allowed?" she asked hesitantly. "Go ahead," Chen Huan encouraged, handing her his dagger and guiding her into Mr. Li's chamber. Witnessing her former adversary, now bloodied and sprawled upon the floor, the timid woman displayed an unexpected courage. She approached Mr. Li, gripping the dagger tightly, trembling as she plunged it into him. At that moment, Mr. Li, having lost a significant amount of blood, emitted a faint whimper. The woman, upon witnessing this, let out a scream, repeatedly stabbing and withdrawing the dagger. Even the previously captured woman rose to avoid the spectacle, silently observing her act of retribution. After a considerable time had passed, both women finally exhibited expressions of satisfaction. Chen Huan stepped outside, instructing Zhao Lin and the others to assign one person to guard the door, while the rest sought a clean spot on the 8th floor to rest. In the aftermath, Zhang Long scoured the area, uncovering a wealth of provisions, bottled water, and a total of 3 firearms, 2 rifles, and 1 pistol. Chen Huan was taken aback, and Chen Yun explained that one of the rifles belonged to a fallen comrade, while the other 2 had been taken from deceased allies. Thus, they settled in for the night. As dawn broke, they departed in their vehicle. After some contemplation, Chen Huan resolved to take the 5 men to Old Zhang's, intending to bolster their strength and facilitate the transportation of supplies. Naturally, Chen Yun was to accompany him back to the camp. Upon arriving at the community, they escorted the 5 men and 2 women, now attired appropriately, to Old Zhang's abode. "This is the situation," Chen Huan succinctly summarized. "All right, let them stay here for now," Old Zhang replied, having momentarily paused in contemplation, surprised by their harrowing experience, before nodding in agreement. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiao Yin and the others clandestinely observed from another room, among whom was Liu Fei, who cast a jealous glance at Chen Huan and mockingly remarked, "With so many mouths around, Are they here to pilfer our provisions? This sentiment resonated with the others, who harbored their own discontent. Li Yufei, reveling in his perceived superiority, surveyed the room with satisfaction. But just as he was about to speak further, Zhang Long entered with Zhao Lin and several others, carrying an abundance of supplies. Old Zhang approached to inspect the contents of the boxes, which revealed an assortment of convenience foods. The collective mood lightened considerably, save for Li Yufei, whose expression darkened as if he had bitten into something distasteful. With a disdainful snort, he retreated upstairs to his own dwelling. Xiao Yin observed his hasty retreat and let out a quiet snicker. Chen Huan continued his conversation with old Zhang, instructing them to settle the 5 newcomers before preparing to transport materials to the construction site that very day. When they arrived at the site, they were astonished to find it devoid of any zombies, just as Chen Huan had assured them. This revelation deepened their admiration for him. Li Yufei muttered a few words under his breath, only to be met with a chorus of derisive laughter from the group, silencing him. After ensuring Zhang Long was assisting, Chen Huan did not linger, hastily leading the remaining individuals to their vehicle, as their numbers exceeded 20, rendering prolonged exposure perilous. Upon returning to the camp, Chen Huan prioritized addressing the injuries of the 2 individuals. Chen Yun, shaking his head, indicated he was fine and suggested they tend to Li Yong first. He then opened the vehicle's compartment and retrieved the body of a fallen comrade, which had already stiffened but fortunately remained unscathed by zombie bites, alleviating the fear of reanimation. He placed the body on a pyre, poured a cup of baijiu, and silently ignited the flames, watching as his companion's form turned to ash. Upon returning to the camp, he staggered slightly, feeling a wave of dizziness. Chen Huan approached and soon realized they had gone over 3 days without food. He instructed Zhao Lin to escort everyone back to rest. Xiao Tan, for once unrestrained, frolicked in the courtyard until Shun Jingxi arrived with a stack of exam papers, at which point he reluctantly followed her back. Zhou Yuqing emerged with a few chickens, all domestic fowl, as there were no wild ones. Chen Huan inquired about this, learning that they had been kept together for fighting, and after several attempts, Zhou Yuqing had decided to separate them for free range. As they conversed, Zhou Yuqing's face glowed with satisfaction. The hens have regained their strength over the past few days, and just yesterday, one laid an egg. Once they fully recover, we can expect fresh eggs daily. Chen Huan pondered this, unable to suppress a drool. Even in his previous life, he had rarely encountered such a nourishing delicacy, which was seldom available for trade. It was either consumed personally or reserved for the truly influential. The prospect of enjoying freedom with eggs brought a smile to his face. As good news continued to unfold, Li Yong had awoken and could now rise to eat, though his injuries were still not healed enough for him to join in the rescue efforts. Even the dock was nearing completion, expected to be operational by the following day. As night fell, Chen Huan led a team to the construction site to retrieve supplies that filled 2 trucks, and along the way, they gathered a bounty of vegetables to celebrate the rescue of 2 individuals. Regrettably, amidst the jovial feasting, Chen Yun and Li Yong, who leaned against their chairs, gazed longingly at the merriment, yet dared not indulge themselves. They had gone too long without sustenance and could only sip porridge to nourish their stomachs. To indulge recklessly would place an excessive strain on their digestive systems, especially in the absence of hospital, making it imperative to prioritize their health. Both were acutely aware of this, yet the pangs of hunger were undeniable. What compounded their plight was the mischievous Xiao Tian, who occasionally offered tantalizing morsels of fragrant vegetables right before their eyes, relishing them in plain sight. It wasn't until Chen Huan took notice that he expressionlessly carried Xiao Tian away, delivering a few playful swats to his backside, prompting the little one to eat properly. Chen Yun and Li Yong harbored no resentment. Instead, they observed their companions with nostalgia, their eyes shimmering with anticipation for the future. Chapter 156. The idle Chen Huan. With the arrival of new individuals at the camp, the meal extended into the late hours of the night. Were it not for Zhou Yuqing's playful admonishments urging everyone to disperse, they might have feasted until dawn. A new day dawned, and Chen Huan, accompanied by Zhao Lin and others, made his way to the dock early. As he gazed upon the nearly completed dock, his thoughts drifted far beyond to the old city of Langzhou. Time had lingered too long. If he did not act soon, he risked losing his opportunity. Watching Zhao Lin and the others busily at work ignited an anxious spark within Chen Huan. Typically calm and resourceful, he found himself for the first time feeling restless. Initially, he maintained his composure, but as he observed their sluggish progress, he began to issue commands incessantly. Yet, the more he directed, the more mistakes Zhao Lin and his companions made. Eventually, frustration enveloped everyone, and Chen Huan recognized his own impatience. He ceased his instructions, allowing them to work independently. This proved to be a significant improvement. However, Chen Huan's aimless pacing around them continued to affect their morale. Would you like to check on the newcomers? The timely appearance of Shun Jingzi brightened Chen Huan's spirits. Continue your work, he gestured, turning away. Shun Jingzi, standing still, shook her head slightly, a glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. This was her first encounter with his anxious demeanor. His previously nonchalant attitude had almost made her doubt her own allure. The workers at the dock accepted the warm water Shun Jingzi had brought, taking a brief respite before resuming their tasks. In the square, Li Yong and Chun Yun lounged on two wire mesh steel beds. Chen Huan casually inquired about their circumstances and learned they had been confined indoors for an extended period. Yearning for sunlight, he waved to a passing woman, instructing her to prepare some soft food to prevent them from becoming too hungry and needing to exert themselves unnecessarily. It seemed Li Yong would not be going anywhere today, while Chun Yun persistently insisted he was fit to join, even standing to demonstrate his muscles. However, Chen Huan, noticing his grimacing expression, emotionlessly ordered him to sit down. Fearing he would be left behind, Chun Yun pleaded fervently. Ultimately, Chen Huan succumbed to his insistence and decided to take him along. Only after Chen Huan reassured him multiple times did Chen Yun contentedly recline. Upon leaving, they saw Zhou Yuqing tirelessly moving furniture outside to air it out. Another woman was washing the clothes the group had changed out of, hanging the freshly laundered items on a makeshift wire drying rack. Outside the main gate, one could faintly discern Su Chun and Zhang Long diligently clearing weeds in the designated area of the greenhouse. Chen Huan observed them for a moment, content to let them be, until he heard Xiao Tian's wails emanating from within the building. This fellow's voice carried even from such a distance. He rubbed his ears, glancing at Xiao Tian, who was lamenting over a new exam paper. A wave of guilt washed over him. For a moment, he pondered whether he had been too harsh. After all, one should not impose upon others what one would not wish to endure. Though he excelled academically, he hardly relished the idea of tackling exam papers. Just as his heart began to soften, and he was about to suggest that the troubled Xiao Tian take a break and enjoy some leisure, the boy fortuitously spoke up. Brother, are you free? If so, could you help me with my homework? Xiao Tian gazed at Chen Huan with hopeful eyes. Upon hearing this, Chen Huan's expression darkened immediately, and he turned to leave. What's wrong with you, brother? As he watched Chen Huan hastily depart, Xiao Tian felt perplexed, his gaze shifting to the test paper, which now bore mature sorrow. Chen Huan exited the building and approached Zhou Yuqing. Mom, Xiao Tian has too few test papers. Let us add another set for him later. After Zhou Yuqing nodded in puzzlement, he drove off in a car, settling into the driver's seat and preparing to start the engine. However, before he could move, the passenger door swung open, and a long, graceful leg stepped inside. Following that was Shun Jingzi, whose presence was perfectly timed. Once she fastened her seatbelt, her figure became even more striking. I knew you had no one to accompany you, so I set aside my tasks to find you. Are you happy? Shun Jingzi smiled at Chen Huan, her eyes bright and clear, exuding a radiant charm. Her long, dark hair cascaded down her neck, accentuating her fair complexion. On previous outings, she typically kept her hair tied back, but today it flowed freely, allowing Chen Huan to steal a few extra glances. You only say that because you have nothing else to do, right? Chen Huan, familiar with her, responded casually. Let us drive. The car rolled out onto the national highway, heading toward the development zone. I won't talk to you anymore. Shun Jingzi pouted, her cheeks puffed up, which somehow added to her charm. Chen Huan, preoccupied with plans for rescue, did not dwell on her demeanor. Eventually, Shun Jingzi could no longer contain herself. Noticing Chun Huan's silence, she initiated a conversation. They chatted for a while, and soon they arrived at the familiar construction site in the development zone. He parked the car outside the site, exited, and locked the doors. Standing outside, they observed the bustling activity within. Shun Jingzi turned her gaze toward the faint figures of zombies wandering in the nearby community and curiously inquired, "Since you have them helping out, why not assist in clearing the zombies from the community?" After observing for a moment, Chun Huan replied, "I'm not their guardian. Why should I concern myself with that? If they get bitten by zombies, who will work for you then? Given the favorable conditions here, if they still get bitten, who can they blame?" His expression remained impassive. "I cannot save them for a lifetime. If they wish to survive, they must rely on themselves. If they desire a safe environment, they should organize themselves to eliminate the zombies in the community." Shen Jingzi pondered his words thoughtfully. Old Zhang from the construction site noticed the two and waved from a distance, delegating his work to others as he made his way over. "Hey, those two aren't in any trouble, are they?" Old Zhang peered outside, recalling the two soldiers from yesterday, with curiosity. He casually extracted a cigarette case. Noticing that neither of the two paid him any heed, he lit one and took a draw, a glimmer of vitality gracing his countenance compared to his usual demeanor. Previously, he could only indulge in the fleeting pleasure of a nearly empty case. Now, with Chun Huan's financial support, although he could not smoke at will, the occasional cigarette no longer burdened his conscience. They were still in the process of recuperation. Shun Jingzi seamlessly steered the conversation. "You came to inquire about the 7 individuals who arrived yesterday, did you?" Lao Zhang paused momentarily before responding in a hushed tone. "How are they faring?" A hint of curiosity flickered across Chun Huan's face. "Quite well. Those 5 men are diligent in their work, and last night they shared stories from the past, expressing their gratitude towards you," Lao Zhang replied with a smile. "Those individuals are truly remarkable. They handle all the dirty and laborious tasks without complaint." Chapter 157. Ko Bangshu recalling the experiences shared by a few, Old Zhang was filled with trepidation. They seemed to regard their fellow beings as mere tools. In the supermarket, when confronted by zombies, they would brandish firearms, using others as bait while they directed from behind. It seemed that had the numbers not been so few, their cruelty might have escalated further. Shaking his head, Old Zhang invited Chun Huan to come inside and take a look. Upon entering, they were immediately greeted by the bustling activity of the crowd. Most of the workers were men, yet in the corner stood 2 women, clad in coarse garments and wearing work gloves, diligently assisting amidst the throng. The sweat glistening on their foreheads attested to their relentless toil. These women were clearly not shirking their responsibilities. Old Zhang observed Chun Huan's attention drawn to this scene and remarked in astonishment that were it not for their inherent physical limitations, these women could easily rival any man present. He particularly pointed out one of them. Chun Huan turned to see the woman they had rescued from the 6th floor just the day before. This woman, Wang Yunya, appeared to be around 30 years old. Her lips pressed together as she stifled her fatigue while passing bundles of red bricks to the men awaiting on the truck. As for the other woman, whose appearance bore a hint of allure, she was originally named Zhou Miaoqing. At that moment, she was also nearby, gathering usable building materials. Although her efficiency was not on par with Wang Yunya's, she too was not idling. Her pretty face was smeared with dust, showing no sign of having taken a moment to clean herself. Both women were enduring hardship, Old Zhang lamented. In his opinion, rather than subjecting them to such strenuous labor, it would be more prudent to assign them to different tasks. Chun Huan remained silent, surveying the entire construction site. Everyone was engaged in their duties, except for an odd individual in the corner. This man, namely Yu Fei, would intermittently set down his tools to rest for extended periods. And when he thought no one was watching, he would steal glances at the sweat-soaked Wang Yunya and Zhou Miaoqing. Perhaps Chun Huan's gaze was too penetrating. After a prolonged stare, Li Yufei suddenly caught sight of him, causing him to startle and hastily grab his tools, feigning an air of exertion. Disregarding him, Chun Huan approached Wang Yunya, handing over his task to another worker. "Come with me," he said. A flicker of gratitude surfaced in Wang Yunya's defiant eyes as she glanced at Shen Jingzi, feeling somewhat inferior. She handed her load to a bystander and first stepped aside to dust herself off before turning to face the two men. Shen Huan added, "Go fetch Zhou Miaoqing. I'll wait for you outside." With that, he made his way out. As he passed old Zhang, he paused momentarily and spoke. "It's possible that no one will come for the goods tonight. Continue your work for now." Noticing old Zhang's confusion, he further clarified, "If no one arrives in 3 days, you may proceed without waiting for me." Watching Chen Huan's retreating figure, old Zhang felt a vague sense of foreboding stir within him. He called out, "Be careful on your way." Chen Huan merely waved his hand in acknowledgement. As the two individuals entered the vehicle, they waited for a moment while Wang Yunyun and Zhou Miaoqing tidied themselves up. Each grasped a steel rod and took their seats in the back. When Zhou Miaoqing climbed in, a trace of shyness lingered on her face. However, upon spotting Shen Jingzi in the front passenger seat, she hesitated, feeling a profound sense of inadequacy, compounded by her past, which enveloped her in silence. "Are you not concerned about what I might lead you into?" Chen Huan casually inquired as he started the car. "What you intend to do, you should have done yesterday. We're merely living on borrowed time. There is nothing to fear," Wang Yunyun replied with a wry smile. Today, she appeared considerably better than the day before. "Your health is still fragile. Why exert yourself so?" Shen Jingzi questioned, voicing her concerns. "Engaging in physical labor is preferable to being toyed with," Wang Yunyun murmured, her voice diminishing as she lowered her gaze. A brief silence enveloped the vehicle. "I know someone." Chen Huan broke the stillness within the car, prompting the others to turn their attention towards him. "She is a woman," he continued, raising his eyes, lost in recollection. "Alone in a perilous environment. She fought valiantly for herself and her companions, even in the face of betrayal and misunderstanding. She resolutely pursued her path, impervious to the opinions of others. Someone must stand upon the stage of history, whether it be dawn or dusk. If there must be such an individual, why cannot it be me?" These were her words. As the three listened, an inexplicable stir arose within them. No one is devoid of admiration for heroes, especially when the hero is a woman. Yet, they found Chen Huan's acquaintance rather peculiar. Before the calamity, everyone had lived in a rare cocoon of comfort, largely untouched by tragedy. Who then was this woman? How had Chen Huan come to know her? The curiosity of Wang Yunyun and Zhou Miaoqing was palpable. Shen Jingzi regarded Chen Huan with a neutral expression, her face betraying a hint of confusion as she began to reflect on her own journey alongside him. This fellow had seldom left her sight. Through which means had he encountered this woman he spoke of? Her gaze gradually shifted to one of danger. Who is she? Zhou Miaoqing's cheeks flushed with color. The tale, Chen Huan narrated, ignited a spark of longing within her. Since the onset of the apocalypse, she had merely survived, even as her boyfriend was slain, and she was compelled to submit to her enemies, fearing to act rashly for her survival. She was acutely aware that Li, the antagonist, had lowered his guard around her. With a mere thought, she could easily extinguish his wretched life. Yet, the fear of retaliation from Li's minions had paralyzed her. For the first time, the often timid Zhou Miaoqing felt a surge of boldness upon learning of such a woman existing in this world, yearning to live for herself in a similar manner. The Blood Queen, Ke Bangshu, Chen Huan softly elucidated. Wang Yunyun and Zhou Miaoqing exhaled deeply, leaning back in their seats, their gazes illuminated by an inexplicable spark, erasing the self-doubt that had previously clouded them. Observing the transformation of the two individuals, Chen Huan did not allow himself to rejoice prematurely. Ke Bangshu was one of the most renowned women known to him from his past life, and her accomplishments were indeed beyond words. She boldly shattered the enchantment of the 20, single-handedly organizing a legendary female legion famed for their prowess in apocalyptic battles. Fearless in combat, each warrior was imbued with unparalleled courage. Despite their gender, no man dared to mock them, as they fought valiantly on the front lines. Their reputation was meticulously forged through relentless effort. By the time of his rebirth, the base established by Ke Bangshu had grown to a formidable scale of nearly 100,000 individuals. Wherever she was present, The hordes of zombies seemed to encounter their nemesis, suffering repeated defeats. They were driven back and annihilated in no fewer than dozens of sieges. She truly embodied her title. The Bloodthirsty Queen. Chapter 158. Growth, how did you come to know? A gentle, warm breeze enveloped him. Chun Huan shivered slightly, turning his head to find a pair of strikingly distinct eyes fixated upon him. For reasons unknown, he perceived a hint of vigilance emanating from those eyes. You will understand later. Chun Huan found himself at a loss for explanation. These were tidings he had brought from a future world. At this moment, Ko Banshu was still unsure of her whereabouts, unable to articulate her thoughts. Yet, the gaze of Shin Jingxi made him uneasy. He glanced outside the car window, where an uninhabited village appeared before them. We have arrived. After parking the vehicle, the four of them disembarked. Wang Yunyan and Zhou Yuqing wore expressions of confusion, staring at the indistinct figures of zombies below, unable to comprehend why Chun Huan had brought them to such a place. A flicker of realization crossed Shun Jingxi's eyes, as if she had begun to fathom his intentions. This was the first village they encountered after leaving the camp, and it was also the first village he had found devoid of survivors. He had brought the two women here to hone their abilities. The zombies in this village possessed inherently poor physical prowess. Coupled with the sparse population and the prolonged depletion since the apocalypse, they had grown even weaker, making them ideal targets for practice. This notion had arisen in his mind after observing the efforts of the two earlier that day. Regardless of the outcome, the actions taken today would shape their future. I shall first bring back a zombie for you to familiarize yourselves with. Chun Huan grasped his Tang Dao and, finding a sturdy tree trunk, hewn a thick 2-meter-long log, stripping it of all branches before proceeding into the village. While his companions remained ensnared in their confusion, Chun Huan had already felled a zombie with his blade. He swiftly struck 4 more times, severing the creature's limbs, and then, using the freshly fashioned long stick, he hoisted the zombie's mangled body before the two women. As they beheld the gruesome sight, their faces turned pale, their bodies trembling, despite the weapons in their hands. Fear and trepidation gripped them deeply, an instinctual reaction that could not be dismissed so easily. Kill it, Chun Huan commanded without a trace of compassion. Shin Jingxi remained silent, understanding that such trials could only be borne by them. Surmounting this challenge would lead to a future. Failing to do so would warrant a return to their previous lives. Devoid of ambition, the two women forced their eyes open, confronting the bloody scene before them, discomfort brewing within. Ugh! Zhou Yuqing was the first to clutch her stomach, collapsing to the ground in a fit of retching. Wang Yunyan, succumbing to the contagion of her friend's distress, joined her in a corner, heaving until the remnants of their breakfast were expelled completely. Is this all the courage you possess? Chun Huan's voice remained indifferent. Gazing at the two women, he continued, You cannot even muster the courage to strike a non-aggressive zombie. How would you react to a living one? You have 10 minutes. He glanced at his watch and stated, If you do not take action within 10 minutes, I shall return you to where you came from, and what you choose to do thereafter will no longer concern me. As his words settled, the two women instinctively clenched their fists. Shin Jingxi let out a sigh, offering no plea for mercy on their behalf. In this apocalyptic world, tears were abundant, and those who lacked the courage to fight were merely burdens. Time slipped away, second by second. Chun Huan observed the two still crouched on the ground, then turned his gaze toward the village, silently awaiting the passage of time. It was not that he lacked sensitivity, but rather that this was the nature of the end times. It's you, all of you, you who destroyed my future, obliterated my life. Wang Yunyan seethed in a low voice. Gripping a steel pipe tightly with both hands, she struggled to stand upright, half crawling, half running toward the undead, unleashing her fury as she plunged the iron rod deep into the zombie's body. As she withdrew the pipe, a stream of yellowish fluid followed. Some splattered onto Wang Yunyan, yet she paid no heed to such trifles, relentlessly thrusting the pipe in and out. She shouted continuously, though she still endeavored to muffle her voice, fearing it might incite more zombies from afar. Tears flowed freely from the corners of her eyes, streaming down her nose and into her mouth, dripping onto the ground. The saltiness was not solely from her tears, but also from her sweat. The rapid swinging of the iron pipe was an exhaustingly strenuous endeavor. Moreover, her mind was consumed with hatred, her rage surging forth with each strike, her very being sustained only by sheer will. In a mere half-minute, she was gasping for air, her body drenched as if she had labored physically for an entire day. A hint of solace flickered in Chen Huan's eyes. He continued to wait. "Chengyang, I am sorry, I have avenged you. Chengyang, forgive me." Zhou Yuqing gazed at Wang Yunyan, who was fervently wielding the iron pipe, her own eyes suddenly moistening, her gaze vacant as she murmured to herself, uttering low words repeatedly. Yet she remained seated, motionless. Chen Huan glanced at his watch. 8 minutes had already elapsed, leaving just over a minute. After a brief pause, he observed Zhou Yuqing, still lost in self-reproach, and stepped forward, coldly remarking, "Chengyang, your boyfriend, right? What do you think he would feel seeing you like this now? Be quiet. He won't blame me. He won't blame me, woo-woo." Zhou Yuqing suddenly broke into tears, clutching her head, her body trembling uncontrollably, utterly at a loss for what to do. As time pressed on, another minute passed. Chen Huan remained silent, turning away, preparing to conclude with two very different fates for them. Shen Jingzi regarded the scene with a twinge of sympathy, glancing at Chen Huan's demeanor, yet ultimately chose not to offer comfort. In the final 3 seconds, Chen Huan raised his watch, ready to declare the end. "No, I refuse to be powerless like before. I will not simply watch as this unfolds." Zhou Yuqing unexpectedly shouted. She picked up the steel pipe from the ground and, rolling and scrambling, charged toward the zombie, ultimately succeeding in driving the pipe into its body in the last second of the 10-minute countdown. At this moment, the zombies had been utterly ravaged beyond recognition. The two individuals, confronted with an even more grotesque scene than before, did not falter or relent, continuously venting their long-held rage. "I shall return shortly," Chen Huan murmured, observing the horde of zombies rushing towards them from a distance. Zhou Yuqing's earlier cry had already drawn the attention of several nearby zombies, which were now sprinting eagerly towards the tantalizing prey. Wang Yunyan had, by now, discarded the steel pipe she had been wielding, sitting on the ground with a face marred by blood, her hands propping her up behind her, her eyes clouded. Chen Huan came into her line of sight, effortlessly drawing his long blade step by step, facing the oncoming zombies, dispatching them one by one with alarming ease. Chapter 159. This is your test. The once terrifying zombies, under his command, could barely withstand a single encounter. Each zombie, upon facing him, resembled nothing more than lifeless timber, cleaved in two and collapsing to the ground without a trace of vitality. No matter how numerous they were, they posed not the slightest threat to him. "If I possessed such power, tragedies would not have befallen us," she whispered softly, tears brimming in her eyes. "We will have it." A warm hand clasped hers. Turning to look, she saw that Zhou Yuqing had bravely risen despite her nausea. Once both women were upright, Chen Huan had already dispatched the few zombies that had been drawn to them, striding towards them with an imposing figure that appeared particularly majestic in their eyes. "Congratulations." A faint smile graced Chen Huan's face. "Zombies are not without danger, but they are not as formidable as you might think. First, let us cleanse ourselves. Then, I will show you where the true limits of humanity lie." He spoke slowly. The two women stood before him, chests out and heads held high, as if rejuvenated and ready to confront the new world. Hand in hand, they stood fearless. "Let us wash up," Shen Jingzi said, approaching with 2 bottles of mineral water. They accepted the bottles, twisting off the caps, their faces alight with curiosity, eager to comprehend what Chen Huan meant by humanity's limits. Thus, without hesitation, they began to wash themselves right where they stood. Pure mineral water cascaded down from above, tracing the curves of their bodies and gradually dampening their clothes, accentuating their figures. Compared to Wang Yunya, Zhou Yuqing's physique appeared particularly curvaceous. With half of their bodies soaked, the outlines of their undergarments became faintly visible. Chen Huan was somewhat at a loss. He had merely suggested they cleanse the dirt from themselves, yet they had taken it upon themselves to be so bold. After slaying a single zombie, a creature that posed no real threat, Had they lost all sense of modesty, unaware that this would expose their figures? However, the atmosphere was not suitable for such musings. He turned away, choosing not to observe. As their spirits settled, the two women eventually realized their state of undress, their faces flushing crimson as they implored Shun Jingzi with their eyes. Shun Jingzi shot Chun on a fierce glare, seeing that he was oblivious. She could only huff in annoyance as the two retrieved 2 sets of clean clothes from the vehicle, leading them to a safe place to change. Alas, the garments were incomplete, and since they were thoroughly soaked, they had no choice but to remove everything, donning clothing that was ill-fitting. There were no undergarments to speak of. Once they had changed, they approached Chen Huan, their cheeks still flushed. He sighed in resignation, realizing that they, too, understood the concept of shyness. "Follow me," Chen Huan instructed without further elaboration. He grasped his Tang Dao and, as if venturing into uncharted territory, made his way towards the village. Behind him trailed the 2 women, steel pipes in hand, their gazes filled with newfound determination, while Shun Jingzi remained at the rear, ensuring their safety. As they journeyed onward, once Chen Huan entered the village, regardless of the multitude of zombies encountered, he effortlessly dispatched them with ease. The most perilous moment arose when he turned a corner, only to be ambushed by a zombie lurking in the shadows, poised to pounce. Just as its sharp claws were about to pierce his flesh, a Tang Dao curved through the air, plunging into the undead creature. With a defiant roar, the zombie collapsed, never to rise again. The 2 women behind him watched in terror, gripping their steel pipes, ready to advance, but were taken aback as Chen Huan, with an almost prophetic ease, held his ground against the threat. Was this the pinnacle of human capability? Wang Yunyan pondered, her voice barely a whisper. Here, he could not fully unleash his power. Came the clear voice of Shun Jingzi. The 2 women fell into a stupor. Such prowess, and yet it was not his zenith. They felt that if they were the ones under attack, they would have been utterly defenseless. And this, according to Chen Huan's companions, was not even his peak. Their eyes brimmed with envy and longing. Could they truly evolve into such formidable beings? To stand before zombies with the casual grace of Chen Huan, they began to question their own potential. Nevertheless, they resolved to become individuals of equal strength. Chen Huan swiftly cleared the village of zombies, leading the 2 women as they eradicated every visible undead, whether once human or transformed dog. However, he did not intentionally tackle the zombies within the courtyards, instead guiding the women to a relatively tidy little yard. Upon entering through the front gate and ensuring its safety, he turned to them and declared, "To truly grow, one must push oneself to the brink of despair before unleashing their true power." Suddenly, Shun Jingzi felt a stirring within her. He was poised to make a shocking decision. As anticipated, Chen Huan continued, "I cannot assist you indefinitely." He gestured towards the small courtyard, adding, "This very yard will be your domain. I shall not provide you with food or resources. If you can endure until my next visit, it shall signify your passing of this test." Upon hearing this, even Shun Jingzi found his terms somewhat harsh. The 2 women had only faced a single, harmless zombie before, and now they were expected to survive alone in an abandoned village. Countless undead still roamed within the courtyards, albeit unable to easily emerge. Living here alone and scavenging for supplies would undoubtedly be a Herculean task for them. They exchanged silent glances, and just when Shun Jingzi thought they might concede, the 2 women spoke without hesitation. "We agree." Chen Huan's expression remained impassive as he sought confirmation. "Are you certain? If you regret this decision now, I can escort you back to safety, where food and drink await without peril. Should you remain here, I may return in a day, a week, a month, or even a year. Are you not afraid?" The 2 women exchanged smiles, resolutely declaring, having glimpsed a broader world, "How could we return to the confines of a sheepfold? I hope that when I return, I will still see you." Chen Huan cast a deep glance at the 2 women before unhesitatingly departing with Shun Jingzi. The car receded into the distance, leaving the desolate village engulfed in an atmosphere of solitude. Once the vehicle had vanished, Shun Jingzi could no longer contain her curiosity and asked, "Do you think they will survive?" "I do not know," Chen Huan replied, shaking his head. "Then why?" Before she could finish her thought, Chen Huan interjected, "Even I am uncertain whether I will see tomorrow or how long I might endure. The only thing I can do is to strive to survive in this sunless apocalypse, to live each day to the fullest." Chapter 160. Departure. I learned to refrain from worrying too far ahead. Embracing spontaneity rather than excessive planning allows for courageous adventures. I strive to enrich each day, embracing joy in every moment. The lively music from the car's speakers cascaded through the open window, weaving its way between the branches of trees lining the national highway, drifting into the desolate fields beyond. Shen Jingxi gazed at Chen Huan, who was intently focused on driving. In her bright eyes, a glimmer of something deeper shone through. Though the man before her appeared indifferent to everything around him, it was precisely this detachment that empowered him to fight valiantly for survival alongside others. Even if his words were harsh in this apocalyptic world, who could claim to be wrong? Much like Wang Yunyun and Zhou Miaoqing, once they surmount their immediate challenges, they would emerge renewed. All of this was orchestrated by the seemingly inscrutable Chen Huan. Beneath his cold facade lay an inexplicable charm that captivated her profoundly. After several songs, the camp came into view. Chen Huan parked the vehicle and, after casually observing the bustling crowd in the square, made his way towards the riverside, which held his greatest concern. Upon reaching the riverbank, he spotted Zhao Lin and others diligently completing the final steps of their task. "Boss, in an hour, we'll have this finished," Zhao Lin said, wiping sweat from his brow and setting down his tools to approach Chen Huan, his face alight with joy. "Good. Once you're done, we'll feast for lunch to reward everyone," Chen Huan replied, nodding. Although he felt a sense of relief inside, he concealed it from his expression. "Let us give it our all. We'll have a grand lunch today," Zhao Lin cheered, his enthusiasm igniting the motivation of the others. One by one, they stripped to their waists, energetically attending to their tasks, their efficiency visibly improving. It seemed that within the hour, a rudimentary dock would materialize. After observing for a while, Chen Huan turned to leave. He approached the square and found Zhou Yuqing. "Mom, make sure lunch is special today, with plenty of meat," he instructed. "All right," Zhou Yuqing replied, momentarily taken aback. A hint of tension crept into her voice as she asked, "Are you all planning another adventure?" Chen Huan smiled reassuringly. "The dock will be finished soon, and it's a celebration, Mom. There's nothing to worry about." That's good. That's good," Zhou Yuqing said with delight as she headed off to prepare lunch. Chen Huan watched his mother's retreating figure in silence, reflecting that his intentions were not solely to celebrate the dock's completion, but also to reward everyone before their impending journey. They were to venture into the old city to rescue Professor Zhang Zhongnan. The challenges along the way would likely be numerous, and merely returning alive would be a luxury. Thus, he aimed to ensure everything was well prepared, leaving no room for regret. After lunch, Chen Huan instructed Zhao Lin, Zhang Long, and the others to prepare individually. They loaded the various supplies into the speedboat, which had been checked for sufficient fuel for several trips. Once everything was ready, Chen Huan stepped forward. "Take me with you," Shen Jingxi said, tugging at Chen Huan's collar, her expression earnest. "Remain at the camp. Your presence reassures me." Chen Huan paused momentarily. "Should I fail to return, my mother will depend on you." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Shen Jingxi puffed her cheeks, eager to voice her thoughts. But upon catching the pleading gaze of Chen Huan, her heart softened. "Rest assured, I shall take care of her completely until your return." "Thank you." A smile graced Chen Huan's lips as he led the group onto the speedboat, starting the engine and heading eastward. This rescue team consisted of 6 individuals: Chen Huan himself, the ever-persistent Chen Yun, along with Zhao Lin, Zhang Long, Su Chun, and Wu Jinghua. Li Mu, knowledgeable in greenhouse construction, was left behind. They had provisions sufficient for approximately 3 days, preparing for the possibility of being stranded. In terms of weaponry, this expedition was the most well-equipped to date, bringing along 5 rifles, 4 of which were fully operational, alongside a sidearm for each individual. Chen Huan himself carried 2 spare magazines and the soul grenade. As for ammunition, they possessed 200 rounds for the rifles, with each magazine holding 30 rounds, leaving 80 as reserves. The handguns had 160 rounds, with each magazine containing 20 rounds and no excess reserves. Essentially, this venture had nearly depleted their resources. Should there be no substantial gains, Chen Huan would feel profound regret. The speedboat sped along the Pujiang River, the scenery on both banks swiftly retreating. The zombies along the shore roamed aimlessly, only reacting to the boat's passage by briefly sniffing the air and hastily moving a few steps before returning to their aimless wandering, devoid of purpose. We're almost there. Chen Huan surveyed the surroundings, opened the map, and briefed the 4 individuals encircling him. At the helm was Chen Yun, who, despite his numerous injuries, had no trouble steering the vessel. Their destination lay approximately 1 kilometer from the main route, with a park in between and an array of skyscrapers beyond. Their foremost objective upon disembarking was to reach the hotel situated 300 meters from shore. They would rest there until tomorrow before advancing towards their goal. Understood? Chen Huan inquired softly, gazing at the 4. Understood. They chorused in unison. Chen Yun, navigating the boat, could not help but turn around, admiring the serious atmosphere among them. Chen Huan, you should let someone else steer. Remaining on the boat truly does not suit me. Chen Huan shot him a glance and retorted, your injuries have only begun to heal. Do you think you can keep up with us over such a distance? My marksmanship is undoubtedly the finest. Chen Yun found himself at a loss for words. He was acutely aware of his own condition. A kilometer on foot was scarcely a challenge. However, given his current injuries, coupled with the burden of various supplies, he could very well find himself collapsing along the way. Pondering this, Chen Yun's expression turned disheartened. Observing the boat was paramount. Without it, our chances of returning would be severely compromised. Chen Huan stated slowly, thus your role is crucial. Very well. Chen Yun quickly composed himself and replied earnestly, as long as I am alive, no one shall take this boat from me. Chen Huan nodded in agreement. As the speedboat gradually decelerated and approached the shore, Chen Huan quietly remarked, let us inspect our equipment once more. This time, Chen Huan, Chen Yun, Zhao Yun, and Zhang Long each wielded a Type 95 rifle along with a Type 92 pistol. In contrast, Su Chun and Wu Zhenghua were each equipped solely with a Type 92 pistol, as they were tasked with carrying provisions for the group, and thus had no capacity for rifles. You should keep these 20 rounds, Chen Huan contemplated before disembarking, retrieving 25 8mm rounds from his own supply and handing them to Chen Jun, anticipating any potential shortage of ammunition. Chapter 161. A second rescue. He then waved his hand, leading a few individuals to silently disembark. They first secured the speedboat to the shore before choosing a path with fewer zombies to advance. Chen Yun observed the departure of the group with a solemn expression. He pulled out a thick cloth from the rear of the boat, spread it out to cover himself, and lay beneath it, leaving only his eyes exposed to survey the surroundings, aiming to minimize his presence. He needed to endure for at least 3 days. From above, one could see the densely packed zombies roaming aimlessly along the streets of the old city. Countless zombies wandered without purpose and beyond a park adjacent to the river. There were low-rise buildings, predominantly 6 to 7 stories high, none exceeding 10. At this moment, Chen Huan and the others were quietly traversing the park's interior. Meanwhile, at the Yunlin city base, within a hastily erected 2-story building, a middle-aged man clad in military attire scrutinized documents in his hands, his furrowed brow suggesting a perpetual state of concern. Reports indicated unusual movements among the zombies in Yunlin city, with signs of them congregating in significant numbers. The man continued to sift through recent investigation reports, his expression growing increasingly serious. Upon reaching the final document, a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. A soldier dressed in green military garb entered, adorned with 2 long stripes and a gold star on his shoulder. Upon entering, he presented himself with a serious demeanor, raising his right hand in a military salute, his voice resounding. General, deploy 2 more platoons of scouts to closely monitor the changes in the zombies of Yunlin City, commanded the middle-aged man, who bore a golden branch and a golden starburst on his shoulder as he rubbed his temples. Yes, General. I will take my leave now, the man replied, gesturing with his hand. The 30-something major turned to exit. The general closed his eyes for a moment before picking up another document to peruse carefully. Finally, he reached for the phone on his desk and began to dial. Shortly thereafter, a soldier entered. Mufei Bai, what is the status of the rescue operation for Professor Zhang Zhongnan? The young man before him displayed a hint of embarrassment, speaking in a low voice. General Yun, our first rescue team, comprised of 9 members, has been out of contact for 5 days. What is happening? General Yun's expression darkened as he rose and approached the map behind him. He examined the multitude of cryptic lines on the map until he located the position of Langzhou City, pondering deeply. I do not know, the young man replied, lowering his head in shame. 9 individuals. Do you have any idea how desperately we are short-handed at this moment? General Yun suppressed his rage, his voice strained. The cost of training 9 individuals is immense, and now their lives are lost without reason, with the primary objective still unfulfilled. How am I to report this to higher-ups? General Yun, please grant me another chance, the young man insisted earnestly, meeting General Yun's gaze. I will provide you with 2 helicopters. You have 3 days. If you cannot bring them back, do not return. General Yun contemplated for a long while, and just as the young man thought he had lost his chance, the general spoke quietly. Report, General. I assure you the mission will be completed. Alive or dead, we shall see our objective. The man rendered a military salute. General Yun paused momentarily, then added, there is no need for you to sacrifice yourself. You have 3 days. Regardless of whether you find them or not, remember to return. The current situation does not permit us any further losses. The man spoke in a hushed tone. He remained silent, bowing slightly before exiting through the door. At a makeshift terminal, 2 individuals were exchanging information. Captain Mu, the 2 helicopters you requested will not be available until tomorrow morning. One man remarked as he reviewed the memorandum, realizing that all helicopter slots were fully booked. Is there no way to expedite this? Captain Mu Fei's face bore a look of helplessness. 7 days prior, he had received a mission to rescue Professor Zhang Zhongnan, deploying an armored squad of 9 combat personnel, including the driver. It is worth noting that an armored squad possesses formidable firepower. However, just before entering Langzhou City, communication was suddenly lost. Captain Mu Fei found himself without contact with the rescue team, rendered utterly powerless. There is no possibility of an earlier flight. The earliest helicopter will not complete its mission until midnight, while the second will not be ready until 2 in the morning, the man said, shaking his head in resignation. Moreover, after the aircraft returns, it requires maintenance and cannot take off immediately. Our personnel have been working overtime. Then let us depart at 5 tomorrow morning. Captain Mu Fei decided, taking a deep breath. This time, he resolved to dispatch 2 reinforced teams, each consisting of 12 members, along with himself and the pilots, totaling nearly 30 individuals. If the mission remained unfulfilled, he feared further reprimands. The day had waned significantly. The old district of Langzhou City had grown dim. In a dilapidated park, 5 figures crept silently alongside the bushes. Ahead, 3 wandering zombies appeared. Chen Huan gestured for the group to halt. He signaled Zhao Lin and Zhang Long to join him as they drew near, each brandishing close combat weapons. As they approached, the nearest zombie detected their presence, its gaping maw tearing open as it lunged at Chen Huan. With swift footwork, Chen Huan wielded his Tang sword, expertly aiming for the creature's neck and, with a decisive slash, severed the grotesque head, which tumbled to the ground. Zhao Lin and Zhang Long were equally resolute. One wielded a military knife while the other held a short blade, both swiftly dispatching the slow-moving zombies. A brief survey revealed that the nearest zombies were still 20 meters away. Chen Huan nodded and continued to stealthily advance towards their target location. They were approximately 200 meters from the speedboat, and with another 100 meters, they could traverse the park to reach their destination. Fortunately, there were few zombies within the park, allowing the group to move with relative ease. However, as they drew closer to the exit, zombies began to appear in increasing numbers, particularly near the exit, where as many as 20 zombies congregated. Gazing into the distance, Chen Huan contemplated how to successfully navigate the challenges ahead. At that moment, his eyes caught sight of a continuous artificial hill, located a mere few meters to the left of the grand entrance. This hill was directly connected to the outside world, and its central area was teeming with zombies, while its edges were nearly devoid of them. A splendid opportunity. Chen Huan's spirits lifted. He gestured toward the left front, silently urging his companions, "Let us proceed this way." Upon observing the situation with the artificial hill, his companions' faces brightened as well. Avoiding the zombies was indeed the best course of action. Even if they were not afraid, the sheer number of the undead was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. The group altered their trajectory and began advancing towards the artificial hill. Along the way, they quietly dispatched over a dozen zombies before finally reaching the hill's location. Chapter 162. The Ladder to Salvation. This location lies at the rear end of the artificial hill. From the outset of its design, there was no intention to create a passage for passage. Thus, the stones here are interconnected, forming a nearly 20-meter-long barrier. Standing about 2 meters high and positioned at roughly a right angle to the ground. With a running start, Chen Huan pressed his hand against the top of the stones, and, with a powerful push, he found himself standing atop the rocky structure. The stones are closely knit, each approximately 1 meter in width. Chen Huan glanced at the road outside, a 4-lane thoroughfare with pedestrian paths on either side, where vehicles were haphazardly collided in the center. Scattered around the vehicles were numerous zombies, a disconcerting sight. Beyond the immediate chaos, the same grim scene unfolded at both ends of the street. Chen Huan's expression turned grave. It seemed there was no safe route to be found here. The only option was to confront the danger head-on and forge through. He steeled his resolve and turned to the others behind him. "Let us split into 2 groups. Xiaolin, you will lure the zombies to the left while the rest of us make a dash across the road." He pointed towards a corner ahead, where a hotel wall was topped with a 3-meter-high iron gate. The group nodded in agreement, and he continued, "Xiaolin, after you circle around, enter through the iron gate behind us. We'll provide cover for you, understood? Don't worry, I'll handle it." Zhao Lin replied with calm determination. "Be careful," Chen Huan said, giving him a reassuring look and a pat on the shoulder. Zhao Lin smiled, turning to the others, and, feeling the edge of the stone facing the road, warned, "I'm starting now." "All right," Chen Huan nodded, the others sharing a moment of anxiety as they watched Zhao Lin leap down, crouching to absorb the impact before sprinting towards the relatively open left side. His movement attracted the attention of more than a dozen zombies, who lumbered towards him at a sluggish pace, allowing him to keep them at bay. Now, it was Chen Huan's turn. "Let us go," he whispered. With that, he leapt off the sidewalk, followed closely by the other 4 as they descended in quick succession. As Wu Jinghua was the last to jump down, Chen Huan led the charge, navigating through the safe space Zhao Lin had created. The chaos of overturned vehicles left little room to land, forcing them to stride hastily across the rooftops of the cars. Inside some vehicles, the zombies, trapped by the wreckage, reached out through the gaps, desperately trying to grasp the tantalizing morsels before them. With a swift motion, Chen Huan's Tang Dao sliced through the air, severing a decayed hand cleanly. While running, he cleared the path of hazards, ensuring the safety of his companions as they made their way across the road and onto the sidewalk. Upon reaching the hotel's iron gate, they found 7 or 8 zombies lingering there, a consequence of Zhao Lin's absence. These undead creatures continued their aimless wandering. Chen Huan knew that unless these threats were eliminated, even if they managed to cross safely, Zhao Lin would encounter an insurmountable obstacle. Without hesitation, he stepped forward to confront the danger. Zhang Long, Su Chun, and Wu Jinghua each drew their weapons, trailing closely behind Chen Huan as they charged forward. The chilling Tang Dao glimmered like a death scalpel, swiftly dispatching the nearest zombie, which collapsed silently to the ground. The blade then continued its lethal arc towards another undead foe. Chen Huan led the charge with unrelenting ferocity, while his companions frantically delivered finishing blows. As Su Chun and Wu Jinghua remained locked in combat, Zhang Long successfully felled another zombie. He pivoted to assist Su Chun, delivering a kick that sent the approaching zombie staggering back, colliding with 2 others and knocking them down. Seizing the moment, Chen Huan swung his Tang Dao with vigor, astonishingly eliminating 2 zombies in a single strike. Meanwhile, Wu Jinghua let out a triumphant exclamation as he had successfully dispatched the zombie before him. The tide of battle shifted dramatically, leaving the remaining zombies roughly equal in number to the group, not to mention one that lay incapacitated on the ground. As the last zombie fell, Chun Huan pressed onward towards the iron gates of a nearby hotel. However, to his astonishment, he found the gates unyielding to his push. Startled, he exerted all his strength, but the doors remained obstinately closed. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as an ominous thought crossed his mind. Peering through the gap, his suspicions were confirmed. The gates were secured with a heavy lock, and behind them lay two large beds pushed together, barricading the entrance. A wave of dread washed over Chun Huan. Were they not alone here? It seemed an unexpected peril was imminent. This unforeseen circumstance plunged the group into a precarious situation. Not far off, Zhao Lin was leading a throng of zombies towards their location, set to converge with them in mere moments. Yet, they remained trapped outside, unable to enter. Time was against them, and scaling the imposing gates was not an option. The only alternative was to seek entry through another establishment. But every other shop featured glass doors that would offer little protection against the zombies, let alone secure closure. With no choice but to confront the looming threat head-on. Venturing onto the street to confront the undead would be tantamount to courting death. The number of zombies that could arrive was uncertain, and danger loomed ever closer. Just as Chun Huan was about to make a decision, a male voice called out, accompanied by the sudden appearance of a folding ladder tossed in their direction. "A ladder!" Zhang Long exclaimed, his face lighting up with hope. He swiftly seized it and unfolded the 3-meter ladder, which was perfectly suited for scaling the iron gates. "You go first," Chun Huan urged, glancing towards the approaching Zhao Lin. Zhang Long nudged Su Chun, who quickly grasped the situation, ascending the ladder and vaulting over the gates. Wu Jinghua followed suit. Perhaps it was the imminent danger that ignited their survival instincts, for within a mere 10 seconds, all three had successfully crossed the gates. At that moment, Zhao Lin also arrived at the scene. "Hurry up!" Chun Huan drew his Tang Dao, bracing himself for the zombies that were hot on their heels. Zhao Lin opened his mouth, but did not refuse. In such dire circumstances, every second was a matter of life and death. The scenario of pushing and shoving amidst peril would not unfold among them. As Zhao Lin scaled the wall, Chun Huan hastened to follow with the ladder. The relentless horde of zombies, which had pursued them for so long, finally closed in. They clawed at the ladder, each one frantically tugging, attempting to drag Chun Huan down. Among them, a particularly astute zombie, whether due to the crowding of its companions or its keen sense of opportunity, crouched on the ladder, inching closer to Chun Huan above. "Be cautious below," someone called out, spotting the figures outside through the narrow gap of the door. Chun Huan turned to see a zombie at his feet. Reaching for his ankle, he swiftly countered with a blade, cleaving the creature to the ground, then scrambled a few steps further. The top of the door was now within reach. Chapter 163, A Rare Dinner at Long Last. The ladder that had been pulled for quite some time fell to the ground with a thud. Chun Huan, who had long been aware of the situation, exerted all his strength and leaped over the iron gate, landing behind the large bed. Panting heavily, he quickly surveyed his surroundings. Before him stood 4 companions concerned for his safety, while to the side, 2 vigilant middle-aged men regarded Chun Huan and his group. Their expressions tinged with apprehension as they seemed to notice the firearms strapped to their backs. "Do not worry, we are merely passing through," Chun Huan stated simply to the man who appeared to be their leader. Upon hearing his words, the man on the right hesitated for a moment, a smile gradually forming on his face as he looked at the 95 rifle slung across Chun Huan's back. He inquired, "Are you soldiers? Have you come to rescue us?" Noting the glimmer of hope in the man's eyes, Chun Huan shook his head. "No, we're just passing through and mean you no harm," he added promptly. The man's expression initially betrayed disappointment, but upon hearing Chun Huan's assurance, he visibly relaxed, a sigh of relief escaping his lips. "Please, come in and rest a while." He gestured toward the interior of the establishment, a smile gracing his face. "Thank you. We shall rest inside," Chun Huan replied, casting a few more glances around before leading the way through the door. However, as he passed another man, he noticed the latter's muscles were taut, as though braced for something. Chun Huan chose to remain silent. After all, with the 5 of them, accompanied by 4 rifles outside, It was only natural for anyone to feel apprehensive. He dismissed the minor concern and proceeded into the hotel lobby. At first glance, although the floor was somewhat dirty, not a single piece of litter could be seen. In a world ravaged by scarcity, the absence of trash was remarkable. Such cleanliness could only be maintained through diligent upkeep. Chun Huan found it rare to encounter a camp that prioritized hygiene, and he lingered a moment longer. In a corner, he spotted an elderly woman clutching a broom. What is going on? After so many cleanings, we still have Sister Chin sweeping? Help her inside to rest. You ought to pay more attention. The leader's expression darkened as he instructed his subordinate trailing behind. The man turned and approached the elderly woman, assisting a woman in her 60s into a room. Chun Huan did not witness the follow-up. Instead, he followed on to a dining area. The dining room was modest, accommodating 5 tables at best, and somewhat simplistic in its decor. I apologize for the simplicity, the leader approached with a smile. I am Wang Tao. May I inquire your names? Chun Huan, Zhao Lin, Zhang Long Su Chun, Wu Zhenghua. The group introduced themselves in turn. Wang Tao's smile grew ever more radiant as he summoned a person from the kitchen to bring a kettle of boiling water, pouring each of them a cup. It is getting late. We have just reached mealtime. Would you like to join us for a warm meal? Wang Tao gestured slightly, prompting the man in the kitchen to retreat with a kettle, beginning to serve the prepared dishes onto the dining table. No need, we brought our own food. Chun Huan politely declined. Just as he pondered Wang Tao's unusual eagerness, the latter smiled and candidly replied, All right, then I shall not impose upon you. Chun Huan glanced at him and began to invite others to join the meal. Before long, a woman approached with her 2 children, and Wang Tao walked a few steps, embracing the little ones and leading them to another table, seating them beside him before assisting the woman to sit down. After Wang Tao settled, 4 men entered one after another from outside. They varied in height, each casting curious glances at Chun Huan and his companions, surprisingly devoid of fear. Chun Huan could not help but shake his head. These individuals had likely never experienced the depths of human nature in the apocalypse. Boldly extending a ladder of trust to strangers and ushering them into a more significant dining area, they began to engage in casual conversation. Chun Huan gestured to Su Chun and Wu Zhenghua to retrieve food from their backpacks. Each received a portion, along with a bottle of mineral water for everyone. They had exerted considerable energy during their journey and were now quite hungry, with Zhao Lin already digging in. After a moment's reflection, Chun Huan took 3 cans of luncheon meat from Su Chin's backpack and approached Wang Tao. As he drew near, he overheard Wang Tao telling his young son, Be good. Eat the meat to grow strong. Chun Huan fell silent, realizing that this man was sharing one of the apocalypse's most valuable resources with his son, embodying the essence of a devoted father. The meal spread before them was quite humble. Each person received a steamed bun, accompanied by 2 large bowls of pickled vegetables and 2 plates of stir-fried meat. Little brother, what brings you here? Upon noticing Chun Huan's approach, Wang Tao abruptly stood up, blocking the table and concealing the food. A hint of tension crossed his face, as he feared Chun Huan might snatch their meal. These 3 cans of luncheon meat. Thank you for your hospitality. Chun Huan offered the cans. Wang Tao's expression softened considerably. You speak as if we are strangers. In this apocalypse, the outside world is teeming with zombies. If we do not help one another, how can we survive? Chun Huan nodded in agreement, but just before turning away, he inquired, How many of you are there? Wang Tao appeared perplexed, unsure of the question's intent, yet he responded, There are 10 of us in total. Sister Chin is shy and usually eats alone, while there's another person outside keeping watch. But there's no need for concern. I have already delivered food to them. Chun Huan bid farewell and returned to his place. With 10 individuals on their side and 5 on theirs, totaling fewer than 20, there was little to fear from zombies, allowing for a good night's rest before facing the following day's perils. Once everyone had finished eating, Wang Tao approached and led Chun Huan towards their room. Zhao Lin, the glutton, even drank a large glass of water before departing, declaring that the mineral water was insufficient for his thirst. Bloodstains could still be seen in the corridor. At that moment, I was leaning against the counter when suddenly a guest in the hall transformed into a zombie. Had I not swiftly seized a chair to strike him on the head, I too might have met the same grim fate. Wang Tao, with a look of lingering fear, recounted the incident. Fortuitously, there were not many who had turned into zombies within the hotel. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I barricaded the iron door and, alongside several staff members, managed to eliminate the zombies, allowing us to survive, albeit barely. As the two conversed, they soon arrived at the third floor. Wang Tao handed each of the 5 individuals a key. Upon opening the door, he cautioned, "Lately, there's been quite an abundance of mosquitoes. There are mosquito coils in the room. Be sure to light them." Just a few days prior, a staff member was bitten by a mosquito and, to our horror, awoke the next day as a zombie. Chen Huan paused momentarily, nodding slowly in gratitude. Chapter 164. The peculiar room. To his astonishment, there were indeed others here. Fortunately, they had extended a ladder. Otherwise, we would have been in peril, Su Chen remarked, a hint of relief evident in his eyes. As an ordinary individual, it was remarkable enough to accompany Chen Huan into danger in order to rescue others. Indeed, it is fortunate that we need not concern ourselves with cleaning the room. Wu Jinghua concurred, observing the key in his hand as he identified the corresponding door. Such establishments, built long ago, typically employed traditional keys for entry. Even in the presence of electronic locks, they remained universally applicable. There was no need to fret over the potential inability to return home due to a lack of electricity in a post-apocalyptic world. "Let's rest early. We shall set forth at dawn tomorrow," Chen Huan said, glancing at the key he held. He located his room, inserted the key, and opened the door, revealing the interior bathed in the sun's fading light. The aged furniture was cloaked in a deep shade of crimson, while a brown quilt lay spread across the wooden bed, showing little sign of dust accumulation upon closer inspection. Directly opposite the bed stood an old LCD television, though modest in size compared to contemporary models. It was the most recent appliance in the room. On the television cabinet rested 2 plates. The first held a set of teacups, which were thickly coated in dust. Chen Huan paused momentarily, lifting one with a single hand and wiping the interior, only to find it enveloped in a layer of grime. He shook his head and returned the cup to its place. His gaze shifted to the second plate, which appeared to have been meticulously cleaned, devoid of any dust. It contained an unlabeled box of incense and several scattered candles, with faint traces of wax evident on the table's edge. The candles were peculiar, exhibiting a striking pink hue, a variety he had never encountered before. Chen Huan set down his weapons and backpack, dragging a chair to the window to take a seat. He then retrieved a map he carried with him, unfolding it before him, and utilizing the last rays of light to contemplate the plans for the morrow. The soundproofing in this place was inadequate. Seated by the window, Chen Huan could still hear noises from the adjacent room. However, the disturbance was minimal, allowing him to continue examining the map. The preliminary plans seemed overly optimistic. Upon entering this area, he had discovered the alarmingly high density of zombies in the old city. The layout was convoluted, filled with numerous narrow paths, where even within the same neighborhood, the alleys varied greatly. After considerable deliberation, he confirmed 2 routes leading to Zhongshan Garden. One path meandered through the depths of a residential complex, situated at the far edge where vehicles rarely traversed, let alone pedestrians. The alternative was bolder, cutting through a nearby gymnasium and passing a long stretch of sparsely populated buildings. Regardless of the chosen route, inherent risks loomed ahead. "Wang Yi, there are many outside. I do not wish to leave." A fragmented voice floated through the air. Chen Huan, alert, gazed out the window, spotting 2 figures standing behind the iron gate. One of them, the person who had dined at the table earlier, was murmuring quietly to Wang Tao. He was located on the 3rd floor, where only fragmented sounds reached him. Chen Huan set down the map and gazed at the increasingly dimming sky, a sudden sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. What was happening outside? He shifted his gaze to the iron door, and the scene on the street immediately came into view. Hundreds of zombies were amassed outside, dragging their broken bodies and sporting grotesque faces, inching closer to the iron gate. Even further away, more zombies were continuously congregating. What on earth was going on? Chen Huan felt a jolt of alarm, instinctively gripping the tang knife in his hand. His expression grave. With such a multitude of zombies, he felt utterly powerless. Although their current firepower could annihilate most of them, the sound of gunfire would only attract more, turning the area into a veritable death trap. Resorting to cold weapons seemed an impractical approach. The virus had not yet mutated, nor had human genetics undergone changes. Given his physique, it would be exceedingly difficult to confront so many zombies without succumbing to exhaustion, especially with only 4 individuals at his disposal, each possessing varying degrees of capability. If the problem was not swiftly identified, the situation would remain insurmountable. The crux of the matter was what? Chun Huan fell into deep contemplation. No, he must first alert the others. As he resolved to step out, he noticed something peculiar. The neighboring room, which had previously echoed with activity, was now eerily silent, as if in slumber. A chill ran down his spine. There was no time for further thought. A change might have already occurred. He slung the Type 95 rifle over his shoulder, gripped the tang knife in hand, ready to draw it at a moment's notice, and silently approached the peephole. After a few seconds of scrutiny, he discerned that the outside was devoid of movement. He waited a few more moments before finally opening the door, gently dragging the door to prevent it from scraping against the floor and making noise. He stepped out into the hallway. He was alone in the corridor. Thud, thud, thud. Chun Huan first approached Zhang Long's room, lightly knocking on the door. After 3 taps, silence reigned within. He knocked again, more insistently twice. This was hardly the time for rest. If Zhang Long was not resting, why had he not opened the door? Was he preoccupied with something else and simply did not hear? Yet Zhang Long, who was usually quite vigilant, should not be so inattentive. This was a grave concern. An ominous premonition began to envelop him. He skeptically approached Su Chen's room, but the situation was the same. Standing in front of Wu Jingguo's room, he knocked once, no response. Twice, still no change. Creak. On the 3rd knock, the sound of a door creaking open reached his ears. Chun Huan looked at the unchanged wooden door before him, silently turned away, and noticed a similar expression on Zhao Lin's face, who gestured to him. Chun Huan quietly entered his room. Once inside, Zhao Lin peered through the peephole several times. Only after confirming that there was indeed no one outside did he withdraw his gaze and motion for Chun Huan to sit down. "Boss, I sense something amiss here," Zhao Lin said, a look of concern etched on his face. "Why do you say that?" Chun Huan has essentially confirmed that there is an issue here. Yet the crux of the matter remains elusive. His mind is clouded with numerous suspicions as he awaits Zhao Lin's response, simultaneously reflecting on the events that transpired after they entered the hotel. "Boss, look," Zhao Lin said, retrieving a half-filled bottle of mineral water from his backpack. Upon seeing it, Chun Huan recognized it as the very same bottle of mineral water that had gone unclaimed during their dinner earlier that evening. He recalled that Zhao Lin had finished his drink and had poured the remainder for everyone to share. How could this be? "Boss, think carefully. We are currently in a blackout, and water is a precious resource. Why would they so generously offer us water without a second thought?" Zhao Lin spoke slowly. "Even if it were out of kindness, it would be an extravagant gesture. Moreover, a hotel owner should be well aware of such matters." Chun Huan silently nodded in agreement. Then I discreetly poured the water from my cup into the mineral water bottle. Upon returning to the room, I discovered some cockroaches in the bathroom, and thus Chapter 165. Damn it, Chun Huan gazed at the multitude of cockroaches sprawled on the ground, his heart growing heavier with each passing moment. "Boss, could it be that this place is laced with poison?" Zhao Lin expressed his concern, casting a wary glance at Chun Huan, fearful of receiving a grim response. "Let me think," Chun Huan murmured as a multitude of details replayed in his mind. The elderly man resting in the shadows, carried back to his room by Wang Tao's men, their warm demeanor a rarity in these apocalyptic times. The peculiar assortment of meats laid out on the dining table. The total number of individuals not exceeding 20, yet surrounded by hundreds of zombies outside. A cascade of strange observations flooded his brain, and a sliver of truth began to crystallize in his mind, a potent possibility increasingly asserting itself. "Stay here." Chun Huan exhaled deeply, turning to Zhao Lin with a grave warning. "Be on high alert. If someone knocks on your door, do not respond." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "If they attempt to enter Zhang Long's room, Act swiftly. Use your firearm if necessary. Do not fret about attracting the zombies. All right, I understand, Zhao Lin acknowledged, sensing the gravity of the situation from Chun Huan's tone, nodding earnestly. Chun Huan quietly opened the door, the creaking sound echoing eerily in the desolate corridor. He conducted a brief inspection before descending the staircase, moving silently. Upon reaching the second floor, muffled voices drifted into his ears. "Brother Wang, this approach is futile," a male voice expressed urgently. "Go to the kitchen and fetch a piece of meat. See if you can lure the zombies away," Wang Tao's voice responded. Soon after, footsteps approached from outside the courtyard, making their way towards the dining area. Chen Huan paused, waiting for the noise within the dining room to dissipate before stealthily navigating towards the sound. Upon entering the dining room, he found it deserted. He quietly made his way to the kitchen, gently opening the door. A wave of metallic scent assaulted his senses. Dark crimson stains marred the floor, and he followed the trail deeper inside, ultimately halting before a large stainless steel cabinet. Beneath the cabinet, fresh blood had congealed, layering over the older stains. The bizarre scene seemed to foreshadow something ominous. In that moment, the dimly lit kitchen resembled a despairing slaughterhouse. Chun Huan silently opened the cabinet, the sight within inducing a wave of nausea that surged through him. Silence and fury erupted simultaneously within him. His eyes were icy, and it had been ages since he felt such profound anger and revulsion. Everything, it seemed, demanded retribution and blood. "Is this all you brought? Are you out of your mind?" Brother Wang's anxious voice echoed. I was worried it wouldn't be enough to eat," the man stammered defensively. "5 more people just arrived, and you're still worried about insufficient food?" Brother Wang snapped, angrily pushing open the kitchen door. One of the men stepped toward the cabinet. Thud! As he entered the kitchen, a crash resounded behind him, igniting his irritation. "This idiot is so slow. He can't do anything right. At a time like this. Tripping over himself? You fool! Are you?" His voice abruptly ceased, his expression frozen in shock. His gaze was filled with astonishment and bewilderment. A pitch-black handgun was pressed against his forehead, the safety disengaged. The hand gripping the weapon was resolute and strong, and the other's expression was laden with disdain. Chun Huan, shrouded in the shadows of the night, fell completely into Wang Tao's line of sight. Instinctively, he glanced at the ground, where the neck of his subordinate bled dark crimson, now devoid of sound. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead as his mind raced. "Brother, let's talk this out." Wang Tao raised his hands, his voice trembling. "What do you want? I can provide whatever you desire. Do not pull the trigger. Our humanity is already scarce. Mutual slaughter will only lead to our extinction." Chun Huan silently regarded him, emitting no sound. Wang Tao's words at that moment were utterly laughable. A man who professed not to harm his fellow humans, yet wielded a knife as if he were a butcher. He feasted upon the bodies of his own kind, masquerading as a paragon of virtue, all the while engaging in self-deception and refusing to repent. Should such a person be spared? Chun Huan coldly spoke, retracting the handgun. "You are aware that the apocalypse has arrived. Outside there are zombies, and we dare not venture out." Wang Tao, seeing the gun withdrawn, exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow, and continued. "There is no other choice. Truly none. I have sons and daughters. Without this, survival is impossible. Moreover, I have saved many countless." A fork suddenly plunged into Wang Tao's throat. His voice was silenced forever, blood oozing from a wound. As it was not a fatal blow, he did not perish instantly. Wang Tao clutched the fork embedded in his neck, confusion filling his eyes as he sank to his knees, the terror of death enveloping him. The strength gradually draining from his body, rendering him powerless to struggle. Death had never felt so close. Chun Huan uttered not a single word more. To engage with such scum, lower than even the zombies, was a repugnant endeavor. Zombies consume flesh, driven by the instincts of a virus. But Wang Tao was a manifestation of humanity's depravity. Once Wang Tao succumbed to death, he locked the door behind him and walked towards the rooms where others resided. With this thought, Chun Huan turned his steps towards Sister China's room. At the end of the first floor, a locked room was exposed. Chun Huan forcefully slammed against the door, which swung open with a resounding bang. "Don't eat me! Don't eat me!" Sister Qin's terrified voice rang out. Chun Huan entered the room silently. Observing Sister Qin huddled on the ground, cradling her head, he spoke gently. Do not fear. The one who intended to consume you has been slain. It was only after he repeated this twice that Sister Qin hesitantly raised her wrinkled face. Fear still lingered on her countenance as she cautiously inquired, You truly aren't here to eat me? Upon Chun Huan's nod, her expression transformed with excitement as she rose, exclaiming, You must leave quickly. Wang Tao and his ilk are ruthless demons. Once you are incapacitated, they will bind you and store you in the cellar as provisions. Quickly, child, quickly, Chun Huan urged silently in his heart. After a few more words of persuasion, Sister Qin finally believed that he had indeed vanquished that fiend. Sister Qin, could you kindly guide me to the rooms of others? You must be familiar with their whereabouts. Chun Huan spoke gently. Follow me, Sister Qin replied, leading the way at a leisurely pace. Chun Huan quietly trailed behind, offering no pressure, no haste. As they ascended to the second floor, Sister Qin discreetly pointed towards several rooms within. These are the ones. They all reside here. Please wait here for a moment. Chun Huan instructed, carefully positioning the elderly individual on the steps to prevent any uncomfortable exposure. He then turned to approach the first grand door. Chapter 166. The true deviants are you at this moment. There was no longer any need for subterfuge. Not to mention the ruckus he had just caused by slamming the door on the first floor. With a crash, the wooden door splintered into shards, scattering inward. A figure emerged, brandishing a kitchen knife, his expression fierce. A gasp of astonishment escaped the air. Chun Huan remained unperturbed as he drew his tang knife, swiftly severing the man's right wrist, the severed limb tumbling to the ground alongside the knife. In a state of terror, the man felt the tang knife plunge rapidly into his chest. His eyes widened in silent disbelief. He had never anticipated that he would meet his demise at the hands of Chun Huan in such a fleeting encounter. Regret and resentment evaporated into nothingness. Inside the room, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. Chun Huan wiped his tang knife on the man's body, exhibiting no haste. What transpired? What happened? Where's Brother Wang? Tension-filled shouts echoed through the corridor. Armed and vigilant, they clustered together. The foremost individual, upon seeing the shattered door, was about to call out to the two behind him. With a swift and precise stroke, a blade cut through his neck. He had not even glimpsed his assailant before meeting his end. Who is it? Step forward. The remaining two cried out in alarm. Their weapons trembled in their grip as they fixated on the enigmatic room, cautiously advancing. 1 step, 2 steps. Clack, clack. The empty corridor resonated with the crisp sounds of footsteps. Chun Huan emerged from the broken door, dragging his bloodied tang knife, droplets of blood falling to the ground, forming a slender trickle. Chun Huan, one individual recognized him, speaking in bewilderment. It is I, Chun Huan replied. Then without further greeting, he struck at the nearest person. Clang. The tang knife clashed against the long cleaver, producing a jarring sound. Chun Huan glanced sideways, astonished that this person had managed to parry his attack. His expression grew serious. His body poised like a leopard, ready to spring. The man wielding the cleaver felt his wrist ache, nearly dropping the weapon. He stared incredulously at Chun Huan, realizing that despite his normal physique, the force behind his strikes was formidable. If he continued to attack recklessly, he feared he would be taken down one by one. If you wish to survive, let's charge together. The man gritted his teeth and shouted, preparing to confront Chun Huan once more. However, he was struck by the most probable scenario, yet did not foresee that his companion would abandon him. The other individual was too frightened to face Chun Huan. For so long, it had been just the two of them resisting. Where were the others? It was evident without needing to guess. Thus, fear gripped him, and he could only think of having his companion restrain Chun Huan while he made his escape. But where could he flee to? As the man's tang knife circled the cleaver and struck his chest, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, a short knife lunging directly at his companion. He failed to react in time and collapsed. Simultaneously, a searing pain coursed through him. He was engulfed in darkness, trailing behind his companions as they departed from this world. In the corridor, Only the cries of 2 children and the trembling voice of a woman seeking to comfort them remained. Is there anyone left? Zhao Lin, fully armed, stepped into the corridor. Having heard the sound of the door being breached, he knew it was Chun Huan who had taken action, and he hurriedly equipped himself to provide support below, only to realize he had arrived far too swiftly. Had he truly managed to catch only one fleeing individual? No more. Dispose of these people at the other end of the street. Chun Huan paused for a moment before continuing. Never mind. Go check on Zhang Long and the others. Understood. Zhao Lin wasted no time and ascended to the 3rd floor. Chun Huan pushed open the last room. The door was unlocked, presumably awaiting Wang Tao's return to rest. However, they would never wait for him again. Inside, a woman held her 2 children tightly, whispering gentle reassurances. Upon seeing Chun Huan enter, she sprang to her feet. Her lips pale, pleading, "Young man, for the sake of the children, please spare them." Noticing Chun Huan's indifference as he advanced with his blade, she frantically took a step forward, tearing open her blouse. Her alabaster skin was suddenly exposed to the air. "Spare the children. I am yours to command. Truly, you may do as you wish," the woman called out, clinging to her last shred of hope. "It is unnecessary," Chun Huan replied with a gentle smile. "Their continued existence is merely a torment to themselves." With a swift motion, he raised his wrist, the blade glinting with lethal intent, decisively bypassing the woman to slay a man and a woman without hesitation. The cries within the room ceased abruptly. "You would kill even such small children?" Despair etched across the woman's face, her lips trembling as she pointed at him, hurling the most venomous words. "You are a monster, a beast. You are not human." Chun Huan's smile faded, boredom creeping in. He fixed his gaze upon the woman's eyes, enunciating each word with precision. "The true beast is your husband. He is the one who has savagely murdered the living, consuming their blood and flesh. As for you and your children, none of you intervened, nor did you attempt to stop him. Instead, you indulged in the same vile acts, feasting upon human flesh. Hell is empty. The demons walk among us." His stern voice gradually restored the woman's sanity. She looked at Chun Huan, tears welling up and beginning to fall. I'm so sorry," the woman wailed. "It is too late." With that, the tang knife was drawn. The woman would accompany the lives they had so cruelly taken. For although one life could not atone for all, it might bring solace to the spirits of the departed. She was quite a good person. A feeble voice murmured from outside the door. Chun Huan turned to see Sister Qin staring blankly in their direction, muttering to herself. In the past, she feared I would tire. Every time I undertook a task, she would offer me a stool to rest. During festivals, she would always send some pork and grains. Yet, he never anticipated that once the outside world transformed into a realm of monsters, they too would change. I dare not consume human flesh, fearing divine retribution. Had it not been for her intercession on my behalf, coupled with my advancing age rendering my flesh less palatable, I might have already met my demise. Sister Qin, with a sense of desolation, walked away. Chun Huan remained silent, following her outside and closing the door gently behind them. Alone, Sister Qin traversed the blood-stained corridor, pausing intermittently. Chun Huan silently trailed her until they arrived at the kitchen, where Sister Qin retrieved a set of keys from Wang Tao's waist, and then adjusted her attire back into place. Rising, she made her way toward the staircase leading downward. On the ground floor, Sister Qin extracted a key and unlocked a padlock the size of a palm. As the iron door creaked open, a foul stench wafted out, and Chun Huan, unable to suppress his revulsion, gazed in horror at the scene within. Women lay scattered, their necks exposed, the ground littered with filth. Their garments had long since been torn into tatters. Chapter 167. The assault against the scene was so shocking that even he was taken aback. Living humans were treated as livestock, devoid of dignity and hope. They were used when needed, consumed when hungry, and were in a state far worse than household pets, which at least retained some semblance of cleanliness. They were dead. Those people were dead. Sister Qin unlocked the chains from the women's necks one by one. In the end, when all the women were pulled to their feet, most remained in a state that compelled them to kneel, swaying unsteadily when they attempted to stand, with one or two collapsing back down. Chun Huan counted There were 7 women in total. No, it should be 5 women plus 2 children, one 10 years old and the other in her early teens. Their youthful faces were filled with fear and confusion. Having endured such demonic experiences at an age meant for vitality, it was no wonder the zombies outside were gathering in a frenzy. It turned out there was such an abundance of food hidden below. Sister Qin, please take them upstairs to wash and change their clothes, Chen Huan said before turning to find Zhao Lin. There was a more pressing matter at hand. When Zhao Lin saw Chen Huan enter, he spoke up, "Boss, they must have been drugged. They should wake up by tomorrow." He held a half-burned candle and 2 extinguished mosquito coils. These items were likely the source of the problem. Chen Huan observed silently, confirming his suspicions. Otherwise, a person with even a modicum of caution would never have consumed the glass of water handed to them earlier. The mosquito coils represented a second layer of deception. Wang Tao's claims about mosquitoes turning people into zombies were utterly absurd. Chen Huan had sensed something amiss even before Wang Tao spoke. While it was true that mutated viruses could lead to mosquitoes capable of biting and causing mutations, he had only heard of such possibilities and had never witnessed them, making it uncertain whether the virus could create zombies in the first place. Now, however, it was clear that this was Wang Tao's scheme, to deliberately light the mosquito coils and allow their peculiar effects to render people unconscious. The candles served as a final touch. Even someone as vigilant as Zhang Long, upon sensing the danger posed by the coils, had lit a candle in the dimness, unwittingly falling victim to the drug. Wang Tao and his accomplices had meticulously crafted this malicious plot, yet lacked the courage to confront the zombies and procure supplies, ultimately leading to their own demise. Suppressing his emotions, Chen Huan declared, "We must dispose of the bodies outside. The zombies are agitated, although their numbers are currently under 20. If we do not distract them, the scent of fresh blood will draw them in." Understood. The 2 of them carried the corpses to the rooftop and hurled them into the street below with force. Once transformed into corpses, the bodies felt incredibly heavy when moved. After disposing of the last body, sweat dripped from their brows. Chen Huan watched as the zombies, lured by the bodies, drifted away. He sighed in relief and gazed into the distance, noticing that a few had fortuitously changed paths, originally positioned on the second route. Due to external circumstances, I was largely drawn in. Now it is confirmed. Tomorrow, I shall take the second route. The sky has finally succumbed to darkness. When Chen Huan arrived downstairs, a group of women had already changed their attire. Sister Qin had found several rooms for them on the 3rd floor and distributed a modest amount of food to each. They devoured it hungrily, akin to those who had not eaten for 3 days. Fortunately, Sister Qin, with her wealth of life experience, was wary of them overindulging and thus rationed their portions. After a 10-year-old child finished eating, she stared blankly at Chen Huan at the door, unresponsive. Sister Qin, after much contemplation, Chen Huan made a decision. "You shall remain here for a few days until I return to escort you to a safe haven." "Very well." Sister Qin replied with a faint smile, showing her trust in Chen Huan's character. He had indeed considered leaving these individuals behind. After all, rescuing Professor Zhang Zhongnan was inherently perilous, and escorting so many defenseless women and children would undoubtedly pose greater challenges. Yet, he perceived a glimmer of hope in Wang Yunyuan and Zhou Miaoqing, which encouraged him to prepare for the future by assigning the group to their care upon his return. After all, his camp could not indefinitely accommodate only 20 individuals. A preemptive investment is the hallmark of the strong. Chen Huan returned and led the 3 into a room. Even in the absence of immediate danger, he and Zhao Lin took turns keeping watch through the night. The lack of electric light proved advantageous. Even with only half a night's sleep, they managed to rest sufficiently. "Ah, my head aches," Zhang Long groaned, rubbing his temples as he sat up, observing the unfamiliar surroundings. He exclaimed in surprise, "Where is this?" Instinctively grasping his military knife, he turned to see Su Chun and Wu Zhenghua asleep beside him, which eased his tension. "If you sleep any longer, you may end up as someone's meal," Zhao Lin remarked, approaching them. He recounted the events of the previous night to the trio, who were aghast. "Damn it, I knew that Wang Tao was up to no good. Such scum infuriates me." Zhang Long's expression darkened. feeling ashamed to have been manipulated by such a person. Su Chun and Wu Zhenghua shared in his apprehension, their faces betraying relief. All right, let us be more cautious next time. Chun Huan quickly washed up and handed Zhao Lin his weapon. After a brief meal and freshening up, they had much to accomplish that day. Zhang Long noticed Chun Huan, bowed his head, and silently proceeded to wash and eat, evidently embarrassed by the earlier incident. Once everyone was prepared, Chun Huan led them from an alternate location to ascend the rooftops of the shops, which stood about 2 stories high, while carrying the last ladder from the inn. Following their planned route, they chose a descent point devoid of zombies. At the Yunlin city base, over 20 fully armed soldiers, wielding rifles, machine guns, and rocket launchers, boarded 2 helicopters that had begun to spin their rotors. Mulfei, Schuldering Massive Sniper Rifle, was the last to board the helicopter. The whir of the helicopter intensified as the pilot pressed the switch. 2 helicopters commenced their orderly ascent. The thunderous roar reverberated as they lifted off, gradually diminishing in size until they resembled mere ants against the sky, heading towards the direction of Langzhou City. Everyone aboard was equipped with noise-canceling headsets. The base in Yunlin City was situated over 320 kilometers from Langzhou. The helicopters required just over an hour to reach their destination, had it not been for the satellite malfunction that resulted in a loss of guidance. Their speed could have been even greater. Within the innermost confines of the military camp, a woman clad in civilian attire glanced at the ascending helicopters before proceeding towards the command center, holding a document in her hand. General Yun personally opened the door to welcome her inside. The 2 exchanged no military salutes. Instead, they shook hands, after which the woman placed the document on the table and began her presentation. Chapter 168. Unusual Investigation. Dr. Li, have you reached any conclusions regarding the materials I provided? General Yun inquired, his voice low as he gazed at the elegant woman before him. There have been discoveries, Dr. Li replied softly, her delicate fingers, as pale as fresh spring onions, deftly separating the documents. She glanced at the printed contents within and continued, after my mentor reviewed the files you sent. He indeed identified several issues that had previously gone unnoticed. She opened the folder and meticulously arranged several A4 sheets in sequential order. General Yin observed her actions with curiosity. Once she completed the arrangement, he lowered his gaze to the documents before him, as they were oriented towards him. On August 9th, 2024, around 5:20 p.m., the military district received orders to deploy thousands of rescue personnel to Yunlin City to evacuate civilians, only to encounter tens of thousands of zombies obstructing their efforts. By August 10th, the military deemed the challenge of assembling a large-scale rescue too daunting, fearing it would attract even more zombies. Consequently, they resolved to divide into smaller units to radiate outwards for rescue operations. On August 13th, preliminary progress was made in the rescue efforts. Yet the number of casualties in Yunlin City was vast, and the rescue teams were insufficient. To optimize precious time, they decided to further subdivide their forces. By August 16th, the rescue units had completed their tasks in the new urban area, but while conducting operations in other districts, various teams faced differing circumstances. Some encountered hundreds of zombies and failed their missions, while others succeeded without any zombie attacks. On August 18th, the military district concluded that the current efficiency was unsatisfactory and decided to consolidate the teams into a singular force alongside dozens or even hundreds of small squads. The main contingent would utilize heavy firepower to clear a path and attract zombies, while the smaller teams would operate in units to assist in the rescue. Although no large-scale zombie assaults occurred during the small unit operations, they did observe a gathering of zombies upon their return. By August 20th, the results of the rescue were astonishing, demonstrating that zombies were merely paper tigers devoid of true threat. With unity and strength, they could certainly drive the zombies from their homeland. From August 21st to the present, while the troops continued sporadic rescues and reconnaissance, incidents of zombie assaults reemerged. However, many soldiers confirmed that the attacks were merely typical responses from zombies. The extensive documentation, spanning over 10 pages, was filled with humanity's understanding of zombies. Upon finishing the files, General Yun rose and stood before the map, his hands clasped behind his back. His weary eyes at that moment sparkled with a glimmer of hope and determination. Was there an issue with the gathering of zombies? He recalled the soldiers' recent discoveries indicating a trend of zombies moving toward the Yunlin city base and ordered aerial reconnaissance, revealing that a significant portion of the zombies in Yunlin City were indeed congregating toward the new urban area. 20 kilometers beyond that lay the Yunlin City base. His mentor and several colleagues confirmed multiple times that within these observed gatherings of zombies lay insights into their survival behaviors, knowledge that would be crucial for future decisions and security. Dr. Lee spoke with a tone of gravity and clarity. However, the current data does not allow for a definitive conclusion. Our mentors hope to receive your assistance, he implored earnestly. On his finely sculpted face was a reflection of dedication and focus towards scientific inquiry. Any assistance we can provide, we shall endeavor to offer, General Yin replied, turning to face the woman before him. He returned to his seat, massaging his temples to alleviate the fatigue from prolonged exertion. We require your support in providing some soldiers for a control group experiment. Our plan is to systematically eliminate participants using a binary method. At present, we can ascertain that more than 100 individuals will inevitably provoke a zombie uprising, Dr. Lee articulated slowly. Thus, we must determine the exact number that will incite such a disturbance. General Yun tapped the table, closing his eyes in contemplation. The moment for a decision had arrived. Currently, we are short on personnel. I can allocate a maximum of 200 individuals, he stated gravely, meeting Dr. Lee's gaze. These 200 are living beings, cherished by their parents for decades. Though the existence of zombies has devalued human life, they are different. These soldiers risk their lives to save thousands of civilians. Looking deeply into Dr. Lee's eyes, General Yun enunciated each word with care. I do not wish for them to be sacrificed in a futile experiment. Rest assured, Doctor, Lee replied, rising with solemnity. I will accompany them and ensure that no harm comes to a single one. General Yun remained silent for a moment, finally blinking after what seemed like an eternity. Go, he gestured, returning to his seat to review the next document. Dr. Lee collected her papers and turned toward the door, only to instinctively glance back at the nearly 50-year-old general. In the absence of additional rescue forces, he bore the weight of it all upon his shoulders. His weary visage stirred her emotions. Taking a deep breath, Dr. Lee turned and departed. In the old district of Langzhou City, within the gymnasium, the time of the zombie outbreak coincided with working hours. Aside from the staff, only a few residents remained inside. At the entrance, a zombie trapped by the door suddenly collapsed lifelessly. Zhang Long drew his military knife, surveyed the surroundings, and swiftly advanced into the gymnasium. Following closely behind were Zhao Lin, Su Chun, and Wu Jinghua, with Chen Huan bringing up the rear, scanning the area and noting that the zombies in the distance had not noticed their presence. He then focused on the glass door with his left hand. The group fought their way through scattered zombies as they charged deeper into the gymnasium. Their destination lay just behind the gym, at the Zhongxin Garden community, a mere 200 meters from the target residential building. However, as they traversed the center of the gymnasium, they unexpectedly encountered dozens of zombies clad in basketball uniforms piled before them. The only path forward lay through this daunting obstacle. We're in serious trouble. Chen Huan stepped forward from the back of the group, gazing at the wandering zombies ahead, silently speculating in his heart. What dreadful luck. Could it be that others are hosting a basketball match? Zhang Long observed the scene before them, lost in thought. The apocalypse had erupted precisely during summer vacation, when students had yet to return to school. As Chen Huan spoke, his expression grew increasingly grave. The day had brightened considerably. They had emerged from the hotel, traversing the most perilous path while skillfully avoiding large swathes of zombies. After enduring numerous hardships, they had finally arrived here. Yet, this final step was obstructed by a multitude of dozens of zombies. Boss, allow me to divert the zombies. You all go and rescue the people. Zhang Long whispered earnestly to Chen Huan. Chapter 169. The flame of civilization, a spark ignited within Chen Huan's heart as visions unfolded in his mind. If Zhao Lin were to entice the zombies, he would inevitably lead them out of the gymnasium. Outside the gymnasium stood a solitary statue amidst a vast expanse of lawn. Beyond the lawn lay a wide street, cluttered with numerous abandoned vehicles and throngs of zombies. Should he dare to step outside, the cacophony behind him would undoubtedly attract the attention of the zombies lurking beyond. Zhao Lin would be doomed. It required no extensive deduction to ascertain his fate. Moreover, this strategy might not even succeed in luring all the zombies away. To wager a life on a potentially uncertain outcome was a gamble Chen Huan would typically shun. Yet, given the sacrifices they had already made, failure was not an option. He spoke calmly. There is no need for that. Perhaps we have a more prudent approach. Chen Huan's gaze fell upon the elevated platform, 1 meter high, situated directly in front of the 4 basketball courts arranged in a square. Flanking the platform were staircases enclosed by railings. If they could draw all the zombies from the courts to the platform, he could utilize the equipment at his disposal to eliminate a significant number of them. However, the individual tasked with luring the zombies would be the most perilous role. Zhang Long, you and Zhao Lin will draw them towards the platform from either side, Chen Huan directed, gesturing towards the nearby platform. The two exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Remember, it is imperative that you do not falter in the next steps I outline. Chen Huan's expression grew serious, his tone earnest. Understood. Rest assured, they replied resolutely. Once you ascend the platform, hold your ground at the top of the stairs for 3 counts. Wait until the zombies converge at the foot of the stairs, then dash towards the center of the platform, maintaining your position for 3 seconds before leaping down. Chen Huan meticulously delineated the plan. Most importantly, you must remember to run as swiftly as possible once you jump down. Cover at least 30 meters, the length of a basketball court. Do you comprehend? He inquired at last. Understood. They exchanged a knowing glance, sensing the gravity of the situation. Chen Huan's solemn demeanor suggested that what was to unfold would be nothing short of astonishing, prompting them to tread with heightened caution. Prepare yourselves. The duo began to survey the distribution of zombies, mapping out their forthcoming course of action. Once they signaled their readiness, Chen Huan waved his hand, and they charged towards the zombies, armed with their melee weapons. Both were seasoned veterans, well acquainted with the capabilities of the undead, and they maneuvered through the relatively open spaces among the horde, controlling their pace. A chorus of growls erupted from the basketball court, the zombies advancing like ravenous beasts, clawing and howling in a frenzied pursuit of the two. Yet, despite their speed, they could not match the agility of Zhao Lin and Zhang Long, who deftly split the horde in 2 as they sprinted away. Once the zombies were thoroughly stirred, the two exchanged a glance from a distance of several meters. Together, they raced towards the stands, their hearts in sync, while the relentless horde of zombies surged behind them. The two stood resolutely at the pinnacle of the platform, wielding their blades to fend off the incessant throng of undead, barricading them at the staircase. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that the zombies were being propelled forward by those behind them. Despite being continually pushed back, the mass persisted in its sluggish advance. As the undead threatened to breach their defenses, Chen Huan, positioned below the stand, decisively commanded, "Run." Zhao Lin and Zhang Long exhaled a sigh of relief. Without hesitation, they dashed towards the center of the platform, pausing momentarily at the railing before leaping off. With unyielding determination, they sprinted towards the farthest point in a straight line. 1 second. 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A hand grenade, its safety pin already removed, had its fuse ignited precisely. On the platform, the last few zombies had managed to clamber up. The foremost among them even leaped from the stand, famished from a prolonged absence of flesh. The zombies were pushed to the brink of madness. At that very instant, amidst the cacophony of their savage howls and gnashing teeth, a grenade was silently hurled from a distance, landing squarely in the midst of the undead. Just as it was about to collide with the head of the first zombie, a thunderous explosion erupted. An immense shockwave, accompanied by a deafening roar, reverberated throughout the entire basketball court. Flames engulfed the horde of zombies, while the echoes of the blast lingered ominously. Zhao Lin and Zhang Long had just covered the distance of a basketball court when they heard the resounding explosion behind them. Their expressions turned to shock as they glanced back at the now battered stand. It had transformed into a chaotic landscape, with clusters of zombies sprawled lifelessly on the ground. Fire crackled and hissed as it consumed their desiccated forms, rapidly igniting the flames, creating an inferno. Only a few zombies remained, desperately clawing their way towards the remaining survivors, their bodies grievously mutilated. The power of that high-explosive grenade was astonishing. Had they not fled swiftly, they might have been reduced to mere fragments by the force of the blast. It was not just Zhang Long and Zhao Lin who were witnessing such ferocity for the first time. Mu Chun and Wu Zhongguo were equally astonished. This was the product of human ingenuity. Chen Huan averted his gaze, having witnessed such carnage countless times before, rendering him indifferent. "We must move quickly," he commanded calmly. "In a moment, the zombies outside will surround this place." Upon hearing his words, the group quickly regained their composure and hurried towards the opposite side of the gymnasium. Above the city of Langzhou, 2 helicopters flew towards the old district, maintaining a safe distance from one another. Inside the cabin of the first helicopter, Mu Feibai scrutinized a map of Langzhou when a voice crackled through his headset. "Captain Mu, we identified 2 potential landing zones ahead, one at the gymnasium and the other atop a hotel. Where would you like to disembark?" Mu Feibai swiftly pointed to a location on the map. Soon, he beheld 2 edifices, each situated at a distance nearly equal from their intended destination. Taking into account the intricate environment within the hotel and the possibility of a zombie congregation, he resolutely decided to land within the confines of the gymnasium, where the undead presence was notably sparse. Acknowledging this, he proceeded towards the objective. After the pilot communicated with the helicopter station behind, they directed their flight towards the gymnasium. Before long, the helicopter hovered above the open basketball court, and 2 helicopters descended in succession. Just as Mu Feibai and his companions were inspecting their gear and preparing to disembark, the pilot suddenly exclaimed with urgency. Unidentified flames detected below, spanning an approximate radius of 5 meters. There are no living beings within the basketball court. The situation below remains unclear. Should we consider an alternate landing site? Chapter 170. A dramatic scene. Mu Feibai's expression was grave. He hastily glanced out of the window and was immediately met with the sight of roaring flames below. This was bad. Mu Feibai's countenance darkened. At such a moment, unforeseen events were the most feared. What lay before him was undoubtedly the most perilous situation. Uncertainty equated to danger. He studied the map, his mood heavy. There was no time to waste. A decision must be made swiftly. There were no barracks or bases in Langzhou City, and the firepower they faced was certainly inferior to their own weaponry. Thus, there was no need for excessive worry. Even if traps awaited below, they would have to charge through recklessly. Let us descend. Mu Feibai inhaled deeply. If something goes wrong, I shall take responsibility. The pilot skillfully maneuvered the helicopter to find a spacious area and began a gradual descent. Although the basketball court was not ideally suited for this type of helicopter landing, in an emergency, it could serve as a landing spot. At the very least, the wingspan of the 2 helicopters did not exceed the distance between the ends of the basketball court. While fraught with danger, hope was not entirely extinguished. The pilots of both helicopters were seasoned professionals. They remained calm and composed, showcasing exceptional dexterity as they hovered the helicopter precisely in the center of the court before making a steady landing. With the cabin doors flung open, Mu Feibai was the first to leap out. Fully armed soldiers followed suit, pouring out of the helicopter. Once everyone was in position and accounted for, Mu Feibai conducted a brief inspection and commanded, "Let us move out." Yet, just as he was about to lead the charge towards another section of the gymnasium, a sudden crack echoed through the air. The sound of shattering glass emanated from the opposite end of the gym. Mu Feibai halted, turning to investigate. Although he could not discern the source of the commotion, a sense of foreboding welled up within him. "Wait a moment," he instructed, leading his 24 soldiers towards the origin of the sound. As they approached, the cacophony of agitated screams and pounding footsteps intensified at the gym's entrance. He stationed his men at a corridor leading to the main doors, first dispatching some to guard the far end, then cautiously advancing down the passage to scout ahead. However, just as he reached the midpoint, the roars from the other end of the corridor surged forth. Mu Feibai stood frozen, staring at the zombies that loomed at the opposite end, his mouth agape and his mind racing. He had come to rescue people, and they had only just landed. Why? Without having done anything, was there already an influx of zombies? In that instant, he recalled the eerie flames that had appeared on the basketball court, and a surge of frustration overcame him. What the hell is this? Am I being set up to take the fall? The zombies in the corridor did not pause their advance simply because he felt unjustly accused. As they drew nearer, Mu Feibai's face flushed with urgency. He inhaled deeply and swiftly led his team toward the exit. The soldiers stationed at the exit gripped their firearms tightly. When Mu Feibai emerged, he refrained from firing until he confirmed the imminent approach of the zombies. With a grim expression, he signaled. Bang, bang, bang. All held their weapons, executing controlled shots. It was not that they were unwilling to unleash a barrage. Rather, continuous fire would deplete their ammunition excessively. Though they had brought ample supplies, conserving them was prudent. The zombies fell in droves, their previous ferocity diminished, as over 20 individuals, each armed with a gun, faced a corridor less than 3 meters wide. Many bullets struck the same undead target repeatedly. Witnessing this waste, 4-man teams rotated to reload. While Mu Feibai felt frustrated, he prepared to issue commands. Observing that the situation had stabilized, he quickly moved toward the flames, meticulously surveying the crawling zombies outside and the distinct features in the center. He murmured to himself, "High explosive grenades?" His expression softened considerably. Could it be the armored vehicle squad he had dispatched earlier? Mu Feibai struggled to believe it. Yet, considering who could possibly possess such strictly regulated weapons, only the military had access, and given the proximity to Professor Zhang Zhongnan's residence, it aligned almost perfectly with their objective. Thus, the most improbable answer began to seem plausible. With this thought, his spirits lifted considerably. Regardless of whether it was indeed his dispatch team, they needed to expedite their actions. Observing the relentless tide of zombies in the corridor, Mu Feibai commanded, Team 1, remain here to guard the helicopter. Team 2, follow me to rescue. Once everyone was in position, he swiftly led them toward the far end of the gymnasium, preparing to assist those ahead. However, upon exiting the gym, they were left dumbfounded as they gazed at the distant neighborhood. At the entrance, zombies were continuously pouring out, rushing toward the location of the gymnasium. With their escape routes blocked, Mu Feibai felt a constricting sensation in his chest, a wave of frustration threatening to overwhelm him. Yet, there was no option but to confront the oncoming horde. It was essential to remember that the helicopter remained behind. Given its endurance, there was no possibility of relocating it. The remaining fuel would barely suffice for a return to base. Thus, he had already shouldered the burden of this predicament twice in a short span. Prepare to fire, Mu Feibai commanded through gritted teeth, instructing his team to adopt the same 4-man rotation strategy to eliminate the zombies. As they opened fire, the deeper recesses of the neighborhood stirred with the sound, drawing more zombies toward them. At the entrance of a shop within the neighborhood, Chun Huan and his companion stood frozen behind the door, watching as an unending wave of zombies charged toward the source of the gunfire. They had lingered here for nearly half an hour, having arrived at the shop after exiting the gymnasium, only to find an increasing number of zombies attracted by the explosions heading toward the gym, just as they prepared to wait for the zombies to settle before launching another attack. 2 helicopters, amidst their astonished expressions, landed within the confines of the gymnasium, and they stood agape, witnessing a dramatic scene unfold. The entrance to the community, once teeming with zombies, gradually became desolate. Chun Huan was rendered speechless, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. He surmised that these helicopters were undoubtedly dispatched from a certain base, most likely the nearby Yunlin City base. Yet, how fortuitously they had chosen the same day. Moreover, these individuals not only bore the brunt of the blame for them, but also lured away the obstructing zombies. The entire scenario was laden with theatricality. Nonetheless, disbelief could not prevail. This was a golden opportunity. They must seize it, with the exterior nearly devoid of zombies. Chun Huan commanded everyone to charge towards the community gate, making their way to Professor Zhang Zhongnan's residence. Chapter 171. The first close encounter of the journey proceeded remarkably smoothly. Chun Huan and his companions encountered very few zombies along the way. Even when they did, they were merely isolated, clumsy creatures that were easily dispatched. Ultimately, they successfully arrived at the front of a building. As Chun Huan gazed at the edifice before him, an unsettling sense of unreality washed over him. He had anticipated that this rescue would be fraught with difficulty and might even result in casualties. Yet, they had arrived here with such ease, rendering the entire experience almost dreamlike. "Brother Zhang, there are people over there," Zhao Lin whispered to Chen Huan, pointing toward the window of the building. He noticed a red flag waving back and forth from an open window, accompanied by an elderly man energetically gesturing behind it. "Professor Zhang Zhongnan," Chen Huan immediately surmised. Time was of the essence. Who knew when those in the gymnasium would realize what was happening? He needed to capitalize on this time gap to secure Professor Zhang Zhongnan and facilitate his swift escape, lest they be intercepted and the professor taken from them. It was vital to remember that the opposing force was significantly more formidable than they were. Chen Huan and his companions rushed upstairs. Upon reaching the 6th floor, an iron door swung open, revealing an elderly woman in her 50s, her expression a mixture of excitement and confusion as she regarded the group. The more she looked, the stranger her demeanor became, revealing a peculiar expression on her face. Professor Zhang Zhongnan approached. When he saw the individuals behind Chen Huan, his expression momentarily froze. Before he turned his attention to Chen Huan and gently inquired, "Are you here to find this old fool?" "Indeed," Chen Huan affirmed with a nod. He could already discern the expressions on the faces of the two elderly individuals. True to his reputation as a national treasure, Professor Zhang Zhongnan was perceptive enough to suspect their intentions with just a glance, subtly testing the waters. "Very well, please grant me a moment to prepare," Professor Zhang Zhongnan said, glancing at his wife. The elderly woman seemed to understand his intent, slowly turning to begin tidying up the belongings within their home. Noticing that Professor Zhang Zhongnan had no intention of inviting him inside and was merely stalling for time, Chen Huan released a quiet sigh of relief and respectfully stated, "Professor Zhang Zhongnan, we are pressed for time. We must depart within 3 minutes at the latest." His tone was neither obsequious nor overbearing, filled with respect. However, to Professor Zhang Zhongnan, the implication carried a different weight. This statement, while not overtly threatening, indirectly communicated that they would forcibly take the two elders away in no more than 3 minutes, regardless of their consent. Professor Zhang Zhongnan regarded Chen Huan for a moment before instructing, "Wife, hurry up with your packing. Leave behind anything unnecessary. You always collect useless old things." "Understood. Why must you be so nagging?" the woman retorted impatiently, their exchange resembling a light-hearted quarrel. Chen Huan chose not to interject further, standing silently at the doorway, awaiting their preparations. After approximately 3 minutes, the elderly couple donned their heavy coats, each carrying a backpack, and wrapped themselves in masks and scarves. "Young man, where are we headed?" Professor Zhang Zhongnan inquired quietly, trailing behind Chen Huan. Chen Huan slowed his pace, pondering for a moment before responding, "A survivor's camp." Upon hearing Chen Huan's explanation, Professor Zhang Zhongnan's eyes sparkled with contemplation. He chose not to speak further, silently following Chen Huan instead. As they reached the 1st floor and were about to push the door open, a sudden cacophony of helicopter blades whirring echoed from the distance. Chen Huan paused, glancing at Professor Zhang, who, in turn, betrayed a flicker of emotion before forcefully suppressing it. Outside, a helicopter had landed on the rooftop. A rope ladder descended, and Mu Fei Bai's agile figure, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass, leapt directly into Professor Zhang's home. He scanned the surroundings with a tense expression, but despite searching every nook and cranny, he found no one present. Unbidden, images of the fiery inferno at the gymnasium flooded his mind. Realizing this, Mu Fei Bai noticed a half-filled cup of water on the table. He reached out to touch it, finding it cool to the touch and free of dust, indicating that someone had departed not long ago. A sense of foreboding settled within him. He had arrived too late. The others had been taken. Mu Fei Bai, reflecting on the earlier events at the gymnasium, felt increasingly uneasy, convinced that the individuals who had left were not among his subordinates. He was acutely aware of their capabilities. The zombies in the gymnasium had evidently been lured together, subsequently released by grenades. If those people were not his own men, Then who else could orchestrate such a tactical response? And now, the zombies had been drawn to them. Had those individuals already reached Professor Zhang Zhongnan's residence? With this troubling thought, a heavy gloom enveloped him as he disregarded the helicopter's insufficient fuel, determined to take off alone and investigate the situation. Yet, he did not anticipate that he would still be too late. Bang! He struck the table with a clenched fist in frustration. No, perhaps they had not gone far. A flicker of hope ignited within Mu Feibai as he grasped his pistol, opened the door, and hurriedly descended the stairs. 6th floor, 5th floor, 2nd floor. He rushed down another flight of stairs. The 1st floor was within sight. Mu Feibai quickly scanned the area. It was empty. Stepping outside, he advanced a few paces toward the door, but instinctively glanced back at the dark abyss of the basement. A staircase descended into the shadows, where silence reigned. He stood in confusion for a few seconds, contemplating a descent, but just as he was about to step forward, he felt the certainty that the others could not possibly be there. He hesitated for a few seconds, ultimately yielding to disappointment and returning to the 6th floor. After he had been gone for some time, in the basement below, Professor Zhang Zhongnan's trembling voice inquired, "Do you truly know where my daughter is?" "I do," Shunhuan affirmed with certainty. "Can you save her?" The elderly woman implored earnestly. "Rest assured, once I bring you back and you have a moment to recuperate, I shall go to rescue her," Chen Huan resolved, for this had indeed been his intention from the outset. Earlier, it was precisely because of this crucial information that he had discreetly informed Professor Zhang Zhongnan to take refuge in the basement before Mu Feibai's arrival, thereby avoiding a potentially dangerous encounter. Good. Zhang Zhongnan patted his chest repeatedly, exclaiming, "You are a good child." The elderly lady's expression brightened, and her heart felt considerably lighter. On the 6th floor, Mu Feibai returned to the room. This time, having failed his mission, he was not as anxious as before. Observing the surroundings, he began to meticulously investigate. Although he had not brought anyone back, he was determined to uncover the identity of the individual involved. He believed that Professor Zhang Zhongnan, with his remarkable intellect, would have left behind some clue. After a thorough search, he ultimately discovered a small Canon camera hidden within the bedroom cabinet, accompanied by a note beneath it. He retrieved the camera, spun it around, and discreetly pressed a button, only to find that it was powered off. He then picked up the note, which bore a hurriedly scrawled line of small text, appearing rather chaotic. Chapter 172. Return to the hotel, September 15th, 2024, 11:25 a.m. Mu Feibai's expression faltered as he instinctively glanced at his watch. The current time was 11:35, which meant that the person who had written this note had been in the room just 10 minutes prior. Had he missed his target by a mere 10 minutes? The thought pierced his heart, leaving his face etched with helplessness. Had he known it would come to this, he would have dispatched a plane for a forced landing from the very beginning. Even if fuel had been insufficient, landing in the wilderness would have provided a means of return, far preferable to confronting this dire situation. It was truly infuriating. He exhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. The irreversible had transpired. Now, he needed to contemplate how to mitigate the losses. With this in mind, he swiftly gathered suspicious items in the room into a plastic bag before climbing to the rooftop. Mu Feibai signaled to the helicopter hovering above. Once it was directly overhead, he ascended the rope ladder, securing the items he held, particularly the note and the Canon camera resting atop it. Within these possessions lay crucial information that Professor Zhang Zhongnan intended to convey. "Are we leaving?" The pilot's voice interrupted his thoughts. "Yes," Mu Feibai replied, taking a deep breath and waving his hand. Just as the helicopter began to ascend and turn towards the stadium, a sudden realization struck him. Professor Zhang, being in his 50s, could not possibly have vacated the vicinity in such a short time. With a firm expression, he called out, "Wait, maintain altitude and circle the community a few more times. Perhaps they have not yet departed." The pilot halted the maneuver and began to navigate the helicopter in a patrol pattern around the neighborhood. Mu Feibai leaned out from his position, scanning below for any suspicious evidence. His only hope rested on the fact that the individuals who had rescued Professor Zhang Zhongnan were soldiers he had dispatched. He fervently wished they would recognize the helicopter and emerge voluntarily. Unbeknownst to Mu Feibai, The zombies surrounding the community had heard the helicopter's thunderous roar and were silently converging upon the location. The once desolate neighborhood was now gradually filling with the undead. Mu Feibai's hopes dwindled, leaving only a flicker of determination to persist in his search, yearning for a miracle. But would a miracle truly manifest? Outside Zhongshan Garden Community, on a relatively narrow street, 5 figures moved silently. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the last 2 individuals were carrying someone on their backs. And they were none other than the targets Mu Feibai had been desperately seeking, Professor Zhang Zhongnan and his wife. They were presently being transported by Zhao Lin and Zhang Long toward the hotel. As Mu Feibai ascended from the first floor, Chen Huan had decisively instructed Zhao Lin and Zhang Long to carry the elderly couple and swiftly evacuate. All remaining unfavorable factors had been resolved. Just as they exited the side gate of the community, preparing to follow an alternate planned route, the helicopter within the community sprang to life. Once again, the zombies that obstructed their path were lured away. Chen Huan stood motionless, gazing at the helicopter that circled above the community, a sense of gratitude and guilt swelling within him. The gratitude stemmed from the 2 instances of assistance he had received, while the guilt was, of course, self-evident. It could only be said that this stranger, whom he had never met, was truly a good person. Along the way, the number of zombies had significantly diminished. Chen Huan forged ahead, and what once would have taken an hour to traverse was accomplished in just over 20 minutes, leading them successfully to the back entrance of the hotel. Upon arriving at the main door, with a creak, Sister Qin leisurely opened it, ushering the group inside. At that moment, Professor Zhang Zhongnan and his wife stood on the ground, their bodies weary and limp. Zhao Lin and Zhang Long, prioritizing speed over comfort, had not uttered a word to rest, their resilience remarkable throughout the journey. Sister Qin, please prepare some food, Chen Huan suggested, glancing at the time. It was just around noon. At 6 o'clock this afternoon, we shall depart the hotel and return to the camp. He then turned and retreated to his room. The reason for not leaving immediately was due to the uncertainty surrounding the speedboat's visibility on the river, which could easily attract the helicopter's attention. By nightfall, the helicopter's fuel would be insufficient, and it would undoubtedly have departed. At such a critical moment, he would not take any risks of exposure, no matter how slight. On the first floor, Sister Qin guided Professor Zhang and his wife to their room. Although their stay would be brief, they required a place to rest. Professor Zhang's gaze fell upon the bloodstains in the corridor, prompting him to inquire, "Were you together with Chen Huan?" Sister Qin chuckled softly. "Grandma Qin, would you like a cookie?" At that moment, a timid 10-year-old girl nervously extended a cookie from her hand towards Sister Qin. "Be good. Eat a bit more yourself. It will help you grow," Sister Qin replied with a warm smile, gently encouraging the girl to take care of herself. Professor Zhang and his wife exchanged glances. Their tension alleviated. The presence of the elderly and women, often seen as burdens in the apocalypse, enjoying cookies indicated that Chen Huan was not devoid of humanity. At the very least, they need not overly worry about their safety. "If it weren't for this child, we probably wouldn't have survived," Sister Qin remarked as she led the way, her voice filled with sentiment. "What happened?" Professor Zhang inquired curiously. Thus, Sister Qin recounted the story in detail. By the time the couple settled into the room, listening to the tale, cold sweat had begun to bead on their backs, nearly soaking their clothes. After ensuring their comfort, Sister Qin exited the room. "Zhongnan, I didn't expect this child to possess such a heart," his wife said, momentarily lost in thought. "Such scoundrels truly get what they deserve. It seems that regardless of how Chen Huan learned of our whereabouts, he is not overly unreasonable." Professor Zhang Zhongnan began to inspect the items within the room. The candles and incense in the dish had already been removed. "Then, I now believe he knows the location of our daughter," Professor Zhang mused, his expression contemplative yet affirming. "Knowing is good. Knowing is good." Chang Ziyuan sighed in relief. Zhongshan Garden. The helicopter had circled back and forth several times. Mu Feibai had found nothing noteworthy. Apart from the increasing number of zombies, everything else remained unchanged. "Captain Mu, it has been 20 minutes already. If we continue flying down, we may not be able to leave Langzhou," the pilot urged helplessly. Mu Feibai remained silent, unwilling to concede, and insisted, expand the range, and circle around once more. If we find nothing, we will return. Reluctantly, the pilot complied, taking control of the helicopter. After a lengthy search, Mu Feibai, having yielded no results, returned to the gymnasium, where he gathered the remaining personnel and boarded the helicopter, setting course for the Yunlin city base. As he sat in the helicopter, he gazed at the city that had repeatedly brought him shame, his heart heavy with unspoken thoughts.